Chen Xun, a scholarly figure clad in blue, carries a wooden sword upon his back, a traveler oscillating between madness and lucidity through the corridors of time. He wanders the world, awakening every 3 years from his insanity, an endless cycle of rebirth, with no one knowing whence he came or whither he goes. Is he burdened by an ancient curse, or is this a self-imposed discipline? Or perhaps he is shackled by an inescapable fate. On his journey through the ages, some may mock his wooden sword, yet they remain oblivious to the countless souls that lie beneath it, the bones scattered across the vast expanse. What does madness matter? What does clarity matter? He is, after all, the invincible Mad Sword Sage. Chapter 1. The Madman of the Town. I am invincible in this world, Kiki. On the bustling streets, a youth in tattered blue robes suddenly tossed a book aside, hands on his hips, and laughed uproariously at the sky. This unexpected display startled passers-by, who were initially inclined to scold him, but upon recognizing the disheveled figure, their expressions softened. It was merely the mad scholar. Thus, they resumed their paths, muttering curses under their breath. With a cackling laugh, the scholar retrieved his book and squatted at a street corner, fervently flipping through its pages. Passers-by glanced curiously at what could captivate him so, only to be taken aback to find it was a blank book, devoid of any words. They shook their heads, affirming his madness, and tossed a few copper coins before continuing on their way. Yet, Chen Xun remained blissfully oblivious, fully immersed in his own world. His origins were a mystery to all. The townsfolk had only known him as the mad scholar who had not departed from the small river town for 2.5 years. They were all too familiar with his peculiar habits of gasping in surprise, drooling with foolish laughter, and performing strange antics that left onlookers astounded. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a rumble echoed from Chen Xun's stomach. Grr. Curious, he patted his belly and mused. Will you growl again? Grr. Ah. Chen Xun's interest piqued, and he abruptly seized a bewildered old man passing by, pointing at his stomach, and asked in astonishment, It's growling. Can you hear it? Old Li, recognizing Chen Xun, pressed his lips together and leaned in, pretending to listen intently to Chen Xun's belly before nodding seriously. Yes, it is indeed growling. With a cautious glance, Old Li feared what peculiar antics Chen Xun might unleash next. Given his age, he worried about preserving his dignity. Chen Xun, eyes wide with suspicion, asked, Why is it growling? Old Li coughed lightly. It's hungry. Naturally, it will growl. Wanting to escape the conversation with this madman, Old Li attempted to withdraw his hand, but Chen Xun had a firm grip on him, leaving him no chance to flee. Hungry. Chen Xun scrunched his face, scratching his head, and muttered, How could I be hungry? No, that can't be right. How could I be hungry? It's so annoying. It keeps growling, really annoying. Eya, holy cow. Old Li was startled by Chen Xun's outburst and quickly reassured him. It's all right. Just calm down. I'll take you to eat. Once you're full, it won't growl anymore. Chen Xun calmed slightly at this, looking at Old Li with hopeful eyes. Really? Old Li, feeling slightly embarrassed, glanced at his wrist firmly held by Chen Xun, and nodded. Really? Thus, hand in hand, they departed amidst the strange gazes of onlookers. Old Li's face flushed with embarrassment, lamenting his ill fate. Typically, townsfolk would avoid this mad scholar, yet today he had inadvertently been caught. Happiness Noodle House. Slurping sounds filled the air as Chen Xun ravenously consumed noodles, oblivious to the astonished stares of other patrons. Old Li, seated across from him, could not tear his gaze away from the towering stack of bowls on the table. 10 bowls meant Chen Xun was now on his 11th. Old Li's heart raced. This fellow could eat like a famished ghost. This couldn't continue. Such voracity would deplete his finances. Finished at this moment, Chen Xun looked up at Old Li, pointing his chopsticks at the empty bowl before him. Old Li stared at the empty bowl, inwardly exclaiming in disbelief. He had devoured everything, even the broth. Chen Xun, you've eaten 11 bowls already. Haven't you had enough? Old Li ventured tentatively. Chen Xun scratched his face, eyes gleaming with certainty. Not at all. Old Li was momentarily dumbfounded. Good heavens, how could he determine fullness by feeling his face instead of his stomach? And did he not sense his own satiety? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Old Li suddenly realized. Of course, he had nearly forgotten that this fellow was, after all, a madman. One could not apply normal logic to him. Sighing, Old Li rummaged through his pockets, awkwardly smiling. Chen Xun, I don't have much money on me. I need to buy a hairpin for my granddaughter later, so I can't let you eat any more noodles, implying that 11 bowls were already the limit. But Chen Xun merely frowned. Money? Old Li was taken aback. You have to pay for the noodles. Does the owner expect you to eat for free? Chen Xun contemplated this, nodding thoughtfully. Old Li felt a surge of relief. Though Chen Xun was mad, he still retained some basic reasoning. This was manageable, at least he appeared more coherent than before, able to communicate normally. Then can't we just not pay? To Old Li's shock, Chen Xun stated earnestly. Old Li's expression shifted dramatically, his mouth agape in bewilderment. This declaration caught the attention of many patrons and the noodle shop owner. The owner immediately stepped forward, irately exclaiming, Chen Xun, if you dare dine and dash, I will report you to the authorities. Yet Chen Xun, oblivious to the threat, merely turned to the owner with a look of bewilderment. The owner's lips twitched in frustration. Today, he was being regarded as a fool by a fool, his patience worn thin. He was about to unleash his wrath upon Chen Xun. It was infuriating. After all, he had often shown Chen Xun kindness, sharing food with him, yet the madman seemed to have forgotten all of it, and even regarded him with such a gaze. Cough, cough. Old Su, don't be angry. We'll pay. Today, I'm treating Chen Xun to a meal. Old Li quickly interjected, handing over 33 copper coins he had counted beforehand, and then dragged Chen Xun out of the noodle house. The owner accepted the coins, his expression softening, yet he continued to glare at Chen Xun's departing figure, muttering, Humph, what an ungrateful wretch. If I ever give him food again, I'll change my surname. Ah, come on, boss, don't be upset. What's the point of arguing with a madman? Indeed, boss, Chen Xun is also a pitiable soul, having lost his mind at such a young age, alas. The patrons chimed in with words of consolation, and the owner forced a smile before retreating to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Chen Xun, it's getting late. I need to buy a hairpin for my granddaughter and then head home. Old Li smiled. As he spoke, he cast a frantic glance at the hand Chen Xun still held tightly. Chen Xun looked momentarily confused, then erupted into ecstatic gestures, exclaiming, What is home? You're going home? Can I go home too? Old Li's smile froze. This was not good. Chapter 2. The helplessness of Old Li. Has the madman spoken? At this moment, Old Li's expression was as grim as if he had just consumed something foul. His countenance reflecting his distress. He hastily exclaimed, Chen Xun, I have been kind enough to treat you to noodles. Do not shamelessly cling to me like a stubborn plaster. However, Chen Xun failed to comprehend Old Li's words. Instead, he exuberantly grasped Old Li's hand, raising it above his head and shaking it joyfully, swaying his hips in sheer delight. Seeing that twilight was upon them, Old Li's patience began to fray. He inhaled deeply and abruptly withdrew his hand from Chen Xun's grasp, fleeing with haste. Chen Xun, tilting his head in curiosity at Old Li's clumsy retreat, suddenly brightened, crouched low, and, like a wild beast, pursued him with swift agility. On the street, passers-by made way, astonished as they witnessed Chen Xun dart past, silently questioning what madness had overtaken him. Meanwhile, Old Li, panting and exhausted as he fled, felt an inexplicable urge to glance back. Upon seeing Chen Xun, resembling a feral creature under the dim streetlight, he was instantly struck with terror, nearly losing his wits. In a panic, Old Li's fright catalyzed his latent potential, propelling him to run even faster. Thus, the two engaged in a chaotic game of chase, turning the street into a scene of utter disarray. Old Li's home lay on the western edge of Little River Town. Although somewhat secluded, he was still a resident of the town, possessing a modest courtyard and living without want. As he desperately sprinted home, he swiftly shut the courtyard gate behind him and hurried to seize a hoe, approaching the fence while gasping for breath. You young rascal, do not push me. Old Li, know your place and scram, he admonished, directing his ire towards Chen Xun outside the fence. Yet, Chen Xun merely stood there, laughing maniacally without uttering a word. His bizarre laughter sent chills down Old Li's spine, leaving him bewildered. Old Li, feeling a twinge of trepidation, cast a wary glance at the fence, contemplating what might transpire should this madman attempt to breach it. While Old Li himself was of an age where he could care less, he worried that Chen Xun might frighten his granddaughter. You young rascal. Old Li's face darkened as he was about to voice further grievances when a melodious voice rang out from within the house. Grandfather, you're back. Old Li's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently called out, Yuan, do not come out. But before he could finish, a girl of around 15 or 16 dashed out. The girl was slender, her youthful ponytail exuding vitality. Though not stunningly beautiful, her features were quite pleasing, particularly her crescent-shaped eyes that sparkled even in the dim light of night. This young lady was named Li Yuan, Old Li's granddaughter. Upon seeing Old Li brandishing the hoe with an imposing demeanor, she was taken aback and rushed forward. Grandfather, what are you doing? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Old Li sighed in resignation and gestured toward the fence. It's all because of that mad scholar. I kindly invited him for noodles. And now he wishes to impose on me. Li Yuan, slightly taken aback, tilted her head and peered through the fence, finally catching sight of Chen Xun, disheveled and ragged. Standing outside. Is it him? Chen Xun, in Xiao Town, was somewhat of a local celebrity, and Li Yuan naturally recognized him. She had previously caught a glimpse of Chen Xun from a distance while accompanying Old Li on errands. Upon noticing an additional person beside Old Li, Chen Xun flashed a wide grin, revealing a dazzling row of white teeth against the night. However, his manic laughter caused Li Yuan's expression to shift, prompting her to involuntarily take a step back. Observing his granddaughter's apparent fright, Old Li brandished a hoe, shouting a warning. Chen Xun, you scoundrel, be gone. Don't make me call the authorities. Unfortunately, Chen Xun was oblivious to the threat, leaving Old Li feeling helpless. The mention of authorities was merely a desperate attempt to intimidate Chen Xun in Old Li's eyes. Chen Xun was a pitiable soul who would never resort to such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. Regaining her composure, Li Yuan pursed her lips and approached to gently take the hoe from Old Li's grasp. Grandfather, it's getting late. You should rest early. He will likely leave if we ignore him. Old Li pondered her words, conceding they held merit, yet he cast a doubtful glance at the chuckling Chen Xun, wary of the possibility that he might leap over the fence. This young man was unpredictable. One could never know what erratic behavior he might exhibit next. Still, Old Li reassured himself, recalling that despite Chen Xun's instability, he had never truly harmed anyone in his 2.5 years in Xiao Town. Otherwise, he would have long been imprisoned. With that thought, Old Li exhaled, shooting a resentful glare at Chen Xun before turning to Li Yuan. Yuan, go to your room and sleep. Yes, Li Yuan nodded, casting one last curious look at Chen Xun before retreating into the house. After she and Old Li had gone inside, Chen Xun remained in place, seemingly oblivious, as he continued to laugh maniacally, his head bowed. In the dimness of the night, the scene was undeniably unsettling. As time drifted toward the late hours, the season had shifted to autumn, and a chilling breeze swept through the air. Outside the courtyard, Chen Xun, clad in tattered, thin clothing, appeared unbothered by the cold, standing there and laughing incessantly. Suddenly, the creak of a door interrupted the silence as Li Yuan emerged with a lantern. Upon seeing the figure outside, she was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. A gust of cold wind made her shiver, prompting her to retreat into the warmth of the house. Moments later, she reappeared, this time clutching a blanket. Approaching the fence, she tossed the blanket towards Chen Xun. Here, the blanket fell beside him, yet he remained oblivious, as if he were unaware of her presence. Li Yuan struggled to comprehend Chen Xun's current state of mind, unsure of what thoughts or laughter consumed him. Hesitantly, she said, you should wrap yourself in this. The night is long, and you'll catch a chill. But Chen Xun continued to show no response. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Yuan's eyes flickered with inner turmoil. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to open the courtyard door, gritted her teeth, and stepped outside. With trepidation, she cautiously approached Chen Xun. Noticing his lack of hostile intent, she bent down to retrieve the quilt from the ground, wrapping it tenderly around him. Throughout this entire process, Chen Xun remained in a fit of manic laughter. Oblivious to Li Yuan's presence, seemingly lost in his own world, Li Yuan cast a sympathetic glance at Chen Xun, unable to discern his features beneath his disheveled hair, and felt a profound pity for him. Sighing softly, she withdrew her gaze and turned to re-enter the courtyard, preparing to return indoors. The cold wind outside was biting, and her frail constitution could hardly withstand it. Suddenly, an indistinct voice seemed to echo in the air. Li Yuan's body stiffened as she abruptly turned to scan her surroundings. It was the dead of night, and there was no one in sight. Eventually, her gaze settled back on Chen Xun, who was still lost in laughter, and she exhaled in relief, allowing herself a wry smile. It appeared she had merely mistaken the howling wind for a voice. With that thought, she cast another glance at Chen Xun before retreating indoors, pulling her neck in against the chill. Chapter 3. It seems Brother Chen has changed a bit the following day. Old Li stepped out of the house, carrying a smoking pipe, and settled himself in the courtyard. He tapped the pipe against a stone, filled it with tobacco, and, after lighting it, took a few deep puffs, allowing the smoke to billow forth. A smile spread across his face as he savored the moment. However, while humming a tune and surveying the courtyard, he was suddenly caught off guard by the sight of a figure squatting outside, which caused him to choke on the smoke. What the Chen Xun? Regaining his composure, Old Li extinguished the pipe and hurried out to Chen Xun. Upon noticing the quilt wrapped around him, his expression shifted slightly. Good heavens! Isn't that my granddaughter's quilt? Old Li asked with suspicion. You didn't spend the entire night out here, did you? But Chen Xun remained squatted and unresponsive, not even moving an inch. Old Li felt a pang of unease. He was acutely aware of how frigid autumn nights could be, especially given the geographical location of Xiao Town. He is not frozen to death, is he? In a state of panic, Old Li crouched down and gave Chen Xun a gentle shove. Chen Xun, Chen Xun. Chen Xun tilted his head, glancing sideways at Old Li, and said, "Please do not disturb the young one's growth." Relieved that Chen Xun was unharmed, Old Li couldn't help but feel puzzled. Growth? What kind of growth? With utmost seriousness, Chen Xun proclaimed, "I am but a sapling now, destined to grow into a towering tree in due time." Old Li, taken aback, watched as Chen Xun lowered his head, maintaining his still posture. With no understanding of the madman's world, Old Li sighed and returned to the house, knowing his granddaughter would soon awaken, prompting him to prepare breakfast. Before long, wisps of smoke began to rise from the chimney of Old Li's house, as well as from several nearby homes, each sending up tendrils of fragrant steam. During the breakfast preparations, Li Yuan came to the courtyard and immediately spotted Chen Xun outside. Just as she was about to speak, Old Li called out, Yuan, time for breakfast." "Understood, Grandpa," Li Yuan replied, promptly retreating back inside. The breakfast at Old Li's home was quite simple, consisting only of congee and pickled vegetables. Li Yuan was leisurely sipping her porridge when Old Li had already finished his meal. He filled another bowl of porridge, added some pickles, and headed outside. "Grandpa," Li Yuan suddenly called out to him, causing Old Li to pause in his steps and turn around in confusion. "What is it, Yuan?" Li Yuan hesitated. "Grandpa, it's just a matter of a few extra pairs of chopsticks. Why not take him in?" Upon hearing this, Old Li's eyes widened in surprise. Yuan, this is not merely a matter of extra chopsticks. You have no idea. Chen Xun devoured 11 bowls of noodles yesterday, and he still seemed unsatisfied. To put it bluntly, even the nobility could scarcely afford such an appetite, let alone our family. Moreover, the most crucial point was that although Chen Xun was physically sound, he was a madman, effectively rendering him incapable of labor. He could not be taken in. After all, it had been 2.5 years. Why had no one in Xiao Town taken him in? The reason was clear. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was also taken aback. 11 bowls. She fell silent for a moment before suggesting, "Grandpa, I can take on more sewing work, and we can help manage his portion sizes at each meal. What do you think?" In truth, the phrase "thank you" that she thought she had misheard last night lingered in her mind. Furthermore, she felt a sense of pity for Chen Xun. Old Li was greatly frustrated. He had previously wished to keep his granddaughter away from Chen Xun because he knew her kind-hearted nature made her easily susceptible to compassion. Now, it seemed he had lost that battle. "Grandpa, please think it over," he said as he walked away. Soon, Old Li approached Chen Xun with a bowl of porridge and handed it to him. "Here, kid, drink your porridge." The previously motionless Chen Xun twitched his nose, swiftly snatching the bowl from Old Li's hands and finishing it off in just a few gulps. Old Li, taken aback, jested, Well, who knew trees could drink porridge?" However, Chen Xun merely returned the bowl and resumed his stillness. Old Li accepted the bowl, shaking his head, a look of conflict crossing his face before he sighed. "Very well, I shall take you in for a while. But if you misbehave, you'll have to leave, mind you." With that, Old Li walked back to the courtyard. Hands behind his back, Chen Xun remained crouched on the ground, pretending to be a sapling, yet a flicker of light shone deep within his eyes, fleeting as it was. Time passed swiftly, and winter had arrived. In the midst of the falling snow, Xiao Town transformed into a white wonderland. Chen Xun had been living in Old Li's home for over 3 months now, enjoying free meals and lodging without contributing anything. Recently, Old Li and Li Yuan noticed a significant decrease in Chen Xun's erratic behavior. He often stood quietly in the yard, lost in thought. However, they chose not to disturb him, finding that this quieter version of Chen Xun was quite pleasant, at least peaceful. It was a stark contrast to the chaotic days when he first arrived, which had left Old Li utterly exasperated. As evening approached, Chen Xun stood in the courtyard, deep in contemplation, still clad in his tattered blue robe, disheveled hair framing his face, and a worn wooden sword slung across his back. Previously, both Old Li and Li Yuan were inclined to assist Chen Xun in tidying up, yet they hesitated, apprehensive about whether Chen Xun might suddenly act erratically. Thus, they opted to leave things as they were, allowing the matter to dissipate. "Brother Chen, dinner is ready," Li Yuan called out as he entered the courtyard. Upon hearing the announcement of dinner, Chen Xun, who had been standing quietly, lit up with excitement and dashed into the house, laughing maniacally and flailing his arms. Li Yuan, unfazed, deftly sidestepped to allow Chen Xun to pass. At the dining table, Chen Xun buried himself in his meal, devouring it with the ferocity of a tempest. Old Li and Li Yuan exchanged glances and shared a resigned smile, accustomed as they were to this behavior. Suddenly, Li Yuan's attention was drawn to the wooden sword strapped to Chen Xun's back. Curiously, he inquired, "Brother Chen, you carry that wooden sword with you every day. Does it hold any special significance for you? May I take a look?" Old Li also turned to observe, though he felt no particular curiosity. To him, Chen Xun was already quite eccentric. He could easily comprehend the notion of carrying a wooden sword, or even a toilet seat, without batting an eye. However, Old Li believed that Li Yuan's inquiry was futile. Given Chen Xun's erratic nature, merely recognizing people was an achievement, and they had not yet engaged in any meaningful dialogue. Li Yuan shared this sentiment, yet his curiosity proved too strong to resist, prompting him to pose the question. In the next moment, however, Chen Xun's reaction astonished both Old Li and Li Yuan. He abruptly ceased eating, turned, and retrieved the wooden sword from his back, extending it toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan, taken aback, accepted the sword. Chen Xun grinned widely, a semblance of madness in his smile, and resumed his meal. As Li Yuan examined the wooden sword, he noted its pockmarked surface. Aside from that, it bore no distinctive features, prompting him to return it to Chen Xun. By this time, Chen Xun had finished eating. After shouldering the wooden sword once more, he swiftly exited the house and stood silently in the courtyard. Old Li and Li Yuan had become quite accustomed to Chen Xun's peculiar behavior. "Grandfather, have you noticed that Brother Chen seems to have changed a bit?" Li Yuan ventured hesitantly. Old Li furrowed his brow and nodded. Indeed, Chen Xun had undergone some transformation. The act of handing over the wooden sword was a clear indication that he had regained a degree of normalcy, albeit slightly. It gave the impression that he had awakened a semblance of consciousness, though not entirely. Subsequently, Old Li and Li Yuan cleared the dining table and cast a glance at Chen Xun in the courtyard, reminding him to return to his room at a reasonable hour before they each retreated to their own quarters. In Xiaohe town, as winter set in, the townsfolk typically retired early after dinner, lacking any form of entertainment, save for a few who frequented brothels. Chen Xun remained alone in the courtyard until the witching hour, before quietly returning to his room. His quarters had originally served as a storage space, which Old Li had specifically cleared out for Chen Xun's residence. The room was sparsely furnished, a wooden bed with a thick mattress, a table, and a bench, nothing more. This wooden bed had been crafted by Old Li himself, using timber he had procured from the mountains bordering Xiaohe town. At this moment, Chen Xun sat cross-legged on the bed, his gaze unusually clear for a fleeting instant. Yet deep within his eyes lay a struggle of consciousness. 3 months remained. In this rare moment of lucidity, Chen Xun was acutely aware of his predicament. Each episode of madness would persist for 3 long years, followed by a brief interlude of normalcy. The duration of this clarity was uncertain, sometimes lasting a mere day, or perhaps 10 days, half a month, or even a month. The longest stretch barely reached 3 months. Since he could remember, Chen Xun had endured countless cycles of this affliction. In his quest to uncover the roots of his madness, he had found no answers, drifting aimlessly through life, resigned to fate. Thus, throughout the protracted passage of time, Chen Xun found himself trapped in an infinite loop between madness and clarity, though the latter was a rare visitor. Nevertheless, after enduring such a span of time, Chen Xun had cultivated a modicum of strength. Moreover, he harbored a secret known to no one. He was immortal. Having traversed many lands and borne witness to innumerable births and deaths, he had bid farewell to many friends and family, ultimately remaining the sole survivor. This reality had long since become second nature to him. For Chen Xun, immortality felt more like a torment, not due to any other reason, but because the moments of clarity were exceedingly scarce. He cast a glance at the house where Lao Li and Li Yuanyuan resided, warmth flickering in his eyes. Yet that clarity swiftly faded, giving way to a blur of confusion and madness. Chen Xun's features contorted, and a foolish grin spread across his face. Finally, he lay down, clutching the quilt, and fell asleep, a sweet drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. The following day, Chen Xun rose early, as was his custom, standing in the yard, albeit shaking his head and grinning foolishly, occasionally indulging in exaggerated gestures. Li Yuan was sweeping the accumulated snow from the courtyard, casting occasional glances at Chen Xun, shaking her head in helpless amusement. There was no denying that Chen Xun's antics were quite comical. Yet, Li Yuan pondered. Just 2 days prior, it seemed as though Chen Xun had undergone a transformation, but today, he appeared to have reverted. Could it be that his prior silence was merely a reflection of some fleeting discontent? How peculiar. Do madmen experience melancholy? Sometimes, she envied Chen Xun's carefree existence. For was it not a form of happiness in its own right? Chen Xun, we're out of firewood at home. Come with me to the mountain today to chop some wood. You can't just laze about, Lao Li announced as he entered the yard. A firewood knife at his waist and a bundle of hemp rope slung over his shoulder. Chen Xun turned to Lao Li with a grin. Uncertain if he had grasped the instruction, Lao Li, unfazed, stepped forward and pulled Chen Xun out of the yard. Yuan. Your grandfather and Chen Xun are going to chop wood. Make sure to lock the door behind you, he called out. Understood, grandfather. Please be careful, you and Chen Xun. As Chen Xun and Lao Li made their way out of Xiao town, they encountered numerous townsfolk greeting Lao Li. The town was small, and the fact that Lao Li had taken Chen Xun in was no longer a secret. In the eyes of the townsfolk, old Li was indeed a soft-hearted man, taking in a madman who only knew how to sponge off others, a feat they could never accomplish. However, deep down, the townspeople were profoundly grateful to old Li. After all, ever since he took Chen Xun in, their lives had become considerably more peaceful. After leaving Little River Town, old Li and Chen Xun arrived at a nearby peak known as Little River Peak, a place abundant in resources. This peak, the closest to the town, provided sustenance for many residents who relied on it for their livelihood, be it through hunting or gathering to sell. Yet, Little River Peak was fraught with danger, as fierce beasts roamed its terrain. Tales of hunters being devoured or gravely injured by these creatures were not uncommon, and some even vanished without a trace upon entering the peak. Old Li was not overly concerned. He typically did not venture deep into the higher, treacherous parts of the mountain, preferring to gather firewood at its foot. Moreover, during winter, most wild animals hibernated, making sightings rare. Hey, you're quite the sturdy one. Not even out of breath. I really am getting old, old Li remarked, plopping down on a wooden stump and catching his breath. Chen Xun appeared to chuckle at this. Old Li, seeing his amusement, smiled in resignation. After a brief respite, he picked up his axe to begin chopping wood. He had no illusions about Chen Xun assisting him with the task. He had brought him along primarily for companionship and, after finishing, planned for both of them to carry back a bundle of firewood together. As time passed, an hour quickly slipped by. Old Li had nearly finished chopping the firewood and was in the process of binding it with hemp rope. During this time, Chen Xun remained obediently in place, which pleased Old Li immensely. Suddenly, a crunching sound of snow underfoot echoed from ahead. Old Li's hands froze mid-action, realizing that the noise could not have come from Chen Xun, who stood behind him. As a realization struck him, Old Li's hands trembled slightly as he abruptly looked up, only to see a massive shadow of a beast lurking not far away, poised to pounce. His pupils constricted in horror. A black tiger, he gasped. The black tiger was undoubtedly the apex predator of Little River Peak. Hunters typically avoided this creature at all costs, yet here they were, face to face with it. Damn it, how could a black tiger appear at the foot of Little River Peak? Old Li dared not breathe, his heart racing to an alarming degree. Despair washed over him as he stole a glance at Chen Xun and urgently urged, Chen, you must run. If it had been anyone else, they might have suggested keeping Chen Xun, the foolish madman, stationary to buy time against the black tiger, hoping to create an opportunity for escape. But Old Li's instinct was solely to ensure Chen Xun's safety. Oblivious to the impending danger, Chen Xun continued to smile, aware that communication with him was futile. Old Li gritted his teeth, gripping his axe tightly, his hands visibly trembling as he faced the black tiger. This is indeed a black tiger, causing even the hunter, armed with a bow and arrow, to tremble in fear, let alone the elderly Li. At that moment, the black tiger scrutinized Chen Xun and Old Li for a brief moment, seemingly perceiving no threat from them. It then began to advance, stalking closer step by step. Old Li's complexion turned pale, his legs barely able to support him, as he muttered repeatedly, Yuan. What will happen to her if he dies? And what about Chen Xun? It was he who summoned Chen Xun to gather firewood, thus putting him in peril. Chen Xun is still so young. Suddenly, Chen Xun moved to stand before Old Li, dropping to the ground in a feral posture, reminiscent of the night he had chased Old Li down the street. With a fierce gaze, he raised his head toward the approaching black tiger, emitting a low growl that mimicked a beast's roar. To an observer, such an act might appear reckless, bordering on insanity. Yet, for Old Li, this scene was filled with disbelief, his eyes reddening with a tumult of emotions. What a good child Chen Xun is, he thought. Truth be told, during this time, Chen Xun had done nothing but consume and enjoy the comforts provided by Old Li, which had led to some resentment in the old man's heart. However, all those grievances dissipated in an instant when Chen Xun, disregarding his own safety, bravely shielded him. Chapter 5. The shock of grandfather and grandson seeing Chen Xun's profound loyalty and gratitude. Old Li was moved, but he instinctively stepped in front of Chen Xun, brandishing a firewood axe toward the black tiger, desperately urging, Chen Xun, you are still young. Go. Before Old Li could finish his plea, He was astonished to witness the black tiger suddenly turn and retreat. Old Li was bewildered. Was the black tiger not hungry? Unbeknownst to him, the creature was trembling slightly. Its steps unsteady. Regaining his senses, Old Li was filled with astonishment at this unexpected reprieve. Yet, he remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the retreating beast until its silhouette vanished from sight. Only then did he exhale deeply, collapsing onto the snow with a pale face, gasping for breath. At this moment, Chen Xun also rose, laughing maniacally. Before the king of beasts, that little creature is still too tender. He let out a triumphant beast-like howl. Ha ha ha, only you would boast so. Old Li chuckled in response to Chen Xun's audacious claims, then glanced around and urged, "Let us move. It's unwise to linger here. We cannot be certain if the black tiger will return. We must depart swiftly." Old Li hoisted a bundle of firewood onto Chen Xun's shoulders and carried another on his back, quickly leading the way. Fortunately, as they were already at the foot of the mountain, they soon left Xiao Heifeng behind. By midday, upon returning home, Old Li unloaded the firewood from their backs and went to prepare tea, pouring 2 cups of steaming brew, one of which he handed to Chen Xun. "It's quite cold. Chen Xun, drink some hot tea," he said, savoring a sip himself. Chen Xun, cradling the teacup, did not drink but instead tilted his head, curiously examining the patterns on the cup. Old Li was left speechless. "Grandfather, brother Chen, you're back," Li Yuan exclaimed, having heard the commotion from inside the house. "I've already prepared the meal, just waiting for you." Very well, Old Li replied, eager to invite Chen Xun to join them for dinner. However, Chen Xun had already dashed into the house. Old Li could only smile helplessly. Li Yuan covered her mouth and chuckled, then curiously asked, "Grandfather, whenever you call Chen good to have lunch, don't you often say he is useless and that eating is his forte? Why aren't you saying that today?" Old Li glared. "Nonsense. When have I ever said such things about your Chingo?" After the incident with the black tiger, he found himself increasingly fond of Chen Xun. Although the lad was eccentric and his thoughts quite unorthodox, he was genuinely loyal and had not been taken in vain. Of course, Old Li had not mentioned the encounter with the black tiger at Xiaohe Peak to Li Yuan. There was no need to worry her unnecessarily, since all was well now. Ever since the last time he had gone to chop firewood at Xiaohe Peak and encountered the black tiger, Old Li had been going alone, never bringing Chen Xun along again. Throughout that winter, Chen Xun remained at home, seldom venturing out, while Old Li busied himself with the market and making a living. Li Yuan took on more sewing work, leaving Chen Xun to languish in idleness. There were several instances when Li Yuan, while sewing in the courtyard, witnessed Chen Xun performing his peculiar antics, causing her to laugh uncontrollably, which resulted in her inadvertently pricking her finger with the needle. In the depths of winter, Xiao Town welcomed the new year. Every household hung red lanterns and set off firecrackers. At Old Li's home, Chen Xun celebrated the new year joyfully alongside his grandfather and Li Yuan. Thus, as winter transitioned into spring, the ice and snow melted away, and life began to stir anew. Wow, the snow has all melted. Spring has finally arrived. Early in the morning, Li Yuan greeted the gentle warmth of the sun, yawning as she stepped outside. Upon seeing the scenery, she immediately smiled with delight. Soon, she spotted a familiar figure in the yard and called out, "Chen Gu, good morning." Although Li Yuan knew that Chen Xun, as usual, was lost in his own world and would not respond, it had become a daily habit to greet him. After the salutation, she prepared to head to the kitchen to see what her grandfather had made for breakfast. "Ah, good morning, Yuan. Just then, a calm voice broke the morning air, causing Li Yuan to pause, frozen in place. She swiftly turned around to face the figure standing with his back to her, incredulously exclaiming, Chen Gu, was that you?" Chen Xun slowly turned around, smiling and nodding. "Yes." At his words, Li Yuan's pupils dilated, her large eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions: surprise, anxiety, and disbelief. Even though Chen Xun's hair was disheveled and his clothing tattered, the sunlight's reflection revealed a faint, warm smile on his face. Li Yuan swallowed hard and shouted excitedly, Grandfather! Chen Gu is back to normal." "What nonsense!" Old Li, unable to hear clearly, emerged from the kitchen grumbling. "What are you shouting about so early in the morning?" Li Yuan hurriedly pointed at Chen Xun, exclaiming, "Grandfather, Chen Gu is normal now." "Really? Old Li was taken aback, instinctively believing Li Yuan was joking. But when his gaze met Chen Xun's eyes, which sparkled differently than before, his heart involuntarily quivered. Could it be true? Old Li approached Chen Xun, uncertainly calling out, Chen Xun? Chen Xun responded with a faint smile, "Grandpa Li." Despite the fact that Chen Xun was significantly older than Old Li, it did not deter him from addressing him this way. Old Li stumbled in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief as he exclaimed, "Chen Xun, is that really you? What has happened?" Chen Xun merely smiled in silence, offering no elaborate explanation. He was still in the process of seeking answers himself, so how could he articulate them? At the dining table, old Li and Li Yuan absent-mindedly sipped their porridge, their glances and thoughts entirely focused on Chen Xun, who was now consuming his meal with a deliberate grace, a stark contrast to his previous ravenous behavior. Old Li and Li Yuan were still reeling from the suddenness of it all, finding the scene almost dreamlike and utterly surreal. After all, it was astonishing for someone who had been mentally unstable for years to suddenly regain normalcy overnight. Well, Chen Xun, what are your plans for the future? Old Li set down his chopsticks and coughed lightly to inquire. In his view, now that Chen Xun had recovered, it was unlikely he would remain in Old Li's household. Truth be told, while Old Li's home provided basic sustenance, the living conditions were far from ideal, even considered below average in Xiao Town. If circumstances had been different, Li Yuan could have continued her education. The family's financial constraints had forced her to drop out after 2 years to help Old Li make a living. At this moment, Li Yuan regarded Chen Xun with curiosity. Chen Xun placed his chopsticks down and sincerely expressed, "Grandpa Li, I am truly grateful for your hospitality over the past 6 months." Old Li waved his hand dismissively. It was merely an extra pair of chopsticks. He then added with a warm smile, "Seeing you now speak and behave like an ordinary person fills me with joy." Chapter 6. A gem amongst mortals. Chen Xun smiled and continued, "As for what comes next, I hope to impose on you for a couple more days." Old Li chuckled, "Ah, you rascal, speaking such nonsense. As long as you wish. You could stay with me for a lifetime." Having spent half a year in each other's company, they had developed a bond of sorts. Moreover, the events of that day on the Black Tiger at Xiaohe Peak were indelibly etched in Old Li's memory. The three quickly finished their breakfast amidst casual conversation. During the meal, Old Li inquired about Chen Xun's origins, whether he had any family, and why he had come to Xiaohe Town, among other questions. Chen Xun deftly sidestepped these inquiries, as none of them were questions he could answer. However, the joy of seeing Chen Xun restored to health was genuine for both Old Li and Li Yuan. After finishing, Old Li announced his intention to go to the market to buy some groceries, planning to prepare a lavish lunch to celebrate. "Brother Chen, shall we also head to the market?" Li Yuan chimed in, cheerfully carrying a small basket. She intended to take Chen Xun to get a haircut and buy him a new outfit. Such matters had previously been difficult, but now that Chen Xun was back to normal, it was certainly feasible. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun smiled slightly. "Sounds good." Li Yuan beamed with delight and promptly set out with Chen Xun. However, within Li Yuan's heart lingered a persistent curiosity. Throughout this extended period, she had never witnessed Brother Chen taking a bath or the like, yet he bore no unpleasant odor. It was indeed peculiar. The Old Li family resided at a considerable distance from the bustling street, and during their journey, Chen Xun walked quietly with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Yuan occasionally cast sidelong glances at the straight-backed Chen Xun, uncertain of what to say. When she finally noticed the wooden sword on his back, she found a topic to broach. "Brother Chen, is this wooden sword of great significance to you? You carried it daily before, and now it remains with you." Initially, Li Yuan had perceived the wooden sword merely as a toy from Chen Xun's past. Chen Xun shook his head and replied with a smile, "It's not particularly important. I've simply grown accustomed to carrying it." Understanding dawned upon Li Yuan, yet she failed to observe the slight tremor of the wooden sword just as Chen Xun finished speaking. Moments later, as Chen Xun and Li Yuan arrived at the marketplace, the townsfolk who crossed their path were taken aback upon seeing Chen Xun. Goodness, the mad scholar. It was noteworthy that since being sheltered by the Old Li family, Chen Xun had seldom been seen in public. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The essence of Chen Xun had transformed. Though he still appeared disheveled, there was a newfound normalcy about him, starkly contrasting with his previous erratic demeanor, which was evident to those familiar with him. Chen Xun?" A passerby ventured tentatively. Chen Xun turned to acknowledge him with a nod. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The madman had regained his senses. What could this possibly mean? Even after Chen Xun and Li Yuan's figures vanished down the street, the onlookers remained in a state of disbelief. After all, witnessing someone who had been deranged for so long suddenly return to normalcy was truly astonishing. It was only a matter of time before the tale of the mad scholar's transformation would spread throughout Xiaohe Town, becoming a subject of fascination in many conversations. Half an hour later, Li Yuan stared in awe at the handsome gentleman emerging from the alley, unable to resist rubbing her eyes, and tentatively called out, "Chen, Brother Chen?" Chen Xun greeted her with a gentle smile and a nod. Li Yuan gasped, swallowing hard. It was evident that Chen Xun had merely washed his hair and received a slight trim from the barber. Yet, the transformation left her utterly speechless. Previously, Chen Xun's unkempt appearance obscured his features, but now, with his hair neatly arranged, he was strikingly handsome. His features were as refined as jade, captivating everyone's attention. A gentleman of such elegance could not possibly be the same mad scholar from before. He evoked a desire to address him as Sir. Li Yuan exaggeratedly noted that even the slightly tattered blue-robed Chen Xun wore suddenly appeared more appealing. "Brother Chen, let me take you to buy a new set of clothes," she urged eagerly. Chen Xun paused in silence before shaking his head. "No need. I find this attire quite satisfactory." Had it not been for Li Yuan's insistence, he would not have bothered with his hair at all. Uncertain of how long this moment of clarity would last, and knowing that every penny was earned through Li Yuan's hard work, he decided not to waste it. In a moment of urgency, Li Yuan exclaimed, "Brother Chen, are you afraid of spending money? It won't cost much for a set of clothes." Chen Xun smiled, replying, Yuan, I appreciate your kindness, but I have grown accustomed to this outfit and shall not change it." That being said, despite the slightly worn appearance of his attire, it was merely a bit aged. In truth, he had worn this set of clothes for an uncountable number of years. Seeing this, Li Yuan felt a tinge of regret, but chose not to press further. Although she had only recently become acquainted with the true Chen Xun, she had already discerned that he was a man of his word. Subsequently, Chen Xun and Li Yuan strolled through the streets, purchasing some snacks and trinkets before returning home. During their outing, many passers-by were taken aback upon seeing Chen Xun. Without his signature tattered blue shirt, they might not have recognized him. The lunch at the Old Li household was remarkably lavish, featuring a delightful array of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. To be honest, the family had not dined so well even during the new year, a testament to Old Li's genuine joy. Observing the bountiful spread, Chen Xun sighed, "Grandfather Li, the meal is splendid, thank you." He expressed his gratitude directly, without any pretentious embellishments. "Ah, Chen Xun, do you enjoy drinking? Come, join me for a drink," Old Li said, already rising with a wine jug to pour for Chen Xun. "Grandfather, you could just drink by yourself," Li Yuan murmured. For she believed that since the taste of alcohol was quite unpleasant, Chen Xun would likely not enjoy it. To her surprise, Chen Xun readily agreed. "Haha, splendid. Let us toast." With a drinking companion, Old Li was immensely pleased. The lunch soon concluded in a delightful atmosphere, and Old Li, feeling a bit tipsy, retired to his room for a rest. After clearing the table with Li Yuan, Chen Xun mentioned he would take a stroll and left the small courtyard. Li Yuan, wanting to accompany him, was gently turned down by Chen Xun and had no choice but to relent, reminding him to return before dinner and resume his work. Chen Xun's refusal for her to join was due to his own intentions. He planned to earn some money for Old Li, considering he had enjoyed free lodging and meals for quite some time. Despite his scholarly appearance, Chen Xun's method of making money was not through writing or painting, but rather by hunting at Xiao Peak, a rather primitive approach. Chapter 7, Nangong Yao. The tiger hunter returns at the summit of Xiao Peak. A figure gradually emerged, resembling a specter. If Old Li and Li Yuan were to witness this scene, they would surely faint from shock, for the figure was none other than Chen Xun. Standing atop the mountain, he gazed into the distance, taking in the magnificent spring landscape. Below, the entire Xiao town lay within his sight. Given the height of Xiao Peak, the town appeared pitifully small from his vantage point. After observing the scenery for a moment, he settled into a cross-legged position, and with a flick of his hand, an ancient zither appeared, resting gracefully upon his knees. As Chen Xun's fingers gently plucked the strings, a soft and melodious sound resonated at the summit of the small river peak. The enchanting rhythm attracted numerous birds and butterflies, which danced gracefully around him, some bold enough to alight directly upon his shoulders. Regrettably, this captivating scene went unseen by any eyes. At one moment, Chen Xun abruptly ceased his playing, pressing his palms lightly against the strings, causing the music to fade into silence. Yet, the birds and butterflies lingered, circling around him once more before finally departing with a sense of loss. It was as if celestial music awakened the senses, a most exquisite tune. Suddenly, a resonant voice of a middle-aged man echoed through the air. Following this, a man clad in a plain yet elegant robe descended from the heavens, standing 10 paces behind Chen Xun, with a mane of black and white hair cascading over his shoulders, a square face, piercing eyes, and a robust physique. He exuded an aura of authority. Despite the unexpected appearance of this man, Chen Xun displayed no surprise, having sensed his presence while playing. Observing Chen Xun seated calmly, the man, whose name was Nangong Yao, felt a twinge of astonishment as he approached and stood beside him. Noticing Chen Xun's unwavering demeanor at such a precarious distance, his surprise deepened. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Yao introduced himself, stating that he had traversed this area and, upon hearing the divine music, was drawn to seek it out, expressing his apologies if he had disturbed Chen Xun. As he spoke, he cast a curious glance at the wooden sword resting behind Chen Xun. Chen Xun gently waved his sleeve, stowing away the guqin and rising to his feet, turning to Nangong Yao with a smile, saying, "This place does not belong solely to me. There is no question of disturbance." Nangong Yao paused, a smile breaking across his face, finding the encounter intriguing, a rarity in many years. He had not anticipated meeting someone so fascinating in such a secluded corner. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname?" Chen Xun chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Our meeting is but a fleeting chance. It is best left unspoken." As his words fell, a gust of mountain wind swept through, and Chen Xun vanished like grains of sand. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted at the sight, a wave of astonishment washing over him, an extraordinary being. It took him a moment to regain his composure, and he instinctively scanned his surroundings. But the figure had disappeared without a trace. His breath quickened, a mix of fear and a wistful sense of loss enveloping him. The scene he had just witnessed felt dreamlike, yet he knew it had indeed transpired. How fortunate was Nangong Yao to encounter such a remarkable figure in this remote place. Yet regrettable that he remained unaware of the elder's name. He shook his head bitterly, murmuring to himself. The elder was clearly a person of great ability, akin to a wandering immortal, and he had never heard of such a person in Beixian. It seemed likely that he hailed from another region, perhaps wandering here. Though he could also be a resident of Beixian, for in such a vast realm, countless cultivators existed, and it was entirely plausible for great talents to hide among the mundane or in various corners of the world. However, such instances are exceedingly rare, after all. The vast majority of cultivators are indeed in pursuit of fame and fortune. In Nangong Yao's perspective, those who transcend worldly desires and eschew the allure of reputation and wealth are the true practitioners of cultivation. He cast another glance around his surroundings, sighed softly, and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Chen Xun was descending the mountain, bearing the lifeless body of a black tiger, a creature that had once sought to attack him, and Old Li. This formidable beast was of such size that it would require several robust men to carry it, particularly along the rugged mountain paths. Nevertheless, Chen Xun appeared to carry it with remarkable ease. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the black tiger was not being physically lifted but rather floated effortlessly beside him. In a flash, Chen Xun arrived at the outskirts of Xiao Town. To prevent causing a panic, he deliberately set the black tiger down and ventured into the town to procure a cart, upon which he placed the beast's carcass and wheeled it into Xiao Town. One can only imagine the astonishment of the townsfolk witnessing a seemingly frail scholar effortlessly transporting such a colossal creature into their midst. Even as Chen Xun entered the town in this manner, he swiftly attracted a throng of curious onlookers. The townspeople surrounded him, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they beheld the remains of the wild beast. A black tiger? Good heavens! Some hunters among them were equally astounded, for even they would typically avoid such a fearsome creature. The black tiger was the sovereign of Zaihe, renowned for its incredible speed, making it nearly impossible to strike with an arrow. Oh dear, I once caught a distant glimpse of a black tiger atop Zaihe, and it terrified me to the core, forcing me to flee in utter panic. Thankfully, that beast did not pursue me. Say, Chen Xun, could it be that you were the one to vanquish this black tiger? They speculated incredulously. How could that be? Just look at him, with his slender arms and legs. He wouldn't be able to fill a gap in the tiger's teeth. The townspeople exchanged astonished remarks, their voices rife with disbelief and excitement. Goodness, that black tiger must be worth a fortune, they exclaimed, their envy palpable. Chen Xun chuckled wryly. Rest assured, I did not slay it. I lacked the prowess for such a feat today. While admiring the view atop Zaihe, I was ambushed by the black tiger. But fortunately, a celestial being appeared just in time to rescue me. Otherwise, my life would have been in peril. At this revelation, the townspeople gasped in astonishment. What on earth? A celestial being? Chen Xun was fortunate enough to encounter one. They were well aware of the existence of celestial beings, though such encounters were exceedingly rare. They had only heard tales from the elder generation about celestial beings soaring through the skies. In recent years, none had been sighted, making Chen Xun's experience seem like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. After their initial shock, the townsfolk reflected on the black tiger with a sense of wonder. Indeed, it was a stroke of immense good fortune. Clearly, one could deduce that the celestial being must have slain the black tiger and gifted it to Chen Xun. He was undeniably fortunate. Please, make way. I need to sell this black tiger, Chen Xun said with a smile, as he began to pull the cart away. Yet, many townsfolk continued to cluster around him, eager to witness the spectacle. However, some townsfolk gazed at Chen Xun's departing figure, their eyes tinged with envy, jealousy, and regret. Everyone knew that Chen Xun was now a member of the Oldley family, and once he sold that black tiger, the Oldley family would become prosperous. It is no exaggeration to say that selling this black tiger could elevate the Oldley family to new heights in this small river town. Had they known, they would have gladly taken Chen Xun in back then. Chapter 8. Wealth moves the heart. Officials arrive. Meanwhile, 3 hunters watched Chen Xun's retreating form with glinting eyes. One lean man swallowed hard and said, "Brothers, I reckon that black tiger could fetch at least 100 gold coins. That's a staggering fortune. Converted to silver coins, it amounts to 10,000, and in copper coins, that's 100,000. Enough to bury a man alive. In terms of mundane currency conversion, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, which equal 10,000 copper coins. In this small river town, a simple bowl of plain noodles sells for merely 3 copper coins. Just imagine how many bowls of noodles one could consume with 100,000 copper coins. Far more than one could ever eat. 100 gold coins. If we 3 brothers had 100 gold coins, our later years would be carefree, and we wouldn't have to risk our lives hunting anymore." Another middle-aged man with a beard sighed deeply. At this, the lean man and the bearded man turned their heads to look at the bald man in the middle, whose face bore a scar, their expressions a mix of conflict and anticipation. Brother, the bald man, named Dawei, was the eldest. The bearded man was Su Chong, the second, and the lean man was Shouho, the youngest. These 3 hunters were not from the small river town. They had come from afar, settling here due to the local resources that allowed them to make a living. It had been several years since they established themselves, even longer than Chen Xun had been there. Noticing their gazes, Dawei's expression shifted, and he pulled the 2 into a corner, speaking tersely. "How dare you entertain such thoughts? Do you wish to court disaster? We have been living in this town for several years, and we have witnessed the actions of the authorities. Do you truly believe they are idle?" Su Chong and Shouho exchanged wry smiles. Su Chong replied, "Brother, while your words ring true, you cannot deny that you too feel tempted. That is 100 gold coins. We could never earn that in a lifetime." Dawei faltered. He too felt the allure of such wealth, yet he maintained a serious tone. "Regardless, I will not partake in any illegal activities. If we pursue such a course, there will be no place for us in this town, and should we be caught, I refuse to spend my later years in prison." No matter how Dawei reasoned, he deemed the risks too great. To be honest, after living in this small river town for several years, Dawei had come to regard it as home. Although not affluent, he could at least avoid starvation, no longer drifting aimlessly as he once did. In Dawei's view, it was wiser to continue saving diligently for a while. Enough to marry a wife in the small river town, and thereafter live a stable life. Desperate, Shouho interjected, "Brother, we are not even from this town. At worst, we can finish this job and flee. With this money, where would we not live comfortably? Indeed, my dear brother, although our current circumstances afford us a comfortable living, I yearn for a life of greater prosperity. With this sum of money, the 3 of us could all marry beautiful brides." Su Chong replied swiftly, his face alight with visions of the future, as if the 100 gold pieces were already in his grasp. Dawei gazed at Su Chong and Shouho, letting out a deep sigh. Though they were not bound by blood, their bond surpassed that of brothers. Through numerous hunting expeditions fraught with peril, they had forged an unbreakable camaraderie. "Second brother, third brother," Dawei hesitated. "Oh, come on, big brother, spare us the formalities. Just be straightforward. Are we in or out? Let us make it clear. Even if you choose not to partake, Shouho and I will proceed. After all these years, such a golden opportunity has presented itself before us. We cannot afford to let it slip away," Su Chong declared earnestly. Shouho nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Fortune favors the bold. We must seize this chance." Hearing this, Dawei cast a glance around, filled with nostalgia. What he regretted most was leaving behind this warm little town. Observing Dawei's demeanor, Shouho contemplated for a moment before a spark of inspiration struck him. He raised his finger and exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, big brother, second brother, I have a plan." Su Chong was taken aback. "Shouho, you usually seem rather dull-witted. You actually devised a strategy? Pray do share." With a grin, Shouho glanced at Dawei and said, "It's obvious that big brother is reluctant to part ways with Shaohe Town. To be honest, second brother and I feel the same way. So, why not simply remain in Shaohe Town?" "Remain? After committing robbery, and yet stay here? What do you mean? Do you think the authorities will tolerate us? That is utterly implausible." Shouho replied with an air of confidence, "Big brother, second brother, you must be preoccupied with thoughts of how to escape Shaohe Town post-robbery. But you've misunderstood. The black tiger was originally hunted by our trio. How could we have committed a crime? Perhaps it was Chen Xun who seized the opportunity and stole our kill while we were distracted?" Upon hearing this, Dawei and Su Chong's eyes widened in shock, and a chill ran down their spines. Shou Ho's scheme was exceedingly cunning, bordering on audacious. Dao Wei rubbed his bald head and said, "But third brother, Chen Xun already claimed that it was a divine being who killed it." Many townsfolk were present to witness this. Shou Ho scoffed. "Does what Chen Xun asserts hold any weight? Empty words carry no proof. Who would believe him? A divine being, you say? Are they so easily encountered?" Dao Wei and Su Chong fell silent. Though Shou Ho's proposal was somewhat unscrupulous, it indeed seemed feasible, one might even say, quite brilliant. It offered a significant possibility of obtaining the Black Tiger while evading pursuit by the authorities, allowing them to remain in Shaoyi Town. As for Chen Xun, a frail scholar, they harbored no fear whatsoever. He would likely harbor no desire for revenge, ultimately left to swallow his indignation in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Dao Wei found himself unable to resist the allure of the plan. After all, it presented a chance to gain without risk. 100 gold pieces were at stake. Dao Wei immediately inquired, "Third brother, what shall our next steps be?" Chen Xun had made up his mind to sell the Black Tiger. Su Chong, with a serious tone, exclaimed, "Indeed, he must not be allowed to sell it. We must intercept him." The lean monkey waved his hand dismissively, his face betraying no excitement as he said, "Eldest brother, second brother, do not rush. The Black Tiger was initially our quarry. The moral high ground is on our side. Therefore, our next course of action should be to report this matter to the authorities first." Dao Wei and Su Chong were taken aback, but then nodded in agreement, their hearts racing at the thought of soon acquiring the tiger's carcass. "We are about to strike it rich." Meanwhile, Chen Xun had already brought the Black Tiger to the largest tavern in Zaihe Town, the Chunfeng Tavern. Due to the rarity of the Black Tiger, a multitude of townsfolk had followed Chen Xun along the way, encircling the tavern in layers. The old Li family had also sent word ahead, and it was likely that old Li and Li Yuan were on their way, filled with excitement. Outside the tavern, the proprietor circled around the Black Tiger a few times, nodding in satisfaction before stating, "Chen Xun, we at Chunfeng Tavern are willing to purchase this Black Tiger for 120 gold pieces. What say you?" The townspeople erupted in a frenzy at the astronomical figure of 120 gold, their breaths quickening and their eyes ablaze with fervor. Were it not for the stringent law enforcement in Zaihe Town, many might have rushed in to snatch the tiger away. Chen Xun nodded, agreed, the price is quite fair. He understood that the proprietor was also a businessman, and after acquiring the Black Tiger, it would likely be transported to larger cities for resale, yielding a substantial profit, an outcome he deemed entirely justified. "Excellent," the proprietor exclaimed with delight, reaching for his purse to prepare the payment. Truth be told, parting with 120 gold pained him, but the prospect of recovering his investment and making a considerable profit soothed his discomfort. Just as the proprietor was about to hand the purse over to Chen Xun, a sharp voice rang out, "Yamen officials are in session. All bystanders, step aside." Chapter 9. In the court of law suddenly, silence fell outside Chunfeng Tavern. The townsfolk quickly cleared a path, allowing 3 officials to enter. Confusion rippled through the crowd as they wondered what had prompted the officials' unexpected arrival. "Oh, it is Chief Ji. What brings you to our Chunfeng Tavern?" The proprietor squinted his eyes and approached, cupping his hands in greeting. Having done nothing unlawful, he felt no fear of the officials. Moreover, as the largest tavern in Zaihe Town, he had often shared profits with the town magistrate, which gave him an added sense of security. Among the 3 officials, the imposing middle-aged man leading them was Ji Ba, the head constable of Zaihe Town. "Fear not, proprietor. We are not here to trouble your establishment. Rather, we received a report that a man named Chen Xun has stolen their Black Tiger, and we have come to escort him to the court for a confrontation with the 3 individuals involved," Ji Ba stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the crowd outside Chunfeng Tavern erupted into a flurry of chatter, their expressions a mix of shock and suspicion as they turned to look at Chen Xun. The Black Tiger was stolen? Some in the crowd could not suppress their glee, thinking, "How wonderful. It's better this way." He was about to make a fortune alongside the old Li family. Consequently, many cast scornful glances in Chen Xun's direction. It seemed as if they were saying, "At such a tender age, why choose such a disreputable profession?" To make matters worse, he had even fabricated a tale about a celestial being vanquishing the Black Tiger. The innkeeper was equally taken aback, casting a dubious glance at Chen Xun before silently stowing away the pouch of coins. In the face of all this, Chen Xun remained unperturbed. "You are Chen Xun?" Ji Ba scrutinized him. In truth, Ji Ba was merely following protocol, feigning ignorance, in Shaoyi Town. Few were unfamiliar with Chen Xun's distinctiveness. "Indeed," replied Chen Xun. Ji Ba nodded, gestured grandly, and commanded, "Cuff him and take him away." "Yes, chief." 2 constables stepped forward, ready to shackle Chen Xun. Yet he interjected, "Do not restrain me. I shall walk willingly." The constables hesitated, glancing toward Ji Ba. Jiba regarded Chen Xun intently. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense, as onlookers anticipated that Chen Xun's defiance would provoke Jiba's wrath. However, Jiba surprised them with, very well. The crowd stood in astonishment. Why was the usually stern Chief Jiba so accommodating today? Unbeknownst to them, Jiba was merely instinctively gauging the situation. After observing Chen Xun for a while, he noted the young man's unflappable demeanor, utterly devoid of guilt. Typically, those wronged would exhibit anxiety. Yet Chen Xun was decidedly different. This composure prompted Jiba to regard him with newfound respect. Having served as chief constable for many years, Jiba began to suspect that perhaps it was those 3 hunters who had falsely accused Chen Xun. While he had his suspicions, he still had to follow through with the necessary procedures and escort Chen Xun away. Thus, Chen Xun was taken, and the body of the black tiger was similarly carted off to the magistrate's office. The townsfolk, witnessing this spectacle, hastened towards the courthouse. En route, Chen Xun encountered Old Li and Li Yuan. Both were bewildered by the commotion. Chen Xun, what is happening? Old Li's voice quivered with urgency. Li Yuan's eyes were red-rimmed. It is well known that common folk dread the authorities. Chen Xun smiled reassuringly. It is nothing serious. I am merely visiting the magistrate's office. Grandfather Li and Yuan, you should return home. I shall be back shortly. With that, he continued walking alongside Jiba. However, Old Li and Li Yuan could hardly believe it was a trivial matter and, in their anxiety, followed closely behind. After inquiring among the crowd, they learned that someone had reported Chen Xun for stealing their black tiger. Instantly, their hearts raced with worry, but they felt utterly powerless. Thud, thud, thud. As the drum beats faded, the courtroom fell silent. Presiding over the proceedings was Ji Buchang, the magistrate of Xiao Town. The constables stood at either side, while the corpse of the black tiger lay in the center on a cart. Chen Xun stood tall to the left of the black tiger's body, flanked by Dou Wei, Su Chang, and the scrawny monkey on the right. A throng of curious townsfolk gathered outside the courtroom, with only Old Li and Li Yuan anxiously observing. At that moment, the scrawny monkey glared provocatively at Chen Xun, a clear expression of, "You dare to steal the black tiger? Prepare to rot in prison." Dou Wei and Su Chang lowered their heads slightly, embodying a sense of guilt akin to that of a villain making accusations first. Bang! Ji Buchang cast a lingering gaze upon the corpse of the black tiger before striking the gavel with a resounding thud, calmly inquiring, "Who dares to speak in this court? Who has reported this case?" Typically, minor cases do not necessitate the direct intervention of Ji Buchang, the town's leader, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. However, this case was markedly different due to the immense financial stakes involved. The 3 men, Dou Wei and his companions, suddenly knelt before him. The thin monkey spoke with a bitter tone. "Your Honor, we are the ones who reported the incident. Today, we 3 brothers ventured to Xiao Peak to hunt. After enduring numerous hardships, we finally succeeded in slaying the black tiger. Just as we were about to reap the rewards of our labor, we discovered that during a brief moment of absence, the corpse of the black tiger had been stolen. In our panic, we rushed into town, only to find that it was that scoundrel Chen Xun who had committed the theft. He even claimed that it was a gift from an immortal, spinning a web of lies that is truly despicable." Upon hearing these words, the gathered townsfolk erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Silence. Bang. Ji Buchang struck the gavel once more, restoring immediate quiet to the courtroom. The townspeople held their breath, while Old Li and Li Yuan could only watch the scene unfold with pale, helpless expressions. Nearby, Jiba observed Dou Wei and his companions with a sneer, recognizing the numerous inconsistencies in their tale. Could such a valuable body be so carelessly abandoned? Were they suggesting that they left the precious corpse unattended while they sought relief? Was it not reasonable to leave at least one person to guard it? Ji Buchang nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Chen Xun. "They accuse you of stealing their black tiger. Do you have anything to say in your defense?" Chen Xun clasped his hands respectfully towards Ji Buchang, then addressed Dou Wei and his companions. "If it is true that you 3 have slain the black tiger, might I inquire as to where the fatal wound is located?" Seeing Chen Xun remain composed, even refusing to kneel before him, Ji Buchang felt a flicker of irritation. This young man possessed an audacity that was surprising. Ji Buchang was aware of Chen Xun's prior madness and his recent recovery to a semblance of normalcy, yet it seemed that perhaps he had not fully regained his faculties. As Chen Xun posed his question, Dou Wei and his companions felt a jolt of anxiety, quickly glancing towards the black tiger's corpse. Currently, the tiger lay with its back facing them, revealing that its neck and hindquarters were clean, devoid of any blood. Earlier, upon first seeing the tiger, their instincts as hunters had led them to examine the other side for injuries, noting that both the abdomen and neck bore no wounds. Since the corpse lay on its side, the only area they had not observed was the underbelly. The fatal wound must be there. exchanging furtive glances. The three brothers reached a silent consensus. Da Wei gritted his teeth and declared, "The fatal wound is located on the side of the abdomen where the black tiger lies." Chapter 10. The truth revealed. The town leader purchases the tiger. The townsfolk outside the courtroom noted the conviction in Da Wei and his companions' voices, and speculation arose that indeed Chen Xun had stolen the black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan clenched their fists, overwhelmed with anxiety. Ji Buochang glanced at Chen Xun, noting his continued composure, and commanded, "Bring forth the black tiger's corpse and turn it over." Yes, the constables on either side of the courtroom were commanded to step forward, struggling to turn over the heavy corpse of the black tiger. When the assembly beheld the creature's opposite side, where the fur remained smooth, immaculate, and intact, a collective gasp ensued. Old Li and Li Yuan exhaled deeply, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Ji Buochang took a deep breath, fixating intently on the already bewildered trio of Da Wei, and barked, "Did you not claim the fatal wound was on the side? Where's the fatal injury?" At this moment, Da Wei and his companions began to tremble, their minds blank. How could this be? In a moment of desperation, the thin monkey stammered in a feeble defense. "Master Town Lord, my brother has always had a poor memory. In truth, we poisoned the black tiger." With a resounding thud, Ji Buochang struck the wooden table, his voice sharp as he rebuked, "Do you dare to quibble further? From the beginning, your statements have been riddled with inconsistencies. Do you take me for a fool?" Da Wei and his companions were instantly terrified, bowing repeatedly, their voices trembling as they pleaded, "We do not dare. Spare our lives, O Lord." Had they known, it would have been more prudent to flee at once. Now, they found themselves at the mercy of the court, akin to fish on a chopping block. All of this was due to the thin monkey's ill-conceived suggestion, hastily prepared, resulting in a plethora of flaws. Ji Buochang coldly declared, "It is evident that you were driven by greed, engaging in the villainous act of framing others. Guards, administer 20 heavy strikes to these three, and confine them in prison for 2 years." Under ordinary circumstances, such a punishment might not have been warranted, but given the involvement of the black tiger, the stakes were exceedingly high. Soon, constables approached to carry out the punishment on Da Wei and his companions. With each strike, their initial cries of agony dwindled into feeble whimpers, their posteriors already raw and bleeding. Each blow was delivered without mercy. Outside the courtroom, the townsfolk gradually regained their composure and erupted in cheers. "I recognize those three. They are outsiders, and how shameful their actions are. Indeed, I suspected from the start that Chen Xun was truthful. After all, he is a scholar. How could he engage in theft? Look, the black tiger's body bears no wounds. Thus Chen Xun's claims hold true. Who but a celestial being could have slain the black tiger?" Once the case was clearly defined, the townspeople engaged in spirited discourse, their attitudes shifting dramatically. Chen Xun observed the unfolding scene, his expression impassive, much like a detached spectator. He was fully aware that from the outset, only Old Li, Li Yuan, and a select few townsfolk harbored genuine concern for him. The vast majority seemed to hope that the black tiger had indeed been stolen by him. To put it plainly, they could not bear to see another prosper. Such is human nature, indeed. Subsequently, Da Wei and his companions were taken away to the prison. In their final moments, they cast a glance at Chen Xun, their eyes filled with resentment. In this affair, Chen Xun was the true victim, yet Da Wei and his companions harbored animosity towards him. Why not direct their ire at the authorities instead? This exemplifies a classic case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Given the current circumstances, it seems likely that upon their release after 2 years, Da Wei and his companions would seek revenge against Chen Xun. However, they might find that opportunity forever elusive. After Da Wei and the others received their deserved outcomes, Chen Xun initially felt indifferent. However, a fleeting glance had shifted his perspective. Ji Buochang, having observed the proceedings, struck the gavel and declared, "Court adjourned." The townsfolk outside, eager spectators, quickly dispersed. "You startled us." Old Li and Li Yuan hurried over, patting their chests. Chen Xun smiled. "I said it was nothing serious. Can white truly turn black?" At that moment, Ji Ba stepped forward, grinning. "Chen Xun, your visit to the magistrate's office is merely a formality. Do not take it to heart." Chen Xun shook his head. "It's fine." Ji Ba nodded. "Well, since the matter is settled, you may take the black tiger with you. I envy you. That beast is worth quite a fortune." Chen Xun chuckled, then signaled for Old Li and Li Yuan to join him as they prepared to leave with the black tiger. "Chen Xun, is it?" Just then, Ji Buochang approached with a cheerful demeanor. "My lord." Ji Ba promptly bowed, and both Old Li and Li Yuan were taken aback, bowing as well. Chen Xun clasped his hands in greeting, "Magistrate." Ji Buochang, noticing Chen Xun's composure, scrutinized him closely. After a moment, he glanced at Ji Ba and the others, stating, This magistrate wishes to speak with Chen Xun privately. Ji Ba quickly understood, signaling his subordinates and Old Li and Li Yuan to withdraw. Although Old Li and Li Yuan were uncertain about the magistrate's intentions, they presumed it was inconsequential. After Old Li subtly warned Chen Xun to be cautious when speaking to the magistrate, they exited. Haha, now that we are alone, please have a seat. Ji Buchang gestured toward a chair beside him. Chen Xun, unperturbed, took a seat. Ji Buchang nodded slightly and paced before finally speaking. Chen Xun, let us be direct. Would you consider selling the black tiger to me? Chen Xun was not surprised by this inquiry. He had long noted Ji Buchang's interest in the beast. He replied with a smile, the magistrate speaks so reasonably. Oh, Ji Buchang inquired, puzzled. Chen Xun explained, the entire Xiao town falls under your jurisdiction. If you wish to acquire the black tiger by any means, as a mere commoner, I would have no recourse. Now, you choose to purchase it. Is that not reasonable? Ji Buchang hesitated, observing Chen Xun's calm demeanor. After a moment, he burst into hearty laughter. Chen Xun, you are truly bold. In all of Xiao town, you are perhaps the only one who would dare speak to me in such a manner. As his laughter subsided, he pondered, name your price. While I am fond of wealth, I will only act within my responsibilities and would never harm the people for profit. Chen Xun regarded the forthright Ji Buchang with newfound respect, stating, previously, the Chunfeng Tavern offered 120 gold for the black tiger. Ji Buchang immediately understood, turning to leave the hall and entering the inner courtyard. Wait here for a moment. Moments later, Ji Buchang re-emerged, a money pouch in hand. He approached Chen Xun and handed it over, saying, here is 120 gold. Chen Xun accepted the pouch and weighed it in his hand. Indeed, being an official has its advantages. They are well compensated. 120 gold coins, a considerable sum in the mundane world, was effortlessly produced by the lord of a small river town, despite his rank being merely a ninth-class official. A glimpse into the broader picture reveals much. Chen Xun suddenly opened his coin pouch, extracting 20 gleaming gold coins and presenting them back. Ji Buchang was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, what is your intention? Chen Xun replied, the Spring Breeze Tavern is merely the Spring Breeze Tavern. It cannot be compared to the town lord, thus the price of our transaction is not on the same scale. Ji Buchang chuckled, regarding Chen Xun with newfound admiration. It was rare to encounter such perceptiveness in a young individual. He promptly accepted the 20 gold coins. After all, it was indeed a substantial amount. However, Chen Xun remarked, Lord of the town, I anticipate I shall soon depart from the small river town. I hope you will look after the Old Li family during my absence. Ji Buchang was taken aback. Was Chen Xun leaving? Having just accepted Chen Xun's 20 gold coins, he was more than willing to extend a favor in return, responding with a smile, certainly. Chen Xun smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. This was, after all, his true intention. Chapter 11. A moonless night of murder. After exiting the government office, Chen Xun prepared to return home with the Old Li family. Old Li noticed that Chen Xun had not brought out the black tiger and sighed inwardly, deducing that the town lord had likely taken it. But he refrained from voicing his thoughts, grateful that the young man was safe. Chen Xun smiled and offered no further explanation. It was not until they encountered the eagerly awaiting proprietor of the Spring Breeze Tavern on their way home, who overheard the dialogue, that Old Li learned Chen Xun had sold the black tiger to the town lord. The tavern keeper left with a heavy heart, lamenting the loss, as the town lord had acted swiftly, leaving him with no recourse. Moreover, the tavern keeper bore no ill will towards Chen Xun. After all, the town lord's desire for the black tiger left Chen Xun with little choice, and the selling price was likely quite modest. As they continued their journey home, Old Li and Li Yuan did not inquire about the price Chen Xun had received for the black tiger, believing that it was his own earnings, and it would be inappropriate to pry. Certainly, neither Old Li nor Li Yuan harbored any greed for Chen Xun's money. In the evening, Chen Xun and the Old Li family gathered for dinner. Midway through the meal, Chen Xun suddenly put down his chopsticks, retrieved his money pouch, and offered it to Old Li. Old Li was taken aback, and Li Yuan looked at the pouch in astonishment. Chen Xun smiled, saying, this is the earnings from the sale of the black tiger, for you and Yuan. Old Li hesitated, expressing, Chen Xun, you should keep this money for yourself. It will undoubtedly be useful in the future. Yuan, and I do not covet your money. Chen Xun smiled helplessly and replied, there isn't much in there, Grandpa Li. Please accept it. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy having taken advantage of your hospitality for so long. Old Li wished to protest further, but Li Yuan interjected, Grandpa, please accept Chen Ji's kind gesture. Just consider it as helping him save for the future. All right. Old Li relented, accepting the pouch. Chen Xun, I shall hold on to this for you. When the time comes for you to marry, you can come to me for it. in old Li and Li Yuan's eyes. The pouch likely contained only a modest sum, which is why they reluctantly accepted it, agreeing to save it for Chen Xun. Unbeknownst to them, within it lay 100 gold coins. Only then did Chen Xun nod and smile. Li Yuan gazed at Chen Xun's smile, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. After dinner, Chen Xun stood in the courtyard, quietly gazing at the myriad stars in the night sky. Brother Chen. Li Yuan's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Chen Xun continued to look at the sky, chuckling. What is it, Yuan? Li Yuan slightly tilted her head to observe Chen Xun's profile for a moment before lowering her gaze and asking, is Brother Chen about to leave? Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Li Yuan, realizing she had discerned something during dinner. He nodded yes. Upon receiving the answer, an inexplicable sorrow welled up in Li Yuan's heart as she inquired, then, where will you go, Brother Chen? A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Xun's eyes as he shook his head, softly replying, I, Chen Xun, am like a rootless drifter. Wherever the currents take me, there I shall be. At his words, Li Yuan's mouth parted slightly, her expression vacant, and for reasons unknown, a tinge of bitterness surged within her heart. The Chen Xun before her exuded an aura of timeless solitude, a loneliness that was ineffable and profound. Li Yuan longed to suggest that, since Brother Chen had no home, he might as well stay and consider this place his own, yet she instinctively understood that he would surely refuse. Will Brother Chen return? She murmured. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xun replied, perhaps. I will come back to Little River Town when I have the chance. Li Yuan felt a slight easing of tension in her heart and nodded silently, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Xun turned slightly, asking, by the way, Yuan, where are your parents and grandmother? A shadow of sadness flickered in Li Yuan's eyes as she recounted, during that year of severe drought, our family had no food. And many perished in Little River Town, including my parents and grandmother who starved to death. My grandfather barely survived, thanks to the timely intervention of the town leader, who brought relief grain. Thus, my grandfather's life was spared, and I have been living with him ever since, for over a decade now. Chen Xun nodded gently, reaching out to stroke Li Yuan's head tenderly. After withdrawing his hand, he refrained from uttering further words of consolation. Natural disasters are merciless, and Li Yuan was fortunate compared to countless others who perished in such calamities. To be alive is a blessing. Suppressing her sorrow, Li Yuan cheerfully exclaimed, Brother Chen, when you leave, you must bid farewell to me and Grandpa. Let us see you off. Please don't leave without a word. Chen Xun nodded, smiling. All right. On a moonless, windy night, old Li and Li Yuan had already drifted into slumber. Inside Chen Xun's room, he slowly opened his eyes, and his form gradually began to fade. Meanwhile, in the government prison, 2 guards were fast asleep, even without their watchful eyes. The prisoners could not escape from the confines of the cell. Most of the inmates were also asleep, except for 3 prisoners who exchanged hollow glances through the cold iron bars. These 3 were none other than Dawei, Su Chong, and the Thin Monkey, who had just been imprisoned that day. Thin Monkey, this is all your fault. What absurd idea did you have that landed us 2 years in jail? If I had known, I would have preferred to rob and flee. Su Chong sighed. Upon hearing this, the Thin Monkey, filled with indignation, retorted, Second brother, can you truly blame me entirely? My strategy was undoubtedly viable. It was merely the haste of our preparations that led us to this predicament. Who could have anticipated that the black tiger bore no external wounds? Su Chong nodded silently, conceding, what you say holds merit. It seems Chen Xun's words were indeed true. It is likely the work of a celestial being, and the black tiger's injuries must lie within. Dou Wei's gaze gradually sharpened, and he weakly declared, enough of this. There's no point in further discussion. At this juncture, we must resign ourselves to 2 years in prison. And now, the prospect of marrying is postponed yet again. How many 2-year spans does one have in a lifetime? A sharp intake of breath escaped him, evidently due to the pain from his wounds. The Thin Monkey bit his lip and lowered his voice, saying, eldest brother, second brother, once we are free, we cannot let Chen Xun off the hook. Our downfall is entirely his doing. At this, Dou Wei and Su Chong exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, though they remained silent. Deep down, they understood that their misfortune was self-inflicted, yet they could not swallow their pride. How could they vent their frustrations? Surely, confronting the town leader or the magistrate was out of the question. Thus, they resolved to unleash their ire upon Chen Xun. Pray tell, what heinous acts have I committed to earn such enmity from the 3 of you? A sudden ethereal voice resonated in the ears of Dou Wei and his companions. They jolted in shock, scanning their surroundings, their eyes wide with disbelief as they exchanged apprehensive glances, each reflecting the other's horror. Suddenly, a young man appeared as if conjured from thin air. The pupils of Dewey and his companions constricted in fear as they instinctively recoiled. Chen Xun. Chapter 12. Is the prison haunted? Gazing at Chen Xun outside the iron bars, Dewey and his companions were nearly paralyzed with terror. They had witnessed Chen Xun's inexplicable manifestation firsthand, an act that seemed to defy the natural order, truly, the capabilities of a celestial being. How could this be? Wasn't Chen Xun merely a mortal like them? It was inconceivable that he was, in fact, a celestial being. Spare us, celestial being. Have mercy. Dewey and his companions fell to their knees, engulfed in unprecedented dread, their hearts heavy with regret. They had dared to provoke a being of divine origin. Now, it dawned upon them that Chen Xun's earlier claim of a celestial being slaying the black tiger referred to himself. I wish to spare you. Yet you have shown me no mercy, Chen Xun remarked with a subtle smile, extending his palm to reveal 3 flickering flames that danced in the air. With a gentle wave, the flames began to drift towards Dewey and his companions. As the flames approached, a chilling sense of death enveloped them, prompting an immediate and desperate cry, "Murder! Murder!" Instantly, the entire prison was roused. Their cries only hastened the flames, which ignited upon Dewey and his companions, transforming them into blazing figures, their anguished wails mingling with the crackling fire. Chen Xun observed with a faint smile as his form gradually faded away. Meanwhile, the guards rushed in swiftly, and the prisoners in adjacent cells pressed against the iron bars, their eyes wide with terror at the sight of the inferno illuminating Dewey and his companion's cell. Ah! 2 guards stood in shock as they beheld 3 figures engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground in anguish. After a moment of dazed disbelief, they turned to fetch water to extinguish the inferno. However, upon their return, they found that the 3 men had already been reduced to ashes. Terrified, the guards immediately reported the incident. That night, Ji Buchang was awakened from his slumber and summoned Ji Ba to urgently visit the prison. Gazing in astonishment at the 3 piles of ashes and listening to the guard's account, both Ji Buchang and Ji Ba felt a shiver run through them. The prison was dark and damp, devoid of any source of fire. How could these 3 prisoners have inexplicably caught fire and been incinerated? Such an event had never occurred since Ji Buchang took office, nor had it ever been recorded in history. The entire situation reeked of the bizarre. Who were the deceased prisoners? Ji Buchang inquired solemnly. The guards hastily replied, reporting to the town master. They were Dewey, Su Chong, and Shou Ho, the 3 hunters, who were incarcerated today due to the Black Tiger case. Those 3? Ji Buchang and Ji Ba exchanged glances, recalling the case and simultaneously thinking of Chen Xun. Ji Buchang furrowed his brow and asked, "Has anyone entered the prison?" The guards, frightened, immediately knelt, proclaiming, "Town master, we were on high alert. Not even a mosquito entered during our watch." In truth, the guards felt uneasy, knowing they could not admit to having dozed off during their duty. To do so would be akin to courting death. Who could have anticipated such an occurrence? Ji Buchang nodded slightly, stating, "For now, do not publicize this matter. I will conduct an investigation myself." "Yes." The guards responded in unison, only daring to rise after Ji Buchang and Ji Ba had departed the prison, their bodies already drenched in cold sweat. It was clear that for the foreseeable future, these guards would not risk sleeping on duty again. Outside the prison, Ji Buchang remarked helplessly, "Fortunately, these 3 hunters were from out of town and had no relatives here. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to explain this incident." "Indeed. You speak true," Ji Ba responded with a bow. Ji Ba was one of Ji Buchang's protege, and his personal safety was often entrusted to Ji Ba, which is why Ji Buchang frequently brought him along. Ji Buchang glanced at Ji Ba and asked, "What is your perspective on this matter?" Ji Ba hesitated, quickly realizing the nature of the inquiry, and his expression turned bitter as he replied, "Town master, I carefully observed the scene in the prison and found no clues whatsoever." The implication was clear. Ji Ba himself was at a loss. "However, town master, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention," Ji Ba suddenly interjected. "Speak," Ji Buchang urged. After a moment of silence, Ji Ba's heartbeat quickened as he said, "Town master, precisely because there are no traces, I believe this incident is not of human origin." Ji Buchang's gaze shifted, and he coldly scoffed, "Humph. Are you implying that our government is haunted?" Ji Ba panicked and bowed deeply. "I misspoke." Yet in his heart, he thought that unless it was the work of spirits, there seemed to be no other explanation. The presence of ghosts would not be surprising, after all, for immortals also existed. Ji Buchang's gaze sharpened momentarily before he spoke again. "I just heard from the prison guard that those 3 inmates were shouting about murder, which startled them awake. It is evident that the 3 must have witnessed something significant before their demise, likely the identity of their murderer. Alas, they were burned alive, leaving no evidence behind. Yet, What is even more peculiar is that the guard rushed to the scene immediately, and none of the prisoners witnessed the assailant. The perpetrator truly seems to have vanished without a trace. It is quite plausible that this is not the work of a mere human. As Ji Buchang pondered this, a chill crept over him, prompting him to tighten his robe. He continued, however, one must consider the principle of cause and effect. If we entertain the notion of ghosts, why would they wish to murder these three men? Why not strike earlier, instead of waiting until they were imprisoned? Ji Ba shook his head, feeling a similar chill. If we speak of contradictions, the nature of ghosts remains uncertain, yet humanity is quite capable of such deeds. That brings to mind Chen Xun. Yet, all the signs point to something beyond what Chen Xun could have orchestrated. Unless, of course, Chen Xun is not human at all. Ji Buchang shivered slightly and said, Ji Ba, in a couple of days, summon a Taoist to perform a ritual at the magistrate's office. The town master feels quite uneasy. Yes, town master. Ji Ba nodded in acknowledgement. As Ji Buchang prepared to leave, he suddenly paused and added, tomorrow morning, accompany me to locate Chen Xun. Ji Ba was taken aback yet understood that, despite knowing Chen Xun was unlikely to be involved, the town master felt compelled to inquire. Understood. I fear sleep will elude me tonight. The next day, Oldley was about to step outside when he spotted two figures standing in the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find it was the town master and Captain Ji. Realizing they sought Chen Xun, he hurriedly welcomed them inside and brought forth two stools. Town master, Chen Xun. Oldley began respectfully, but just then, Chen Xun emerged from the house, glanced at Ji Buchang and Ji Ba, and smiled, saying, Grandfatherly, you may attend to your tasks. I shall host the town master and Captain Ji. Ah, very well. Having lived a long life, Oldley was astute enough to recognize that the town master had business with Chen Xun, and he promptly bowed and exited. However, one thing puzzled Oldley. When had this young man acquired such an air of authority? Ordinarily, it should be the town master issuing orders, and Chen Xun responding. So why was the town master personally visiting? Quite strange indeed. Upon seeing Chen Xun approach, Ji Buchang wasted no time and addressed him directly. Chen Xun, last night. He swiftly recounted the bizarre events that transpired in the prison. Chen Xun was astonished. Is that so? Chapter 13. Farewell. The money bag, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba watched Chen Xun's expression with trepidation. Upon seeing his reaction, they inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Indeed, after such an unusual occurrence, I tossed and turned all night, unable to find rest, Ji Buchang sighed. Chen Xun chuckled. Surely the magistrate's office isn't haunted? Ji Ba's heart sank. He recalled Chen Xun had made a similar jest the previous night, which had irked the town master. Chen Xun's comment might provoke the town master's ire once more. However, the subsequent demeanor and words of Ji Banchong left Ji Ba in a state of astonishment. It is a well-known fact that celestial beings exist in this world, though elusive and rarely seen by our mortal eyes. Since such beings are indeed real, it is only natural that spirits also exist. Today, the town lord intends to invite a Taoist priest to the residence to perform rituals, sighed Ji Banchong. Ji Ba assumed Ji Banchong would be angered, unaware that, for reasons unknown, Ji Banchong found it difficult to harbor any resentment towards Chen Xun. Chen Xun nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the validity of this approach, Ji Banchong continued, Yet, I feel remorse within. Those three wrongdoers, despite their faults, did not deserve death. Now, they lie deceased in the prison cell, alas. Chen Xun merely smiled and remained silent. Observing this, Ji Banchong rose and stated, Let it be as such. My purpose in seeking you today was merely to express my sentiments, to find some solace. Chen Xun, this matter is under a decree of silence from me. Do not speak of it to others. Chen Xun nodded in response, affirming, understood. Subsequently, he accompanied Ji Banchong and Ji Ba to the courtyard, quietly watching as they gradually distanced themselves. Chen Xun was acutely aware that their visit, ostensibly for conversation, was actually a subtle test of his character. In truth, they harbored a modicum of doubt about him. Yet, it was merely a fleeting suspicion, for in their eyes, he was simply a commoner, incapable of such actions. There was no doubt that this case would remain an unsolved mystery for a considerable time to come. Brother Chen, who was that who just left? Li Yuan emerged from the room, curiosity evident in her tone. Chen Xun turned, smiling. Oh, it was no one of consequence. Oh, Li Yuan replied, nodding obediently. At lunch, Chen Xun suddenly announced, Grandfatherly, I shall be departing from Xiaohe town this afternoon, so there is no need to prepare dinner for me. Li Yuan's hand faltered momentarily while serving food, but she silently resumed her task. Oldley looked up, astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief at this sudden news. Chen Xun, why not stay a few more days? He implored. No, that would trouble you, Chen Xun replied. Old Li's eyes widened in protest. Nonsense. What trouble could there be in that? Chen Xun shook his head, smiling gently. Grandfatherly, you need not insist. I have made my decision. For Chen Xun, each moment of clarity following the madness of 3 years was precious, and he wished to make the most of this lucid time to explore and experience the world. During his periods of madness, he felt like a drifting leaf, swept away by the currents of fate. Furthermore, he anticipated that another bout of madness would soon descend upon him, which would indeed bring trouble to Old Li's household. Old Li's lips moved slightly as he murmured, well, if that is your wish. Truth be told, Old Li felt a pang of reluctance. Over this period, he had come to regard Chen Xun as part of the family. Li Yuan quietly continued eating, softly saying, Brother Chen, when exactly will you leave this afternoon? Grandpa and I would like to see you off. Chen Xun smiled slightly. I shall depart at the hour of the goat. Very well. The remainder of the lunch was marked by a somber atmosphere, devoid of the usual laughter and cheer. Yet, within Chen Xun, there was little emotional turbulence regarding this change. For many years, he had long since lost count of the farewells he had endured, including those of life and death. Time swiftly approached the hour of dusk. Accompanied by Old Li and Li Yuan, Chen Xun made his way to the outskirts of Xiao Town. He turned around, gazing at Old Li and Li Yuan, and smiled, saying, Grandpa Li Yuan. This is where we part ways. Chen Xun carried a bundle on his back, containing clothes that Li Yuan had specially purchased for him, tailored to fit his physique, which he could not refuse to take along. Old Li tapped his smoking pipe and sighed. Chen Xun, when you're out in the world, pay attention to your surroundings. I don't have much to offer, but here is a bag of cakes for you to eat on the road. As he spoke, he removed a cloth bag from his waist and handed it to Chen Xun. With a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, Chen Xun accepted the bag, weighed it in his hands, and remarked, Grandpa Li, this bag of cakes is rather heavy. Is it really just cakes inside? Old Li hesitated, stammering slightly. Chen Xun chuckled, opened the bag, and retrieved a coin pouch. This was indeed the money from the sale of the black tiger that he had given to Old Li that day. Chen Xun returned it to Old Li, saying helplessly, this truly isn't a significant amount, please don't refuse it again. When he noticed Old Li's reluctance to accept it, Chen Xun firmly pressed the pouch into his hand, suggesting, consider it as saving for me. Would that be acceptable? As Old Li attempted to return the pouch once more, Chen Xun, startled, turned and walked away swiftly. Old Li halted abruptly, watching Chen Xun's retreating figure. Tightly gripping the pouch, a bitter smile on his face. Li Yuan, who had remained silent, felt a wave of emotion as she saw Chen Xun depart suddenly. Her vision blurring. Taking a few steps forward, she called out loudly, Brother Chen, safe travels. She saw him raise a hand in farewell, gradually receding into the distance. Soon, he vanished into the verdant embrace of the spring landscape. Old Li and Li Yuan stood at the town's edge for a long while before slowly turning to head back into town, glancing at his granddaughter, who appeared dejected. Old Li sighed. Yuan, I've long sensed that your brother Chen is perhaps not an ordinary person. Li Yuan paused, silently nodding. She had perceived it as well. It was one thing when brother Chen was in a state of madness, but ever since he regained his composure, his appearance, demeanor, and discourse far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Not to mention, his demeanor when facing the town master, unflinching and composed, was not something an average person could achieve. Upon returning home, Old Li opened the coin pouch in front of Li Yuan. Upon seeing the wealth contained within, he stood there, stunned. Curious, Li Yuan leaned in closer. And in the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Gold, a pouch overflowing with gold coins. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly 100 coins. Regaining his senses, Old Li blinked, his eyes filled with disbelief, and hastily tucked the pouch away as he rushed outside. When Old Li, panting heavily, reached the outskirts of the town, the vastness of the world revealed no trace of Chen Xun. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, and after a moment, tears welled in his aged eyes as he clutched the pouch tightly, murmuring, such a good child. This is too much. Grandpa Li cannot accept this 100 gold. Chen Xun's departure seemed to stir little commotion in Xia Town. Perhaps only after a while would people notice the absence of the scholar named Chen Xun. Chapter 14. The landscape of the mortal realm. After leaving Xia Town, the young Zhao Ting traveled southward, enduring both the elements and the hospitality of inns along the way. A month swiftly passed. Given Chen Xun's relatively languid pace of exploration, had there been a map of Beixian, it would have indicated only a minuscule advancement. At present, Chen Xun found himself in Beixian, a mere fragment of the vast mortal realm, yet a place where mortals might spend their entire lives without fully traversing it. Beyond Beixian lay the expansive south sky, East Qian, and West Sea. To the north of Beixian stretched an endless, ethereal snowfield, rumored to be home to snow monsters. Fraught with peril, south of the South Sky lay a renowned forbidden zone known as the Qianlong Forbidden Grounds, said to harbor true dragons and countless treasures. Whenever it opened, throngs of cultivators would flock there, though many would ultimately meet their demise within. Nonetheless, they continued to come in droves. East of East Qian lay a vast forest inhabited by demonic beasts, a paradise for the beasts and a hell for cultivators. Beyond the West Sea, whispers spoke of ancient barbarian tribes, where ancient cultivation methods had been passed down through generations. However, reaching these tribes required crossing the treacherous West Sea, where countless cultivators had perished over the years. Such renowned regions were marked on maps, yet many grand and perilous locales remained undiscovered. Tianqing City. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Xun gazed at the towering city walls that soared to 5 zhang, murmuring to himself. This was the first city he had encountered in a month. Prior to this, he had passed through 2 small towns and numerous villages. Indeed, a city was vastly different from a mere town. At the city gates, throngs of people came and went ceaselessly. Chen Xun brushed off the dust of travel and stepped into the flow of humanity, entering the city. The streets of Tianqing City were remarkably clean and orderly, with individuals frequently seen tidying up. Strolling slowly, Chen Xun observed numerous guards patrolling with their swords at the ready, a clear indication of the city's excellent security. He purchased 2 meat pies from a shop, savoring them as he continued his walk. After a while, he noticed a crowd gathered around a wall, driven by curiosity. He approached. My heavens, tomorrow is the day Dao Tian sect recruits disciples. I hope my child performs well, exclaimed one voice. If they possess spiritual roots, our Sun family will soar to greatness. Ha ha ha, old son, you mustn't set your hopes too high, or you shall face greater disappointment. The Dao Tian sect comes to the city every 3 years to recruit. How many children do they take each time? If they have spiritual roots, it would indeed be a smoke signal from our ancestors' graves. Indeed, with Tianqing City being so vast and with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, do we even need to mention how many children qualify for the assessment? In the end, there are only a few with spiritual roots. Tisk tsk. Sigh. It is indeed too difficult. Perhaps it would be better for the children to focus on literature and examinations instead. It is far easier than becoming an immortal. I believe there is also a civil examination in the city in a couple of days, right? Chen Xun gazed at the notice affixed to the wall, absorbing the multitude of conversations around him. It became abundantly clear that the sect was recruiting disciples. In a remote place like Xia Town, where mortals rarely encountered cultivators, the heavenly clear city was already welcoming aspiring practitioners into its fold. This stark contrast illustrated how one's life is often predetermined by various factors from the moment of birth. Even the region into which one is born is a significant consideration. Being born in an obscure area typically foretells a mundane existence, while being born in a prosperous locale offers the possibility of traversing a distinct path in life. Ah, young man, are you here to take the examination? At that moment, a nearby matron noticed Chen Xun and inquired curiously. Her question was not entirely unwarranted, as Chen Xun's attire bore the mark of a scholarly gentleman. I am merely passing through, Chen Xun replied. Ah, I see, the matron nodded. The Dao Tian sect is a renowned establishment in the northern Xian region. They are recruiting disciples tomorrow. Would you not consider giving it a try? Chen Xun chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of dismissal. Do I appear to possess spiritual roots? Besides, do I seem so young to you, madam? The matron's face flushed with embarrassment. Not at all, not at all. You are quite grown. She had been hasty in her assessment. This scholarly young man appeared to be in his 20s, well past the age limit for the spiritual root test. Nonetheless, you could still give it a shot, she urged. Those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. If you happen to possess them, who knows, the Dao Tian sect might just accept you. Chen Xun pressed his lips together, turning away. He found the matron's enthusiasm a tad excessive. It raised his suspicions of ulterior motives. He was a solitary figure, devoid of riches or possessions to covet, save perhaps for his handsome visage. With that thought, he quickened his pace. As he continued, Chen Xun observed numerous townsfolk gathered around various notices, presumably regarding the sect's recruitment. There were also a few distinct postings, likely concerning literary examinations. With the sun having dipped below the horizon, he entered a tavern, selecting a window seat and calling for the waiter to bring food and drink. After his meal, he intended to settle down for the night in this very establishment. Esteemed guest, your food and drink have arrived. Please enjoy, the waiter announced shortly thereafter, placing the dishes before Chen Xun before bowing and retreating. Pouring himself a drink, Chen Xun savored the steaming dishes at a leisurely pace. The evening had darkened, the hour was ripe for dining, and the tavern was bustling with patrons. The first floor was entirely full, and many latecomers were ushered upstairs by the waitstaff. Conversations among the guests invariably revolved around the Dao Tian sect's disciple recruitment event. At that juncture, Chen Xun noticed a cultured young man entering the tavern. After a brief exchange with the waiter, the young man scanned the room in vain. His eyes brightened upon noticing Chen Xun, and he approached with a smile. "Good sir," he began, "the waiter informed me that the tavern is at full capacity. I see you are seated alone. Might I trouble you for half your table? I would be most grateful." With that, the young man placed a silver coin before Chen Xun, clasping his hands in a gesture of appreciation. Chen Xun nodded slightly, pocketing the silver coin. He then shifted his food towards himself, clearing half the table for his companion, and said, "Feel free." Zhao Ting was taken aback. He had initially thought that this scholar would surely refuse the silver coin, yet here he was, accepting it? Truly accepting it. Goodness! Where had the noble spirit of literati gone? Zhao Ting had approached Chen Xun precisely because he was a scholar. Who would have thought? Zhao Ting could only lament his misfortune inwardly as he reluctantly took a seat. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself twice for having overplayed his hand. Subsequently, he glanced at the sumptuous dishes on the table, swallowed hard, and awkwardly suggested, "Brother, how about I skip ordering and we share this meal instead?" Zhao Ting hoped to recoup his losses, even if just a little. Chen Xun shot him a sidelong glance and said, "Shall I return that silver coin to you?" Zhao Ting sprang up, his eyes alight with excitement. "Really?" Chen Xun replied, "Not at all." Zhao Ting asked, "What?" Chapter 15, Clarity in the Eyes moments later. Zhao Ting's meal was brought over by the waiter. He poured himself a cup of wine, hesitated for a moment, and raised his glass, saying, "Brother, although you are a bit stingy and not quite like a scholar, I still toast to you." Chen Xun smiled. "Should I thank you then?" Despite his words, he lifted his glass and clinked it with Zhao Ting's. Ha. After taking a sip, Zhao Ting felt that the other had a unique character. Indeed, he was the most interesting person Zhao Ting had encountered in recent years. He couldn't help but ask, "What is your name, brother?" Chen Xun replied, "Chen Xun." Zhao Ting nodded. "Ah, so it is Brother Chen. I, Zhao Ting, am honored to meet you." He quickly inquired, "I gather you are not from this area. You must be here in Tianqing City for the examination?" As he spoke, Zhao Ting glanced at Chen Xun's bundle, his mind quite perceptive. He also noticed the wooden sword strapped to Chen Xun's back, which piqued his curiosity further. Chen Xun shook his head. "I am not here for the examination. I merely passed through this city and decided to stay for the night." Just as he finished speaking, Chen Xun suddenly felt a momentary daze, his heart tightening slightly. This omen, was he not here for the examination? Zhao Ting was somewhat surprised. Chen Xun regained his composure and smiled. "It seems you are here for the examination after all." Zhao Ting cleared his throat awkwardly. "Brother Chen, you are mistaken. I am not here for the examination. You may not believe it, but I have come for the recruitment of disciples by the Dao Tian sect tomorrow." "Oh." Chen Xun appraised him, finding him intriguing, and said, "You must be past the age for recruitment, are you not?" Zhao Ting sighed. "Indeed, I am 24 this year, far beyond the age limit. However, after years of diligent study, I have only recently come to realize that I, Zhao Ting, do not wish to pursue an official career or engage in the intrigues of the court. Those are not what I desire. I yearn to cultivate immortality, to traverse the heavens, and to witness the sights that only the immortal realm can offer." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun chuckled. "Brother Zhao, you may be somewhat naive. The immortal realm may not be as enchanting as you imagine. The intrigues of the court pale in comparison to the perils of the world of cultivation." Zhao Ting smirked, saying, "Brother Chen, you certainly appear to be quite knowledgeable." As he spoke, a hint of melancholy crept into Zhao Ting's voice. "However, I find myself feeling somewhat disheartened. At my age, I am uncertain whether I possess any spiritual roots. The initial step in cultivating immortality is infinitely more rigorous than any examination." Chen Xun responded, "In my opinion, Brother Zhao, you are brimming with spiritual energy and undoubtedly possess spiritual essence. Who knows, you may very well have spiritual roots." "Oh," Zhao Ting exclaimed, raising his cup with a smile, "your words are music to my ears, Brother Chen." Chen Xun chuckled softly and inquired, "How are your family members faring?" "Of course, although my parents are advanced in years, they enjoy good health," Zhao Ting replied, momentarily taken aback before adding with a rueful smile, "Yet, I must admit my aspirations may seem unfilial. My parents wish for me to attain academic success, while I am drawn to the ethereal pursuit of immortality." Chen Xun nodded thoughtfully. "Brother Zhao, do remember, once you enter the realm of immortality, a chasm separates you from the mundane world. Perhaps in the future, you may not even have the opportunity to bid farewell to your parents. In other words, it may be difficult to even meet again." Zhao Ting appeared bewildered. "Is it truly that serious?" He soon laughed. Brother Chen, you exaggerate. It remains uncertain whether I will even gain entry into the immortal sect, and that prospect feels distant. Chen Xun replied with a smile. It is not distant at all. Zhao Ting then shifted the topic, gazing at Chen Xun with suspicion. By the way, Brother Chen, you seem to possess considerable knowledge of the immortal realm. Chen Xun responded nonchalantly. Indeed, my ancestors dabbled in the cultivation of immortality. Zhao Ting gasped in astonishment, hastily clasping his hands together. I had no idea you hailed from a family of cultivators. My apologies. Chen Xun simply smiled in silence. Though he had fabricated the story, Zhao Ting's reaction was exaggerated. He certainly had a way with flattery. The following day, just as dawn broke, the entire Tianqing city awakened, bustling with activity. As the streets and alleys teemed with life, this day held great significance for all, for it was the day the Daotian sect would recruit disciples in Tianqing city. Hey, Brother Chen. As Chen Xun stepped out of the inn, burdened with his pack, he heard a familiar call. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Ting approaching briskly, rubbing his hands together. Brother Chen, I've been waiting for you. Chen Xun replied. Isn't today the day the Daotian sect recruits disciples? Shouldn't you be on your way? Zhao Ting took a deep breath, saying, Brother Chen, I fear I may be the only one of my age there, and I am quite nervous. Would you accompany me? Chen Xun was at a loss for words. Brother Zhao, we barely met yesterday. Why should your nerves concern me? Zhao Ting gritted his teeth and produced a silver coin, offering it to Chen Xun. Chen Xun hesitated briefly before accepting the coin. Very well, I had planned to witness the spectacle myself. As the sun ascended steadily, the spiritual route assessment for the Daotian sect's disciple recruitment commenced in the central square of Tianqing city. When Chen Xun and Zhao Ting arrived, they found the square already teeming with townsfolk, tightly packed in throngs. However, the citizens dared not venture closer, for numerous guards from the city lord's residence were maintaining order. And today, the city lord would also be present. The square buzzed with excitement, as countless parents anxiously awaited with their children, eager to discover whether their offspring were dragons or mere worms. Zhao Ting rose on his toes to peer inside, remarking, Brother Chen, the immortal guests have yet to arrive. They will likely make their entrance alongside the city lord. Chen Xun nodded slightly, but his mind was elsewhere. He gently rubbed his temples as a vague sensation suddenly intensified. Zhao Ting, oblivious to any unusual signs, was wholly absorbed in his anxiety. Bang! Suddenly, the bell tolled in the square, and all fell silent. The head guard stepped forward and shouted, All children participating in the spiritual route test, please enter and line up in an orderly manner. Parents are not allowed inside. The guards, tasked with maintaining order, promptly opened several entrances to the square. The townsfolk hurriedly urged their children to enter. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, the young boys and girls obediently formed a line, none daring to cut in or create trouble. In no time, 5 long lines had formed. There were many children from Qingqing City to be tested. Completing them all in a single day required this organization. Chen, Brother Chen, I will enter first. Zhao Ting exclaimed, his palms sweaty with nerves. All right, Chen Xun replied, eyes closed, deeply furrowing his brow. It was then that Zhao Ting noticed Chen Xun's unusual demeanor and questioned, Brother Chen, are you all right? You seem even more anxious than I am. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xun shook his head. I am fine. You should enter now. Okay, Brother Chen, wait for my good news. If I possess a spiritual root, I shall treat you to a grand feast, Zhao Ting declared, gritting his teeth as he stepped briskly into the square, joining the throng of youth. At that moment, Chen Xun suddenly opened his eyes wide, a manic grin spreading across his face, the clarity in his eyes fading away. Chapter 16. The Spiritual Root Test. Hey, look at that young man. He must be over 20, right? Isn't he exceeding the age limit? Indeed, how shameless to compete with a group of teenagers. Come now, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? I say, having dreams is commendable. Regardless of his age, if he possesses a spiritual root, who knows, he might be taken in by the Daotian sect. And then you won't be laughing. Uffed. With his age, starting cultivation now is too late. Even if he is lucky enough to have a spiritual root, the Daotian sect wouldn't accept him. The townsfolk exchanged remarks, heightening Zhao Ting's tension, especially as he caught the glances of some youths, causing him to blush. Yet, he inhaled deeply, resolutely dismissing their words and gazes. There would always be idle chatter. Ignoring it was wise. He was determined to pursue his dream. Zhao Ting couldn't help but glance at Chen Xun, but the next moment, he was taken aback, rubbing his eyes to ensure his vision was clear, utterly stunned. Before him, Brother Chen was grinning widely, a manic laugh escaping him, alarming several townsfolk nearby, who instinctively distanced themselves. Zhao Ting was dumbfounded. How could the composed and humorous Brother Chen change so drastically in such a short time? Silence. The city lord has arrived. The head guard shouted. Zhao Ting jolted, reluctantly pulling his attention away from Chen Xun. The entire central square fell into complete silence. Shortly after, an ethereal elder, accompanied by a middle-aged man bowing in attendance, entered the square. Behind the elderly man and the middle-aged gentleman, 6 young disciples clad in the garb of their sect followed with an air of nonchalance. The middle-aged man, without doubt, was the lord of Tianqing City. The elderly man and the 6 young disciples were practitioners of the Daotian sect. Countless citizens gazed intently at the Daotian sect's cultivators, their hearts filled with admiration. Truly, they were celestial beings of a grand sect. Their demeanor setting them apart like a crane among chickens, strikingly conspicuous. The youths in line were imbued with longing in their eyes, aspiring to possess such grace and status. Even the lord of Tianqing City, who governed a populace of several tens of thousands, stood before the celestial beings of the Daotian sect with utmost reverence. It could be said that once one possessed spiritual roots, the ascent to greatness was assured. Zhao Ting clenched his fists tightly, anxiety causing his palms to sweat profusely. Meanwhile, Chen Xun was grasping the hand of a middle-aged man with a complexion as dark as ink, earnestly remarking, upon observing your palmistry, it appears your lifeline is quite lengthy. However, this does not align with your countenance, which clearly suggests a life fraught with misdeeds, destined for divine retribution. How can this be? Is it truly the case that virtuous souls live but a short span, while the wicked endure for a millennium? This contradiction is puzzling. Initially, the robust man felt somewhat pleased by Chen Xun's early observations, but as the latter's words progressed, his expression darkened, seemingly struck by a truth he wished to evade. Abruptly, he yanked his hand from Chen Xun's grasp and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Chen Xun, his words echoed harshly in the now silent square, drawing countless bewildered gazes towards him. Even the elderly man and his disciples from the Daotian sect cast frowning glances in his direction. Lord Suhai's heart raced, and he promptly bowed to the elder, offering apologies before rising and bellowing. Who dares to make such a commotion? Where are the guards? Here. The captain of the guards, startled and breaking into a cold sweat, immediately took command, striding toward Chen Xun with 2 guards in tow, their demeanor fierce. Zhao Ting, who had long been in a daze, finally regained his senses and hurriedly stepped out of line, bowing in trepidation as he implored, "Wait, my lord. This gentleman is a friend of mine. He has not been quite himself of late and did not intend any offense. I beseech you to show him mercy." Oh. Upon hearing this, Suhai furrowed his brow and, along with the multitude of gazes, turned towards the raucous youth, who at that moment was sucking his finger with a curious tilt of his head, surveying his surroundings with an oddly fervent gaze. His demeanor appeared entirely natural, devoid of artifice. Many citizens looked upon this scene with pity, silently lamenting the fate of such a handsome young man, only to discover he was a madman, both deranged and foolish, a truly pitiable soul. Observing this, the elder of the Daotian sect and his disciples relaxed their brows considerably. With so many mortals watching, they certainly would not stoop to engage with a madman. Lord Su, if he is indeed mad, then let us proceed swiftly with the examination. The elder of the Daotian sect gestured gracefully, exuding an air of composure. Upon hearing Suhai's words, his heart relaxed considerably. He promptly bowed in gratitude and then fixed his gaze on Zhao Ting, saying, "Humph, keep a close watch on your friend. Should he dare to overstep again, even if the immortal master shows leniency, this city lord shall not hesitate to impose punishment." "Thank you, immortal master." "Thank you, city lord." Zhao Ting exhaled in relief. Quickly rushing to Chen Xun's side, casting a furtive glance at Chen Xun's condition, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother Chen, I do not know why you have suddenly changed like this, but you must be cautious moving forward. If anything happens, I am but a weakling and may find it difficult to assist you." Seeing that Chen Xun ignored him, Zhao Ting sighed inwardly and returned to his place in line. Subsequently, 5 disciples from the Daotian sect emerged, taking their positions at the forefront of the 5 teams, ready to commence the spiritual root assessment. Observing this, countless parents grew anxious. The assessment of spiritual roots was rather simple and direct, employing a specialized instrument. The tested individual merely needed to place their hand upon it, and the presence or absence of a spiritual root would be revealed instantaneously. It was precisely this convenience that allowed for the assessment of so many young men and women within a single day. "The steward. That individual has clearly surpassed the years of youth," remarked a young male disciple of the Daotian sect, glancing at Zhao Ting. They had indeed taken note of Zhao Ting earlier. From the young disciple's words, it became clear that the elder was a steward of the Daotian sect. With a gentle stroke of his beard, Shun he nodded and said, "No need to hurry. The assessment process is swift." Adding one more child will not make a difference. Understood, the disciple replied with a bow. Xun then stood and addressed the gathered youth, stating, "Children, listen carefully. The spiritual root assessment will proceed quickly. Simply place your hand on the spiritual testing instrument held by the front disciple. If a light emanates, you possess a spiritual root, step aside. Otherwise, swiftly retreat to avoid delaying the process. Do you understand?" The young men and women, intimidated by Xun's presence, responded in unison, "We understand, Immortal Master." Pleased, Xun nodded and gestured, "Very well, disciples prepare." The spiritual root assessment begins. Chapter 17. The Golden Attribute Spiritual Root. With the commencement of the spiritual root assessment, the square grew lively. The young men and women bore anxious expressions as they began their evaluations one by one. However, it was not long before the disciple at the front, with an impassive countenance, called out, "Next," repeatedly. Both the parents and the waiting youths felt their spirits plummet. Those children who were eliminated left the area dejectedly, returning to their families who wore forced smiles. This simple step determined their fate, severing their ties to the path of immortality. Even though they had mentally prepared for this moment, fully aware that those with spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, confronting the reality was still difficult. Zhao Ting stood in line, drenched in sweat from nervousness, occasionally glancing back at Chen Xun, finding some solace in his quiet demeanor. As time passed, more and more youths departed the line with their heads hung low. Xun, observing this scene from the platform, maintained an expressionless demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. The path to immortality is far from easy. The most critical threshold, that of spiritual roots, is akin to sifting through sand amidst tumultuous waves. Xun gazed at the sun and mused that among the numerous young men and women in Teaching City, it would be remarkable to discover even 5 with such roots. The prospect of finding 2 or 3, or even just 1, seemed equally daunting. The city lord, Suhai, wore an awkward expression. With midday approaching, the absence of even a single child with spiritual roots raised concerns about the city's fortunes over the past 2 years. It was worth noting that a few years prior, when the Daotian sect sought disciples, 2 children with spiritual root aptitude had been identified by midday. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The second team stirred with excitement as the young boy at the forefront, undergoing the assessment, found the spiritual testing device radiating a brilliant light, a dazzling spectacle even under the midday sun. The boy stood in bewilderment, heart racing. What a fortunate child. The ancestral graves of the Yu family must be smoking with joy. To think they would produce an immortal master. Beside him, the boy's parent was overwhelmed with tears, trembling with exhilaration. Countless townsfolk gazed enviously, realizing that this family's status in Teaching City would rise significantly, even if their lineage had been modest. The emergence of an immortal master would elevate their standing to rival that of the most prestigious families, if not surpass them. Even the city lord would show them respect. This was the essence of one person achieving enlightenment, leading to the elevation of their entire household. Such a transformation could only be attained through cultivation. Even exceptional examination results could not compare. Zhao Ting watched the scene unfold, his eyes filled with envy. A pseudo-earth spiritual root, though of mediocre quality, still allowed for cultivation and entry into the Daotian sect, albeit starting from the lowest ranks. "Child, what is your name?" Xun inquired, turning his gaze to the boy. The boy bowed respectfully, his excitement palpable. "I am called Yu Zheng," he replied. Xun nodded approvingly. "Very well, Yu Zheng. Please step aside and await your turn." "Yes." Yu Zheng rubbed his hands together, stepping aside amidst the crowd's attention, becoming the first not to be eliminated. Feeling the weight of the many gazes, Yu Zheng held his head high, experiencing a sense of pride he had never known before, much like his ancestors. The test continued, and soon, relatives who had previously distanced themselves from the Yu family were engaging in conversation with Yu Zheng's parents, their demeanor overly flattering. Such is the nature of reality. As time passed, it was now afternoon. 2 more boys and a girl were discovered to possess spiritual roots, albeit all were pseudo-roots. Nonetheless, this was enough to incite envy among the onlookers. The townsfolk, unaware of the nuances between different types of spiritual roots, only understood that possessing them meant the opportunity to join the Daotian sect and ascend to greatness. As the sun began to set, the spiritual root testing neared its conclusion, with only a few remaining in line. At this moment, Chen Xun lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Indeed, he was lying there, and the townsfolk, aware of his eccentricity, merely shook their heads in disbelief without voicing any objections, keeping their distance. Chen observed the dwindling number of youths and nodded slightly. It appears there are only these 4 left. While they are all pseudo-roots, it is still commendable. As Suhai stood by, he found himself at a loss for words. merely managing a forced smile. At last, it was Zhao Ting's turn. Amidst the peculiar gazes of the Dao Tian sect disciples, Zhao Ting cautiously placed his hand upon the spiritual testing device. Suddenly, the device erupted in an unprecedented radiance. Zhao Ting's expression froze, an incomparable joy surging within his heart. Could it be that the heavens favored him, Zhao Ting? Just yesterday, Brother Chen had remarked on the innate spiritual essence within him. And now that prophecy had seemingly come to fruition, could Brother Chen truly be his lucky star? The square fell silent, only to erupt in astonishment. The brilliance emanating from the device was unlike any of the previous four. Not only was it more dazzling, but it was also distinctively golden. Whereas the earlier lights had all been white, the disciples standing before Zhao Ting were momentarily taken aback, casting incredulous glances at him before turning their heads toward the platform where Xun He stood, stammering, Elder, Elder. Even the other four disciples, who had been conducting their own tests, halted in unison, their astonishment directed towards Zhao Ting. At that moment, Xun He regained his composure, abruptly rising from his seat. Fixated on the unceasing golden glow emanating from the spiritual device, his eyes twitching uncontrollably, betraying his inner turmoil. In the next instant, Xun He leapt from the platform. Landing before Zhao Ting, his gaze locked onto the device until the golden light finally dissipated, at which point he discreetly swallowed hard. Xun He then looked at Zhao Ting, his voice brimming with excitement. What is your name? Seeing the commotion, City Lord Su Hai was taken aback, swiftly descending the platform and hastening to stand behind Xun He. His astonishment palpable as he regarded Zhao Ting, a sense of trepidation washing over him. He silently lamented the wisdom of not offending this individual or his acquaintances earlier, for the consequences could have been dire. The scene before him made it abundantly clear that this person's spiritual roots were likely extraordinary. Zhao Ting promptly bowed and replied, Respected Immortal, I am but a humble person named Zhao Ting. Xun He, however, was slightly taken aback, swiftly assisting Zhao Ting to his feet, saying, Zhao Ting, there is no need for such formality. With your aptitude, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of purple-clad disciple upon your return to the sect. This signifies a core disciple, one whose status will surpass even that of myself, an elder. Moreover, it was I who discovered and brought you back, which will surely be a significant achievement, promising a bright future for my own advancement as well. Truly, you are my lucky star. Yet Zhao Ting remained somewhat apprehensive, saying, Immortal, do you believe my qualifications are sufficient to enter the Daotian sect? In my age lacking understanding of spiritual roots, Zhao Ting speculated that, given the elder's reaction, entry might be possible, but he sought reassurance. Most importantly, he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding his age. Upon hearing his words, the square fell into silence. The townsfolk straining to hear the fate of Zhao Ting's qualifications, having witnessed the elder's reaction. Those who had initially mocked Zhao Ting fell silent, some even lowering their heads, fearful of being discovered by him. It was beyond their imagination that Zhao Ting would emerge as the one with the most exceptional qualifications. However, the extent of this superiority awaited the elder's pronouncement. Zhao Ting, given your exceptional talents, age is of no consequence. The limitation imposed on age pertains solely to those with inferior pseudo-spiritual roots. If one were to embark on cultivation in their 20s, it would merely be a futile endeavor. However, you are different. Xun He inhaled deeply, gazing at Zhao Ting as one would at an unparalleled treasure, and continued, Among mortals, those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. And your aptitude, when viewed within the entirety of the northern Xian cultivation realm, is truly exceptional. You possess a golden spiritual root. Such extraordinary potential is not only coveted within northern Xian, but would attract the attention of numerous prestigious sects across the entire mortal realm. Within the Daotian sect, you would be cherished like a precious gem. Upon the conclusion of Xun He's words, the square resonated with a chorus of gasps. The townspeople regarded Zhao Ting with not only envy but also a newfound respect, daring not to harbor any other thoughts. After all, the words of this immortal master from the Daotian sect were unequivocal. Zhao Ting is an unparalleled talent within the northern Xian cultivation realm, a statement that spoke volumes. This Zhao Ting, with such prodigious gifts, is akin to a dragon hidden in the depths, destined for meteoric rise. In comparison, the four children with spiritual roots appeared rather mediocre. However, they were only considered so when juxtaposed with Zhao Ting. Their futures still far exceeded those of the countless children who had been eliminated. Even Su Hai, in this moment, felt a chill of awe. His gaze toward Zhao Ting transformed into one of reverence. Within the span of a single day, this city lord's demeanor had shifted dramatically. Su Hai could scarcely fathom how one could ascend to such heights overnight, possessing a golden spiritual root. Zhao Ting, lost in thought, felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. Ah, Zhaoting, please follow this steward to take your seat and await the completion of the test for the remaining children. Chen He beckoned with a smile, his face radiating joy. The crowd observed Chen He's attitude towards Zhaoting with increasing trepidation. All right, Zhaoting replied, befuddled, as he ascended the platform alongside Chen He. Even now, he felt as though everything was surreal. Upon reaching the stage, the disciple who had previously remarked on Zhaoting's age bowed and called out, "Brother Zhao?" Zhaoting waved his hands in humble refusal, saying, "I dare not presume." After all, he had yet to join the Daotian sect. How could he claim the title of brother? Yet it was evident that his spiritual roots were indeed remarkable. "Brother Zhao, you flatter me." The disciple replied with an awkward smile, his tone laced with caution and a hint of flattery. There was no denying that once Zhaoting returned to the sect, his exceptional talents would undoubtedly elevate him to the rank of a purple-clad disciple, a status coveted by countless aspirants within the Daotian sect. In the Daotian sect, aside from the sect leader and the elders, the purple-clad disciples held the highest positions. Meanwhile, the tests in the square resumed. Though the attention of all present seemed to gravitate towards Zhaoting, captivated by the brilliance of his talents. "Zhaoting, are you from Tianqing City? Why did you not come when our Daotian sect was recruiting disciples years ago?" Chen He inquired, his brows furrowed in curiosity. Although Zhaoting's qualifications may not seem significant over these years, it is still somewhat of a squandered opportunity. Moreover, what perplexes Chen He even more is the lineage of someone with Zhaoting's talents. How could such a rare spiritual root manifest in a place like this? Logically, the chances are exceedingly slim. Regaining his composure, Zhaoting replied, "Respected immortal master, my origins are not from Tianqing City, but rather from Fulu Town, located to the south of it. The reason I did not come here in my earlier years is that I was occupied with preparations for examinations." Upon hearing that Zhaoting was not from Tianqing City, the city lord Su Hai felt a pang of disappointment. If Zhaoting had hailed from Tianqing City, it would have reflected positively on him as the city lord, possibly earning him the favor of the immortal master. Alas, it was not to be. Fulu Town? Chen He nodded, though he had little recollection of this small town. Nonetheless, it would now be etched in his memory. However, when he heard Zhaoting's last statement, Chen He became puzzled again and asked, "Preparations? What examinations?" Zhaoting scratched his head and replied, "Literary examinations." Chen He hesitated, instinctively wanting to admonish Zhaoting for such trivial pursuits, yet he quickly restrained himself, clearing his throat and gently advising, "Very well, Zhaoting, given your innate gifts, focus on cultivating your immortality and do not waste time on literary examinations." Zhaoting nodded in agreement. Chen He found Zhaoting to be quite agreeable, possessing exceptional talent, yet remaining humble and respectful towards his elders. In the Daotian sect, there were indeed other disciples with spiritual roots, yet few matched Zhaoting's combination of talent and humility. Frankly, at that moment, even if Zhaoting were to berate Chen He would likely refrain from retorting, choosing instead to endure it. As Zhaoting's mood lightened, he suddenly remembered Chen Xun and glanced over, only to find Chen Xun lying on the ground, sound asleep, which struck Zhaoting as peculiar. What on earth happened to Chen? How could a perfectly normal person suddenly become like this? Why did he appear to be in such a state of madness? With some time to ponder, Zhaoting fell into deep thought. In the evening, after the spiritual root examination concluded, no more children exhibited spiritual roots. The parents, disheartened, took their children home. If they could not succeed in cultivating immortality, they would have to resort to diligent study for examinations instead. "Immortal Master, accommodations have already been arranged for us at the City Lord's residence," Su Hai began. But Chen He interjected, "No need, City Lord Su. Your kind intentions are appreciated, but we must depart for our sect now." Under normal circumstances, Chen He would have stayed for at least a night or two, but with Zhaoting being such a promising disciple, he felt an urgent desire to return. "Oh, very well," Su Hai lamented. Meanwhile, Zhaoting's expression changed. He had not anticipated such a swift departure. He had not even been afforded the time to bid farewell to his family. On this trip, he had told them he was going to take literary examinations. And now, Zhaoting quickly interjected, "Immortal Master, may I speak with my family before we leave?" Chen He paused, yet he could not refuse Zhaoting's request. Smiling as he said, "Of course, it is only natural to see your family one last time before entering the sect. For opportunities to return to the mortal realm will be scarce thereafter." Zhaoting's mouth parted slightly in surprise, for Chen He's words echoed those spoken by Chen yesterday. Must one forsake so much to pursue immortality? Is this truly the price of cultivation? As Zhaoting recalled Chen Xun, he hurriedly glanced over and, upon seeing Chen Xun still lying there, swiftly approached him. Observing this, Chen He waved his hand towards Su Hai and said, "Lord Su, you may take your leave." We shall depart shortly, so there is no need for you to escort us." With that, he proceeded toward Zhao Ting and Chen Xun. The 6 disciples followed, accompanied by 4 newly recruited young boys and girls. The 4 youths were quite obedient, yet their eyes frequently darted toward their family members, who lingered nearby. These families, aware that their children were about to leave, wished to approach and speak, but without Shun He's consent, they dared not do so and could only watch longingly. "Ah, indeed," Su Hai replied with a bow, though he did not leave, instead standing at a distance, likely waiting for Shun He and his company to truly depart before he felt at liberty to leave himself. As the lord of a city, Su Hai possessed considerable discernment. Brother Chen, wake up," Zhao Ting called out as he crouched down and gently prodded Chen Xun. Chen Xun, groggily opening his eyes, mumbled, "What do you want?" Zhao Ting paused, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "Brother Chen, what has happened to you?" Chen Xun's bewildered expression filled Zhao Ting with unease, his heart heavy with an inexplicable sorrow. How could things have changed so drastically? Zhao Ting pondered. Could it be that he had inadvertently siphoned away Brother Chen's fortune? Possessing a kind heart, Zhao Ting felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as this coincidence seemed too uncanny to ignore. Zhao Ting. Just then, Shun He and the group of disciples arrived. Zhao Ting quickly rose and inquired, "Master, could you examine my friend? He was perfectly fine yesterday. Yet this morning he inexplicably became like this." "Oh, he was normal yesterday?" Shun He and the disciples exchanged puzzled glances, scrutinizing Chen Xun. Truth be told, had he not been Zhao Ting's friend, they would not have spared him a second glance, considering it a waste of their time. After observing Chen Xun for a while without any results, Shun He remarked, "Perhaps this is hereditary." "Zhao Ting, do you know if there are any elders in your friend's family with similar traits?" Zhao Ting shook his head. "No, I have no idea." "What are you joking about? He just met Brother Chen yesterday. All I know is his name, nothing more about him." Shun He nodded, expressing his helplessness. "Then I am afraid there is nothing more I can do. Zhao Ting, it is almost time. We shall accompany you to Fu Lu town, so you may see your family." Zhao Ting silently nodded, yet his gaze remained fixated on Chen Xun. At that moment, Chen Xun rose and squatted on the ground, tracing patterns in the dirt with his fingers while occasionally emitting peculiar laughter. At that juncture, a miniature boat-shaped artifact appeared in Shun He's hand. After reciting an incantation, the tiny vessel swiftly soared from his palm and expanded in midair, hovering several feet above the ground, large enough to accommodate dozens of people. This spectacle drew gasps of awe from the surrounding townsfolk, who marveled at the prowess of a celestial being. Zhao Ting and the 4 youths stood in stunned silence, their hearts gradually swelling with excitement. At the silent cue from Shun He, a group of disciples gracefully elevated 4 young boys, who lightly tapped their toes and soared onto the vessel. Yu Zheng and the other 3 children were filled with exhilaration, eagerly exploring every inch of the ship, momentarily forgetting their families below. Only then did Shun He turn his attention to Zhao Ting, extending his hand with a smile. "Zhao Ting, we may now embark." Although Zhao Ting possessed a heavenly spiritual root, he remained an ordinary mortal, lacking any martial prowess or lightness of foot. Thus, it was incumbent upon Shun He, the steward, to assist him in ascending the several zhang to the ship. Zhao Ting furrowed his brow, gazing up at the flying vessel and then at Chen Xun, a flicker of conflict dancing in his eyes. Truth be told, he felt uneasy about Chen Xun's sudden transformation. Despite their fleeting acquaintance, Chen Xun had indeed brought him fortune. It was as if Zhao Ting had truly acquired a spiritual root through their connection, and not just any root, but a heavenly one. "Zhao Ting," Shun He called out. Noticing Zhao Ting lost in thought, Zhao Ting snapped back to reality, meeting Shun He's gaze, summoning his courage to awkwardly request, "Master, may I ask a favor of you?" Shun He, perplexed, replied, "What is it?" "Speak candidly." Zhao Ting gestured toward Chen Xun, who was crouched on the ground, and cleared his throat. "Could you possibly allow my friend to accompany us? A mere task to ensure he has enough to eat would suffice." Shun He's brow furrowed in contemplation. Bringing a mortal into the sect? There had been no precedence for such a thing at Dao Tian's sect. Instinctively, he considered a refusal. But upon reflecting on Zhao Ting's unique situation, he felt a sudden jolt of realization. Perhaps it would not be so detrimental to bring Zhao Ting's friend into the sect. After all, he was simply a mortal seeking a modest task, not a disciple aspiring to join the ranks. A report to the higher-ups would suffice, surely. No one would take issue with a matter so trivial, especially not one that might tarnish the reputation of this esteemed progeny of heaven. Moreover, this arrangement would fortify Shun He's rapport with Zhao Ting, leaving him with a debt of gratitude, however slight, that bore the weight of a favor from a disciple clad in purple robes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shun He nodded. "Very well. Upon your return to the sect, I shall secure your friend a position sweeping at the miscellaneous disciple peak, a means for him to earn his keep. How does that sound? The miscellaneous disciple peak was populated by the most junior of Qi refining disciples, who often required sustenance. Thus, Zhao Ting's friend would fit right in there. Chen He glanced at Chen Xun, reflecting privately on the fortune that had befallen this young man to have a friend like Zhao Ting. It was well known that a mortal entering a realm rich in spiritual energy could enjoy a life span slightly longer than that of the mundane world. Thank you so much, Master. This is wonderful, Zhao Ting exclaimed, his joy palpable as he hurried to assist Chen Xun to his feet. Ha ha, Chen brother. Am I not generous? Chen Xun squinted and cackled. Generous indeed. You are more than generous. Zhao Ting paused, but then breathed a sigh of relief. Although Chen Xun had lost his wits, he could still engage in occasional communication, albeit in an unusual manner. Hee, Shen He chuckled. Zhao Ting, grasp the hand of this steward along with your friend, and I shall lead you aboard the ship. Yes, Chen brother, let us go, Zhao Ting exclaimed, eagerly pulling Chen Xun along as they made their way forward. Subsequently, Shen He grasped Zhao Ting and Chen Xun, and with a gentle leap, they ascended into the air. Boarding the spacecraft, Chen Xun was perpetually smiling, though the reason for his mirth remained a mystery. In contrast, Zhao Ting's mouth fell agape, his excitement palpable. The mere act of Shen He propelling them into the air granted Zhao Ting a fleeting sensation of flight, and he dared not imagine the exhilaration that awaited when the vessel ignited its engines. Buzzing, the spacecraft began to vibrate, its ethereal lights shimmering. At this moment, numerous townsfolk gathered, astonished by the spectacle. The families of the four youths, who had been accepted as disciples by Yu Zhong, could no longer contain their emotions. Calling out in unison, "Children, you must behave at Daotian's sect, practice diligently, and do visit home whenever you can." On the spacecraft, Yu Zhong and the other young ones felt a swell of emotion, for it was, after all, their first departure from home. "Father, mother, I will," they replied. "Take care of yourselves." Meanwhile, Shun He and the disciples observed this scene with stoic expressions. Visit home often. They would likely not be able to return in the near future. However, for these disciples with pseudo-spiritual roots, the future held little promise for breaking through. They would inevitably return to the mundane world. Yet, regardless, it was still preferable to the trials of the civil examination. For even the least of these children, they would at least reach the third level of Qi refinement, and upon returning to the ordinary world, they would certainly achieve some measure of success. After completing his incantation, Shen He declared, "Hold on tight." Zhao Ting and the youths promptly grasped the railing, while Chen Xun stood transfixed, his gaze fixed fervently on the sky. In the next instant, the spacecraft transformed into a brilliant streak of light, soaring towards the horizon before vanishing from sight. The city lord, Su Hai, let out a sigh of relief, bowing respectfully. "Farewell, immortal master." Whoosh! The spacecraft streaked across the night sky. Zhao Ting and the four youths clung to the railing, their faces alight with exhilaration. It was difficult not to feel thrilled. After all, this was their inaugural ascent into the heavens. "Brother Zhao, I look forward to your guidance in the future." One by one, the 6 disciples approached Zhao Ting, introducing themselves with utmost humility and respect. This left Zhao Ting awkwardly forcing a smile, feeling quite out of place. Yu Zhong and the other 3 youths watched with envy. They understood that this Zhao Ting was a figure they could not hope to compare with in the future. They hadn't even entered the sect yet, and already these senior disciples were attempting to cultivate a rapport with Zhao Ting. Beside them, Shun He observed with a smile, his gaze never leaving Zhao Ting, as if he were admiring a rare treasure. Zhao Ting was, indeed, Shun He's greatest gain on this journey, and the most significant acquisition for Daotian's sect in many years. The 4 youths remained unaware of what it meant to be a disciple in purple robes. It could be said that, due to special circumstances, they were still able to converse and interact closely with Zhao Ting. Yet, once they returned to the sect, such interactions would likely be all but impossible. A true chasm would separate them, rendering them distant and unattainable. Contemplating this, Shun He turned his attention to the fervent Chen Xun. Although Chen Xun was a friend of Zhao Ting, upon entering the sect, the same fate awaited him. Their futures would be devoid of further contact, a consequence of their differing statuses. Unless, of course, Zhao Ting possessed a pure heart and cherished their past friendship. Perhaps there might be some intersection. Yet, in Shun He's view, the likelihood of such an occurrence was virtually non-existent. People inevitably change, particularly in the treacherous realm of immortality. The ship sailed swiftly, and before long, it arrived at Fortune Town. The Zhao family was considered affluent in this town. Indeed, one could discern their wealth from the 2 silver coins Zhao Ting had previously bestowed upon Chen Xun. After all, the impoverished do not display such extravagance. Upon learning that their son had joined the Daotian sect, Zhao Ting's parents were initially struck dumb, only to be overwhelmed with ecstasy shortly thereafter. Though they had hoped for Zhao Ting to pursue a scholarly career in governance, joining the Daotian sect and potentially becoming an immortal master was undeniably a greater achievement. Subsequently, at Zhao Ting's behest, Xun He reluctantly agreed to stay in Fortune Town for 2 days. During this time, the news spread like wildfire, stirring the town's mayor and prominent families to pay their respects. Thus, the Zhao family ascended to the pinnacle of recognition within Fortune Town. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The ship soared through the skies, departing Fortune Town and heading towards the Daotian sect's headquarters. Naturally, Chen Xun accompanied them. Although this journey did not entail joining the Daotian sect or becoming a disciple, it at least promised a means of sustenance. Working as a menial laborer at the Daotian sect, sweeping the grounds amidst the tranquil mountains, would surely provide a serene respite. Had Chen Xun been more clear-headed, he might have found satisfaction in such a leisurely occupation. Chapter 20. Chen Xun's mockery. The ship traveled at a swift pace, capable of covering at least 20,000 miles a day without rest. Nonetheless, by the time they reached the territory of the Daotian sect, 3 days had already elapsed. Behold, we are now within the realm of the Daotian sect, which stands as a preeminent sect among the northern Xian immortals. This vast expanse, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, belongs to the Daotian sect, Xun He declared, gesturing towards the scenery below with a smile. Wow. Zhao Ting and the other youths leaned over the railing, awestruck by the breathtaking landscape. Meanwhile, Chen Xun leaned against the railing, dozing off peacefully. Chen Elder, where's the sect? Zhao Ting inquired eagerly. Having grown more familiar with Xun He over time, he no longer addressed him merely as a mortal master. The other youths, such as Yu Zheng, listened with curiosity. Xun He shook his head, chuckling. Do not rush, Zhao Ting. The sect lies atop a celestial mountain. The ship will soon fly less than 1,000 miles before it comes into view. Nodding, Zhao Ting glanced at the open expanse below and finally voiced a question that had been on his mind for 2 days. Chen Elder, why have we not seen any town since yesterday? One of the disciples took up the conversation, smiling as he explained, Zhao Senior Brother, you may not know that in the realm of immortality, sects often choose remote paradises to establish their headquarters, isolating themselves from the mundane world. Aside from recruiting disciples every few years, they seldom interact with mortals, and similarly, wandering cultivators rarely engage with the common folk. Thus, the ordinary people seldom witness our presence. Xun He, upon hearing this, smiled knowingly. Zhao Ting and the others felt enlightened, realizing why they had rarely encountered immortals throughout their lives. This thought only heightened their anticipation. Ha ha ha, what does it matter, mortals or immortals? You cultivators are merely self-proclaiming your superiority. Chen Xun suddenly awoke, grinning broadly as he laughed heartily. An air of silence descended. Zhao Ting's expression subtly shifted as he hastily glanced at Xun He and the others. Indeed, he noticed Xun He and his disciples gradually losing their smiles, their countenances growing slightly grim. Concern etched on Zhao Ting's face. He approached and whispered, Brother Chen, please refrain from speaking. He had not anticipated Chen Xun would suddenly voice his thoughts. Had he lost his mind? Indeed, he had lost it, though not his wits. Such delirious ramblings, while unconventional, were ill-timed for the present circumstance. Chen Xun, however, wore an indignant expression, muttering softly, Why? I have not spoken in error. Are not cultivators the very epitome of self-proclaimed nobility? Which cultivator does not hail from the ranks of mortals? With but a modicum of cultivation, they elevate themselves, believing themselves to be true immortals, dismissing mortals as beneath them. Unaware of the vast gulf that remains, they are still mere mortals, albeit with some abilities. In my humble opinion, to achieve the great Tao, one must not sever ties with mortals. Rather, one should immerse oneself in their experiences. There is a saying that resonates profoundly. The essence of humanity's mundane existence is the most soothing to the mortal heart. Were Chen Xun in a lucid state, he would be utterly astonished, for this bout of madness bore a distinct quality. Despite its erratic nature, it occasionally exhibited a semblance of logical thought. Unlike his previous episodes of incessant folly. Of course, these realizations would only dawn upon him 3 years hence when he regained his clarity and reflected upon these moments. Zhao Ting listened, his mouth agape, astonished, for he found a surprising amount of sense in Chen Xun's words. You. Xun He's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Chen Xun, frustration boiling within him. Though he yearned to scold and reprimand, he restrained himself out of respect for Zhao Ting. Whether it was the truth struck a nerve or something else, Xun He felt on the verge of madness. Yet, he quickly regained composure, taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions. It was alarming to realize that a madman had provoked him. Perhaps his cultivation was still lacking, and these years of training had been squandered. Nonetheless, Xun He retorted with a cold snort. Humph, what could a mere mortal comprehend? We cultivators are not aloof. Constant contact with mortals would only dilute our spiritual essence. Your ramblings are meaningless. You wouldn't understand, anyway. Just as Xun He was speaking, he suddenly noticed Chen Xun leaning against the railing, fast asleep. Stunned, he felt his anger flare anew, but quickly suppressed it. With a sigh, Xun He realized he had not been angry in quite some time. Yet today he had been riled by a madman twice in the span of moments. Steward Xun. Given Brother Chen's current state, some of his remarks may be somewhat misguided, but I believe he does not mean harm. Please do not take offense. If Brother Chen has upset you, I sincerely apologize on his behalf, Zhao Ting said, bowing slightly and offering a wry smile. Xun He's expression softened as he replied with a weary smile. No matter, I am not so petty as to take offense with a madman. Zhao Ting finally exhaled in relief. The airship continued its journey, yet after Chen Xun's outburst, a profound silence enveloped the cabin. Zhao Ting looked at Chen Xun with a sense of helplessness, while the 4 young disciples wore expressions of bewilderment and confusion. The 6 disciples cast furtive glances at Chen Xun, harboring an unspoken discontent within. Truth be told, had it not been for Brother Zhao, they would have relished the opportunity to teach this madman a lesson. Yet, since he was a friend of Brother Zhao, they dared not act. Meanwhile, Xun He stood at the bow of the ship, hands clasped behind his back, his expression having grown serious at some point. He occasionally surveyed the heavens and the earth, and then glanced at Chen Xun, an unusual glint flashing in his eyes. Could it be that this immortal truly practiced the wrong way? As the most accomplished cultivator among them, Xun He, after a moment of calm reflection, recalled Chen Xun's earlier words and suddenly found a kernel of truth within them. Perceiving things from an unexpected angle, the essence of human existence is the most soothing to the mortal heart. Xun He mused, feeling perplexed and bemused. He shook his head and chuckled softly. How absurd it was to ponder the words of a madman so deeply. The cultivation world has always held a clear distinction between immortals and mortals, a long-standing understanding among all cultivators. He nearly allowed Chen Xun's madness to cloud his own path. How laughable indeed. Behold that towering, immortal mountain ahead. After a while, the youth Yuzhong suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Wow! The other 3 young men and women gasped in unison. Zhao Ting quickly rose to gaze ahead, his pupils narrowing slowly as his heartbeat quickened. In the distance, a majestic, immortal mountain soared into the clouds, surrounded by ethereal mists that, under the sunlight, appeared to shimmer with celestial energy, an awe-inspiring sight. One could also see streaks of light traversing the sky, vanishing into the mountain, while numerous immortal cranes soared nearby, painting a serene picture of the immortal realm. We are returning to the sect. The 6 disciples exchanged smiles, having spent several days accompanying Elder Shun to the mundane Tianqing city to recruit disciples. Naturally, they found the comfort of the sect to be far more appealing, with its abundant spiritual energy. Xun He stroked his beard and smiled, saying, Children, welcome to the Daotian sect. Chapter 21, For Peaks. Follow this elder into the sect. After uttering these words, Xun He silently recited a mantra, and the flying ship swiftly soared towards the distant immortal mountain. In but a moment, the ship vanished into the white mist surrounding the mountain. At the entrance of the Daotian sect, Zhao Ting roused the slumbering Chen Xun as everyone disembarked from the ship. Greetings, Elder Shun. The 2 gatekeepers immediately approached, bowing respectfully. Xun He nodded, suppressing his excitement. Taking a deep breath, he pulled Zhao Ting along and instructed, This elder will take Zhao Ting to the inner cabinet. Su Yang. You shall take them to the miscellaneous peak for registration. Understood. One of the disciples among the 6 bowed in acknowledgement. Zhao Ting, taken aback by Xun He's urgency, hurriedly called out as he walked, Brother Chen, I will come to see you once I am done. Soon, he disappeared alongside Xun He. The 2 gatekeeping disciples were left in a state of shock, regaining their senses as they exchanged bewildered glances with Su Yang and the others, their eyes filled with curiosity. What just happened? Who was that person taken away by Elder Shun? Did I hear correctly? To the inner cabinet? The 6 disciples shared knowing smiles, and Su Yang replied, The one taken to the inner cabinet is Brother Zhao Ting. He is someone we just brought back from the mundane world. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper's pupils constricted. Just brought back? And already referred to as Brother Zhao? Su Yang sighed, urging, Please do not regard us with such gazes. Brother Zhao possesses a golden spiritual root. You 5, accompany me to the servant peak. After issuing this command, Su Yang led Chen Xun and Yu Zheng towards the servant peak. The remaining 5 disciples entered the mountain gate and departed. 2 disciples stationed at the mountain remained, stunned and speechless. Heavenly spiritual root. One exclaimed, looking ahead at the Servant Peak. Look, that is the Servant Peak. Su Yang pointed to a mountain in the distance. Wow, Yu Zheng and the others gasped. Are we going to spend our time at that Servant Peak? Although the Servant Peak was considerably lower than the other peaks they had observed, it appeared the most expansive, emanating an aura rich in spiritual energy, akin to a celestial paradise. At this moment, Chen Xun was notably silent, holding a blank book in his hands, his eyes fervently scanning the surroundings as they walked. Brother Su, what about those peaks we just saw? Yu Zheng inquired with curiosity. Su Yang smirked and replied, those peaks are places you servant disciples can only gaze upon from afar. Unless dispatched, you are generally confined from entering. He then turned, pointing to a particular peak with pride, stating, that one is the human profound peak, home to the outer disciples, where I reside. Wow, brother, you are impressive. Yu Zheng and the others marveled enviously. Su Yang laughed heartily, then gestured towards another mountain behind the human profound peak, his eyes gleaming with longing. That is the earth profound peak, belonging to the inner disciples, whose members and elders are the backbone of our Daotian sect. In times of conflict, they serve as our core strength. Before Yu Zheng could ask further, Su Yang pointed to an even more distant peak, his gaze turning respectful as he solemnly noted. That is the heaven profound peak, the dwelling of the true disciples, also known as the purple-robed disciples. Each of them is an extraordinary talent, standing out in the Daotian sect and renowned throughout the northern Xian cultivation world. Su Yang smiled, adding, Brother Zhao, who accompanied you here, will reside at the heaven profound peak. Yu Zheng and the others' eyes widened, though they still seemed somewhat perplexed. Sensing their confusion, Su Yang elaborated, our Daotian sect, excluding the sect leader and elders, comprises over 13,000 disciples, more than 10,000 servant disciples, over 3,000 outer disciples, 500 inner disciples, and only 15 purple-robed disciples, including Brother Zhao. Yu Zheng and the others finally grasped the significance of being a purple-robed disciple, their breaths quickening as their bodies subtly trembled. Having emerged from the myriad spiritual root tests in Tianqing City, they believed themselves to be exceptionally talented, filled with pride on their journey here. Yet, upon arriving at the Daotian sect, reality delivered a harsh blow. They, the select few among thousands, found themselves just one of over 10,000 servant disciples. Moreover, there were still outer disciples, inner disciples, and the esteemed purple-robed disciples. If they considered themselves geniuses, what then could be said of Brother Zhao, who had attained the distinction of a purple-robed disciple? No wonder it is said that genius is merely the threshold to the door of greatness. Now, Yu Zheng and his companions felt they lacked even the qualifications to cast a glance at Brother Zhao. Even the Su Yang, who stands before them as a disciple from the outer sect, commands their utmost respect. The casual conversations they shared on their journey now seem like a distant dream. At this moment, everyone finally comprehends the vast gulf that separates them, realizing the true meaning of disparity. Su Yang, noticing the change in expressions among Yu Zheng and the others, chuckled softly and said, all right, let me briefly introduce you to these mountain peaks. As for the other peaks and various matters to be aware of, you will gradually learn in due time. Now, follow me to the miscellaneous disciple peak. Yes. Yu Zheng and the others quickly bowed, their demeanor completely transformed. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that these youngsters are indeed teachable. Upon entering the Daotian sect, the foremost task is to recognize one's own position. Only then can one hope for longevity in this path. Su Yang cast a fleeting glance at Chen Xun, who lingered behind, and smirked slightly, choosing not to elaborate. After all, he considered Chen Xun a madman, often lost in his own world. Moreover, Chen Xun had no pressing need to be informed about various matters, having merely entered through the connections of senior brother Zhao Ting to secure a meager existence, not truly belonging to the Daotian sect. Although the miscellaneous disciple peak is the lowest among the peaks of the Daotian sect, it is also the largest, accommodating over 10,000 miscellaneous disciples. As Su Yang led Chen Xun and the others up the mountain, they frequently encountered passing miscellaneous disciples, who would cast curious glances their way. Everyone was aware that the sect had recently begun recruiting disciples, and dozens of new miscellaneous disciples had arrived over the past few days. However, upon spotting Su Yang's attire, their expressions would shift, and they would promptly bow, addressing him as senior brother. In each instance, Su Yang would merely nod in acknowledgement before continuing his ascent with Chen Xun and the others. Upon reaching the midpoint of the miscellaneous disciple peak, Su Yang did not proceed further up, but instead guided Chen Xun and the others forward with haste. The number of miscellaneous disciples they encountered increased, and Yu Zheng and the others, feeling the intensity of the scrutinizing gazes, instinctively lowered their heads. Soon, they came upon clusters of buildings, densely packed together. Curiosity prompted Yu Zheng and the others to inquire, only to learn that these were the residences of the miscellaneous disciples. To their astonishment, Su Yang informed them that the miscellaneous disciples were also ranked by levels. The disciples residing at this midpoint were the lowest tier. Most at the first level of qi refinement or yet to have drawn spiritual energy into their bodies, numbering around 8,000. The remaining 2,000 resided in areas higher than the midpoint of the miscellaneous peak, where the disciples' levels were predominantly at the second level of qi refinement, with only a few at the third level. Those at the third level of qi refinement, should they advance further, could leave the miscellaneous peak and ascend to the Ren-Xian peak, thus becoming outer sect disciples. Chapter 22. Where is Chen Xun? Yu Zheng and the others felt an unprecedented pressure, their breaths quickening as they solidified their resolve. They understood that their first task upon establishing firm footing was to diligently cultivate, striving to soon leave the midpoint, thereby seizing the chance to depart from the miscellaneous peak and become outer sect disciples. Su Yang seemed to read the thoughts of the four youngsters, yet he said little, merely offering a wry smile. Su Yang, having endured countless hardships on the outer disciple peak for many years, was acutely aware of a profound truth. The more splendid the dreams one harbors, the more merciless the reality one must confront. The disciples of the miscellaneous ranks were inherently of inferior spiritual roots, and without the infusion of resources, their potential remained woefully limited. This was especially true on the barren miscellaneous peak, where the prospect of advancing to the mid-stage of qi refinement was akin to scaling the heavens. Furthermore, as miscellaneous disciples, they were burdened with daily labor, leaving scant time for cultivation. The scarcity of resources and limited training hours were the sharp swords that shattered the beautiful illusions harbored by these disciples. To truly harbor the resolve to depart from miscellaneous peak, one must endure immense suffering, for only through such trials could an opportunity arise. Please follow your senior brother in to register, Su Yang instructed. Shortly thereafter, he led Chen Xun to the entrance of a pavilion, stating, "Here we are." Yes. Yu Zheng and the others promptly followed Su Yang into the pavilion. However, as Chen Xun lingered at the rear, Su Yang and the others failed to notice that he did not enter the pavilion with them, instead wandering off towards another area, swaying his head. Manager Qian, we have 4 new disciples here. Could you assist with their registration? Upon entering the pavilion, Su Yang called out to a plump figure lounging in a chair, fast asleep. Qian Laifu smacked his lips and opened his eyes. Upon seeing Su Yang, he smiled. Well, if at ISNT Su Yang, it's been quite a while since you visited Miscellaneous Peak. Qian Laifu had been a steward on this mid-slope of Miscellaneous Peak for many years, having witnessed Su Yang's rise to outer disciple status under his supervision. Su Yang replied with a smile, I've been busy with my cultivation. It's only recently that I accompanied Steward Shun to recruit disciples, so I haven't had the time to visit Miscellaneous Peak. Qian Laifu nodded with a grin. Rising to fetch a brush and a ledger from a nearby table, he scanned Yu Zheng and the others and said, Please provide your names, ages, spiritual roots, and home addresses. Before long, Qian Laifu completed the registration, tossing the brush and ledger onto the table. He then turned and instructed within the pavilion, where soon a disciple emerged carrying 4 sets of earthy-colored disciple robes and other items, placing them before Yu Zheng and his companions. Here are your disciple robes, bedding, some daily necessities, your residence addresses, the sect rules, and a copy of the first volume of the Dao Tianju. Remember, the techniques must not be divulged. If discovered, you will be dealt with according to sect regulations, Qian Laifu stated nonchalantly. Understood. Yu Zheng and the others replied with excitement, their eager eyes fixated on the scroll of the Dao Tianju. Qian Laifu nodded and instructed a disciple behind him, take them to their lodgings. Yes. The miscellaneous disciple complied, leading Yu Zheng and the others out of the pavilion. Follow me. As they departed, Yu Zheng and the others frequently turned back to Su Yang, calling out, Goodbye, senior brother Su. Yet, Su Yang stood expressionless, offering no response. Having fulfilled his duty in bringing the 4 youths here, he felt no need for further engagement. Henceforth, should fate allow them to meet again, Yu Zheng and his companions would still respectfully address him as senior brother Su. After all, they were merely 4 miscellaneous disciples, and Su Yang had no intention of forging a deeper connection. Such was the nature of reality. As if realizing something, Yu Zheng and the others fell silent, watching the despondent servant disciple depart. Only then did Qian Laifu turn to Su Yang, extending his hand toward a nearby chair with a smile. You rascal, it's a rare visit. Why not sit down and chat with this steward? Su Yang, being an outer sect disciple, found his status now comparable to that of the steward of the servant peak. Steward Qian, the matter is not yet resolved. What about Chen Xun? Su Yang chuckled, but upon turning his head, he found the space behind him utterly vacant, his expression momentarily frozen. Qian Laifu, puzzled, inquired, "What Chen Xun? Did you not bring a total of 4 disciples?" Su Yang snapped back to reality, scratching his head in helpless laughter. "You see, there is one more from the mundane world, whose mind is somewhat unhinged. He likely did not follow us up the tower. Steward Shun, he has commanded that you assign him a sweeping task at the servant peak, provide him with lodging, and ensure he has sufficient food." "What on earth? A mere mortal?" Qian Laifu stared in disbelief, instinctively probing his ears, thinking he had misheard. However, upon learning it was Steward Shun-he's order, his expression shifted to one of gravity, realizing that the situation involved a relative of Steward Shun-he from the mundane world. Though both were stewards, their ranks were worlds apart. Qian Laifu was merely a steward of the servant peak, while Shun-he held the esteemed position of intersect steward. Observing the astonishment on Qian Laifu's face, Su Yang could not help but chuckle. He then cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. "This time, Steward Shun, he and I ventured into the mundane realm and returned with a senior brother possessing a golden spiritual root. At this moment, Steward Shun, he has already taken senior brother Zhao Ting to the inner cabinet. Before long, our Dao Tian sect will welcome another member adorned in purple robes." "Ah." Qian Laifu's pupils contracted sharply, his face a mask of incredulity. "Golden spiritual root. Indeed, it is the absolute truth. In a few days, there should be a ceremony for the ascension of a disciple in purple robes, and you will witness it for yourself," Su Yang replied. "Now, I shall go fetch Chen Xun." Regaining his composure, Qian Laifu immediately interjected, "Wait, from your words, could it be that this mortal is related to senior brother Zhao Ting?" Su Yang nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Chen Xun is a friend of senior brother Zhao Ting from the mundane realm, who suddenly fell ill. Senior brother Zhao Ting, unable to bear it, brought him back to the sect." With that, Su Yang turned and exited the tower. Qian Laifu sank into his chair, his eyes brimming with astonishment. This was indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, Chen Xun meandered into the martial arena. The arena was spacious and relatively tranquil, with many busy servant disciples seated in meditation to cultivate. Naturally, there were also several chatting quietly, strolling arm in arm. Upon noticing Chen Xun, several servant disciples exchanged puzzled glances, for his attire was unmistakably not that of a disciple from the servant peak. Moreover, the garments of outer and inner sect disciples were not green either. As Chen Xun sauntered into the center of the arena, numerous curious gazes fell upon him, all speculating about his identity. Suddenly, Chen Xun shouted and performed a somersault. Then, with arms outstretched, he joyfully ran against the wind, reveling in the moment within the martial arena. The disciples of miscellaneous roles, the disciples stood bewildered, utterly perplexed by Chen Xun's inexplicable and sudden antics. The martial arena, typically a serene and solemn place, was where many disciples chose to cultivate their skills. However, the commotion stirred up by Chen Xun roused several practitioners from their meditative states, each letting out muffled groans, narrowly escaping backlash due to their relatively low levels of cultivation. This disruption ignited considerable ire among the disciples, who, upon being forcibly shaken from their focus, sought to confront the source of the disturbance. Upon spotting the exuberant youth running in circles, the disgruntled disciples paused momentarily, only to quickly regain their composure upon observing his attire. They soon relaxed and swiftly encircled him, their expressions betraying hostility. Chapter 23. His mind is not quite right. Soon enough, Chen Xun found himself surrounded by a throng of disgruntled disciples. Those who had remained undisturbed by his antics also approached, not out of a desire to confront him, but merely to witness the unfolding spectacle. Chen Xun, who had been joyfully dashing about, found his space to run increasingly constricted by the gathering crowd, forcing him to halt. With a frown of indignation, he exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? Have you any idea you've disrupted my merriment?" The disciples stared at him in confusion. What an audacious villain to complain first. Who is truly disturbing whom? One disciple remarked sternly, "Listen here, this is the martial arena, a place where many disciples cultivate their abilities. We, who were forcibly interrupted from our practices, have yet to question you, and you dare to claim we've disturbed your joy. Have you no shame?" With one disciple initiating the rebuke, others quickly joined in. "Indeed, look at your attire. You must be a newcomer who hasn't even had the chance to don the disciple robes. Given your inexperience, if you simply apologize, we'll spare you further trouble." "Humph, Brother Gua, your words are rather lenient. I say, with so many of us here, let us simply teach him a lesson," another disciple interjected, his frustration palpable. "Has anyone noticed that this fellow seems rather off? Regardless, he must apologize. Otherwise, in a few days, he will surely face dire consequences. The disciples exchanged heated remarks, their glares fixed on Chen Xun. Were it not for the current setting within the martial arena and the unwritten 3-day grace period for new disciples at the miscellaneous peak, they would have already acted upon their anger. Suddenly, Chen Xun erupted in manic laughter, hands on his hips, chin raised defiantly. You're absolutely right. You should all apologize to me, or you shall face the consequences. What? Is this fellow out of his mind? The disciples stared at him in disbelief, thinking they had misheard. Yet, soon after, a wave of fury surged within them. They could no longer contain themselves. Today, this madman must be taught a lesson. Let us do it. Justice is on our side. Even Deacon Qian wouldn't dare punish us. They rallied, rolling up their sleeves, ready to encircle and deliver a sound thrashing to Chen Xun. Chen Xun exhibited not a trace of panic on his face. Instead, he laughed maniacally while shaking his head. The one hand gradually rose to grasp the hilt of the sword at his back. Stop. At that moment, a low voice suddenly rang out. The servant disciples, who had been engaging in the fray, halted abruptly and turned to ascertain which audacious individual dared to intervene. However, upon recognizing the attire of the newcomer, their expressions shifted, and they quickly ceased their actions, bowing respectfully and exclaiming, "Greetings, senior brother." The other disciples spectating at the martial arena were equally taken aback, bowing and echoing, "Greetings, senior brother." The figure clad in outer sect garments approached with a grim countenance, and the servant disciples hastily cleared a path. The newcomer was none other than Su Yang. After emerging from the pavilion, he had been searching for Chen Xun, and upon hearing the commotion at the martial arena, he surmised that Chen Xun was likely involved. After all, during their previous encounter aboard the spacecraft, Su Yang had discerned that Chen Xun was a troublemaker. Upon arriving at the scene, his suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed Chen Xun causing the ruckus. Su Yang hastened to Chen Xun's side, intending to press him for an explanation. But thoughts of Zhao Ting compelled him to restrain himself. Alas, despite Chen Xun's erratic behavior, his connections were formidable. "Come with me to the pavilion," Su Yang instructed. He had no inclination to question Chen Xun about his unauthorized departure from the group to arrive at the martial arena, for he understood that such inquiries would be futile. Chen Xun was simply not a rational individual. Seeing that Chen Xun ignored him, Su Yang's expression darkened, and he forcibly grasped Chen Xun's sleeve, leading him away. The servant disciples watched this interaction in astonishment, their gazes toward Chen Xun now tinged with a hint of apprehension. What a relationship he must have. Some of the servant disciples had connections, either as relatives of outer or inner sect disciples, thriving in their own rights. They were astonished to discover that this individual was also well connected. Reflecting upon this, those who had intended to report Chen Xun's behavior to Su Yang were left with no choice but to swallow their grievances. Suddenly, Chen Xun shook off Su Yang's hand and proclaimed loudly, "They haven't apologized to me, so I shall not leave." Su Yang, the servant disciples, hearing Chen Xun's words and observing his demeanor, finally grasped the reality. He was clearly not of sound mind. Su Yang said solemnly, "What have they done to warrant an apology from you?" He could deduce, without a doubt, that Chen Xun had instigated the trouble. With arms crossed and head held high, Chen Xun remained silent, exuding an air of defiance. Senior brother, it is as follows. We truly meant no offense to him. He was the one causing a disturbance at the martial arena, disrupting our cultivation. Please see it clearly." A disciple hastily explained. Su Yang glanced at the other servant disciples and noted that they all nodded rapidly, affirming the truth of the statement. Su Yang found himself in a quandary. But thinking of Zhao Ting, he cleared his throat and said, "You should apologize to him." "What?" The servant disciples were momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of indignation. This was utterly unfair. Yet, due to Su Yang's status, the disciples, who had been forcefully removed from their cultivation, had no choice but to swallow their pride and prepare to apologize in the interest of avoiding further conflict. However, the disciples had yet to offer their apologies. Yet Su Yang's subsequent remarks brought considerable comfort to all present. "Dear fellow brothers and sisters, you must have noticed that Chen Xun is somewhat lacking in judgment, and his thoughts diverge significantly from those of ordinary individuals. I implore you to show him some understanding, for the sake of your senior brother." Su Yang sighed and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. "So, this madman is named Chen Xun?" After Su Yang's explanation, the others understood. Indeed, Chen Xun appeared to be quite deranged. What puzzled them, however, was how the sect could accept a madman as a disciple, even if he were merely a servant disciple. It seemed rather implausible. "Chen Xun, we apologize to you," the disciples lamented. Chen Xun, taken aback, stepped back and hastily cupped his hands, exclaiming in shock, "You all are being too gracious. I am unworthy of such kindness." The disciples were left bewildered. He was the one who needed to apologize, and now that he had. What was the meaning of this display? They could not help but cast sorrowful glances at Su Yang, their faces filled with a silent inquiry. "Brother, what is he truly up to? This fellow is undeniably insane." After realizing that Chen Xun was indeed mad, the disciples found it difficult to harbor any resentment towards him. They could empathize with his condition. Su Yang, feeling somewhat awkward due to Chen Xun's antics, once again cupped his hands to the crowd before taking Chen Xun away from the martial arena. Without further ado, the disciples watched the pair depart, their faces etched with forced smiles. It became evident to them that with this madman, Chen Xun, the servant peak would certainly become far more lively in the future. Chapter 24. Is he really the sect master of Daotian? Su Yang swiftly led Chen Xun to the pavilion. "Elder Qian, this is Chen Xun. Please find him a place to stay and assign him a cleaning area," Su Yang said with a smile. Elder Qian Lifu promptly rose, approached Chen Xun with a scrutinizing gaze, and spoke kindly. "Chen Xun, I am the steward of the servant peak. You can simply call me Lao Qian." Upon learning that Chen Xun was a friend of the newly appointed purple-clad Zhao Ting, Qian Lifu did not dare to treat him with indifference. Even though he was a mere mortal without spiritual roots, Chen Xun tilted his head, inspecting the interior of the pavilion, seemingly oblivious to Qian Lifu's words. "Ah ha ha." Qian Lifu chuckled awkwardly. Su Yang, exasperated, interjected, "Elder Qian, did I not tell you that Chen Xun is afflicted with madness? There is no need to treat him as you would an ordinary person. Communication can be quite challenging with him at times." Qian Lifu nodded in understanding. All right. Su Yang exhaled deeply, feeling that his task regarding Chen Xun was complete. "You may arrange matters concerning Chen Xun at your convenience. I shall return to Rinxian Peak now." With that, Su Yang began to walk out of the pavilion. "Wait," Qian Lifu called out. Su Yang turned around, puzzled. Qian Lifu glanced at Chen Xun, then stepped closer to Su Yang, speaking in a hushed tone. "Su Yang, how exactly should I arrange for this Chen Xun?" Frankly, Qian Lifu found Su Yang's indifferent attitude towards Chen Xun somewhat perplexing. After a moment of silence, Su Yang replied, "Brother Zhao Ting will likely have little to no further interactions with Chen Xun." Su Yang keenly understood the rigid hierarchy within the sect, where the warmth of human emotions was often scarce. In fact, Su Yang once had a close friend residing on the servant peak, who still remains there to this day. However, ever since Su Yang ascended to the outer sect, their interactions have become infrequent. After speaking, Su Yang shook his head and departed. Qian Lifu watched Su Yang's receding figure, and after a moment, turned to Chen Xun, his previously warm gaze now considerably dulled. "Come in," Qian Lifu called out. Soon, a disciple entered, bowing slightly. "Elder." Qian Lifu nodded slightly and instructed, "Take Chen Xun to the western side. There's a thatched hut there. He will reside there from now on. Afterwards, please show him the dining area, so he can familiarize himself with the way." The disciple hesitated for a moment, glancing at Chen Xun before nodding in agreement. However, he could not help but ask, "Elder, do not all disciples live together? Why is Chen Xun?" Qian Lifu shot the disciple a sidelong glance and replied, "Chen Xun is a mortal, not a disciple. How could he possibly reside with you all?" The disciple was taken aback, scrutinizing Chen Xun deeply. "When did mortals gain entry into the Daotian sect?" "Very well, take Chen Xun along." Qian Lifu waved his hand, suddenly recalling something else. "Oh, and from now on, the path from the middle of the mountain to the foot of the servant peak will be under Chen Xun's care." The disciple bowed again, understanding. He then turned to Chen Xun with a smile. "Come along, Chen Xun." Noticing Chen Xun's indifference, he paused, looking back at Qian Lifu. "Elder." This, Qian Lifu's expression shifted slightly, and he coughed lightly. "He may not be entirely sane. Just take him along." "Understood." The disciple regained his composure, grasped Chen Xun's arm, and hurriedly led him outside. As evening fell, the sky gradually darkened. To the west of the servant peak, amidst the wilderness, stood a solitary thatched hut. Surrounded by weeds and trees, a narrow path was the only route leading outward. The wilderness was silent, the incessant chirping of insects creating a disquieting atmosphere. In front of the hut, Chen Xun sat alone, fervently flipping through a blank book. After the disciple led him out of the loft, he showed him the dining area and the cleaning location, ultimately bringing him to this thatched hut before leaving. It was still afternoon when Chen Xun arrived. He did not venture out again and skipped dinner. In this remote wilderness, darkness enveloped him, leaving anyone who lingered there feeling abandoned by the world. Fortunately, Chen Xun felt none of this. He was completely immersed in his own realm. Suddenly, he yawned, tucked away the book, stood up, and aimlessly surveyed his surroundings before turning to enter the hut. The interior was quite simple, in the dim light. One could vaguely make out a wooden bed and a set of wooden table and chairs. Chen Xun yawned again, flopped onto the bed, removed the wooden sword from his back, embraced it, and fell asleep. The inner cabinet is located at the summit of Dao Tian Peak. Dao Tian Peak. Apart from the Servant Peak, Human Mysterious Peak, Earth Mysterious Peak, and Heaven Mysterious Peak, stands as another significant mountain. It is also the core venue of the Dao Tian sect, where the higher-ups convene to discuss important matters. At this moment, within the inner cabinet, Zhao Ting stood in the center, utterly at a loss. Before him sat a group of individuals clad in deep purple robes. Their gazes fixed upon him with a mixture of astonishment and scrutiny, leaving Zhao Ting feeling overwhelmed. To the side, Steward Shun, he stood with a lowly posture. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead upon closer inspection. Though Shun, he held a respectable position as an inner sect steward within the Dao Tian sect. The individuals before him were all core elders of the sect. Each one of them possessed a status far beyond Shun He's, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. Shen He, you have done remarkably well. I never expected you to bring back such an exceptional disciple, remarked an elder with white hair and youthful features. Stroking his beard with a smile. He was Elder Jiang Bailu, the third elder of the Dao Tian sect. Shen He immediately knelt down and bowed, responding, Elder, your praises are too generous. This is not my accomplishment, but rather a divine gift to our Dao Tian sect. Shen He, being an inner sect steward, spoke with utmost tact, deflecting the praise and attributing it to heavenly grace. Elder Jiang Bailu smiled faintly, and the other elders nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with Shun He's response. Rest assured, once the sect master arrives, your contribution will be duly recognized. It has been ages since our Dao Tian sect has recruited such a remarkably gifted disciple with a heavenly root, said the first elder on the left. A young man with an upright demeanor named Lu Yunjian, who was the grand elder of the Dao Tian sect. Shun He trembled with excitement. Although he dared not show it, Zhao Ting, Lu Yunjian suddenly turned his gaze towards Zhao Ting and called out with a smile. Startled, Zhao Ting quickly bowed and respectfully addressed, Elder. At this moment, Zhao Ting was aware that these individuals were all elders of the Dao Tian sect, yet he could not identify them individually. Lu Yunjian nodded slightly and said, You possess a gold attribute heavenly root. Such outstanding qualifications place you among the elite of the purple-robed disciples. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging the truth in the grand elder's words. Indeed, among the purple-robed disciples, those with heavenly roots were the highest tier, while the lowest were all exceptional earthly roots. Most importantly, Zhao Ting's heavenly root was of the gold attribute, making him truly unique within the Dao Tian sect. I am unworthy, Zhao Ting quickly replied. I am but a novice on the path of immortality, entirely ignorant of all matters. I shall rely on the guidance of the esteemed elders moving forward. The elders smiled and nodded in agreement, yet there was a subtle rivalry evident in their eyes. Every purple-robed disciple would be a direct disciple of an elder, but it remained uncertain which elder would claim Zhao Ting as their own. Currently, the elders were amiable, and the atmosphere was harmonious. But this was only because the sect master had yet to arrive. Once the sect master appeared, the elders would undoubtedly engage in a contest for Zhao Ting's favor. Shen He listened to the elders' commendations of Zhao Ting with envy, realizing that Zhao Ting had risen to great heights. However, considering his own contributions, he felt a sense of relief, recognizing that they had mutually achieved success. At that moment, a figure entered the hall. Walking towards the throne with hands clasped behind his back, the elders quickly rose to their feet, bowing respectfully and calling out, Sect Master. Shen He too felt a surge of anxiety, lowering his head and promptly following suit in a respectful greeting. To speak candidly, although he holds the position of an inner sect steward, opportunities to meet the sect leader are scarce. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting bowed his head, increasingly anxious and sweating profusely. For the visitor was none other than the supreme leader of the Dao Tian sect. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man stood above them, clad in a plain robe. His hair flowed in a striking blend of black and white over his shoulders, and his eagle-like eyes radiated an imposing authority. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Nangong Yao, whom Chen Xun had encountered atop Xiao Peak while playing the Guqin during their brief meeting. It was truly astonishing to discover that he was the leader of the Dao Tian sect. Now, Chen Xun found himself intertwined with this esteemed sect, which was indeed a remarkable twist of fate. Chapter 25. The competition among elders. Nangong Yao cast a glance at Zhao Ting and then slowly seated himself. Speaking in a measured tone, Elders, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please take your seats. Thank you, sect leader, the elders replied, bowing slightly as they settled down. Only Zhao Ting and Shun He remained kneeling, too intimidated to rise. As Nangong Yao poured himself a cup of tea, he remarked, I have heard that a disciple possessing a golden spiritual root has been recruited. Is this the one? The Grand Elder, Lu Yunjian, promptly responded, Indeed, sect leader. This is Zhao Ting, brought in by our inner sect steward Shun He from the vicinity of Tianqing City. Nangong Yao nodded and turned to Shun He, saying, Well done. Steward Shun, I will take note of your contribution. There is a vacancy for an inner sect elder position at the Dijuan Peak. How do you feel about it? The elders were taken aback. The sect leader was directly promoting Shun He to the position of inner sect elder. It was a fitting decision. Considering Shun He had diligently served as an inner sect steward for many years and had now brought in such an exceptional disciple, Shun He was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief, as the unexpected joy left him slightly dazed. While he had anticipated some recognition for his efforts, he had never imagined he would be directly elevated to the rank of inner sect elder. After many years in the Daotian sect, he had never dared to dream of such an honor, especially not after bringing in Zhao Ting. At that moment, Lu Yunjian noticed Shun He's dazed expression and furrowed his brow, saying, Shun He, the sect leader is addressing you. Why are you lost in thought? Regaining his composure, Shun He quickly suppressed his excitement and respectfully bowed his head, replying, Thank you, sect leader. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the sect. At this juncture, Shun He could not afford to be modest or question his worthiness. The opportunity was before him, and he had to seize it swiftly. Nangong Yao nodded slightly. Very well. You may withdraw for now. I will arrange for an elder to visit Dijuan Peak regarding your promotion. Yes. Shun He bowed and took his leave, inhaling deeply to feign calmness as he stepped back. Yet it was evident to all that he struggled to contain his elation. Shun He, if my eyes do not deceive me, you have just reached the late stage of foundation establishment, correct? Lu Yunjian suddenly interjected. Shun He paused, quickly bowing again. Yes. Simultaneously, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He wondered if the promotion might be delayed. After all, the realm of the inner sect elders has its requirements. With at least the foundation of the golden core stage, Lu Yunjian chuckled, Do not be anxious. This elder merely wishes to convey that you must endeavor to cultivate diligently henceforth. Otherwise, the other inner sect elders shall not yield to you. Do you understand? Shun He exhaled slightly, replying, Understood. He then cast a grateful glance at Zhao Ting, who was akin to a fortunate star for him, before departing swiftly. It was only then that Nangong Yao turned his attention toward Zhao Ting, a smile gracing his features. Zhao Ting, now that you have arrived at the Daotian sect, consider this sect your home. Sensing Nangong Yao's goodwill, Zhao Ting felt his tension dissipate significantly. He finally dared to lift his gaze to meet Nangong Yao's eyes. Though he quickly lowered his head again, respectfully responding, Zhao Ting will keep this in mind. Meanwhile, the other elders exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with eagerness. Soon, the third elder, Jiang Bailu, cleared his throat and stood, saying, Sect Master, Zhao Ting possesses a reserved demeanor and commendable character. I find great pleasure in his presence. Might I take him as my disciple? The status of a disciple in purple robes holds considerable weight, as each one is backed by a core elder of this sect. Nangong Yao smiled subtly, not hurrying to respond, for he recognized that the third elder had merely initiated the discussion. Indeed, the next moment, a striking female elder rose, clasping her hands together. Sect Master, the third elder already has a disciple in purple robes. Adding another may prove quite demanding for him. Currently, I have none under my tutelage, and accepting Zhao Ting would be most suitable. Jiang Bailu's eyelids flickered as he fixed his gaze on the female elder. Fourth elder. You. The fourth elder, Chu Ningchong, cast a nonchalant glance at Jiang Bailu, showing no inclination to yield. Although she was the fourth elder, she presided over the punishments within the Daotian sect. Jiang Bailu retorted, Fourth elder, you already have your hands full managing the sect's punishments. If Zhao Ting were to follow you, would he not be neglected? Humph. Should your oversight hinder Zhao Ting's cultivation, how do you intend to penalize yourself? A slight smile tugged at Chu Ningchong's lips as she replied coolly, That need not concern the third elder. Jiang Bailu's expression darkened. He waved his sleeve, choosing to remain silent. The other elders, witnessing this exchange, hesitated to speak. It was evident that both the third and fourth elders were genuinely eager to claim Zhao Ting as their own disciple, yet they all desired him. Zhao Ting, unaccustomed to such dynamics, felt a mixture of trepidation and pride, realizing that the elders were vying for him. The second elder, Lu Xianin, pondered aloud, Sect Master. How about? Nangong Yao comprehended Lu Xuanin's implication and interjected, Very well, it is not for this sect to interfere with Zhao Ting's choice of master. We shall not show favoritism. Let Zhao Ting decide for himself. Upon hearing Nangong Yao's words, The elders felt a wave of relief wash over them and immediately turned their attention to Zhao Ting, each one eager to recommend themselves, creating an atmosphere of fervor. Zhao Ting, I am the sixth elder. Should you choose me as your master, I shall provide you with the finest cave dwelling, treasures, and techniques. Humph. Who needs your trinkets? Another elder chimed in. Zhao Ting, I possess a treasure-hunting spirit beast. With it, you shall unearth countless treasures. Simply join my ranks, and the spirit beast shall be yours. Ah, Elder Jiao, you truly are generous. That Xinhuang mouse, which you have treasured so dearly, is now to be gifted to Zhao Ting? It's merely a mere treasure-hunting spirit pet. Zhao Ting, I am aware that you possess a golden spiritual root. How fortuitous. I, as the sole master craftsman of our sect, would gladly take you under my wing and impart my knowledge to you. Impart? That seems a bit too much, doesn't it? Zhao Ting, I too possess a golden spiritual root. This last remark was made by Chen Xun. The elders exchanged words, and soon Zhao Ting found himself drenched in sweat. However, Grand Elder Lu Yunji and Second Elder Lu Xianin refrained from participating in this competition for disciples. The reason being that Lu Yunji, as the Grand Elder, was preoccupied with sect matters, while Lu Xianin already had two purple-clad disciples under his tutelage. Nangong Yao chuckled. Zhao Ting, you need not fear offending any elder. Their tempers are not so trifling. Just follow your heart. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting took a deep breath and bowed to the elders, stammering. I am truly grateful for the elders' kindness, but I wish to become a disciple of the fourth elder. Chapter 26. The Vanished Breakfast? As Zhao Ting's words fell, apart from the elated Chu Ningchong, the other elders sighed and fell silent. In truth, Zhao Ting's choice was wise. The treasures and techniques offered by the elders could not compare to the fact that the fourth elder himself possessed a golden spiritual root. Excellent. Chu Ningchong waved her hand, lifting Zhao Ting into the air, casting a sidelong glance of provocation at Jiang Bailu. Jiang Bailu, speechless, shook her head and sat down, feeling a twinge of regret, though it was not entirely unfavorable. In the hall, Nangong Yao nodded slightly. In his heart, Chu Ningchong was indeed the ideal mentor for Zhao Ting, solely due to their identical spiritual roots. However, Nangong Yao deemed it inappropriate to speak directly and felt that this method, allowing Zhao Ting to make his own choice, was far more fitting. With this in mind, Nangong Yao rose and declared, Very well, let it be so. Grand Elder, once you descend, please send invitations to the neighboring sections. In 5 days, we shall hold a ceremony to honor Zhao Ting as the 15th purple-clad disciple of our Daotian sect. Understood. Lu Yunji replied, bowing respectfully. Zhao Ting was overjoyed, eager to share this delightful news with Chen Xun. The following day, just as dawn broke, Chen Xun awoke leisurely, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth before rising. Grasping his wooden sword, he stepped out of the thatched cottage and, with the energy of a mountain monkey, bounded through the mist towards the dining hall, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, the martial arena was bustling with over 8,000 miscellaneous disciples, a sea of activity. On the platform, Qian Laifu stood with his hands behind his back, his belly protruding, energetically addressing the disciples. The hungry disciples could only clutch their stomachs and endure, listening restlessly. Alas, in this mid-mountain area, Qian Laifu held the greatest power, and every morning he gathered the disciples for a few words to assert his presence. Simultaneously, Chen Xun followed the enticing aroma to the dining hall. Due to the large number of disciples, the dining hall was impressively spacious, resembling a plaza. Inside, some miscellaneous disciples were responsible for serving meals, as it was their duty. Upon entering the dining hall, Chen Xun dashed straight towards the serving area. Chen Xun approached and retrieved a bowl and chopsticks, then handed the bowl to a disciple serving the meal. The serving disciple was taken aback, glancing at Chen Xun before casting a look outside the dining hall, wondering if Fatty Qian had finished speaking. However, it seemed odd, as he had not seen any other disciples enter the dining hall. With a hint of suspicion, the serving disciple accepted the bowl, filled it with a generous portion of congee, and added 2 steamed buns and some pickled vegetables before returning it to Chen Xun. Only then did he notice Chen Xun's attire, his eyes widening in surprise as he curiously remarked, Junior brother, you must be a new disciple. After breakfast, it would be wise to change your clothes, otherwise, Fatty Qian will surely reprimand you. Chen Xun chuckled softly without replying, opting to stand and eat instead of taking a seat. In a mere moment, he licked his lips and presented the empty bowl back to the serving disciple, giving it a little shake. The serving disciple, who had just set down his spoon, stared blankly at the now empty bowl. Finished already? He exclaimed in disbelief. Taking the bowl back, he filled it again with the same portion and handed it over. Just as he prepared to put down his spoon, he heard a series of swift sounds. Looking back in astonishment, he He saw that Chen Xun had already returned the bowl to him once more. The serving disciple stood frozen, while Chen Xun, cheeks bulging with food, chewed a few times before swallowing and shaking the bowl to indicate he wanted more. Junior brother, you are the fastest eater I have ever seen, the serving disciple remarked, swallowing hard. He then handed the spoon to Chen Xun, saying, help yourself, junior brother. Take as much as you want. I must return to the kitchen to assist with carrying more buckets of kanji. With a grin, Chen Xun accepted the spoon. As the serving disciple departed towards the kitchen, Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with determination. He swiftly cast aside the spoon and bowl, lifting the entire kanji bucket instead. Moments later, he patted his stomach, a look of dissatisfaction crossing his face, as if he still craved more. Yet, apart from the large bucket of kanji, he had devoured all the steamed buns and pickled vegetables on the table, leaving not a single scrap behind, licking everything clean. With a resigned shake of his head, he left. Shortly after Chen Xun's departure, the serving disciple along with another disciple emerged from the kitchen carrying a kanji bucket, only to find the table completely empty. They stood in shock. Just then, a throng of miscellaneous disciples surged into the dining hall. Oh no, we're doomed. There won't be enough breakfast today. One disciple exclaimed, panic-stricken. What happened to the kanji? The buns? The pickles? The serving disciple turned pale, recalling Chen Xun and suspecting that he must be involved in this predicament. Although he was unsure of what exactly had transpired, he was certain it was related. However, it was impossible that everything had been consumed. After all, a single bucket of kanji, if ladled out one bowl per person, could serve hundreds. And what about the hundreds of missing white buns and the 2 large bowls of pickles? What should we do, junior brother? If the disciples don't get their meals, they will undoubtedly report to Fatty Qian, and we, the ones responsible for breakfast, will face punishment. Indeed, not long after, a commotion erupted among several hundred disciples unable to secure their meals and those responsible for serving breakfast in the dining hall. The latter, overwhelmed by the sheer number of the former, trembled in fear. The uproar was so pronounced that there was no need for a formal report. Qian Laifu was quickly summoned. What is all this noise? He bellowed upon entering the dining hall, instantly silencing the crowd. After a moment of inquiry, Qian Laifu grasped the situation and his expression turned to one of perplexity. It was no wonder that these hundreds of disciples had risen in protest. A shortage of breakfast was unprecedented in the history of the servant peak. He demanded, what on earth is happening? You, the disciples responsible for breakfast. How could such an error occur today? How long have you been doing this? With over 8,000 disciples at our mid-mountain location, how could you miscalculate the food supply? The dining hall disciples exchanged glances, each displaying a grimace. It was not that they had mismanaged the quantities. Traditionally, the amount was sufficient, often leaving leftovers, yet today, it had proven inadequate. Finally, one disciple who had previously encountered Chen Xun raised his hand cautiously, explaining, Deacon, it is as follows. Prior to our fellow brothers entering the dining hall, another disciple arrived. I served him 2 bowls of porridge, and then I went to the back kitchen. When I returned with another brother to fetch more porridge, we discovered that the original bucket of porridge, along with the steamed buns and pickles, had vanished. At this revelation, many servant disciples exchanged skeptical glances, some even suppressing laughter. Their irresponsibility was palpable. To misjudge the food portion was one thing, but to concoct such an absurd excuse was another. All disciples had been gathered at the martial arts arena. How could anyone have come to the dining hall alone? Would admitting a mistake be such a grave offense? Chapter 27. Chen Xun, you have lost your conscience. One disciple interjected. I say, can you not take some responsibility for this? Apologizing to the deacon would suffice, but to dare utter such nonsense. The serving disciple's face flushed crimson with indignation as he retorted, what I said is true. Qian Laifu's eyes narrowed, and suddenly, a realization struck him. He inquired, is the disciple you mentioned dressed in tattered blue garments, carrying a worn wooden sword? The serving disciple's face lit up with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. That's him. Oh, the gathered disciples gasped in astonishment. Indeed, someone had arrived at the dining hall before them. At this moment, several servant disciples narrowed their eyes, having deduced whom Qian Laifu referred to. Surely, it was the madman from yesterday who had disrupted their training with bizarre movements at the martial arts arena. Clearing his throat, Qian Laifu surveyed the room and declared, this is an opportune moment to inform you all that we have a mortal among us, not a disciple of the sect. His name is Chen Xun, and he currently resides in a grass hut to the west of the Servant Peak. Henceforth, he shall share meals with you all. He may not be of sound mind, so do not be overly startled upon encountering him. A murmur of disbelief swept through the dining hall. A non-sect disciple? A mere mortal? Is there a misunderstanding, dear steward? Are we not misdirected? Even if a mere mortal has arrived at the dining hall, our discussion pertains to the issue of food quantity. With several hundred disciples' breakfasts now missing, are we not unjustly attributing the blame to that mortal? How shameless. One disciple, observing the serving disciples, spat contemptuously and remarked, "Indeed, are you implying that the breakfasts of those hundreds of disciples were pilfered by that mortal? Even if he were a pig, he couldn't consume such a quantity." Another disciple chimed in with a mocking tone. The serving disciple's face flushed crimson as he retorted loudly, "I did not assert he ate it. I merely questioned whether he could be connected to it. How else could a large pot of porridge, hundreds of buns, and 2 bowls of pickles vanish into thin air, if it has indeed vanished? Perhaps you should question yourselves." Another disciple interjected sharply, "Do you truly suspect that Chen Xun carried away all that food? Where could he have possibly taken such a hefty pot of hot porridge and those buns and vegetables? Can you even imagine him managing to move all that? Furthermore, I observe that the pots and bowls are impeccably clean, unlike when they held food. If they had contained food, surely there would be some remnants left." The serving disciple was left speechless, unable to counter such arguments. A large pot of hot porridge is quite heavy. He would need assistance to lift it. "Enough," Qian Laifu interjected, waving his hand. "Go prepare another pot of porridge and steam some buns. Let the disciples who have yet to eat have their meals first." "Yes," the serving disciples replied helplessly, retreating to the kitchen. Qian Laifu's gaze flickered as he commanded, "Bring Chen Xun here." "Understood." A disciple who had guided Chen Xun the previous day responded swiftly before departing. Qian Laifu turned to the others, stating calmly, "All right, please sit and wait for your meal. Chen Xun will be here shortly. I shall inquire thoroughly about the situation." However, Qian Laifu harbored little hope of uncovering the truth. At the foot of the miscellaneous peak, Chen Xun was diligently sweeping the ground with a broom, his demeanor exceedingly solemn. Chen brother. At that moment, Zhao Ting came running from a distance, waving his hand. When he reached Chen Xun, he was panting heavily, bent over with his hands on his knees, and breathlessly exclaimed, "Phew! Chen brother, I have splendid news to share. I have become the disciple of the 4th elder. In a few days, there will be a ceremony to confer the title of purple-clad disciple. Isn't that splendid?" Chen Xun tilted his head to look at Zhao Ting and grinned. "Hee, congratulations." Zhao Ting felt a surge of joy, despite Chen Xun's peculiar state. He was relieved that he still recognized him. "Oh, Chen brother, don't sweep for now," Zhao Ting urged, pulling Chen Xun to sit beside him on the mountain path. "Do you know who my master, the 4th elder, is? He oversees all punishments in the sect. From now on, I will protect you." Seeing Chen Xun shake his head and grin foolishly, Zhao Ting wondered if he had absorbed any of his words. He decided to let it go. But as he recalled their first encounter in Tianqing City, a pang of sadness welled up within him. How could such a fine person suddenly change like this? Zhao Ting pursed his lips and said, "Brother Chen, how about I ask my master to take a look at you? Life is long, and I truly cannot bear to see you remain this way." Although Zhao Ting had known Chen Xun for a brief period, there was an inexplicable desire in his subconscious to draw closer to him. For Zhao Ting, having just arrived at the Daotian sect, Chen Xun was the only familiar face he could rely on. "I will take it as Brother Chen's tacit consent. As I am not yet a disciple of the purple robe, once I am conferred the title in a few days, I shall bring you to see my esteemed master," Zhao Ting stated earnestly. Noticing Chen Xun's dismissive expression, Zhao Ting's gaze was drawn to the wooden sword that Chen Xun carried on his back. Curiously, he reached out, asking, "By the way, Brother Chen, what is the significance of you carrying this wooden sword? I have been quite curious since the day we first met." Just as Zhao Ting was about to grasp the hilt, Chen Xun suddenly extended his hand and firmly clasped Zhao Ting's wrist. Zhao Ting's expression shifted as he felt an overwhelming force gripping his wrist, making it difficult to move an inch. Thankfully, Zhao Ting was merely an ordinary person and did not overthink the situation. He simply assumed that Chen Xun possessed considerable strength. As Zhao Ting winced in pain from Chen Xun's grip, he awkwardly said, "Brother Chen, I shall refrain from looking. I acted without your consent, and for that, I apologize." Chen Xun laughed maniacally and released his hold. Zhao Ting quickly withdrew his hand, rubbing his wrist that had turned red from the grip, and remarked with resignation, "I didn't expect Brother Chen to possess such strength." Little did he know, had anyone else dared to touch that wooden sword without Chen Xun's permission, the consequences would have been far more severe than mere discomfort. After conversing with Chen Xun for a while, mostly talking to himself, Zhao Ting took his leave. Shortly after Zhao Ting departed, a servant disciple sent by Qian Laifu arrived and, without a word, pulled Chen Xun up the mountain. In the dining hall, the other servant disciples, who had never seen Chen Xun before, scrutinized him with curiosity. Those who had encountered him the previous day squinted their eyes, recalling that they had been compelled to apologize to Chen Xun by an outer sect disciple. "Yes, that's him," one of the serving disciples exclaimed upon spotting Chen Xun. Qian Laifu nodded and turned to Chen Xun, pointing to a large bucket of porridge and steamed buns on the table, inquiring, Chen Xun, when you were here earlier, did you happen to notice the considerable amount of food on the dining table? Upon hearing this, the other disciples fixated their gazes on Chen Xun, eager to determine whether the kitchen had indeed prepared insufficient food. Chen Xun pouted, glancing at the food table with a dazed expression, and began to shake his head, smiling foolishly. However, to the onlookers, this gesture took on a completely different meaning. The crowd's expressions tightened. Did Chen Xun mean to imply that he had not seen it? This meant that the dining hall had indeed prepared too little food, but was refusing to admit it, attempting to shift the blame onto a lunatic? Qian Laifu's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the disciples responsible for breakfast in the dining hall, his voice low and stern. I am utterly disappointed in you. Such a trivial matter could have been acknowledged, yet you choose to blame it on a simple-minded mortal? The disciple who had previously served food to Chen Xun lost composure. Trembling as he pointed at Chen Xun with a spoon, his eyes burning with anger as he shouted, Chen Xun, you heartless scoundrel. Chapter 28. The day of the purple robe promotion, the anguished shout of the disciple responsible for serving meals startled everyone present. With a face flushed with anger, he raised his ladle, prepared to strike at Chen Xun. What do you think you are doing? Qian Laifu's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly intervened to halt the disciple's action. The disciple froze momentarily, casting a resentful glare at Chen Xun before letting his hand fall limply to his side. Qian Laifu surveyed the breakfast attendants with a disdainful expression and declared coldly, for today's incident, each of you will have 3 contribution points deducted to instill a lasting lesson. With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. The breakfast attendants' faces turned pale, feeling utterly defeated. Hee, it was me who ate. Chen Xun suddenly scratched his head and announced. Instantly, countless gazes converged upon him, their eyes flickering with intrigue. The serving disciple, filled with excitement, shouted, Elder. Did you hear that? Chen Xun has admitted to it. His expression softened as he looked at Chen Xun, acknowledging his apparent conscience. Qian Laifu turned back, eyeing Chen Xun with suspicion before responding. Chen Xun, you are quite benevolent, taking the blame for these disciples. However, I cannot believe your claim. You expect me to accept that you consumed the meals of hundreds of disciples? That is utterly absurd. Many of the miscellaneous disciples nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Chen Xun now more lenient. Although they considered him somewhat eccentric, they recognized his inherent goodness. The serving disciple slumped in despair. Truth be told, even he found it hard to believe that Chen Xun could eat so much. It felt surreal, as if the food had vanished into thin air. Nevertheless, this misunderstanding was soon cleared during lunch, for it became evident that Chen Xun truly had an insatiable appetite. The miscellaneous disciples watched in astonishment as he devoured an amount of food equivalent to dozens of meals, even leaving them wanting more at the end. Had there been more prepared, it was likely that Chen Xun would have consumed even more. The disciples gazed at Chen Xun's midsection with trepidation, pondering how one could eat so much without appearing distended. It seemed illogical. Where did all that food go? Following this revelation, the disciples responsible for breakfast were left in tears, hastily seeking out Qian Laifu. Upon learning the truth, he was momentarily taken aback, but subsequently returned the contribution points that had been unjustly deducted. Qian Laifu even instructed the kitchen to increase the portion sizes for future meals. Thus, the miscellaneous disciples came to know that in their midst resided an extraordinarily voracious, albeit eccentric, mortal. In the days that followed, Chen Xun continued his routine of dining in the mess hall, sleeping in a thatched hut, and tidying the mountain paths, leading a remarkably leisurely life. Many of the miscellaneous disciples secretly envied Chen Xun, who seemed to live a carefree existence of eating and sleeping, a simple yet delightful way of life. In the meantime, news of an upcoming ceremony to promote disciples to the esteemed status of purple robes spread throughout the Daotian sect. The disciples of the miscellaneous peak learned that the candidate for this honor was a newly joined disciple with a golden spiritual root, a fact that left them both astonished and filled with longing. Upon their entrance into the sect, they found themselves at the servant peak, where those fortunate enough to break through to higher realms might ascend to the outer sect after an indeterminate passage of time. Conversely, those less fortunate, unable to achieve such breakthroughs, would find themselves departing the sect after several years. One could not help but gaze enviously at the others who, upon joining the sect, immediately donned the purple robes of disciples. The disparity between individuals is indeed stark. For the disciples of the servant peak, the purple-robed ones are akin to the moon, while they themselves are but frogs in a well, fortunate to catch but a distant glimpse of them. Truth be told, they scarcely even had the opportunity for such a glance. The ceremony for the awarding of purple robes was not an occasion for the servant disciples to attend. As time swiftly passed, The day of the purple robe awarding ceremony arrived. The Dao Tian sect, usually characterized by its solemnity, transformed into a bustling scene of festivity. From the peaks of each sect, enormous colorful banners fluttered in the breeze. Gradually, radiant figures descended from the heavens, entering the celestial mountains of the Dao Tian sect, all bearing invitations to extend their congratulations. Logically speaking, disciples with heavenly spiritual roots ought to be kept under wraps. After all, there is a saying that those who cannot thrive are to be deemed as waste. Yet, esteemed sects like the Dao Tian sect harbor no such concerns. Instead of concealing their talented disciples, they boldly proclaim their prowess. Such actions serve two purposes: to enhance the prestige of the sect and to instill a sense of value and importance in the disciples' hearts. Following the submission of invitations by various sects at the mountain gate, they proceeded towards Tianxian Peak, guided by the disciples of Dao Tian sect. The invitations explicitly stated that the ceremony for the awarding of purple robes would take place at the martial arena of Tianxian Peak. During this time, many disciples from both the human Xian Peak and the earth Xian Peak were fortunate enough to ascend Tianxian Peak to witness the awarding ceremony. Today, the Dao Tian sect was bustling with activity, but the servant peak was under strict orders. During the ceremony, all servant disciples were prohibited from descending the mountain. The humble and lowly status of the servant disciples was thus starkly highlighted. Boom, boom, boom. The solemn and resounding toll of bells echoed from Tianxian Peak, reaching the ears of the servant disciples, compelling countless gazes towards that direction. Although they could see nothing, the disciples understood that the ceremony for the awarding of purple robes was about to commence. How envious they felt. To ascend to the purple robes was akin to soaring to the heavens. When would they, mere ants, ever turn the tides of their fortunes? One could only lament that rather than indulging in such thoughts, it would be more prudent to devote oneself to diligent cultivation. Otherwise, the prospect of turning one's fortune around appeared bleak. To don purple robes? Merely joining the human Xian Peak felt like an unattainable dream for a lifetime. Alas, you all are thinking too far ahead. For now, let us strive to leave this halfway up the mountain. The ceremony would undoubtedly be grand and magnificent, yet regrettably, they had no opportunity to witness it. The servant disciples expressed their sentiments, feeling a mix of melancholy and disappointment. In the days prior, the four youths, including Yu Zheng, who had journeyed from Tianqing City, wore expressions of deep complexity. Are you all so idle? At that moment, Qian Laifu appeared, his ample belly protruding, and barked at them. The disciples were startled, quickly bowing and hastily retreating to attend to their own tasks. Qian Laifu felt a sense of discontent brewing within him, for he was confined to the menial duties of the servant peak, merely observing the servant disciples. He longed to witness the happenings at the summit. Most importantly, it was the Tianxian Peak, a place he had never set foot upon in his lifetime. Sighing deeply, Qian Laifu's thoughts drifted as he gazed towards the west. He recalled Su Yang mentioning that Chen Xun was a friend of Zhao Ting, and it was indeed a pity, in his estimation, although only a few days had passed. Zhao Ting had likely forgotten Chen Xun's existence altogether. Chapter 29. The ceremony begins. Chen Xun ascends the mountain. What an uproar! Chen Xun had intended to retire to his straw hut for a peaceful slumber, but the resounding, solemn chimes disrupted his tranquility, causing him considerable agitation. He abruptly leaped from his bed, hastily exiting the hut, his gaze directed angrily towards the source of the noise, and he sprinted down the servant peak. Some disciples noticed Chen Xun heading downhill but thought little of it, assuming he was merely off to sweep the grounds, as it was well known that he was responsible for keeping the path from the foot of the mountain to halfway up tidy. With determination, Chen Xun dashed forward, soon arriving at the base of Tianxian Peak. Halt! Who are you? Two vigilant disciples blocked his path, their voices stern. The guards, already in a foul mood from missing the sealing ceremony due to their duty, glared at Chen Xun. Upon noticing his attire, their expressions shifted to one of suspicion. This garb did not belong to their Dao Tian sect. What was the situation? Crossing his arms and tilting his chin, Chen Xun's usual jovial demeanor was replaced with a scowl. Hey, it's quite noisy up here. The ruckus is preventing me from getting any sleep, you know? The two disciples were taken aback. What? One even scratched his ear in disbelief, uncertain. Did you just say that Tianxian Peak is noisy? Indeed. Chen Xun replied earnestly, nodding his head. The two disciples exchanged bewildered glances, unable to suppress their laughter, quickly covering their mouths. After a moment, they scrutinized Chen Xun closely, their internal energy beginning to circulate as they prepared to apprehend this audacious individual. As if sensing their intentions, Chen Xun shook his head. Hey, you aren't thinking of laying hands on me, are you? The two disciples hesitated, then exchanged serious looks before suddenly springing into action. In an instant, Chen Xun flickered behind them, delivering 2 swift and precise strikes to their necks. The disciples' eyes rolled back, and they collapsed forward, watching the unconscious figures on the ground. Chen Xun let out a breath of relief, patting his chest, his face displaying a mixture of terror and exhilaration. Phew. Thankfully I have a bit of skill in martial arts. I nearly fell into your hands. If the 2 unconscious disciples were aware of Chen Xun's current demeanor, they would surely howl in indignation, questioning who truly had the upper hand in this encounter. Having dispatched the 2 obstructive guards, Chen Xun hummed a tune, swaying as he ascended Tianxian Peak, a mountain that the servant disciples, and even the overseers of the servant peak, could never hope to tread upon in their lifetimes. On the mountain path, Chen Xun hummed merrily, seemingly revitalized, while also perusing a wordless book, his eyes filled with fervor, undeterred by the task at hand. In the illustrious arena of Tianxian Peak, a multitude of figures congregated, their presence a testament to the grandeur of the Dao Tian sect. Standing at the rear were over 2,000 disciples from the outer sect, with a cadre of stewards and elders positioned prominently before them. In the heart of the arena stood more than 500 disciples from the inner sect, their own stewards and elders, including the notable Shun He, overseeing the proceedings. Flanking the arena were esteemed representatives from various invited sects, their eyes scrutinizing the Dao Tian disciples and elders with a mixture of admiration and unidentifiable emotions. To the discerning gaze of these sects, Dao Tian sect undoubtedly ranked among the foremost powers of the North Xian, its overall prowess placing it in the upper echelons. Contemplating this, the representatives collectively cast their eyes toward the figures at the forefront of the arena, their expressions flickering with envy and intrigue. Simultaneously, the disciples and elders of both the outer and inner sects regarded those few figures with reverence, for they embodied the prestige of Dao Tian sect, 14 exceptionally gifted disciples clad in purple robes, alongside 9 core elders. These 14 purple-clad disciples stood quietly behind the core elders, basking in the admiration of the crowd, relishing this moment of glory. Yet, the true focus of today's ceremony was not them, but rather the newly initiated junior brother, Zhao Ting, who had yet to make his entrance, anticipated to arrive alongside the sect leader. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed through the arena as Nangong Yao and Zhao Ting entered in succession. Instantly, countless gazes converged upon Zhao Ting, trailing behind Nangong Yao. The disciples and elders of Dao Tian sect marveled at the sight of the new purple-robed disciple. This was indeed the newly appointed purple-clad figure. Zhao Ting, who bowed his head and moved forward, was unaccustomed to such attention, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The sect leader was present. The disciples, stewards, and elders immediately bowed in respect, calling out in reverence. Meanwhile, the representatives from the various sects, having assessed Zhao Ting, rose to their feet, greeting Nangong Yao with respectful gestures, expressing their admiration. Ah, sect leader Nangong, it has been a decade since our last encounter. You appear even more resplendent than before. Truly, Dao Tian sect has gained yet another gifted disciple. I envy you greatly, for it seems heaven has favored Dao Tian sect. Having long heard of Dao Tian sect's esteemed status within the North Xian cultivation realm, one could not help but feel that hearing of its grandeur paled in comparison to witnessing it firsthand. My own sect, the Earth Immortal Pavilion, pales in comparison to Dao Tian sect. Nangong Yao stepped forward, offering a gentle smile as he addressed the gathered sects. Your kind words elevate my Dao Tian sect. We are honored by your presence at the ceremony for the conferral of the purple robes. Despite the fact that these sects were inferior to Dao Tian, united they formed a formidable force, and as the host and sect leader, Nangong Yao would not underestimate them. Not at all, sect leader Nangong. Your words are too generous. To witness the conferral of the purple robes is indeed a delightful occasion, remarked a representative with a smile. Nangong Yao nodded slightly, gesturing with his hand. Please, everyone, take your seats. Once the various sects took their seats, Nangong Yao glanced at Zhao Ting and then spoke calmly. Zhao Ting, step forward. Startled, Zhao Ting hurriedly approached and knelt on the prepared mat. Nangong Yao nodded and declared, let the ceremony for the purple robe commence. With his words, the disciples surrounding the martial arena began to beat the drums vigorously. Amidst the resounding drum beats, Elder Lu Yunjian stepped out from the core elder assembly and approached Zhao Ting, gently raising his hand. Several disciples, holding plates high above their heads, bowed as they entered the arena and stood behind Lu Yunjian. Lu Yunjian lifted his gaze and surveyed the crowd, proclaiming in a clear voice, Disciple Zhao Ting, distinguished for his exceptional talent, possesses a golden spiritual root. Following the sect master's directive, I hereby confer upon Zhao Ting the title of the 15th purple-robed disciple of our Daotian sect. Let this be witnessed today." A resounding wave of applause surged through the martial arena. At that moment, Zhao Ting's mind was blank, his entire body tingling with a sensation he could not articulate. Yet he found it delightful. Lu Yunjian continued, "This is the Tianzi Xian Luo treasure robe, a cherished artifact. Its powers you shall perceive in due time." He retrieved the purple robe from the plate held by the disciples and handed it to Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting accepted it eagerly, feeling its cool, smooth texture, and was captivated by its delicacy. Lu Yunjian nodded and continued to present one item after another from the plate. This is the identity token of the purple-robed disciple. The complete Dao Tian scriptures and the sword of the purple-robed disciple. Amidst the envious gazes directed at him, Zhao Ting trembled as he accepted these precious items one by one. Feeling valued, he earnestly declared, "Disciple Zhao Ting is deeply grateful for the sect's nurturing. Henceforth, all of my interests shall prioritize the sect. In life, I am a person of the sect, and in death, I am its spirit. The sect shall never abandon me, Zhao Ting, and I shall remain steadfastly loyal." His heartfelt words prompted nods of approval from those present, who admired Zhao Ting's character and sense of gratitude. Such individuals of character often embody two extremes, either malevolence or benevolence, and it was evident that Zhao Ting belonged to the latter. "Well," Nangong Yao exclaimed with a smile. Then continued, "Now that the purple robe has been conferred, it is time for you to pay your respects to your master." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjian bowed in acknowledgement and turned to the fourth elder, Chu Ningchong, among the core elders, saying, "Fourth elder, it is your turn to accept a disciple." At this, the gathered disciples gasped in astonishment. Goodness, Zhao Ting is about to become the true disciple of the fourth elder. The fourth elder is responsible for discipline. With Zhao Ting already a purple-robed disciple and having the backing of the fourth elder, he will surely have great influence within the sect. The disciples were envious beyond measure. Meanwhile, the drumbeats continued to resonate. Chu Ningchong smiled and nodded, stepping out from the core elder assembly to stand before Zhao Ting. Just as the master-disciple ceremony was about to commence, an abrupt voice suddenly pierced through the martial arena. "Enough with the noise. Can't anyone let a poor soul get some good sleep?" The cacophony of drums ceased instantly. In that moment, the smiles of countless individuals froze upon their faces. The martial arena fell into silence. The expressions of the outer and inner disciples, as well as the elders, turned grim. And even Lu Yunjian and other core elders wore darkened visages. Today's sealing ceremony has drawn the attention of numerous sects, and to witness such an incident is indeed remarkable. The expressions of those from various sects reveal their astonishment. Consequently, all eyes in the martial arena are drawn towards the source of the commotion, and upon seeing the figure of a scholar clad in green, standing with hands on hips outside the arena, many are momentarily taken aback. Who is this person? Yet, some individuals, such as Xun He and Su Yang, who returned to the sect alongside Chen Xun, display a particularly grave demeanor. As Zhao Ting snaps back from his stupor, he feels as if the sky has fallen, his face paling in terror. "Chen, brother." Chapter 30. The excitement of Nangong Yao, Xun He and Su Yang regain their composure, their minds tumultuous, their pupils constricting as they gaze at Chen Xun. Wasn't he assigned to the menial peak? How could he possibly appear at the Tianshan peak on such a momentous day? Gradually, Xun He's body begins to tremble, not from the chill, but from panic. For Chen Xun was someone he had hastily promised Zhao Ting to bring back to the sect. Now, with Chen Xun suddenly causing a disruption at the sealing ceremony, he fears he may be implicated. The martial arena falls into an eerie silence, countless gazes fixated upon Chen Xun, a myriad of expressions flickering in the air. Zhao Ting abruptly rises from his seat, intent on approaching Chen Xun. This action startles Xun He, who quickly sends a mental message. "Zhao Ting, don't go over." Zhao Ting hesitates, recognizing the familiar voice in his mind, immediately recalling Xun He. Xun He continues to tremble as he urgently communicates, "Zhao Ting, today is your day to be conferred the purple robe and to pay homage to the fourth elder. Do not forget that all disciples and elders of the sect are gathered here, and the sect master is present as well. Most importantly, the various sects are observing. If you make a mistake and bring disgrace to the Daotian sect, you will face severe consequences. It is not worth it for your reckless friend." Zhao Ting freezes, his heart racing, and beads of cold sweat form in his palms as he finds himself at a loss for what to do. At this moment, no one notices that the sect master, Nangong Yao, is staring at Chen Xun in astonishment, his eyes filled with surprise and delight. "Senior? Yes. This is much quieter now. All right, I shall return to my slumber. Do maintain this tranquility." Chen Xun cackles madly, and amidst the myriad of astonished and peculiar gazes, He turns to leave the mountain, swaying his head. Stop. At last, Lu Yunjian speaks coldly. Chen Xun halts, curiously turning to face Lu Yunjian. Lu Yunjian turns his head to the outer sect, speaking indifferently. If I recall correctly, the area beneath Tianxian Peak is guarded by the outer sect disciples, is it not? Upon hearing this, the outer sect disciples and elders tremble in fear and immediately kneel down. The elder in charge, Su Ansong, responds with trepidation. Yes, great elder. It is indeed our outer sect disciples who are responsible. Lu Yunjian snorts coldly, pointing at Chen Xun, and inquires. Then, tell me how this person managed to ascend? Su Ansong's face turns ashen, stammering. Lu Yunjian suddenly shouts. Do you know what day it is? You shall face my wrath for this later. Su Ansong's scalp prickled, his entire body trembled, yet he found himself at a loss for words, harboring an intense resentment towards the elders and disciples below. As an outer sect elder in charge, should he be penalized, the disciples and elders of the outer sect would undoubtedly suffer as well. More importantly, today, in front of such a large assembly, he had been publicly reprimanded by the Grand Elder, leaving him utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, the crowd gazed at Chen Xun with increasing perplexity. For his attire was clearly not that of any disciple from Daotian's sect. How had he managed to infiltrate the sect? Noticing Lu Yunjian's gaze, Su Ansong inhaled deeply, realizing that the situation required immediate resolution. He then barked, "This boy has intruded upon the sealing ceremony, disturbing the order of the event with his lack of decorum and discipline. Seize him and slay him on the spot." Yes, a steward from the outer sect promptly acknowledged, then sprang into action, drawing his sword and lunging towards Chen Xun with a fierce glint in his eyes, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xun merely chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Zhao Ting, however, was thrown into a state of panic, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Observing this, Shen He quickly transmitted a warning. Zhao Ting, Chen Xun is unaware of the gravity of his actions. You have just ascended to the rank of the purple robes. Do not involve yourself. Although the purple robes held a prestigious status within Daotian's sect, Shen He understood that it was not the place for a disciple of that rank to intervene in such a situation. Zhao Ting recognized the dire consequences of remaining silent. Yet he could not bear to watch Chen Xun perish before his eyes. After all, it was he who had brought Chen Xun to Daotian's sect. If anything were to happen to him, Zhao Ting would be plagued by guilt for a lifetime. Resolute in his thoughts, he steeled his gaze, summoned his courage, and shouted tremulously, "Spare his life." Shen He's heart sank, growing increasingly anxious as he sighed inwardly, realizing he too could not escape the repercussions of this incident. The steward had advanced to within several paces of Chen Xun when he abruptly halted, turning incredulously towards Zhao Ting. Simultaneously, the arena fell into an even deeper silence. The disciples watched in astonishment, their minds swirling with confusion. Various sects murmured in awe, noting that Daotian's sect had indeed not been in vain. With one spectacle after another unfolding, Lu Yunjian and the other core elders also turned their attention to Zhao Ting, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. Zhao Ting, what do you mean by this? Lu Yunjian's tone was icy. With his head bowed in trepidation, Zhao Ting stammered, to the Grand Elder, "This person is named Chen Xun, a common friend of mine. His intellect is extraordinary, and I implore you to spare his life." A common friend? How could a common friend be present in Daotian's sect? This question loomed in the minds of all present. Acknowledging the inevitability of his involvement, Shen He stepped forward from the ranks, kneeling and trembling as he spoke. To the Grand Elder, Chen Xun is an ordinary person with no spiritual roots. I, Shen He, unilaterally agreed to Zhao Ting's request to bring him into the sect and place him in the miscellaneous peak. I had intended to report this matter after the sealing ceremony, but I did not anticipate such an incident occurring. I beg for your forgiveness. Lu Yunjian sensed the peculiar glances from the surrounding sects, and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. This was truly absurd. Lu Yunjian understood that it was imperative to halt the current proceedings to avoid further unforeseen complications. As he prepared to speak, Nen Gongyao, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Enough. This matter ends here. Let us proceed with the apprenticeship ceremony. The crowd, noticing their leader's lack of visible anger, felt a wave of confusion wash over them. Hee. Chen Xun chuckled malevolently, turned, and skipped down the mountain. Lu Yunjian commanded, "Do not allow that man to escape. Apprehend him first, and we shall deal with the consequences later." Understood. The outer sect steward responded promptly, pursuing Chen Xun. Nan Gongyao narrowed his eyes and said, "Elder, did you not hear our esteemed leader declare that this matter is concluded?" At the sound of the leader's voice, the outer sect steward's legs weakened, and he hesitated to move. Lu Yunjian, sensing the tone in Nan Gongyao's words, felt a tremor in his heart, and quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. Not only Lu Yunjian but all disciples and elders present in the martial arena, including representatives from various sects, were left in a state of bewilderment. Very well. Let us continue with the apprenticeship ceremony. There is no need to strike the drums. Nangong waved his hand dismissively. Yes. The ceremony resumed. The elders and leaders of various sects congratulated Zhao Ting and offered words of encouragement. Throughout the proceedings, Nangong appeared distracted, occasionally glancing towards the direction in which Chen Xun had departed. He was certain that this was the same elder he had encountered atop the small river peak, now unexpectedly present at his Daotian sect. Yet, he could not fathom why the elder seemed transformed, having heard whispers of an unusual intellect. What had transpired? Could it be that the elder was experiencing life in a manner beyond his comprehension? Although Nangong maintained a composed exterior, his heart raced with excitement. He had nearly succumbed to the urge to pay his respects earlier, but the presence of numerous eyes and the influential sect leaders dissuaded him. He was acutely aware that such actions would only invite unnecessary troubles for the elder. That day on the small river peak, the elder had departed without warning, leaving Nangong with lingering regret. Now that the elder was within his own sect, he silently vowed to seize this opportunity at all costs. Chapter 31. The anxious steward Qian. As the ceremonial rites concluded, Zhao Ting successfully became a disciple clad in purple, receiving the esteemed title of the true disciple of the fourth elder, Chuningchang. Once the formalities had been completed, the disciples from various peaks gradually departed the martial arena, making their way down to Tianxian Peak. The outer sect disciples and elders were visibly apprehensive, for their supervising elder, Su Ansong, wore a grave expression, and they anticipated punishment upon their return. Upon reaching the foot of Tianxian Peak, they were taken aback to find two mountain guards sleeping soundly on the ground. Such audacity to slack off during such a pivotal moment was astonishing. No wonder a mere mortal had managed to ascend the mountain. As Su Ansong's dark demeanor came into view, some hurriedly approached to rouse the two slumbering disciples. Su Ansong erupted in fury, his voice booming. Find these two rascals and bring them back to me at once. Two disciples, initially in a state of confusion, suddenly turned pale, bound in fear, unaware of the events that had transpired, as Chen Xun swiftly incapacitated them. Meanwhile, Nangong engaged in casual conversation with the various sect leaders before personally escorting them, along with several core elders, out of the mountain gate of the Daotian sect. At the entrance, two disciples stood trembling on their knees. Master Nangong, do come visit my pavilion when you have the time, one of the leaders beckoned. Master Nangong, we shall take our leave now, another added. Master Nangong, esteemed elders, please do stay a moment, Nangong replied with a smile and a courteous gesture. Allow me to escort you all to this point. Subsequently, Nangong and the elders watched with smiles as the sect leaders departed. Once they were out of sight, the smiles of Nangong and the elders gradually faded. Master, shall we consider the events at the Heavenly Xian Peak martial arena concluded? Lu Yunjian pondered, uncertain. Although the sect master had declared it was over, the ceremony's context rendered the situation delicate, leaving Lu Yunjian in doubt. The elders, too, cast their gazes toward Nangong. He nodded slightly and replied coolly, yes. I have made myself clear at the martial arena. Elders, please return to your duties. With that, Nangong entered the mountain gate, prompting the elders to bow in respect before they slowly rose once he was out of sight. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions enigmatic, sensing something was amiss with their sect master. However, none dared to voice their thoughts, refraining from discussing Nangong behind his back. They shook their heads and gradually made their way into the mountain gate, disappearing from view. Nevertheless, the events of the martial arena lingered deeply in their hearts. As for Chen Xun, having only recently arrived at the Daotian sect, he had quickly become a figure known to all, from the highest echelons to the disciples below. After the conclusion of the purple robe ceremony, news of his disruption at the Heavenly Xian Peak swiftly reached the Servants' Peak, igniting a stir among its inhabitants. The once spirited Qian Lifu was now in a state of panic, hastily commanding his disciples to fetch Chen Xun from the thatched cottage to the west. Meanwhile, Nangong found himself at the foot of the Servants' Peak, gazing upward with a sense of nostalgia. It was his first visit to this place. Had it not been for the presence of his predecessor, the sect master would never have set foot here. Strictly speaking, servant disciples were not considered true members of the Daotian sect. Each year, many departed, with only those who broke through to the third level of qi refinement advancing to the outer sect, thereby earning the title of true disciples of the Daotian sect. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves and anticipation, Nangong soared into the air, heading up the mountain. When the two servant disciples arrived at the thatched cottage in the west, they discovered Chen Xun soundly asleep on the bed. They exchanged glances, sighing helplessly. Yet their eyes shimmered with profound admiration. This Chen Xun, as a mere mortal, had ascended to the heavenly Xian Peak, creating chaos in front of various dignitaries, and, most impressively, had managed to escape unscathed. Truly remarkable. For them, simply climbing to the heavenly Xian Peak was a dream beyond their wildest imaginings. Chen Xun, wake up! The steward is calling for you. A disciple approached, shaking Chen Xun, and said, Chen Xun slowly awakened, muttering, I was sleeping. What's the matter? The two disciples hesitated, ultimately deciding to assist him. Under the orders of the steward, they bore the brunt of his ire. Chen Xun was lifted by the two disciples and led out of the thatched cottage. Feeling rather good, he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and cheerfully exclaimed, Ah, quite delightful. Onward, onward, how amusing. The two disciples' expressions darkened. It seemed Chen Xun had taken them for horses. Thus, they continued to carry him toward the loft, but encountered a middle-aged man halfway there. This man was none other than Nangong Yao. Upon spotting Chen Xun, Nangong Yao initially felt joy, but upon seeing him being supported by the two menial disciples, he narrowed his eyes and said coolly, Stop. The two disciples noticed Nangong Yao and exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who he was, as they had never seen him before. Yet, his demeanor suggested he was not an ordinary individual. Could he be a steward from the outer or inner sect? That didn't seem right, as stewards from both sects had specific attire. Nonetheless, it was clear this middle-aged man held some standing within the sect. Might I inquire your identity? One disciple asked. Bowing respectfully, Nangong Yao leaned in, scrutinizing Chen Xun before asking, Where are you taking him? The disciple responded respectfully, Esteemed elder, this fellow has caused quite a ruckus. And steward, Qian has instructed us to bring him back. As for the reason, it is undoubtedly for a lesson. Nangong Yao nodded slightly, saying, Very well. I shall accompany you. The two disciples were taken aback, yet dared not protest. Thus, Chen Xun was comfortably carried along, with Nangong Yao following behind, hands clasped behind him, making their way to the loft. However, Nangong Yao's gaze remained fixed on Chen Xun, revealing a hint of contemplation. Upon reaching the area designated for menial disciples, those present gawked at the sight of Chen Xun being brought in, their murmurs filled with admiration and astonishment. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao, trailing behind, went unnoticed by the disciples, as they had never encountered him before. Steward, we have brought Chen Xun. Soon, Chen Xun was taken into the loft, with Nangong Yao following closely. Steward Qian Laifu, agitated and pacing, inhaled deeply, suddenly turning to Chen Xun, and bellowed, Chen Xun, do you have any idea how great a calamity you have caused? If this steward is reprimanded by the higher-ups, you shall not escape unscathed. However, midway through his tirade, Qian Laifu caught sight of Nangong Yao standing quietly behind him, observing intently. Initially bewildered, Qian Laifu's pupils gradually constricted in disbelief, and his rotund body weakened, collapsing to the ground in a bow, trembling as he stammered. I humbly greet the sect master. What? The sect master? The two menial disciples turned pale, collapsing to their knees, their foreheads hitting the ground, shaking uncontrollably, their minds utterly blank. Chapter 32, The Elder Merely Plays with the World. At this moment, Qian Laifu trembled violently, his mind clouded with confusion. He never anticipated that the sect master would descend upon such a humble place as the menial peak. Had he not previously had the fortune of glimpsing the esteemed leader from afar, today would have ended disastrously. This was the supreme leader of the Daotian sect, a figure of utmost significance within the northern Xian cultivation realm, renowned far and wide. The Servant Peak was a place where even the outer sect's stewards and elders seldom ventured, let alone someone of such high status as the leader. Two servant disciples knelt on the ground, holding their breath and daring not to stir. In this moment, Nangong Yao uttered not a word. Yet his mere presence intensified the pressure on Qian Laifu and the two disciples, leaving them drenched in sweat. Teacher, esteemed leader, your presence at the Servant Peak is a great honor for us. I will summon all disciples immediately, Qian Laifu stammered, but was abruptly interrupted by Nangong Yao. No need. He said curtly. Yes, Qian Laifu responded hastily. Nangong Yao continued. Upon entering this pavilion, I heard your first words. I cannot spare the elder. Elder? What elder? Qian Laifu's eyes widened in confusion, and soon, realization struck him as his pupils dilated. Could the leader possibly be referring to Chen Xun? This left Qian Laifu's mind in turmoil. Chen Xun was merely a mad mortal. Why would the leader refer to him as an elder? The two disciples, from the very beginning, were blank slates, absorbing none of the conversation. Qian Laifu, in a state of panic, instinctively sought to explain himself. Yet before he could utter a word, Nangong Yao's cold voice cut through. Utterly audacious. Startled, Qian Laifu bowed repeatedly, pleading, "Please spare me, esteemed leader." Nangong Yao regarded him with an impassive expression before turning to Chen Xun, bowing respectfully, "Elder, how would you like to proceed?" The words sent Qian Laifu into a frenzy. But, try as he might, he could not fathom where he had gone awry. Chen Xun was undoubtedly a mad mortal. Yet at this moment, there was no time for contemplation, as his very life was in Chen Xun's hands. With a sly grin, Chen Xun yawned and remarked, "I'm still not well rested." Nangong Yao chuckled awkwardly, then turned to Qian Laifu, saying, "Since the elder wishes to rest, lead us to his residence." Initially relieved that Chen Xun was not holding a grudge, Qian Laifu's heart sank again upon hearing Nangong Yao's intent to visit Chen Xun's abode. It was over, he feared for his life. Although he did not fully grasp the situation, it was clear that Chen Xun held a significant position in the leader's eyes. The consequences of revealing that Chen Xun resided in a dilapidated hut on the remote western side would be dire. "Why yes, esteemed leader. I shall take you to Elder Chun's residence," Qian Laifu said respectfully, his heart heavy with despair and a resolve to face death head-on. He had initially considered leading Nangong Yao and Chen Xun to a more respectable dwelling, fabricating a story that it was Chen Xun's home, for after all, Chen Xun was a madman, and perhaps he could deceive them. However, facing the imposing Nangong Yao, Qian Laifu dared not lie, regardless of the stakes. Thus, guided by Qian Laifu, Chen Xun and Nangong Yao departed from the pavilion, heading westward, while the two servant disciples remained kneeling, unable to recover from the shock for quite some time. Moments later, they found themselves on the western side of the servant peak. "Did you truly allow a senior to reside in such a place?" Nangong Yao gazed upon the humble grass hut, inhaling deeply. Qian Laifu knelt on the ground, trembling as he wept, "Esteemed sect master, spare me. I had merely heard that Elder Chun was a mere mortal brought by Brother Zhao from the secular world. The steward Shin he mentioned that as long as there was food and shelter, it sufficed. I had no inkling that Elder Chun was connected to you, esteemed sect master. Woe is me." Although the accommodations were rather poor, Qian Laifu believed he had not neglected Chen Xun's sustenance during these days. In fact, within this entire hillside, Chen Xun had consumed the most, and he had never withheld food, but rather had requested an increase in the portions served. Regret consumed Qian Laifu, who had thought that Chen Xun's mere association with Zhao Ting was significant, never anticipating that he was connected to the sect master as well. This could cost him dearly. Had he been able to care for Elder Chun, nay, Elder Chun, diligently, perhaps it would have been his opportunity as the steward of the miscellaneous peak. Yet now all was lost, and even his life might hang in the balance. Hearing this, Nangong Yao pursed his lips, choosing silence. As a discerning sect master, he understood the unpredictability of such matters. Truth be told, the steward of the miscellaneous peak had not erred in his actions. Nangong Yao turned to the yawning Chen Xun beside him, bowing respectfully. "Elder, I was unaware of your arrival at Daotian sect. Now that I am informed, you must not continue residing at this miscellaneous peak. I implore you to accompany me to Daotian Peak." Qian Laifu, still kneeling, widened his eyes in alarm, his heart racing. Daotian Peak. That was the very abode of the inner cabinet and the residence of the sect master himself. Typically, even core elders resided at Tianxian Peak, only ascending to Daotian Peak for significant discussions. Chen Xun shook his head skeptically, casting a doubtful glance at Nangong Yao before yawning again and darting into the grass hut. Leaping onto the bed, from within, his impatient voice rang out, "Go away, I am utterly exhausted." Nangong Yao momentarily paused before a wry smile crossed his lips. He recalled the time atop Xiaohe Peak when the elder's melodious song had summoned countless flying butterflies, embodying grace and elegance. Now, however, this demeanor starkly contrasted with that moment, representing two extremes. "Noble elder, please join me at Daotian Peak. It would weigh heavily on my conscience to allow you to remain in this dilapidated abode." Yet all that responded to Nangong Yao was the sound of snoring emanating from the grass hut. With a resigned sigh, Nangong Yao departed. Qian Laifu, trembling in fear, observed in astonishment. Who in the entirety of Daotian sect would dare treat the sect master in such a manner? Only Elder Chen could do so. And it was no wonder he could stir trouble at Tianxian Peak and emerge unscathed. It was entirely reasonable. After a considerable time, Nangong Yao finally bowed and exited. Qian Laifu, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief and hastily rose to follow. Do not presume the elder is merely a mortal. He is but a player in this realm. On the mountain path, Nangong Yao spoke a single phrase before vanishing into thin air. "Farewell, esteemed sect master." Qian Laifu hurriedly bid him farewell. Moments later, he straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Seeing that the sect master had not punished him, Qian Laifu felt an immediate sense of relief. However, he also understood that perhaps the sect master simply regarded him, a mere steward of the miscellaneous peak, with indifference. After all, what a remarkable figure the sect master was. Yet, Qian Laifu couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. To have the fortune of conversing so closely with the sect master was truly a blessing beyond compare. Reflecting on the sect master's earlier words as he departed, Qian Laifu's heart trembled. No wonder the sect master treated Elder Chen with such humility. It turned out that Elder Chen was not an ordinary person, but rather a significant figure shrouded in mystery. It seemed that there must be some connection between Elder Chen and the sect master. Indeed, it should have been evident. The astonishing appetite of Elder Chen was not characteristic of an ordinary individual. Contemplating this, Qian Laifu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. After all, a person of such stature, whom even the sect master treated with respect, resided at the miscellaneous peak, making it difficult for him to remain calm. Consequently, Qian Laifu resolved to do everything in his power to serve Elder Chen diligently. Chapter 33. The astonishment of Chu Nyangshang 2 days later, on a clear morning. Chen Xun was sweeping the mountain path. Meanwhile, Qian Laifu stood by, bending respectfully, and saying, "Elder Chen, given your esteemed status, you need not engage in such laborious tasks." Chen Xun glanced at Qian Laifu while continuing his sweeping, playfully sticking out his tongue and excitedly retorting, "I warn you, do not bother me." At once, Qian Laifu fell silent, feeling quite distressed. Over the past 2 days, he had been earnestly trying to persuade Elder Chen to move out of the thatched cottage, having prepared a more suitable residence, but to no avail. Elder Chen was completely unyielding. Moreover, he could not allow Elder Chen to undertake such menial work. Yet all his pleas had been in vain. As Chen Xun continued sweeping, he suddenly expressed his displeasure, saying, "Hey, could you stop following me around? It's rather annoying." Startled, Qian Laifu quickly chuckled awkwardly. Yes, I shall take my leave at once." Just then, Zhao Ting approached, running toward them. Chen Xun. Although Qian Laifu had never encountered Zhao Ting before, the sight of his celestial purple robes made him gasp in surprise. He was a disciple clad in purple. Instantly, Qian Laifu grasped the identity of the newcomer and promptly bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, Senior Brother Zhao." Normally, Qian Laifu had little opportunity to interact with purple-clad disciples, and even catching a glimpse of one was rare. However, having recently met the sect master, he managed to steady his nerves. "Chen Xun, today I will take you to meet my esteemed master. She shall take a look at you," Zhao Ting said with a smile as he approached. Meanwhile, Qian Laifu stood by, feeling a bittersweet smile cross his face. How wonderful. Previously, he had thought that after becoming a disciple in purple, Zhao Ting would hardly engage with someone like him. Yet here he was, displaying such warmth. How naive he had been to misjudge the situation. It seemed he would forever remain a lowly steward of the miscellaneous peak. It appeared that the rumors of Zhao Ting's efforts to support Elder Chen were indeed true. Clearly, Zhao Ting genuinely regarded Elder Chen as a friend. Moreover, it was worth noting that Zhao Ting likely remained unaware of the true weight of his friend's status, a person whom even the sect master treated with deference. Naturally, Qian Laifu would not presume to voice such thoughts. It was not his place as a mere steward of the miscellaneous peak. Chen Xun scratched his head. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Ting swiftly seized Chen Xun's broom and tossed it to Qian Laifu, who stood nearby, urging Chen Xun to depart. "Ah, Brother Chen, let us hasten. We must not keep our master waiting." Qian Laifu watched the two leave, then glanced down at the broom in his hand, silently beginning to sweep the floor. At that moment, several servant disciples passed by, astonished by the spectacle. Goodness, what madness has overtaken the usually idle fat deacon? The servant disciples remained oblivious to the truth, for the two who had encountered Nangong Yao just days prior had kept the matter strictly to themselves, fearing to speak of it. At Tianxian Peak, within the punishment hall, Zhao Ting led Chen Xun inside, where they found Chu Ningchong already awaiting them. "Master, Brother Chen has arrived," Zhao Ting announced with a bow. Chen Xun, glancing at Chu Ningchong, bore an enigmatic smile. Unfazed, Chu Ningchong had already learned some fundamental details about Chen Xun from Zhao Ting. Moreover, Chen Xun's extraordinary existence was now widely recognized throughout the sect. Chu Ningchong approached, appraising Chen Xun with a discerning eye. "Chen Xun, you ought to consider yourself fortunate. The events that transpired at the martial arena on Tianxian Peak just days ago, and yet the sect leader has chosen to pardon you so easily. Were it not for Zhao Ting's persistent entreaties, I would not have deigned to intervene on your behalf." Zhao Ting's expression shifted, but he dared not voice his concerns. Turning to Zhao Ting, Chu Ningchong continued, "I can assist your friend, but you must remember, you are but a novice on the path of immortality, having only just begun to cultivate your spirit. You must devote yourself to your training and not be swayed by external distractions. Zhao Ting immediately bowed, affirming, I shall bear this in mind. Chu Ningchang nodded and reached out to grasp Chen Xun's wrist, intending to take his pulse. However, in the next instant, her pupils dilated, and she recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, gazing at Chen Xun in disbelief. Zhao Ting, noticing her reaction, inquired with a mix of curiosity and concern, Master, what affliction plagues Brother Chen? Is it treatable? Chu Ningchang concealed her trembling hand behind her back, a gesture unnoticed by Zhao Ting. Drawing a deep breath, she fixed her gaze on Chen Xun, stating, Zhao Ting, you may leave. Yes, Zhao Ting replied, not daring to disobey. After casting a quick glance at Chen Xun, he exited the punishment hall. Chu Ningchang regarded Chen Xun intently. You are far from an ordinary person. What is your true purpose for infiltrating the Daotian sect? When she had taken his pulse moments ago, her heart had raced, and her palm felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Chu Ningchang suspected that Chen Xun's apparent madness was merely an act. This Chen Xun was also a cultivator, and an exceptionally formidable one at that. Chen Xun regarded Chu Ningchang with suspicion, muttering, crazy. Taken aback, Chu Ningchang's expression remained stoic, though irritation brewed within her. Me crazy? Disinterested in her. Chen Xun withdrew a wordless tome from his robe, engrossed in it while humming a cheerful tune as he sauntered toward the exit. Did this elder permit your departure? You shall not leave the punishment hall until you reveal your intentions for infiltrating our sect. Chu Ningchang turned her icy gaze upon Chen Xun, her voice laced with chill. Seeing that Chen Xun remained resolute in his intent to depart, the tension hung palpably in the air. Chu Ningchang's gaze turned icy as a bundle of ropes materialized in her hand. Quietly reciting an incantation, the ropes emitted a ghostly luminescence, resembling a flying serpent as they darted towards Chen Xun. However, just as the ropes were about to approach him, they inexplicably shattered inch by inch, falling to the ground. With a slight retreat, Chu Ningchang emitted a pained groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. The expression on her face, directed towards the retreating figure, underwent a profound transformation. A formidable presence. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ningchang dared not impede Chen Xun's departure any longer. Instead, she swiftly retrieved a talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and as it glowed, she gravely declared, Master, a powerful individual has infiltrated the sect. It is my disciple Zhao Ting's enigmatic acquaintance, Chen Xun. My spirit-binding lock was unable to approach him before it was utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, within Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao listened to Chu Ningchang's transmission. Initially, his countenance was frigid, but upon hearing Chen Xun's name, it transformed into a bitter smile. Senior Chen. It appears there is no cause for alarm. Although Chu Ningchang's message lacked clarity, Nangong Yao discerned the general situation. It was likely that Zhao Ting had brought Senior Chen to seek Chu Ningchang's medical expertise, leading to this incident. Nangong Yao also produced a talisman, channeling his spiritual energy into it, and simply uttered coldly, Elder C, do not panic. That is Senior Chen. Let him do as he pleases. Do not obstruct him, lest you provoke his ire and bring misfortune upon yourself. Our sect lacks the ability and courage to rectify the situation on your behalf. Upon hearing Nangong Yao's words, Chu Ningchang stood frozen in place. Chapter 34. The Passage of Time and the Cunning Elders Outside the Punishment Hall. Zhao Ting inquired eagerly, Brother Chen? As Chen Xun emerged, he was lost in the wordless tome, humming a tune as he descended the mountain. Zhao Ting was momentarily taken aback, ready to chase after Chen Xun to bring him back, when Chu Ningchang stepped out of the punishment hall, saying, Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting halted, turning promptly to bow, Master. Chu Ningchang nodded, gazing intently at Chen Xun's retreating figure. Her lips moved as she asked, How did you and your friend become acquainted? Could you share it with me? Zhao Ting assumed that his master wished to understand Brother Chen's condition, and thus replied, Master, in truth, my disciple and Brother Chen met by chance. It was as follows. He then recounted their initial encounter in detail, leaving nothing out, including Brother Chen's claim of possessing spiritual potential and an aura of cultivation. Zhao Ting concluded with a sigh, the very next day after we met, Brother Chen suddenly went mad, yet he still faintly recognized me. Chu Ningchang slowly nodded, her eyes flickering as she regarded Zhao Ting, appearing as if she wished to speak, yet hesitated. Zhao Ting, bewildered and anxious, asked, Master, is there a way to cure Brother Chen? Observing Zhao Ting's concern, Chu Ningchang sighed internally, pondering whether Zhao Ting's association with the enigmatic Senior Chen, whom even the sect leader treated with caution, was a blessing or a curse. In truth, she harbored many uncertainties herself, such as the true identity of Senior Chen, how the sect leader came to know him, and so forth. Chu Ningchang closed her eyes and said, Zhao Ting, You need not worry about your friend. Have you ever considered that he is not an ordinary person? After uttering these words, she left the bewildered Zhao Ting behind and turned to enter the hall. Feeling the aftereffects of her earlier backlash, she needed to tend to her injuries, though she did not reveal this in front of Zhao Ting. Outside the Hall of Punishments, Zhao Ting remained in a state of confusion, struggling to comprehend her words. After a prolonged moment, he recalled something and managed a wry smile. "Oh right. I forgot to mention to my master that Brother Chun hails from a family of cultivators. It stands to reason he is indeed extraordinary. Did my master perceive this?" During Chen Xun's first year at Daotian sect, his days were monotonously filled with eating, sweeping, and sleeping. Aside from his slumber, Qian Laofu persistently shadowed Chen Xun, inquiring about his well-being, and even suggested multiple times that Chen Xun should change his living arrangements, all of which were politely declined. The disciples residing halfway up the servant peak gradually began to notice the peculiarity of the situation, as the steward's treatment of Chen Xun, an ordinary person, was remarkably favorable, so much so that it seemed abnormal. It was not long before someone, having learned of Chen Xun's friendship with the esteemed purple-clad disciple Zhao Ting, was taken aback and enlightened. No wonder. Yet, one must ponder, in such a hierarchically rigid sect, could there truly be such an occurrence? Especially involving a purple-clad disciple. It was only later, when numerous disciples witnessed Zhao Ting and Chen Xun leisurely conversing on the mountain path, that they fully believed the reality of their friendship, remarking in admiration that despite Chen Xun being an eccentric commoner, he was indeed fortunate to have a loyal friend like Zhao Ting. During this time, Zhao Ting began to shine, demonstrating his innate talent and the advantages provided by the sect, leading him to absorb spiritual energy in half a day, reach the third level of qi refinement in 10 days, and establish a foundation in 100 days, creating a remarkable tale. His talents astonished the Daotian sect, particularly the disciples of the Servant Peak, who acutely felt the pressure of his exceptional abilities. A foundation established in merely 100 days. An achievement that mere servant disciples could only dream of throughout their lifetimes, illustrating the stark differences between individuals. Such is the reality. Zhao Ting was undoubtedly a prodigy. A 100-day foundation, even among the purple-clad disciples of Tianxian Peak, was unprecedented. This serves to highlight Zhao Ting's extraordinary aptitude. Listening to the praises from the other elders, Chu Ningchong felt a sense of pride, especially on the day of his foundation establishment. The sect leader, Nangong Yao, personally attended and smiled as he offered Zhao Ting a commendation. "You are remarkable." Speaking of Nangong Yao, despite his busy schedule as the sect leader, he frequently made clandestine visits to the humble grass hut on the west side of the Servant Peak to consult with Chen Xun, always bringing fine wine. Though Chen Xun often spoke in riddles, his occasional profound insights left a significant impact on Nangong Yao, to the extent that he felt his own understanding subtly shifting. Nangong Yao, filled with gratitude, came to regard Chen Xun as a truly elevated being, one far beyond his own reach. After each enlightening encounter, Nangong Yao would bow deeply to Chen Xun, eventually addressing him as master. In Nangong Yao's heart, Chen Xun's status rose ever higher, resembling a mentor on his path of cultivation. The Servant Peak, which Nangong Yao previously never dared to tread, had mysteriously transformed into his sacred ground for learning and enlightenment. As Nangong Yao frequented the Servant's Peak, though discreetly and unnoticed by the disciples, the core elders gradually became aware of his presence. The fourth elder, Chu Ningchong, was not entirely surprised. She had long recognized Chen Xun's uniqueness. However, the fervor with which the sect leader Nangong Yao regarded that elder left her astonished, rendering Chen Xun all the more enigmatic in her eyes. As the first year drew to a close, some disciples of the Servant's Peak reached their limits, and, feeling desolate and alone, chose to leave the Daotian sect for a mundane existence. In contrast, Zhao Ting had ascended to the mid-foundation stage at an astonishing pace. One evening, Nangong Yao visited the humble cottage on the western side of the Servant's Peak. Despite the winter chill, the sacred mountain housing the Daotian sect remained free from snow, perpetually basking in a spring-like climate, with the sounds of insects reverberating throughout the hills. Chen Xun sat on the ground, shaking his head and rambling incoherently. Nangong Yao settled beside him on the earth, unperturbed by the untidiness, listening intently to Chen Xun's nonsensical chatter, occasionally brightening up and nodding in agreement, murmuring, "Indeed, what you say is true." When Chen Xun yawned and retreated into the cottage, the sound of his slumber soon filled the air. Only then did Nangong Yao regain his composure, slowly rising and bowing towards the cottage before stepping outside. As usual, upon reaching the dense thicket on the mountain path, Nangong Yao prepared to take flight from the Servant's Peak. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze flickered, And he remarked with slight irritation, "A bunch of sneaky individuals, why don't you show yourselves?" The air fell silent. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted as a group of core elders awkwardly emerged from the nearby bushes, their faces a portrait of embarrassment. They exchanged glances, some clearing their throats, others shifting their eyes nervously. Nangong Yao turned to face the elders, particularly Lu Yunjian, and remarked blandly, with such a talent for concealment, "Did you think you could deceive this sect? You elders are quite audacious to conspire and follow me, aren't you?" Indeed, all 9 core elders were present. Seeing the other elders looking at him, Lu Yunjian could only clear his throat and say, "Ahem, sect leader, you misunderstand. We would never dare to follow you. We merely thought the scenery at the Servant's Peak was lovely this evening, and we decided to come together for a view. Our encounter with you was purely coincidental." Chapter 35. The elders' astonishment. Nangong Yao nodded, surveying them. "Ah, how refined of you elders to gather and admire the scenery at the Servant's Peak." A forced laughter ensued among the elders. Lu Yunjian managed a strained smile, inquiring, "Are you here for the scenery as well, sect leader?" Nangong Yao's expression turned icy. "What? Has the Grand Elder taken it upon himself to oversee my actions?" Lu Yunjian hastily bowed. "I dare not presume, sect leader. You misinterpret." Yunjian and the elders were merely curious and inquiring, just asking. Heh. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes. "Very well, I shall return to Daotian Peak now. If you elders wish to enjoy the scenery, do as you please." With that, he made as if to leave. "Hey, sect leader," Lu Yunjian called out urgently. Nangong Yao turned back, casting a glance at the elders, scoffing knowingly. "All right, no more pretense. Speak, what brings you here?" Lu Yunjian glanced back at Chu Ningxiang, and then lowered his head, speaking cautiously. "Over the past year, we have observed that the sect master frequently visits the miscellaneous peak. Today, my curiosity has compelled me to come and see for myself." The second elder, Lu Xianyin, and the third elder, Jiang Bai Lu, exchanged awkward glances. It had been a year, and they were not blind. The miscellaneous peak had seemingly transformed into a sacred site, with the sect master visiting quite diligently. Initially, some elders had contemplated coming alone or in pairs to investigate, but they were deterred by trepidation, fearing to provoke Nangong Yao. Hence, they convened today to visit together, reasoning that the sect master would likely not express anger towards them, the core elders. The elders had already garnered some insight into the situation, primarily through Chu Ningxiang, when they first noticed the sect master's peculiar behavior. Chu Ningxiang had mentioned that there was a remarkable individual at the miscellaneous peak. The elders were taken aback by this revelation. A remarkable figure at the miscellaneous peak? After a series of inquiries, Chu Ningxiang, mindful of Nangong Yao, refrained from divulging further details. At this moment, seeing the elders gaze at him with anticipation, Nangong Yao could only shake his head helplessly, cupping his hands in the direction of the thatched cottage, and said, "Very well. I shall inform you that I often visit the miscellaneous peak to pay respects to a master." What? The elders were astonished, and Chu Ningxiang's heart raced. If she recalled correctly, the sect master had previously referred to this person as a senior. It was surprising that, after a year, the title had deepened further. To be addressed as master by the sect master indicated the individual's extraordinary status. In the realm of cultivation, those of higher cultivation levels are typically referred to as seniors, while those of equal or unknown realms are called friends. Referring to someone as master signifies a profound respect. Who could this esteemed individual be at their Daotian sect's miscellaneous peak? When did they arrive? And why did they choose to reside here? Naturally, what intrigued Lu Yunjian and the other elders most was the true identity of this remarkable figure. Their minds were rife with questions. Nangong Yao smiled and inquired, "Do you all remember the day Zhao Ting was conferred the purple robe?" Apart from Chu Ningxiang, the expressions of Lu Yunjian and the others turned bewildered. They certainly recalled the day Zhao Ting was conferred the robe. It had only been a year, and the chaotic scene caused by a deranged mortal had left a lasting impression. Suddenly, it seemed that the others caught on to a detail. They turned their gazes toward Nangong Yao, seeking answers. Nangong Yao remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Observing this, the elder's pupils gradually constricted. It was he. The master spoken of by the sect master was indeed him. No wonder everything made sense. During the ceremony of conferring the purple robe, an incident occurred before the eyes of various sects and powers, and anyone else would have faced dire consequences. Yet, the sect master had merely brushed it aside with a light remark. The matter had troubled the elders for quite some time, but today they finally received clarity. Lu Yunjian was momentarily lost in thought, suddenly staggering. Fortunately, Lu Xianyin and Jiang Bai Lu were quick to support him on either side. "Elder, are you all right?" Lu Xianyin asked with concern. The others looked on, puzzled. Lu Yunjian appeared pale, murmuring, "Sect leader, did I, on that day, speak impolitely to that esteemed elder?" The incident was truly unintentional. Had I known the elder's true identity beforehand, I would never have dared to act so. The crowd immediately understood. Nangong Yao let out a helpless sigh, saying, "Elder, fret not. As you mentioned, had you known in advance, ignorance is no sin. We shall arrange a time for you to sincerely apologize to the elder in person." Lu Yunjian then relaxed considerably, his spirits lifted. Zhang Bailu suddenly interjected, "Sect leader. I recall that the elder was a friend of Zhao Ting, but how could Zhao Ting possibly be connected to the elder? The elder treats even the sect leader with such disdain. Although Zhao Ting is a disciple of the purple robe now, the disparity in our statuses remains vast." Observing the confusion among the crowd, Chu Ningchong clarified, "I have some insight into this matter. My disciple, prior to joining our sect, fortuitously encountered Elder Chen just a day before our recruitment of disciples." Nangong Yao and the elders nodded, finding this explanation plausible. Indeed, Zhao Ting was remarkably fortunate. Not only was his innate talent exceptional, but he also fortuitously became acquainted with the esteemed elder, truly a person of great destiny. However, one must wonder, does Zhao Ting still regard this acquaintance as merely an ordinary person? "Sect leader, why might Elder Chen be?" An elder hesitantly inquired. Though the question was left unspoken, everyone understood. They were essentially inquiring about the peculiar state of Elder Chen. Nangong Yao shook his head, asserting, "Not at all. You are merely seeing one leaf and missing the forest. The elder is not mad. He simply plays among mortals." With a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes, Nangong Yao continued, "You may not be aware, but upon returning from the southern heavens, we traversed a remote wilderness and encountered the elder. At that time, he was not as he is now. He sat atop a mountain, playing celestial music that summoned numerous birds and butterflies, truly a transcendent figure, embodying the essence of an otherworldly sage." The elders listened intently, their eyes wide with fascination, realizing this must have been the moment the sect leader met Elder Chen. As they absorbed the sect leader's description, visions of grandeur danced in their minds. Nangong Yao went on, "In that moment, I was compelled to approach and introduce myself. But alas, the elder simply remarked that it was a chance encounter and that there was no need to mention it further, vanishing like grains of sand, truly an ethereal presence." With a serious expression, Nangong Yao added, "Perhaps you do not comprehend, but such feats are beyond our capabilities as nascent soul practitioners. Even a transformation god would find it impossible. This I can assert with certainty, having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and having endured the trials of transformation." Nangong Yao possessed a profound understanding of the capabilities associated with that realm. The elders were left speechless, captivated by the sect leader's account, realizing that this elder was indeed extraordinary. Such a person exists in this world. Now, the hour is late, and the elder requires rest. Do not disturb him further. Accompany me as we depart, Nangong Yao instructed, waving his hand. The elders bowed in acknowledgement, yet their minds remained tumultuous and unsettled. Chapter 36. In the blink of an eye, 3 years of turmoil in Beixian in the second year of Chen Xun's tenure at Daotian's sect. His daily routine remained unvaried: meals, sweeping, and slumber. Nangong Yao frequently visited the humble cottage, embodying the role of a devoted student, eager to absorb Chen Xun's teachings. Each utterance from Chen Xun, though often perceived as the ramblings of a madman, occasionally sparked profound insights within Nangong Yao. Notably, Nangong Yao sometimes arrived alone, while at other times, he accompanied elders from the sect. Over time, the core elders gradually became familiar with Chen Xun. Their interactions deepened, leading them to comprehend why the sect leader revered him as a master. For at times, Chen Xun's words resonated in the elders' minds like the resounding toll of a great bell, or like a crystal-clear spring invigorating their hearts, bestowing upon them invaluable wisdom. The eccentricities of Chen Xun's discourse were novel to the elders, yet each phrase was etched indelibly in their hearts. For instance, a tree that can embrace the heavens grows from a tiny sprout. A 9-story terrace rises from a mound of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Initially, the elders found these notions perplexing, but upon further contemplation, they recognized the essence of truth within them. Cultivating immortality is a protracted endeavor that necessitates diligent effort from the smallest of beginnings, a grounded approach, and relentless accumulation to ultimately attain the great Tao. Another example: to know others is wisdom. To know oneself is enlightenment. To conquer others is strength. To conquer oneself is true power. The elders discerned that the path of cultivation requires not only an understanding of others, but also profound self-awareness, for one must not allow desires and weaknesses to dominate, lest they hinder their pursuit of the Tao. Additionally, the Tao gives birth to one, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. This particular phrase left the elders in awe, for it underscored that the Tao is the root of all existence, and cultivators must strive to achieve unity with the Tao. Moreover, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. The sages are unkind, regarding the populace as mere livestock. This statement struck the elders with a profound spiritual impact, reminding them that cultivators must transcend mundane notions of good and evil, approaching all beings with an equal heart, devoid of bias or discrimination. Yet, upon reflection, the cultivation realm has historically set itself apart from the ordinary, with practitioners often looking down upon mortals, claiming to shun worldly entanglements, while in truth, they regard common people as insignificant, unworthy of their attention. Each cultivator emerges from the ranks of the mundane, yet many ultimately disdain their former selves. What could be the reason behind this? Such musings warrant deep contemplation. From Chen Xun's teachings, Lu Yunjian and the other core elders gained substantial insights, leading to sudden realizations on various matters, and their resolve on the path of cultivation grew ever more steadfast. Consequently, whenever the elders encountered Chen Xun, they would sincerely address him as master from the depths of their hearts. During the second year, Zhao Ting ascended to the latter stage of foundation establishment. Yet his pace of cultivation drastically slowed, necessitating considerable time to solidify his foundation, for the forthcoming golden core stage posed a significant threshold that required utmost caution. Although Zhao Ting could swiftly break through earlier stages due to the sect's abundant resources, once he surpassed the foundation establishment phase, future breakthroughs would not occur with such rapidity. Each advancement would demand years, if not decades, to achieve. After each retreat from meditation, Zhao Ting would seek out Chen Xun to share his joyous news. On several occasions, when Nangong Yao and the elders were outside the cottage and sensed Zhao Ting's arrival, they hastily concealed themselves to avoid detection. In the shadows, Nangong Yao and his companions observed Zhao Ting and Chen Xun, who were playfully linking arms, their eyelids twitching in discontent as they silently reprimanded the lack of propriety. Consequently, they turned their gaze towards Chu Ningchong, communicating telepathically, "Fourth elder, your disciple possesses considerable talent, yet his social demeanor requires refinement." Each time this occurred, Chu Ningchong could only respond with exasperation, awkwardly reiterating, "Ignorance is no sin." Nonetheless, upon returning, she would inevitably lecture Zhao Ting with a stern countenance. As for Zhao Ting, he remained utterly bewildered, pondering what calamity he had inadvertently caused upon his return from seclusion that warranted such reprimand from his master. As the year drew to a close in the second year, many disciples from the miscellaneous peak reached their limit, departing the sect to lead mundane lives, albeit with some modest level of cultivation, which would likely serve them in their earthly existence. With the departure of some disciples, others ascended to the outer sect. Although few in number, their advancement marked a significant development. The newly promoted disciples would continue their arduous, yet hopeful journey of cultivation. To put it poetically, these ascendant disciples might be seen as the successors to those departing miscellaneous disciples, perpetuating the pursuit of the elusive path to immortality, which could be considered a beautiful affair. Perhaps, in the end, they too would find the path to immortality elusive, blending into the masses. But what of it? In the third year of Chen Xun's arrival at the Daotian sect, chaos erupted within the northern Xian cultivation world. The long-standing equilibrium between the righteous and demonic factions was shattered by the outbreak of war. The catalyst was the revelation of a demonic sect's abduction of righteous sect disciples for blood servitude during their missions. One righteous sect, noticing the repeated disappearance of its disciples, sought answers from the demonic sect, only to uncover that over half of the high-ranking officials of the northern Xian demonic sect were conspiring together. When their scheme was exposed, the demonic sect resorted to ruthlessness, apprehending the high-ranking officials and disciples who had come to confront them and imprisoning them in the blood slave hall. This incident sent shockwaves through the northern Xian cultivation world, prompting the righteous sects to vow retaliation against the demonic sect. Despite the exposure of the demonic sect, they showed no remorse, becoming increasingly audacious and revealing their cruel fangs. Throughout this third year, righteous sect disciples frequently went missing, every incident attributable to the machinations of the demonic sect. The righteous sects had attempted to unite against the demonic faction, engaging in prolonged skirmishes for half a year. Yet they faced repeated setbacks. The reason lay in the strong cohesion of the demonic sect, while many of the unaffected righteous sects remained indifferent, detached from the conflict. As the third year came to a close, the war subsided. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve, a brief moment of tranquility before the inevitable return of conflict. The entire northern Xian cultivation world was enveloped in a calm before the storm. The major righteous sects imposed restrictions, forbidding their disciples from venturing outside, but such measures could not endure, as they severely hindered the sect's development. Initially manageable, over time, the scarcity of resources would become untenable. Thus, as time progressed, many righteous sects could no longer sustain the prohibitions and reluctantly lifted them, allowing deacons or protectors to lead discreet excursions outside. Unbeknownst to them, the demonic sect had already deployed watchers, monitoring their every move, ready to strike at the slightest sign of activity, resulting in significant losses even under the protection of deacons. In light of the unavoidable circumstances, the righteous path was compelled to impose another ban, leading to a stalemate. The Dao Tian sect has become notably quieter compared to previous years. The miscellaneous disciples continue their daily chores and cultivation. Although their tasks may seem trivial, during this peculiar juncture, they find themselves in the safest position, as they do not venture out on missions. Conversely, the disciples and elders of the Ren Xian Peak and Di Xian Peak wore expressions of sorrow and gravity. Their minds elsewhere, devoid of the inclination to cultivate, their gazes periodically drifting towards Dao Tian Peak, revealing both anticipation and trepidation. At this moment, within the inner cabinet of Dao Tian Peak, Nangong Yao and a cohort of core elders sat in silence, the atmosphere palpably solemn. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Yao was the first to break the silence, stating, in a few days, it will mark nearly a year since the confrontation between the righteous and demonic factions of the northern Xian, correct? The elders nodded gravely, their expressions heavy. Who could have foreseen that the once stable northern Xian would suddenly descend into such chaos? No wonder the major demonic sects had remained compliant until now. It was all a facade for their covert machinations. Furthermore, this past year has brought significant losses to our Dao Tian sect. After a moment of silence, Nangong Yao spoke again, bring forth the list. Lu Yunjian, taken aback, promptly retrieved a document and handed it over. Upon viewing the list, the elders pursed their lips, rendered speechless. As Nangong Yao opened the list and perused it, he recited, 215 outer disciples missing, 24 inner disciples missing, and 1 purple-clad disciple missing. At this, the elders sighed deeply, anguish flickering in their eyes. Everyone was acutely aware that the term missing was a euphemism for those captured by the demonic sects to serve as blood slaves. Zhang Bailu abruptly stood, her heart aching as she implored, Sect Master, we must save Jingyao. If we delay any longer, she may be in grave danger. The Jingyao mentioned by the third elder Zhang Bailu was her cherished disciple, Su Jingyao, who had been captured during a recent outing and had since vanished without a trace. The elders exhaled in despair, their expressions a tumultuous blend of anger and helplessness. The primary issue remained that they were still unaware of which demonic sect had abducted these disciples, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. Could they possibly challenge the entirety of the northern Xian's demonic sects? Such an endeavor was utterly implausible. While Dao Tian sect is indeed a prestigious righteous sect within northern Xian, it does not hold the title of the strongest among them. Even if Dao Tian sect were the mightiest, it would still lack the capacity to confront the entire demonic faction. The purple-clad disciples are a treasure. With only 15 in their possession, yet the grim reality loomed before them, leaving them with no alternatives. Had they been able to ascertain which demonic sect had seized their disciples, they would have already sought retribution. Nangong Yao furrowed his brow slightly, his voice cold as he addressed the third elder. Calm yourself. We must deliberate on this matter with prudence. Though Jingyao is indeed a purple-clad disciple and your cherished pupil, do not allow your sentiments to cloud your judgment. As he spoke, Nangong Yao shook the list vigorously in front of Zhang Bailu, asserting, are not the 215 outer disciples and 24 inner disciples also treasures of our Dao Tian sect? What good does haste serve? As the sect master, my urgency surpasses yours. With Nangong Yao's words, Zhang Bailu felt a wave of shame wash over her, and she could only bow her head and acknowledge her misstep before sinking back into her seat, dejected. Upon witnessing the situation, Elder Lu and others wished to offer words of comfort, yet found themselves at a loss for how to begin. Their hearts were equally heavy with sorrow. Master, the consumption of resources within the sect is currently quite severe. If this continues, in 2 months, we may find ourselves unable to provide the monthly spirit stones for our disciples and elders, remarked Lu Yunjian, his expression etched with bitterness. The sect had imposed an external travel ban for quite some time, causing a significant imbalance in resource consumption and storage. Resources, at any moment, are the cornerstone of maintaining the sect's equilibrium, yet this balance has been disrupted. Of course, there remains a substantial hidden resource within the Dao Tian sect stockpile. But such resources can only be utilized in times of existential crisis. The current situation has not yet reached that dire threshold. Nan Gongyao remained silent, his thoughts obscured. Master, in my view, perhaps we should lift the ban. It has been quite some time, and I refuse to believe that the demonic sect has set traps around us. Furthermore, those demonic sects must surely harbor some trepidation towards our Dao Tian sect, proposed Elder Lu Xianin earnestly. Zhang Bailu interjected, I concur. Recently, I ventured beyond the sect and conducted a discreet patrol in the vicinity, discovering no trace of the demonic sect. Lu Yunjian replied calmly, Elders, you are thinking naively. The demonic sect operates in the shadows while we are in the light. Their methods of concealment are adept. If they could be easily discovered, they would not be the demonic sect. Upon hearing Lu Yunjian's words, both Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu fell momentarily silent, their faces displaying disappointment. The ban must not be lifted under any circumstances. Suddenly, Nan Gongyao spoke. Our sect does possess a strategy that, while it may not restore equilibrium to our resource pool, will prolong the sect's operations. The elders exchanged puzzled glances, unsure how resources could be replenished without lifting the ban. Was it possible that they would tap into the hidden reserves? Nan Gongyao tightened his grip on the list in his hand and declared solemnly, Elders Wu and Jiu, heed my command. Immediately, two elders stood, stepping forward to the center of the hall, bowing respectfully. The elder on the left, with white hair, was Elder Wang Tianfu. The youthful-looking elder on the right, who appeared to have consumed a youth-preserving pill, was Elder Zhou Tong. Nan Gongyao nodded and instructed, upon your departure, you two shall select some disciples and elders from the Ren Xian Peak and Di Xian Peak to venture out, led by you two esteemed core elders. At these words, the gathered elders were taken aback, yet they nodded slightly in agreement. During such times, it would be prudent for two core elders to lead a contingent of inner and outer sect disciples. They understood that this plan indeed could temporarily sustain the sect's operations. As for why the sect chose elders Wu and Jiu, the elders quickly grasped the reasoning. There was no need to elaborate on Elder Zhou Tong, who possessed a treasure-seeking spirit pet, the Xian Huang rat, making him perfectly suited for leading the expedition. Elder Wang Tianfu, on the other hand, could dispatch the most formidable elders available. As Lu Yunjian, Lu Xianin, Zhang Bailu, and Chu Ningchang were often preoccupied with internal affairs, they could not be spared. As you command, responded Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong, bowing in acquiescence. Just as the two prepared to leave the inner cabinet, a sudden remark from Chu Ningchang caused them to pause. Master, will we not be dispatching any disciples in purple attire this time? Upon hearing these words, a flicker of pain and astonishment passed through Zhang Bailu's eyes, while the other elders, who were genuine disciples, averted their gazes. What folly is this? A disciple in purple robes has already been abducted by the demonic sect. How could we possibly send out another? Nan Gongyao, taken aback, inquired. What does the fourth elder imply? Chu Ningchang bowed respectfully and said, Master, my disciple Zhao Ting has been immersed in his cultivation for many years and has reached a bottleneck in his progress. May I request that elders Wu and Jiu accompany Zhao Ting? Upon her words, Nan Gongyao gaze flickered. However, before he could respond, the elders could no longer contain themselves and began to voice their objections. Absolutely not, fourth elder. Zhao Ting is the most exceptional talent among our disciples. How can you consider sending him out during such perilous times? Indeed, Zhao Ting is of utmost importance. It is safer for him to remain within the sect. Humph. Chu Ningchang scoffed. As Zhao Ting's master, I am willing to allow him to venture forth. Yet you elders oppose this? The elders fell silent. Chu Ningchang continued. If you elders are unwilling to send forth your own true disciples, what then is your intention in obstructing me? With that, she turned her attention to the contemplative Nan Gongyao and stated earnestly, Master, with both elders Wu and Jiu leading the expedition, it will undoubtedly be safer. Moreover, if I may speak frankly, a disciple in purple robes is still a disciple. We should not hold them too dearly. They must endure trials and tribulations. The path of cultivation is fraught with uncertainties and danger. If they remain sheltered, how can their character truly develop? The elders nodded in agreement, unable to counter her argument. Feeling a twinge of guilt within, Zhang Bailu spoke with a heavy tone. Fourth elder, our disciple has already been taken by the demonic sect, and his fate is uncertain. What if Zhao Ting were to encounter misfortune as well? Chu Ningchang replied indifferently, It is not that I, as his master, do not cherish my disciple. I merely wish to convey that if Zhao Ting were to face misfortune, it would be his destiny. The path of cultivation is not a smooth one. Zhang Bailu was taken aback and fell silent, sensing a significant disparity between his understanding and that of Chu Ningchang. Very well, let Zhao Ting accompany the expedition. Though he has recently entered the realm of cultivation and has advanced rapidly, he remains inexperienced, akin to a child. Elders Wu and Jiao will surely provide him with guidance along the way. At this moment, Nangang Yao spoke up, agreed. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong acknowledged his words. The elders sighed, feeling at a loss for words, as Chu Ningchang's remarks had truly resonated with their hearts. After Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong left the council, they proceeded to inform the elders in charge of Xianfeng and Daiwanfeng, conveying the orders of the sect master to assemble a group of disciples outside the mountain gate. Upon hearing this, the elders of the two peaks promptly agreed and began selecting disciples for the expedition. Upon returning to the punishment hall, Chu Ningchang spoke with Zhao Ting. Initially, she anticipated he would be fearful. To her surprise, he was exceptionally excited. After bidding farewell to Chu Ningchang, Zhao Ting flew towards the mountain gate on his sword. After 3 years, he was no longer the unrefined mortal he once was, but rather a true cultivator in the late stage of foundational establishment. In mid-flight, Zhao Ting pondered that there was no immediate rush, so he altered his course and headed towards the miscellaneous peak. A junior disciple caught sight of a figure soaring through the air on a sword and promptly bowed, addressing him as senior brother. It was only after the figure vanished into the western horizon that he slowly rose to his feet, exchanging wry smiles with his fellow disciples, who among the disciples of the outer sect peak did not recognize that it was Zhao Ting, the disciple clad in purple. He frequently visited the outer sect peak to check on Chen Xun, a routine that had long since become commonplace for the disciples. Chapter 38. The 3-year period has arrived. Chen Xun regains clarity. Chen brother, Zhao Ting called out upon arriving at the thatched cottage. However, upon entering and discovering Chen Xun sprawled on the bed in a deep slumber, he could only shake his head, deciding not to rouse him. Chen brother seems to be living quite comfortably, sleeping soundly every day, Zhao Ting murmured, casting a resigned glance around the cottage. Over the past 3 years, he often wished for Chen Xun to relocate to a better dwelling, but alas, Chen Xun remained obstinate. Given Zhao Ting's current standing, assisting Chen Xun in finding a more suitable residence would have been effortless. Alas, Chen brother, the northern Xian cultivation world is in turmoil, with the demonic path rampant. Our Dao Tian sect has lost numerous disciples, including senior sister Su, who has fallen victim to dark forces. I must accompany the elders on an expedition, and though I cannot foresee the dangers that await, I, Zhao Ting, am unafraid. Senior sister Su has always treated me well. If I can slay a few demonic cultivators, it would alleviate some of the turmoil in my heart. Zhao Ting's gaze grew distant as he spoke softly to himself. In truth, such thoughts were only shared with Chen Xun, as having a confidant to unburden his worries brought him some solace. At that moment, he felt a warmth in his bosom and hastily retrieved a communication talisman, which echoed with the voice of Elder Wang Tianfu. Zhao Ting, you are the last to arrive. Hurry to the mountain gate. Yes, Elder Wang, Zhao Ting replied, his expression shifting as he complied. He then glanced at Chen Xun on the bed, took out several jars of fine wine from his storage ring, placed them on the wooden table, and swiftly departed the cottage, soaring away on his sword. Once Zhao Ting left, Chen Xun gradually opened his eyes, which held an unusual clarity at that moment. He murmured to himself, in 5 days, another 3 years will have passed. After speaking, a flicker of madness flashed in his eyes, and a smile of delirium appeared. At the mountain gate, a group stood assembled. This expedition included 2 core elders, 1 outer sect elder, 1 inner sect elder, 100 outer disciples, and 20 inner disciples. The inner and outer sect elders regarded Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong with utmost respect. Astonished that the sect leader had suddenly decreed that 2 core elders would lead the expedition, what an honor! With the presence of the 2 core elders, the participants felt a profound sense of security. A figure approached, gliding in on a sword, and soon landed outside the mountain gate, drawing the admiring gazes of the disciples. The newcomer, adorned in a celestial purple robe, was none other than the tardy Zhao Ting. I apologize for my lateness, Zhao Ting said, bowing respectfully to Wang Tianfu and the others. Not at all, Wang Tianfu replied with a calm smile. Zhou Tong also nodded, understanding that they would never reproach Zhao Ting, the most gifted disciple of the Dao Tian sect. Witnessing the amiability of the 2 core elders towards Zhao Ting, the others felt a twinge of envy, secretly acknowledging Zhao brother's exceptional standing. Shenhe observed Zhao Ting with satisfaction, reflecting on how, in just 3 years, Zhao Ting had grown to such a remarkable extent. Indeed, the elder leading the expedition from the inner sect is none other than Shenhe, who was promoted 3 years ago and has now reached the stage of Dan formation. Well, since everyone is gathered, let us set forth. At the moment Wang Tianfu turned to sweep his sleeves, a colossal spirit vessel shimmered into existence in the air. This vessel, distinct from Shenhe's former artifact ship, is a specialized flying treasure of the Dao Tian sect, aptly named the Tianzhou. The Tianzhou is extraordinary. Not only does it accommodate more passengers and travel at greater speeds, but it also possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Board the Tianzhou, with Wang Tianfu's commanding voice. The crowd surged onto the vessel like a swarm of locusts. As the Tianzhou began to vibrate, it transformed into a streak of light and darted away, disappearing into the distance under the watchful eyes of the disciples guarding the mountain gate. On board the Tianzhou, the disciples gazed down with an air of seriousness tinged with a hint of tension. The expanse of several 100,000 miles around them belonged to the Daotian sect, and it would take considerable time for the vessel to traverse. During this journey, everyone remained on high alert, aware that the demonic sect might be lying in wait, requiring utmost vigilance. At this moment, Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the flying vessel, their eyes closed as they cautiously extended their spiritual senses. The initial several thousand miles should pose no issue. The demonic sect would not act foolishly. However, as they ventured further from their sect, the likelihood of ambushes by the demonic sect increased. As the Tianzhou soared farther from the Daotian sect, the elders aboard grew increasingly cautious. Meanwhile, hidden within the secretive forest below, numerous demonic cultivators lay in wait, their cold gazes fixated on the approaching vessel. The Daotian sect truly exhibits audacity, daring to send disciples out. They must be in dire need of resources, or they would not take such risks. Elder Yu, we have distanced ourselves significantly from the Daotian sect. With your command, we shall strike. Patience, patience. Elder Yu, the speed of this Tianzhou is remarkable. If we hesitate, we shall lose our chance. Listen to this, Elder. Now is not the time to act. If I am not mistaken, the sect leader of the Daotian sect is undoubtedly observing from the shadows. What shall we do then? Why the haste? We have been waiting here for quite some time. A little longer matters not. Let the people of the Daotian sect depart unscathed. Before the anxious demonic cultivators could inquire further, Elder Yu ominously chuckled. They will return, will they not? That will be the opportune moment to strike. The demonic cultivators paused, internally exclaiming their admiration. After all, the elder is wise. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days elapsed. On this particular day, Nangong Yao, seeking leisure, ventured once more to the humble cottage west of Zawuping to visit Chen Xun. Upon arriving at the cottage, Nangong Yao found Chen Xun seated there, sipping wine, which surprised him slightly. The demeanor of his teacher seemed markedly different today, imbued with a calmness he had not observed before. Not overthinking it, Nangong Yao approached, bowing slightly. Teacher, Nangong has come again. Chen Xun took a sip of his wine, looked up, and smiled. My humble abode is rather dilapidated, lacking sufficient stools. Would you mind sitting with me on the grass? Nangong Yao stiffened for a moment, slowly raising his gaze to meet the warm smile of the young man before him. After a moment of astonishment, Nangong Yao's expression transformed into one of delight. Sir, he said, tilting his chin and gesturing towards the grass at his feet, please. Have a seat. Nangong Yao quickly nodded and sat down on the ground opposite Chen Xun, his eyes occasionally glancing at the ethereal presence of Chen Xun before him. An exhilarating thought surged within him. Yes, this was the essence of it. It had returned, everything had returned. Wasn't this the same transcendent demeanor of the sage he encountered years ago atop the small river peak? Chen Xun then conjured a wine cup from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to Nangong Yao. Startled, Nangong Yao hurriedly caught it. When he saw Chen Xun reaching for the wine jug to pour for him, he was taken aback and swiftly snatched the jug away, insisting, I shall pour for myself. How could I trouble you, sir? Chen Xun merely smiled lightly and acquiesced. Chapter 39. A treat delivered to your door after taking a sip, Nangong Yao remarked, Sir, while this osmanthus wine is decent, it hardly befits your esteemed status. I shall bring a few fine bottles of wine from Daotian Peak later. He recalled having previously delivered numerous wines to the sage, and now that Chen Xun was drinking this osmanthus concoction, he surmised that the wines he had sent were all consumed. Chen Xun chuckled softly, choosing not to comment. The osmanthus wine had been a gift from Zhao Ting. Thus, Chen Xun and Nangong Yao indulged in wine and idle chatter amidst the secluded mountains. Nangong Yao did not dispel the effects of the alcohol with his spiritual energy, leading to a hazy gaze and a flushed complexion. Feeling the effects of intoxication, Nangong Yao lamented, Sir, the North Xian cultivation realm has been thrown into chaos recently. The demonic sect rampages, and countless disciples of righteous sects have been captured to become blood slaves. Even my Daotian sect has lost several disciples, including one in purple robes. Alas, as the sect leader, I feel a sense of guilt. May I ask, sir, what should I do? Chen Xun nodded slightly, as Zhao Ting had previously informed him of this matter. With a calm smile, he replied, You righteous sects should unite and confront the demonic sect in battle. Nangong Yao forced a smile. If only it were as simple as you say, sir. Unfortunately, the righteous sects in the North Xian cannot work together cohesively. Chen Xun spoke softly. If that is the case, then your righteous sects will only be gradually devoured by the demonic sect. By the time those righteous sects finally awaken to the reality, it may be too late. Nangong Yao nodded, his expression turning serious. Such a scenario must not be allowed to transpire. Throughout history, the balance of righteousness and evil in North Xian has been maintained, should the demonic sect dominate. It would spell disaster not only for the righteous sects, but also for the common folk, leading to untold suffering. Although the righteous sects view mortals as insignificant, in the eyes of the demonic sect, they are merely sustenance. For ages, it has been the presence of the righteous sects that has kept the demonic sect from extending its grasp to the mundane world. Of course, the righteous sect's opposition to the demonic sect is not solely for the benefit of mortals, but also in self-interest. After all, if mortals suffer, the cultivation realm will lack fresh blood to sustain it. Returning to the present, Nangong Yao shifted the topic, saying, "Sir, your dwelling here is far too humble. I kindly invite you to stay at Daotian Peak." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun glanced back at the humble grass hut, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "There is no need, it is hardly shabby. As the saying goes, a mountain need not be high. It is renowned for the presence of an immortal. A river need not be deep. It is spirited by the presence of a dragon. I find it quite agreeable." As he spoke, Chen Xun drained his cup, rose to brush off the dust from his trousers, and seized a broom before heading outside. Nangong Yao was taken aback, quickly rising to inquire, "Where are you going, sir?" "To sweep," he replied. "I cannot simply indulge in food and drink at Daotian sect." Watching Chen Xun's retreating figure, Nangong Yao was momentarily stunned. A bittersweet smile crossing his face as he murmured, "What a fitting expression. A mountain need not be high. It is renowned for the presence of an immortal. Truly, he is a remarkable man." Chen Xun meticulously swept from the middle of the mountain down to its base. After ensuring the path was clean and tidy, he tossed the broom aside, clasped his hands behind his back, and with a slight shift of his form, arrived outside Daotian sect. After being confined within the sect for 3 years, he now cherished the opportunity to explore the world anew. As he ambled through the vast expanse of Daotian sect's territory, he occasionally smiled, gazing at the splendid landscapes, marveling at the judicious choice of location made by the sect. Despite his leisurely pace, each step he took seemed to span 1,000 miles. Upon reaching a certain spot, a smile danced upon his lips as he deliberately slowed his pace. At that moment, a group of hidden demonic cultivators noticed Chen Xun. "Elder Yu, another person has emerged from Daotian sect," one of the demonic practitioners exclaimed. In the shadows, the expressions of the other demonic cultivators grew suspicious as they observed the attire of the young man. He did not appear to be a disciple or elder of Daotian sect. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was the mundane aura he exuded. A mere mortal? What could this mean? Why was a mortal emerging from the direction of Daotian sect? Or was it possible that this mortal had unwittingly wandered into the territory of Daotian sect from another direction and stumbled upon them? If that were the case, what a stroke of misfortune it would be for this mortal to have crossed paths with them. "Elder Yu, shall we capture this mortal and feast upon his blood? It would satisfy our cravings." One of the demonic cultivators licked his lips, greed evident in his voice. The other demonic practitioners also gazed with gleaming eyes, swallowing in anticipation. After lying in wait for so many days, the arrival of a small morsel was an opportunity too good to pass up. "Elder Yu," the one referred to as Yusha, observed keenly, his eyes flickering as he surveyed the surroundings. "Do not act rashly. The appearance of this mortal is too peculiar. It could very well be a ploy by Daotian sect to lure us into revealing ourselves." Upon hearing this, the demonic cultivators exchanged glances of uncertainty. Could it be that Daotian sect was so insidious? One practitioner voiced his doubt. "Elder Yu, Daotian sect is a righteous sect. Would they truly resort to using a mortal as bait? This is surely a tactic we would employ." Yusha dismissed the notion with a scoff. "Humph, what righteousness? It is all nonsense. For the sake of their own interests, what deeds would they not commit? It is merely that our sect's actions are more overt." The demonic cultivators nodded in agreement, yet some remained hesitant, recognizing that while certain righteous sects may be morally questionable, Daotian sect had maintained a commendable reputation over the years. In conclusion, the demonic practitioners did not perceive this mortal as part of a conspiracy devised by Daotian sect. Yusha perceived the expressions of the demonic cultivators and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Is it that you all are longing for human blood? Truly pathetic. What is so delectable about a mere mortal's blood? Upon our return, there shall be an abundance of blood slaves at your disposal." One of the demonic cultivators awkwardly chuckled. "Hee hee, Elder Yusha, we are well aware of the facts. My brethren merely wish to indulge their cravings. Just then, the demonic cultivators noticed that the mortal was approaching them. Hadn't he been walking straight before? Why did he suddenly turn and head in their direction? The demonic cultivators were perplexed. Yusha also furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering. Elder Yusha, could he have discovered our presence? Inquired one of the demonic cultivators, puzzled. This was indeed highly unusual. They were concealed by a cloaking formation, rendering them completely transparent to the mortal's sight. Yusha relaxed his brow slightly and replied nonchalantly, "It is impossible for him to have perceived us. He must have simply chosen to walk towards our direction." The demonic cultivators nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. This opportunity was too fortuitous to ignore. They could not let the chance to taste his blood slip away. Speaking of which, this mortal was extraordinarily unfortunate. How could anyone's luck be so dire? Akin to a sheep walking into a tiger's den? Before long, with the greedy eyes of the demonic cultivators fixed upon him, Chen Xun had approached within a yard of them. Just a few more steps, and he would cross the cloaking formation. However, as the demonic cultivators were about to break into sinister smiles, they were taken aback to find that the mortal had suddenly halted in his tracks outside the formation. What does this mean? Why has he stopped? One queried. Oh, do not be so agitated. The snack is right before us. It cannot possibly escape. Another commented. I'm just puzzled. Why did this mortal behave so erratically, suddenly turning and then stopping at the formation? Could it be that our cloaking formation has failed? Can he see us? Nay, the formation is functioning perfectly, the others debated. Yet Yusha's brow knitted once more, his gaze fixed upon the young man outside the formation. For some inexplicable reason, it felt as though he had been seen. Just as the demonic cultivators were losing patience and considering forcibly dragging Chen Xun into their midst, he stroked his chin and spoke. What are you all whispering about down there? The demonic cultivators gasped in shock, jolting back in disbelief, their faces awash with incredulity as they stared at Chen Xun from beyond the formation. Could it be that he truly could see them? Or was he merely babbling to himself? Nevertheless, they could no longer deceive themselves, leaning towards the former notion. What a remarkable coincidence it seemed. At that moment, even Yusha felt a shiver run down his spine, his heart racing, an unsettling sensation prickling his skin. With a steeled resolve, Yusha inquired, "Can you see us?" Chen Xun nodded, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the demonic cultivators shifted dramatically, their gazes towards Chen Xun transforming entirely. This was no ordinary mortal. Moreover, their cloaking formation was not something easily pierced by beings below the divine transformation stage. Upon further contemplation, a sense of dread began to creep in. Yusha swallowed hard and exclaimed, "How could this be? Our concealment formation." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Xun pointed at the imperceptible barrier before him and said, "Oh, are you referring to this?" With that, he gently prodded it, causing the barrier to shatter into fragments and dissipate into the air. Simultaneously, the array flags nearby erupted with a loud bang, tumbling to the ground in disarray, utterly destroyed. At this moment, Yusha and the other demonic cultivators turned pale, their eyes reflecting sheer terror as they gazed at Chen Xun. Could it be that he was at the transformation stage? With a thud, Yusha's legs buckled, and he was the first to kneel on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Hundreds of other demonic cultivators followed suit, collapsing in fear. Why had a senior at the transformation stage appeared in the territory of the Daotian sect? They had never seen or heard of such a figure before. "Please spare us, esteemed senior," Yusha stammered, his voice quaking. Chen Xun chuckled softly. "Did you not wish to drink my blood? Here I am, yet now you hesitate?" The demonic cultivators nearly fainted from fright. Indeed, the great concealment formation had not hindered their thoughts, and even their intentions had been overheard by this formidable being. As Yusha and the others sensed that there was no longer any chance for escape, they instinctively contemplated resistance, but faced with the youth's languid smile, they found no courage to act. Noticing that the demonic cultivators had been so terrified that they could scarcely speak, Chen Xun lost interest and turned to leave. "Enough," he muttered. A wave of relief washed over Yusha and the others as if their strength had been entirely sapped, leaving them slumped on the ground, watching Chen Xun depart. "We bid farewell to the esteemed senior," they managed to utter. Suddenly, Yusha and his companions' pupils contracted, their hearts racing. They beheld the retreating youth, and to their astonishment, the wooden sword on his back shot into the sky. Like a beam of light, it surged forth with a chilling ferocity that sent shivers down their spines. In the next instant, hundreds of severed heads soared into the air in unison, only to fall to the ground moments later. Each visage bore the same expression: terror, despair, their eyes wide open in horror, refusing to close even in death. With a whoosh, the wooden sword swiftly returned, sheathed once more behind Chen Xun, returning to a state of tranquility. Chen Xun paused momentarily, then continued his journey without looking back, muttering to himself, I had no intention of holding a grudge against you. But my sword shows no mercy. Thus, it is beyond my control. Upon exiting the territory of the Daotian sect, Chen Xun inadvertently arrived at a spirit market. What is a spirit market, you may ask? It is a place where cultivators trade, where one can purchase items with spirit stones or exchange goods. As long as one possesses spirit stones, the market offers a plethora of resources for cultivators. As Chen Xun entered the spirit market, he attracted numerous astonished and flickering gazes. This was largely due to the fact that nearly all the cultivators present wore wide-brimmed hats, veils, or even masks. For one could easily attract unwanted attention after acquiring treasures within the market. In stark contrast, Chen Xun's open demeanor was indeed a rarity, drawing significant intrigue. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to the attention and strode forward purposefully. Most visitors to the spirit market were loose cultivators, with only a handful belonging to established cultivation families or sections. This subtly illustrates the challenges faced by solitary cultivators, in contrast to individuals like Zhao Ting, who have the advantage of joining sects and thereby accessing resources more readily. However, as with all things, there are pros and cons. Solitary cultivators possess their unique advantages, while those affiliated with sects enjoy their own benefits. At the very least, disciples of sects are far from enjoying the freedom that solitary cultivators experience. The spirit market was remarkably tranquil, with only the sounds of footsteps and hushed conversations breaking the silence. The cultivators manning the stalls sat quietly, refraining from calling out to attract customers, a stark contrast to the bustling noise of the mundane world. Chen Xun found himself pausing before one particular stall. The treasures displayed at other stalls seemed like mere dross to him, losing his interest at a glance. Yet this stall was different. It was selling wine. At that moment, a masked cultivator sat at the stall, and upon noticing a fellow cultivator lingering, opened his eyes to observe. Upon seeing the unmasked youth, he appeared momentarily taken aback. You are indeed an intriguing individual, remarked the cultivator. Chen Xun glanced over the bottles of wine, smiling as he replied, What do you mean by that? The cultivator responded, In this vast spirit market, it seems you are the only one unmasked. Chen Xun crouched down, picked up a wine jug from the stall, uncorked it, and brought it to his nose. What if I am unmasked? What of those who remain concealed? The cultivator hesitated before answering, Nothing at all. It is simply your audacity that I admire. Chen Xun smirked, raising the wine jug. This wine is quite commendable. It is surprising to find such a quality here in this remote spirit market. This wine, he thought, surpassed even that gifted to him by the esteemed sect leader Nan Gongyao, hence his praise. The cultivator's eyes brightened. You have a discerning palate, my friend. Chen Xun replied. At the very least, it has a rich and fragrant aroma, with an abundance of ingredients, yet the scent remains remarkably pure. This wine must have aged for many years. As the cultivator regarded Chen Xun, admiration gradually filled his gaze. Chen Xun inquired, What is the value of this wine? I wish to purchase it. To his surprise, the cultivator waved his hand, smiling. You are indeed an interesting person and knowledgeable about wine. I shall gift this jug of worldly flavors to you. Considering it a gesture of friendship, Chen Xun raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, casting a meaningful glance at the cultivator. Are you certain you wish to befriend me? The cultivator paused momentarily before responding. Do you suspect that I have ulterior motives? Chen Xun chuckled nonchalantly. Just tell me, how many spirit stones? Reluctantly, the cultivator replied. Then you shall give me 100 lower-grade spirit stones. How inexpensive. After paying the spirit stones, Chen Xun took the jug of worldly flavors and continued walking through the market, sipping as he went. The cultivator gazed down at the 100 spirit stones, then up at Chen Xun's receding figure, his eyes subtly flickering. After a while, having completed his browsing, Chen Xun exited the spirit market. Concurrently, numerous cultivators who had long been watching him followed suit. The cultivator who had sold wine to Chen Xun immediately packed up his stall and hurried out as well. A sudden buzzing filled the air as Chen Xun emerged through a translucent barrier. Turning around, he found that beyond the mountains and fields, there was no trace of the spirit market. One can imagine that if a mere mortal were to inadvertently stumble into the spirit workshop, they might mistakenly believe they had encountered a ghost, potentially frightening them to death. Chen Xun took a sip of the myriad flavors of the mortal realm and remarked, The name of this wine is indeed fitting. With each sip, one experiences an array of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy tastes, embodying the essence of worldly delights. Having spoken, Chen Xun proceeded on his way, paying no mind to the several cultivators who had emerged from the spirit workshop in pursuit. A group of about 10 cultivators exchanged glances. each aware of the other's intentions, which were nothing more than to commit murder and seize treasures. From the moment Chen Xun entered the spirit workshop, he had drawn the attention of these cultivators, and when he casually spent 100 spirit stones on a bottle of wine, they began to perceive him as a prime target. Spending such a substantial amount on a mere bottle of wine without a hint of hesitation revealed the depth of his wealth. "Humph, fellow cultivators. Let us each employ our own methods from here on," remarked a masked cultivator nonchalantly. With that, he swiftly pursued Chen Xun, prompting the other cultivators to narrow their eyes and hastily follow suit. As these 10 or so cultivators chased after him, the one who had sold the wine to Chen Xun also exited the spirit workshop, quickly changing into a different robe, his brows furrowed as he rushed to catch up. Chen Xun ambled along, unhurried, until he was soon met with the sound of hurried footsteps and the whoosh of air behind him. In no time, the group of cultivators reached him, blocking his path. "Halt!" Chen Xun paused, holding the wine jug and smiling as he clasped his hands together. "What brings you here, esteemed fellows?" Seeing Chen Xun still smiling, the cultivators exchanged bewildered glances before bursting into laughter. "Still laughing? Are you unaware of the peril you face?" One taunted. "When did the northern Xian cultivation realm give rise to such a fool? To brazenly enter the spirit workshop is one thing, but to squander spirit stones on a worthless bottle of wine without realizing you've been duped is another. You strut about so boldly. You are nothing but a novice in the cultivation world, utterly laughable." Confused, Chen Xun inquired, "What is it that you find so amusing?" "Haha," one cultivator replied. "We are laughing at your foolishness. With that many spirit stones to waste on a mere bottle of wine, you would do better to bestow them upon us instead." Furrowing his brow, Chen Xun glanced at the wine in his hand and smiled. "Thank you for your advice. I shall be more cautious next time." This only heightened the laughter among the cultivators. "What a fool. Does he not see our intentions? Next time indeed. We are inclined to think he should be mindful in his next life." Chen Xun then retorted, "However, I wouldn't deem this wine worthless. I feel as though spending 100 spirit stones was a bargain. After all, spirit stones are indeed valuable, but exquisite wine holds an even greater worth." The cultivators momentarily faltered, losing their patience, their gazes turning cold and menacing. In the next instant, like a pack of wolves, they lunged towards Chen Xun. The cultivator lurking in the shadows, witnessing Chen Xun's lack of evasion, assumed he was paralyzed with fear. His eyes sharpened as he swiftly retrieved a talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy before casting it into the fray. Spirit fire spell swift. The talisman soared into the center of the gathering, exploding suddenly, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the cultivators in an instant. They writhed and screamed as they were consumed by the inferno, reduced to ashes in mere moments. The hidden cultivator then dashed forward, seizing Chen Xun's arm, and soared into the sky, departing from the scene, leaving behind the charred remnants of the once cocky group of cultivators. "Fellow cultivator, why did you not avoid me just now?" a hoarse voice inquired as the cultivator emerged from the mountains. Chen Xun retorted, "If I am unafraid, why should I evade?" The cultivator paused, startled, and began to scrutinize Chen Xun, only to discover a complete absence of spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary mortal. Yet, it seemed he had employed a concealment technique. The cultivator chuckled wryly. "It appears I was overly cautious. After all, who would brazenly appear in the spirit market without the necessary prowess?" Chen Xun merely raised the wine jug in his hand, grinning, not at all excessive. "I have just savored the myriad flavors of the mortal realm. Do you have any left? I wish to purchase a few more jugs." Upon hearing this, the cultivator took a sudden step back, exclaiming, "How did you know it was me?" It was notable that she had altered her voice deliberately, yet she had still been recognized by this individual. This revelation was quite astonishing. In the cultivator's eyes, Chen Xun now seemed somewhat unfathomable. Chen Xun simply smiled. "What is there to it? I also know you are not a man." The cultivator gasped, staring at Chen Xun in disbelief. After a lengthy silence, she removed her headpiece, allowing cascading violet hair to flow like a waterfall, and then lifted her mask, revealing a stunningly exquisite face with enchanting eyes. Jimengli, now speaking in a decidedly feminine tone, smiled ruefully. "You truly are remarkable, fellow cultivator." Chen Xun said nothing, merely shaking the empty wine jug in his hand. Jimengli promptly produced a bottle and handed it to him, saying, "You need not pay with spirit stones. It is rare to encounter someone who appreciates fine wine as you do, so consider it a gift." During their time in the spirit market, Jimengli had noticed that he could identify the myriad ingredients of the wine with just a sniff, confirming his expertise. Chen Xun pulled out a handful of spirit stones and pressed them into her hands, laughing. "I cannot owe you anything." Jimengli was taken aback, not comprehending, but reluctantly accepted the spirit stones, saying, "I am Jimengli. May I inquire your name, fellow cultivator? Chen Xun replied. Chun, as in the old tales, and Sun, as in seeking. Ji Mengli nodded, mentally noting, and sighed. I had hoped to find a kindred spirit in wine to share my troubles with. Would you, Brother Chun, indulge me with a drink? Upon hearing this, Chen Xun instinctively drew closer to the myriad flavors he had just purchased, responding, I would be open to it. But since it was your suggestion to drink, I shall not impose. As a listener, the wine should be provided by you. Is that unreasonable? Ji Mengli was momentarily at a loss. She had never encountered such a person before, but found it quite intriguing. With a bright smile, she replied, that is only fair. Thus, Chen Xun and Ji Mengli sought out a serene lake, settling in a dilapidated pavilion by its shore. Ji Mengli placed 4 or 5 jugs of the mortal realm's flavors upon the stone table, but when she reached for the wine cups, Chen Xun gestured to stop her. Puzzled, Ji Mengli listened as Chen Xun explained, the scenery is splendid, why require cups? This wine can be enjoyed directly from the jug, is it not delightful? Ji Mengli glanced at the view and smiled. Indeed, it is. Chapter 42, The Saintess of the Demon Sect. Ji Mengli, why is this wine brewed by mortals? Chen Xun pondered as he took a sip, savoring the taste. Ji Mengli smiled and clasped her hands. I am but unworthy. Chen Xun regarded her and replied. You are indeed talented. Continuing, she remarked, the ingredients for brewing the myriad flavors of wine are not easily procured. They are interwoven with the essence of the 4 seasons and scattered across the corners of the earth. You should offer me a fair price. Ji Mengli's eyes sparkled as she responded, Brother Chen speaks the truth. In my earlier years, to craft these earthly flavors, I traversed the expanse of Beixian. For the sake of one particular ingredient, I even ventured to the ethereal snowfields north of Beixian, where I nearly lost my life. Chen Xun nodded, teasingly saying, Who would have thought that a lady like you would possess such a passion for wine? Quite rare indeed. Ji Mengli laughed heartily. I am unworthy of such praise. Though Ji Mengli appeared to be a woman, her demeanor was bold and brimming with a masculine spirit. However, her laughter soon faded, and a shadow of worry crossed her lovely face as she said, Wine is a wonderful thing. When one drinks until inebriated, many sorrows can be forgotten. Chen Xun shook his head. Indeed, but such respite is fleeting, is it not? Ji Mengli murmured, a fleeting moment is still better than none. Observing this, Chen Xun fell silent, choosing instead to indulge in his drink and the scenery. Ji Mengli continued, Brother Chen, upon learning my name, you showed no surprise or fear, which suggests you have not heard of me. Chen Xun replied with a smile, It is not that I lack surprise or fear, rather, there is nothing in this world that can truly astonish or terrify me. Ji Mengli was taken aback. His audacity was astonishing. She shook her head in resignation, pondering that perhaps Chen Xun had consumed too much wine and was speaking nonsensically. If I were to reveal my origins from the demonic sect, would you be afraid? Ji Mengli asked, her concern evident. Chen Xun cast a sidelong glance, smiling. Even if the heavenly sovereign stood before me, I would not tremble. What is a mere demonic sect? Ji Mengli stared in disbelief and quickly glanced upwards, signaling for silence. Hush, Brother Chen, such blasphemous words should not be uttered. We cultivators are most wary of the heavenly Tao. You must truly be intoxicated. Chen Xun shook his head dismissively. Ji Mengli sighed, taking a hearty swig from the wine jug before wiping her lips and continuing. I often loathe myself for being born into the demonic sect. You do not know? The cruelty of the demonic sect is appalling. These past few years, I have roamed freely, and it has brought me joy, but recently, the sect summoned me back. Chen Xun casually remarked, If you despise the demonic sect, why return? I am bound by circumstances, Ji Mengli replied with a bitter smile, then looked at Chen Xun. Struggling to articulate, I am the saintess of the great Yin demonic sect, and the sect leader is my biological father. As she spoke, Ji Mengli observed Chen Xun closely, only to find his expression unchanged, utterly unmoved. This left her even more astonished. Was he truly unafraid? Chen Xun then stated, as the saintess of the demonic sect, and with a sect leader for a father, you must have been accustomed to the sect's ways from a young age. Why then do you harbor such thoughts? Ji Mengli pursed her lips and remarked, While it is not uncommon for cultivators to engage in brutal conflicts, I have witnessed the abhorrent act of abducting mortals for alchemical experiments, including the elderly, women, and children. Chen Xun, you may not know, but the youngest among them was merely a few years old. I vividly recall the moment when he was forcibly thrown before the alchemy furnace, desperately crying out to me, Sister, I do not wish to die. It was from that day forth that I developed a profound aversion to the demon sect. During my travels, I concocted this blend of earthly flavors. Chen Xun nodded slightly, feeling a touch of bitterness in his drink. He had not anticipated that such a rich tapestry of human experience lay beneath the surface of these flavors. Ji Mengli sighed. Now, for reasons unknown, the Northern Xian demon sect has resumed its abduction of righteous disciples to turn them into blood slaves. It seems that my father wishes for my return because of this impending conflict between the righteous and the demonic paths. Chen Xun remained silent, his heart heavy with the unpredictability of life. A person with a kind heart born into the demon sect, such as fate. However, his emotions were tempered by the countless experiences he had amassed over his long life. What will you do upon your return? He inquired. Ji Mengli lowered her gaze. What can be done? My life has been shackled by the demon sect. Escape seems impossible. A faint smile graced Chen Xun's lips as he rose, remarking, The hour grows late. I must take my leave. Ji Mengli hastily stood up, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chen, for patiently listening to my woes today. It has alleviated some of my heartache. Should you wish to visit the Dian demon sect, you are always welcome. We shall see, Chen Xun replied before departing the pavilion. Gradually fading from her sight, Ji Mengli watched him leave, a sense of regret lingering in her heart. Truly, a drink shared with a confidant is never enough. Chen Xun was an enigma, elusive and carefree, a remarkable individual indeed. She sighed, exited the pavilion, and soared into the sky towards her sect. Days later, in the territory of the Daotian sect, a group of returning elders and disciples stood in shock, gazing at the scene before them, a ground strewn with corpses and heads that would never close their eyes again. Upon closer inspection, there lay hundreds of headless bodies. Zhao Ting had never encountered such a sight, his face turning pale as he fought back nausea. The inner and outer disciples shrank back in horror. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong exchanged grave glances, surveying the grotesque scene. All these corpses belonged to demon cultivators. Suddenly, Wang Tianfu spotted a head, exclaiming, Yusha? That appears to belong to Yusha of the Dian demon sect. The mere mention of the Dian demon sect sent shivers through the crowd, for it was a renowned power among the northern Xian demon sections. Zhou Tong's expression shifted as he approached for a closer look, confirming the fifth elder was correct. This indeed is the fourth elder of the Dian demon sect, Yusha? It was evident that these demon cultivators had laid an ambush here. The destroyed array flags spoke volumes. They must have set the trap while the others were away, likely biding their time for an unexpected assault upon their return. Although Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong were esteemed core elders, the sheer number of demon cultivators present, especially with the rumored mid-Yuan Ing realm Yusha leading them, made the outcome of a surprise attack uncertain. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong exchanged a glance, a sense of trepidation washing over them. It was evident to them that the members of the Yusha had been utterly annihilated, an execution devoid of any resistance. The clean decapitation of each lifeless corpse spoke volumes. Who could possibly be responsible for such a feat? As they swallowed hard, Wang Tianfu couldn't help but ponder whether the disciples of the Daotian sect who had gone missing were indeed abducted by the Dayan demon sect. With this thought in mind, he commanded, All disciples, heed my orders. Gather the bodies and return to the sect at once. Yes, master. Chapter 43. The agreement. The celestial vessels swiftly glided into the Daotian sect, following their orders. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong directed the inner and outer elders to return to their respective peaks, while they themselves piloted the celestial vessel towards Daotian Peak. Shortly after the returning disciples arrived at their peaks, news spread like wildfire about the ambush laid by the Dayan demon sect, which resulted in the complete decapitation of their members by a mysterious powerhouse. Shocked discussions erupted among countless peaks. Upon his return to Tianxian Peak, Zhao Ting recounted the events to his fellow disciples clad in purple, who too were engulfed in profound astonishment. Meanwhile, within the inner cabinet of Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao and 9 core elders gathered, their gazes cold as they fixed their eyes on the neatly arranged corpses littering the ground. The atmosphere was imbued with an unprecedented solemnity. Master, it is certain that Jing Yao and the disciples were abducted by the Dayan demon sect. Yusha is the 4th elder of the Dayan demon sect, a widely acknowledged fact. Jiang Bailu exclaimed with great indignation, pointing at the multitude of corpses. The elders lowered their brows, their fists clenching subtly within their sleeves. The 3rd elder's assertion rang true. The Dayan demon sect was almost undoubtedly the perpetrator behind the attacks on their Daotian sect. However, the elders were left baffled by one question. Who, besides these lurking demon cultivators, could possibly be responsible? Master, when the 9th elder and I returned, we discovered these numerous decapitated bodies of the Dayan demon sect, surrounded by destroyed formation flags, and these corpses have been deceased for some time, Wang Tianfu stated gravely. As the elders racked their brains in confusion, Nangong Yao, who had been frowning deeply, suddenly relaxed his brow and sighed. If my conjecture is correct, It must be the master. The master? The elder's hearts raced. Isn't the master usually stationed at the miscellaneous peak? Over these 3 years, aside from that one time at the Tianxian Peak Martial Arena, he hasn't left the miscellaneous peak, has he? Nangong Yao smiled. A few days ago, I visited the miscellaneous peak to seek the master, but did not find him. I surmised that he had left the sect. What you may not know is that the master, for some reason, has returned to the appearance he bore when we first encountered him. Oh, the elders gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. If what the master said is true, and he has indeed ventured out of the sect recently, then it is quite plausible that he is the one behind this. Otherwise, it is difficult to fathom who else could possess the power to instantaneously slay hundreds of demon cultivators, including Yusha. Certainly, the master would have the capability to subdue these demon cultivators, but achieving such instantaneous kills would be beyond his reach. Moreover, the demon sect's concealed formations were exceedingly sophisticated, making them hard to detect. We shall inquire with the master when the time comes. With this thought, Lu Yunjian couldn't help but ask, Master, has the master returned? Nangong Yao shook his head, expressing uncertainty about the whereabouts of the esteemed master, who had not visited the Ziyuan Peak in recent days. The elders, equally curious, yearned to uncover the truth behind the master's mysterious methods, having never witnessed his prowess firsthand. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Yao spoke solemnly. Our immediate concern lies with the Dian Demon sect. Previously, we were unaware of which demonic faction targeted our Daotian sect, leaving us powerless. Now that we have clarity, we must not remain idle. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders turned grave. Lu Xianin inquired, Sect leader, what course of action shall we pursue next? Before Nangong Yao could respond, Jiang Bailu interjected with indignation. Humph, what else is there to do? We must strike directly at the Dian Demon sect. How dare they provoke our Daotian sect? This time, we shall ensure a bloodbath at their stronghold. Lu Xianin hesitated, then cautioned, Elder Jiang, do not underestimate the Dian Demon sect. In the Beixian region, they are a formidable force. Should we recklessly engage them, the outcome would only result in mutual destruction. Furthermore, with the current chaos in Beixian, if our sect suffers significant losses now, the consequences would be dire. Jiang Bailu's lips moved in silence, her sigh indicating her acquiescence. Nangong Yao glanced at both before addressing the first elder. Lu Yunjian stepped forward and bowed respectfully. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Yao commanded, immediately draft a letter to the Dian Demon sect, requesting a meeting with their sect leader at Baihu Ridge in 3 days. Lu Yunjian acknowledged the order, and the elders nodded in understanding. If the Dian Demon sect were to surrender disciples such as Jing Yao, they could avert a catastrophic conflict. However, if they refused, war would be inevitable. At noon, in the dining hall of Ziyuan Peak, Chen Xun served himself a meal and sat down, eating leisurely. The other disciples looked on in astonishment. Was this truly Chen Xun? Previously, he devoured his meals ravenously, consuming portions meant for dozens. What had caused this sudden shift in demeanor? Before long, the disciples noticed a remarkable transformation. Chen Xun appeared more composed. One disciple approached cautiously, holding a plate, and respectfully called out, Chen Xun? Although he was but a mortal, no one dared to provoke him at Ziyuan Peak, and all treated him with deference due to his friendship with Zhao Ting, which had been a source of admiration among the disciples over the years. Chen Xun paused, turned his head, and smiled gently. What is it? The disciple's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly waved his hand, awkwardly laughing. Ah, nothing, nothing. He retreated, joining his peers in hushed whispers, all eyeing Chen Xun with astonishment. The once mad man, suddenly sane. How extraordinary. Eating in peace, yet they murmured incessantly. Finish your meals and return to work, boomed the rotund steward, Qian Laifu, as he arrived. Many disciples, startled, hastily finished their food, dropped their plates, and fled in disarray. Humph. Qian Laifu emitted a cold snort, and upon noticing Chen Xun, his expression shifted. He rubbed his hands together and approached respectfully, murmuring, Senior, how do you find the meal? Does it suit your taste? To the eyes of the outer disciples, Qian Laifu's demeanor seemed entirely normal, as they assumed he was merely trying to ingratiate himself with Chen Xun and forge a connection with senior brother Zhao Ting in the purple attire. Chen Xun smacked his lips and pointed his chopsticks at the dishes in the platter, remarking, 6 dishes and a soup. The fare is quite commendable. Ah. Qian Laifu stumbled back, his face a mask of astonishment. It was not Chen Xun's assessment of the meal that shocked him, but rather Chen Xun's demeanor. This, Qian Laifu swallowed hard, cautiously continuing. As senior, you understanding the implication of Qian Laifu's words, Chen Xun merely smiled, subsequently placing the platter in the wash basin before departing. He left Qian Lifu standing there, his expression one of disbelief, until he finally exhaled in awe. Indeed, the esteemed leader has mentioned that seniors play with the world. It is only natural for a senior to be capricious, but even in such a state, they undeniably possess an ethereal charisma. Awakening from his reverie, Qian Lifu hurried after Chen Xun. Senior, allow me to see you off. Chapter 44. The conspiracy of the Dian demon sect. Upon returning to his thatched cottage, Chen Xun set a stool outside the door, seated himself, and took out the wordless book to peruse. The atmosphere was tranquil as he focused intently, occasionally nodding slightly. A stark contrast to his previous frenzied state. It was not until dusk, when the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the sky, that Chen Xun finally closed the wordless book. At that moment, a sound rustled through the grass, a soft crunching noise. Chen Xun, unfazed, looked up to see Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian, accompanied by 9 core elders, approaching. Nangong Yao carried 2 jars of wine and a roasted chicken in hand. Upon seeing Chen Xun, their expressions brightened with delight. They hurried forward, bowing deeply. We pay our respects to the esteemed teacher. If this scene were to be witnessed by the elders and disciples of the Daotian sect, they would surely be left in utter disbelief. Here stood the exalted sect leader alongside 9 core elders, all exhibiting such deference. Chen Xun nodded. Please sit. Nangong Yao and the other elders promptly complied, seating themselves on the ground without concern for its cleanliness. After settling down, the 9 elders gazed up at the smiling Chen Xun, only to quickly lower their heads. Filled with astonishment, they could hardly fail to notice that their teacher was indeed as the sect leader had described, no longer exhibiting the madness he once did. However, this transformation made the elders feel significantly more restrained in Chen Xun's presence. To them, even seated quietly, the teacher radiated a warmth that surpassed the aura brought by the sect leader. Teacher, Nangong Yao offered the 2 jars of wine and the roasted chicken. Chen Xun accepted them with a smile, saying, I was just about to head to the dining hall. This roasted chicken arrives at the perfect moment, still steaming and warm. Nangong Yao chuckled, fully aware that the teacher never missed his meals, thus bringing the roasted chicken for his enjoyment. Lu Yunjian interjected with a grin. You have no idea. Teacher, this roasted chicken was personally prepared by the sect leader. Mind your tongue, Nangong Yao chided. Lu Yunjian fell silent, a look of innocent surprise on his face. The remaining elders, witnessing the demeanor of the Grand Elder, struggled to stifle their laughter. After all, he was the Grand Elder, and laughter could lead to future repercussions. Chen Xun seized the whole roasted chicken, took a hearty bite, and after savoring it, exclaimed, Delightful. The meat is succulent, rich yet not greasy, tender yet cohesive. Nangong Yao beamed with joy. I am glad to hear you enjoy it, sir. Chen Xun produced a jug of flavors of the mortal realm and presented it, saying, As you have treated me to roasted chicken, I shall treat you to this wine, aptly named flavors of the mortal realm. It is an exquisite brew, do indulge. Despite having only this solitary jug, Chen Xun was more than willing to share with Nangong Yao and the others. Some wines, while delightful, become less enjoyable after a couple of sips. Flavors of the mortal realm was precisely such a wine. No, Nangong Yao quickly waved his hands. But Chen Xun insisted, forcefully handing it over. Reluctantly, he accepted, expressing gratitude for the generous gift. Chen Xun smiled lightly, holding the wine in his left hand and the chicken in his right, and began to eat with gusto. Observing his enjoyment, Nangong Yao and the others couldn't help but swallow hard, though they had long since practiced abstaining from grains, having not tasted such delicacies for countless years. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners typically began consuming abstinence pills upon reaching the mid-stage of qi refining. Logically, consuming mundane food would only lead to the accumulation of impurities within, hindering cultivation. Yet, it puzzled them how the esteemed sir consumed 3 meals a day without apparent consequence. Subsequently, Nangong Yao and the others poured wine for each of the 9 elders, and soon the jug of flavors of the mortal realm was nearly emptied. As they savored the wine, their expressions varied. Truth be told, while the wine was passable and pure, the complex amalgamation of flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy, left an inexplicable discomfort. Nevertheless, they praised it as fine wine. Sir, in the territory of the Daotian sect, we have discovered hundreds of decapitated bodies of demonic cultivators, Nangong Yao began. But before he could finish, Chen Xun nonchalantly interjected, I was the one who killed them. At this, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian's pupils dilated in shock. Indeed, it was the work of the esteemed sir. To have instantaneously slain hundreds of demonic cultivators, including the sinister Yusha, was a testament to the unfathomable depths of his power. Though they had not witnessed the scene, they could easily envision the bloody carnage. having seen the terror etched on the faces of those severed heads. Thank you, sir. Had it not been for your intervention, Elder 9 and I would have faced peril on our return journey. Wang Tianfu rose and bowed sincerely. Zhou Tong also hurried to his feet. Chen Xun waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. I merely passed through and noticed some hiding. My curiosity led me to investigate. Unbeknownst to me, they sought to drink my blood, leaving me no choice but to act decisively. The others murmured, what a decisive act. Nangong Yao and the others couldn't help but smile wryly. Those demonic cultivators had truly met their misfortune. Why, of all blood, did they dare to covet that of the esteemed sir? In the Da Yin demon sect, a crane spanning 1,000 miles vanished. A disciple, upon discovering a contract bound to the crane's leg, hastily delivered it to the main hall of the demon sect. Sectmaster, the Daotian sect has sent a contract, requesting a meeting with you at Baihu Ridge in 3 days. An elder bowed respectfully. Within the hall, Ji Wucang coldly smiled. Ah, the Daotian sect, how intriguing. Master, it appears that the 4 elders met their demise at the hands of the Daotian sect. Now that they are aware that our Dian demon sect has captured their disciples, this summons must be an attempt to rescue their brethren, one elder solemnly stated. With a resounding crash, Ji Wucang forcefully hurled a cup onto the grand hall floor, startling the assembled elders into immediate bows. Nangong Yao has slain our 4 elders, 2 deacons, and several elite disciples, yet he dares to seek the return of his sect's disciples? Such delusions are absurd. Ji Wucang clenched his fists, his voice laden with fury. Master, shall we proceed to Baihu Ridge? An elder hesitantly inquired. Yes, we must go, Ji Wucang replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Elders, heed my command. The elders bowed in unison, at your service. A chilling smile slowly crept across Ji Wucang's face as he declared, in the time we have left, you shall immediately set up a net of strategies at Baihu Ridge. Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback, grasping Ji Wucang's intentions. One step forward and cautioned, Master. Daotian sect has chosen Baihu Ridge as the meeting place, likely to guard against us. The terrain is treacherous, and Nangong Yao will undoubtedly be prepared. Capturing him will not be an easy feat. Humph, Ji Wucang retorted coldly. Even if we cannot capture Nangong Yao, we must inflict severe damage upon him. Once he is wounded, our Dian demon sect can swiftly ally with other demon sections. The righteous and demonic paths in Beixian are currently at a stalemate. Since Nangong Yao dares to slay our elders, we will strike first at his Daotian sect. This will shatter the deadlock and instill fear in Beixian. The elders trembled with excitement. Realizing the Master's intentions, their bloodlust reignited. It seemed this strategy was indeed feasible. Thus, the objective of their visit to Baihu Ridge became abundantly clear. Even if they could not slay Nangong Yao, they must severely weaken him. Once he was incapacitated, the Daotian sect would be left leaderless, allowing them to unite with other demon sects and plunge the Daotian sect into chaos. Chapter 45. The summit of Baihu Ridge in the humble abode west of the Zai Peak. Not long after Nangong Yao and the others departed, Zhao Ting arrived. Brother Chen Xun, yawning and on the verge of retreating to rest, remarked, I was just about to sleep, and you choose this moment to come. Zhao Ting paused momentarily, then regained his composure, incredulously circling Chen Xun, before exclaiming, What the? Brother Chen, you're not crazy anymore. Seeing Zhao Ting's excitement, Chen Xun smiled calmly, not temporarily insane, at least. Zhao Ting, oblivious to the word temporarily, eagerly scrutinized Chen Xun, brimming with joy. He then pulled Chen Xun to sit down, retrieving 2 flasks of liquor from his storage ring, handing one to Chen Xun, exclaiming, Come, Brother Chen, we must chat. My heavens, your recovery brings me immense joy. Do not get overly excited, Chen Xun said, slightly exasperated. What do you mean by recovery? I am not ill, having just finished one drink. Chen Xun found himself being drawn into another round by Zhao Ting, but seeing the genuine happiness radiating from Zhao Ting, he decided to indulge. Thus, the two engaged in casual conversation, during which Zhao Ting proudly boasted of his 100-day foundation-building achievement, claiming to be the most talented individual in the Daotian sect. He now stood as a late-stage foundation cultivator, asserting his protective role over Chen Xun. Chen Xun merely smiled, choosing silence in response. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhao Ting, feeling somewhat inebriated, remarked, Chen, there is something I must share with you that will undoubtedly astonish you. Chen Xun replied, Do tell. Zhao Ting's expression turned slightly serious as he exclaimed, You cannot possibly know that upon our return during the day, we discovered hundreds of decapitated demon cultivators. Did you hear? Those demon cultivators were formidable, one of them being the 4th elder of a major demonic sect, reputed to be at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. My own master is at the same level, and I cannot fathom which esteemed predecessor was responsible for slaying those demon cultivators. It is truly remarkable. Chun, you must understand. Those demon cultivators had laid an ambush, and were it not for that predecessor who eliminated them beforehand, our safe return to the sect today would have been in jeopardy. Chen Xun nodded gravely. Hearing you speak, it does indeed sound rather impressive. Zhao Ting shot Chen Xun a look, saying, Brother Chun, I must confess. I do not appreciate your choice of words. Rather impressive? It is extraordinarily impressive. I heard from the fifth elder that esteemed predecessor annihilated those demon cultivators with but a single strike. One strike. Chen Xun, feeling a headache from Zhao Ting's exuberance, rubbed his temples and conceded, All right, one strike it is. But I've had enough to drink and feel the need to retire for the night. We shall converse another day. Zhao Ting, bewildered, noticed Chen Xun rising to enter the thatched hut and quickly stood, offering a rueful smile. Brother Chun, do at least grant me the courtesy of a moment of astonishment? Upon hearing the stillness within the hut, Zhao Ting sighed. Realizing that Chen Xun was merely a mortal and could not comprehend his words, he helplessly shook his head, picked up the empty wine jug from the ground, and departed. 3 days later, at White Fox Ridge. The ridge, named for the white fox, did not serve as a habitat for these creatures, but appeared from a distance like a white fox lying down. Surrounding White Fox Ridge were several sects of varying sizes, and given the perilous terrain, it was seldom visited by people. At this moment, atop White Fox Ridge, 3 members of the Daotian sect had arrived, the sect leader, Nangong Yao, the second elder, Lu Xianin, and the third elder, Jiang Bailu. Lu Yunjian and Chu Ningxiang, the first and fourth elders respectively, remained at the sect to manage affairs and did not accompany them. The wind at the summit of White Fox Ridge was fierce, causing the hair of Nangong Yao and his companions to dance wildly as their robes fluttered. Leader, do you think the people from the Dying Demon sect will not come? Jiang Bailu frowned, displeased. Truth be told, his disciple, Jing Yao, was likely in the hands of the Dying Demon sect, causing him some anxiety. Nangong Yao gazed into the distance, calmly stating, They will come. Leader, demon sects are cunning, especially the Dying Demon sect, a first-rate demonic sect. I am concerned they may employ trickery. Lu Xianin surveyed their surroundings with apprehension. Nangong Yao sighed. Our sect is well aware of this. Unfortunately, Jing Yao and the other disciples are in their grasp, leaving us without the initiative. It is already greatly beneficial for us to have secured the meeting location at White Fox Ridge. Lu Xianin nodded gravely, understanding this predicament. Jiang Bailu sighed heavily, muttering, If only that day our master had not killed the ghostly evil, but had captured it alive. We would have had leverage to negotiate with the Dying Demon sect. Silence. Nangong Yao suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Bailu was startled and immediately covered his mouth. Humph, Nangong Yao scoffed. Who are you to critique how our master conducts his affairs? Jiang Bailu's heart trembled slightly. Nangong Yao cast a cold sidelong glance, remarking that had it not been for the intervention of the master who eliminated the lurking Yu Sha and his companions, how could the 2 elders and Zhao Ting have returned to the sect unscathed? Third elder, your indiscriminate speech before our sect is not an isolated incident. Should there be a next time, our sect shall not easily forgive you. Jiang Bailu quickly lowered her head, pleading, Sect master, do not be enraged. I have spoken out of turn. Beside them, Lu Xianin pressed his lips together and suddenly felt a sense of urgency, gazing towards the horizon. Sect master, the Dying Demon sect is approaching. Nangong Yao nodded, his gaze fixated on that direction, his expression growing solemn. In a flash, several streaks of light swept across the sky, reaching the peak of Baihu Ridge in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the lights transformed into 4 figures, landing before Nangong Yao and the others, none other than Ji Wucang of the Dying Demon sect along with 3 elders. Upon seeing this, Nangong Yao's eyes flickered slightly. Jiang Bailu and Lu Xuanin's hearts tightened, their vigilance heightened. It was customary for the leaders of 2 sects to meet for discussions in the cultivation world, typically with the sect master accompanied by 2 elders. However, the Dying Demon sect had brought 3 elders along with their master. What could this imply? Sect master Nangong. It is a pleasure to see you, Ji Wucang said, clasping his hands in greeting, his smile seemingly amiable. Yet, as the master of a demonic sect, the sinister countenance juxtaposed with such a friendly demeanor appeared quite disconcerting. Nangong Yao returned the gesture. Sect master Ji. Ji Wucang's eyes glimmered, and he continued, Sect master Nangong. You and I seldom interact in our respective paths of righteousness and evil. Now that you have summoned my sect to Baihu Ridge, let us get straight to the point. Sect master Ji is indeed forthright, so I shall be candid. I request the return of the 240 disciples of our sect. Daotian sect wishes to avoid enmity with the Dying Demon sect, and we hope to conclude this matter here. Nangong Yao stated calmly. Ha ha ha. Ji Wucang suddenly erupted into laughter. His tone ambiguous, whether mocking or jesting was unclear. In an instant, he reined in his mirth and said, returning the disciples of Daotian's sect is certainly feasible. However, before we proceed, I would ask that Sect Master Nangong return our fourth elder, 2 stewards, and a number of elite disciples. How does that sound for fairness and justice? As these words echoed, the winds atop Baihu Ridge seemed to still. Nangong Yao maintained an impassive expression, while Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu's pupils constricted, internal curses brewing within them. The other party was fully aware that Yu Sha and the other demonic cultivators had perished, yet they still uttered such words. Clearly unwilling to relinquish the disciples of Daotian's sect, Nangong Yao furrowed his brows and countered, Sect Master Ji. Since you are aware that your fourth elder and the others have fallen, why make such statements? Ji Wucang squinted, a cold smile gracing his lips. Isn't Sect Master Nangong's statement somewhat biased? Do the lives of your Daotian sect disciples hold value, while the lives of the elders and disciples of my Dian Demon sect do not? You still dare to demand the return of your disciples? Such naive delusions. Nangong Yao's tone grew stern. Do not conflate the issues. My disciples have never provoked your Dian Demon sect. Rather, it was you who initiated the hostilities and plundered first. As for your fourth elder and the others, they set a trap within our territory and brought their fate upon themselves. No one else is to blame. Ha! Do not attempt to lecture our sect with these futile arguments and logic. Let me make myself clear today. Do not harbor any illusions about reclaiming the disciples of Daotian's sect. Ji Wucang laughed heartily, a chilling smile stretching to the roots of his ears. The wind howled atop the mountain, growing ever colder. Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang exchanged icy glares, while the elders from both sides remained fixated on one another, as tense as a bowstring ready to snap. After a moment, Nangong Yao took a deep breath, turning to depart with the 2 elders. If no agreement could be reached, further discussion was unnecessary. They would deliberate upon their return. Do you truly believe our sect would allow you to leave unscathed? Ji Wucang inquired with a grin. Nangong Yao paused, tilting his head. What do you mean, Sect Master Ji? Do you presume that having one more elder than us grants you license to act recklessly? Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu turned to face Ji Wucang and his companions, vigilant, yet unafraid. They knew they could not be detained, though they silently cursed the demonic sect for their shamelessness. He, our elder Yu Sha shall not have died in vain, Ji Wucang remarked, raising his hand to signal. An elder from the demonic sect promptly sat cross-legged, retrieving a formation flag, murmuring incantations, and infusing it with spiritual energy. Nangong Yao sensed something amiss. His expression shifted as he shouted, Flee! Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu felt a tightening in their chests and followed Nangong Yao in a leap, attempting to escape Baihu Ridge. However, at that moment, numerous sinister lights flared on Baihu Ridge, casting an even more eerie pall over the already shadowy landscape, akin to hell itself. The ghostly lights slithered like serpents, swiftly weaving together from all directions, enveloping the entire Baihu Ridge. This sudden development drew the attention of nearby cultivation sects, who rushed toward Baihu Ridge, eager to uncover the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao and his companions remained suspended in midair, their path obstructed by the sinister radiance. This is bad, Lu Xianin exclaimed, his tone grave. Sectmaster, the great Yin demonic sect has actually set up a formation in advance. Nangong Yao's expression remained impassive, yet his fists slowly clenched, his gaze darkening. The choice of Baihu Ridge, relatively close to the Daotian sect, was intended to instill caution. Yet he had not anticipated the audacity of the great Yin demonic sect. He was even more astonished that Ji Wucang could establish such a formation in just 3 days. What a formidable sect the great Yin demonic sect is. Today would likely not end well. Zhang Bailu suddenly turned, pointing accusingly at Ji Wucang, exclaiming, Despicable and shameless. Ji Wucang remained silent, but one of his elders behind him chuckled darkly. What of it if we are despicable and shameless? We are a demonic sect, and we will not be judged by your righteous standards. You. Zhang Bailu was infuriated but found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Lu Xuanin's tone turned anxious. Sectmaster, third elder, have you sensed it? Our internal spiritual energy is slowly depleting, though very gradually. It is indeed waning. Nangong Yao and Zhang Bailu, of course, felt the same, looking up at the formation with increasingly serious expressions. This demonic formation was truly uncanny, something they had never encountered before. It was no wonder the great Yin demonic sect was renowned, possessing such profound depth. Humph, this is the serpent-subduing great formation of the ghostly serpent town, which isolates everything. Within this formation, if cultivators cannot extricate themselves, the longer they remain, the more rapidly their spiritual energy dissipates. The energy that is lost is entirely replenished into the formation, resulting in a vicious cycle where you become increasingly weakened while the formation grows ever more indomitable. Ultimately, when the serpent spirit manifests, it will consume you. The elder of the demon sect, seated with the formation flag, sneered. Ji Wucang and the other two elders also displayed sinister smiles. Hearing these words, Nangong Yao and the others took a deep breath. They did not need the elder of the Dayan demon sect to tell them, for through their perception of the formation's fluctuations, they could discern its ominous nature. It was indeed a treacherous array. Second elder, you shall break the formation. Third elder, stay with our sect to impede them. Nangong Yao commanded loudly. Time was of the essence. Ji Wucang and the others would certainly not stand idle while they attempted to break the formation. Thus they had no choice but to assign one to break it while the others held back their foes. Understood, Jiang Bailu replied, producing a whisk. Nangong Yao cast a glance at the seated elder of the demon sect and transmitted a message. Second elder, if you find it difficult to breach the formation later, seize the opportunity to snatch that formation flag. Lu Xianyi nodded solemnly. Observing this, Ji Wucang chuckled coldly and said, Third elder, accompany our sect to confront Nangong Yao and Jiang Bailu. Fourth elder, you shall guard the fifth elder who holds the formation, ensuring he is not ambushed. The fourth elder of the demon sect nodded in agreement. Understood. Their current objective was not to defeat the three from the Daotian sect, but merely to delay them. With the passage of time, the spiritual energy of the Daotian sect trio would dwindle, leading to their inevitable downfall. Boom. In the next moment, both sides engaged in battle. Various spells erupted, dazzling the eye. The powerful aura of the nascent soul reverberated, shaking the White Fox Ridge and causing the earth to tremble for miles around. Lu Xianyin, witnessing this onslaught, felt a sense of urgency, frantically contemplating the intricacies of the serpent-subduing great formation. How he wished the sixth elder had accompanied them. For among the Daotian sect, the sixth elder was the most adept at formations. He certainly had not anticipated such a predicament. The battle at White Fox Ridge was extraordinarily fierce, with soaring spells and the oppressive aura of the nascent soul causing nearby observing sect cultivators to flee in terror. Some, having arrived early and being too close, were caught off guard and reduced to blood mist before they could escape. This was no mere treasure emerging into the world. This was a battle involving an ancient nascent soul expert. Time passed in precious increments. For Nangong Yao and the others, each moment was invaluable. As the combat intensified, both sides sustained various degrees of injury. Lu Xianyin panted heavily, unable to find a way to breach the formation, and a growing sense of panic enveloped him. He could not help but glance at the seated elder of the demon sect holding the formation, seeing that he was being guarded. The hope of seizing the formation flag seemed bleak. Meanwhile, amid the fierce conflict and the formation's influence, the spiritual energy of Nangong Yao and his companions was also rapidly depleting. If this continued, the consequences would be dire. Yet, the smiles on Ji Wucang and the others grew ever more pronounced. It seemed that not only would they severely wound Nangong Yao today, but perhaps they could even capture him outright. Sectmaster, you and the second elder, go now? Just then, Jiang Bailu, bloodied whisk in hand, shouted fiercely. Ji Wucang and the others fixed their gaze upon Jiang Bailu, their expressions sharpening. Nangong Yao and Lu Xianyin were momentarily taken aback. But upon witnessing Jiang Bailu's abdomen gradually swell, their pupils constricted in alarm. Elder 3. No. If this continues, none of us will escape. Jiang Bailu smiled. Sectmaster, you mentioned that I only care for Jing Yao and neglect other disciples, but that was a hasty remark made in my anxiety. I inadvertently misspoke again. Although the master cannot hear me, I kindly ask that upon your return to the sect, you convey my apologies to him. I often speak thoughtlessly. Yet for the sake of our sect, I would willingly face death. As she spoke, Jiang Bailu's abdomen swelled rapidly. Nangong Yao and Lu Xuanyin's eyes instantly turned red, their bodies trembling with dread. No, please don't. At that moment, Ji Wucang and the others also turned pale, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Ji Wucang shouted urgently, disperse the formation. Retreat. With a whoosh, the ghost serpent suppression formation dissipated. Ji Wucang cast a reluctant glance at Nangong Yao, then, along with the three elders, fled towards the outskirts of Baihu Ridge. Though Lu Xianyin was filled with sorrow, he grasped the dazed Nangong Yao and fled with him. In the next instant, a tremendous roar erupted from the summit of Baihu Ridge as the mountain was suddenly leveled to the ground. A colossal shockwave radiated outward, annihilating everything within a radius of several hundred miles. Puff! Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang, who had not escaped far, were caught in the blast. their bodies jolting violently as they spat out mouthfuls of blood, suffering grievous injuries. The self-detonation of a nascent soul was indeed terrifying. Oblivious to their injuries, Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin slowly turned, their gazes fixed in disbelief upon the flattened Baihu Ridge. Tears welled in Lu Xuanin's old eyes. Sect Master, Elder 3, he. Nangong Yao's vacant expression gradually solidified, his voice trembling and laced with murderous intent. Return to the sect. Chapter 47. The Nine Chimes of the Dao Heaven Bell Puff. Meanwhile, Ji Wucang and his companions, their faces ashen, glanced back with lingering trepidation at the obliterated Baihu Ridge. The self-detonation of a nascent soul is truly fearsome. Ji Wucang coughed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The three elders were also panting heavily, still shaken as if they had narrowly escaped the gates of death. Though they had survived, they bore significant injuries. They could hardly fathom that Jiang Bailu would choose such a self-destructive method to allow Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin to escape. Who was Jiang Bailu? She was a revered elder of the Dao Heaven sect, a formidable force in the mid-nascent soul stage. Well-respected not only within the sect, but also renowned in the North Xian region. And yet, she had chosen to self-destruct. Jiang Bailu was indeed a person of deep loyalty and affection. Ji Wucang looked up at the sky, feeling a complex mix of emotions, and suddenly asked, "If today we find ourselves ensnared in a trap, facing dire straits, would the three elders be willing to sacrifice themselves to aid our sect in escaping?" The three elders paused, their eyes flickering for a moment before they hurriedly replied, "Sect Master, we would certainly be willing. Indeed, the Dian Demon sect could continue without us. But it would be utterly unthinkable without you, Sect Master." Ji Wucang, perceptive to their underlying sentiments, couldn't he help but laugh heartily. "My inquiry was indeed superfluous. I can clearly sense the loyalty of all esteemed elders." At the same time, Ji Wucang sighed deeply within, envying Nangong Yao for this bond. Regrettably, the demon sect is indeed what it is, filled with self-serving individuals. Ji Wucang, as the esteemed leader of the demon sect, is well aware of this. "Master, it is likely that Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin have also sustained severe injuries from the recent explosion. What shall we do next?" one elder asked, clutching his chest in distress. Without hesitation, Ji Wucang replied, "We shall immediately return to the sect to mobilize our disciples and send messages to other demon sects, directing them to the Daotian sect to suppress it. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. This is a rare opportunity. However, Master, we too have suffered considerable injuries. Is this truly wise?" Another elder hesitated. "It would be more prudent to ally with other demon sects to take down the Daotian sect. The fear is that once we conquer Daotian sect, during the division of spoils, our injuries might hinder us from gaining the upper hand. Moreover, the demon sect is inherently cunning. Should the other sects see us weakened, they might harbor ulterior motives." In response, Ji Wucang smiled lightly. "This is of no concern. Our sect possesses a spirit herb that can temporarily mask our injuries. As the esteemed Dayan demon sect, I trust they would not dare to harbor ill intentions against us." The recent injuries to Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, along with the death of Jiang Bailu, have significantly diminished the combat strength of the Daotian sect's upper echelons. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The three elders felt somewhat reassured by these words, although the pain from their injuries still caused them to grimace. "By the way, Master, could you enlighten us on why we suddenly began capturing disciples of the righteous sects as blood slaves? We have been quite puzzled about this." Another elder inquired curiously. To be candid, they had previously captured mortals in secret, but now they were overtly targeting cultivators, which left them bewildered. They merely followed orders without understanding the rationale. Otherwise, they would not have targeted the righteous sects, as that was indeed a formidable challenge. Nangong Yao furrowed his brow and murmured, "It is permissible for me to tell you. This order was issued by the Swallowing Sky Demon sect. As for the purpose behind these blood slaves, it remains unknown. Perhaps the leader of the Swallowing Sky Demon sect is cultivating some unparalleled demonic technique, or perhaps they seek to unify the Northern Xian." The Swallowing Sky Demon sect. The three elders gasped in astonishment. That sect stands at the pinnacle of the Northern Xian's demonic paths, a singular entity of its kind. If the Dayan Demon sect is considered a first-rate sect, then the Swallowing Sky Demon sect could justly be referred to as a super demon sect. In the realm of righteous sects, there exists a super celestial sect known as the Tianjian sect. However, their paths diverge significantly. The demonic sects are united primarily because nearly all of them bow to the Swallowing Sky Demon sect. In contrast, the righteous sects lack unity due to their freedom. The Tianjian sect refrains from interference, for any attempt to unify the righteous path would invite resistance and scorn. as such actions would be indistinguishable from those of the demon path. Seeing the expressions of the three elders, Ji Wucang shook his head and said gravely, "In truth, the reality may be more intricate than it appears. Our sect speculates that this blood slave incident may involve the forces of the southern heavens or eastern Xian. Do not look at me with such astonishment. This is merely our conjecture." The three elders were left utterly shocked, realizing that the blood slave incident was entangled in such complexity. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Wucang coughed up blood once more, urging, "We must return to the sect." Indeed, the three elders, gravely injured, swayed perilously, their bodies teetering as if the very world spun around them. If they delayed further, they might succumb to unconsciousness along the way. At the edge of the Daotian sect's territory, two streaks of light pierced the air, revealing Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, supporting each other as they hastily returned from Baihu Ridge. "Sectmaster." At that moment, a voice rang out. The weakened Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin turned to see Lu Yunjian and a group of core elders rushing towards them. Earlier, disciples stationed at the Soul Lamp Hall had urgently reported that the soul lamps of the sect master and the second elder flickered ominously, showing signs of extinguishing, and alarmingly, the third elder's lamp had already gone out. This was a grave matter. Terrified, Lu Yunjian and the others immediately left the sect, intending to head to Baihu Ridge. However, they encountered the returning Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin just outside the sect's gates. Upon witnessing their injuries, despite their mental preparation, the group felt their hearts tremble with fear as they quickly rushed to assist. "Sectmaster, we must return at once." Without further inquiry, Lu Yunjian and the others, with solemn expressions, supported Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin as they hastily made their way back to the sect. With their newfound support, Nangong Yao's head drooped, and he lost consciousness. Upon returning to the sect, Lu Yunjian could no longer contain himself and bellowed with a fierce countenance, "Summon the Daotian bell. Ring. Daotian. Bell. Bone. 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 Bone." 9 resounding strikes, echoing like the roar of primordial chaos, reverberated through the skies, stirring the Daotian sect into a frenzy. In an instant, even the disciples laboring at the Servant's Peak and those meditating at various peaks were jolted from their practices, some even suffering backlash. Yet they paid no heed as they hastily emerged from their abodes, gazing up in astonishment. The Daotian bell had sounded 9 times. What was transpiring? At the western grass hut of the Servant's Peak, Zhao Ting abruptly rose from the ground, his pupils constricting as he murmured. The 9 tolls of the Daotian bell signify that all disciples must cease their tasks and stand by. "Brother Chen, I have heard the master mention that when the Daotian bell tolls 9 times, it indicates a grave event concerning the sect's survival." Chen Xun nodded, took a hearty swig of wine, and wiped his mouth. "Very well, you may go." "Understood." Zhao Ting inhaled deeply, took to the skies on his sword, and departed the Servant's Peak. Chapter 48. A gift from the master is no ordinary item. At the Servant's Peak, over 10,000 servant disciples stood nervously in place. Well versed in the sect's regulations, they recalled the last page of the rules, which stated that upon the 9 tolls of the Daotian bell, all servants must remain stationary. Without orders, they must not move, even at the risk of their lives. Among them stood Qian Laifu, the steward, his considerable belly protruding as he displayed a worried expression. He, too, was unaware of the grave matter at hand. After many years in the Daotian sect, this was his first experience of the 9 tolls of the Daotian bell. Though he held a position as a mere steward, equivalent to that of an outer disciple, Qian Laifu reflected on his contentment with the status quo, wishing for no calamity to befall the sect. At Daotian Peak, a group of elders stood, their faces etched with concern. Before them, the 7th elder was examining the injuries of Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin. Lu Yunjian spoke in a hoarse voice. "Elder 7, how are the sect master and Elder 2? Elder Jin Huashan, renowned for his alchemical prowess within the Daotian sect, was currently aiding Nangong Yao and the others in their recovery. After administering several medicinal pills to the pair, Jin Huashan rose, shaking his head with a sigh. The sect master and Elder 2 should awaken soon. But their injuries are severe. It may take years for them to fully recover." A collective breath was drawn by the gathered crowd, who had anticipated this outcome. Yet their hearts brimmed with a rising tide of indignation. The extinguished soul lamp and the absence of Elder 3 intensified their sorrow. What had transpired? Coughing interrupted their thoughts, and they turned to see Nangong Yao slowly opening his eyes, prompting them to rush forward. "Sectmaster." After a moment of silence, Nangong Yao weakly articulated. The Dian Demon sect had previously set up the Ghost Serpent Constraining Dragon Array at White Fox Ridge, leaving us trapped. Elder 3 self-destructed to force Ji Wucang to dismantle the formation, allowing Elder 2 and me to escape. What? Nangong Yao's succinct words rendered Lu Yunjian and the others with red-rimmed eyes and trembling bodies. They had considered the possibility of Elder 3 perishing in battle, but never imagined he would die in such a manner. Sectmaster, the Dian Demon sect first abducted 240 of our disciples, and now they have forced Elder 3 to meet his end. This grudge is one we cannot allow to fester. Lu Yunjian exclaimed vehemently. The other elders clenched their fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. With the sect master and Elder 2 gravely injured and Elder 3 gone, how could they possibly seek revenge against the Dian Demon sect? It would surely end in disaster. Nangong Yao gritted his teeth slightly and declared, Ji Wucang and his 3 elders are not lightly injured. Their wounds are comparable to those of Elder 2 and me. At this proclamation, the spirits of the gathered elders lifted, their gazes fixed on Nangong Yao, awaiting his command. Taking a deep breath, a fierce light flickered in his eyes. We must rescue Jing Yao and the others, and avenge Elder 3 within 5 days. Once Elder 2 and I have regained some strength, we will direct our swords at the Dian Demon sect. Although the situation in Beixian was dire, having witnessed the fall of Elder 3, Nangong Yao resolved not to endure any longer. As the sect master, he had always been rational and focused on the greater good. But this time, logic would not prevail. He was determined to strike, even if it meant total annihilation. Elder 3 had willingly sacrificed himself for the sect, and thus, he too would expend every effort in honor of Elder 3's memory. Indeed, the elders were moved. Some wished to counsel him, yet the warmth in their hearts rendered them speechless. Since the sect master's resolve was firm, they would stand by him. Even if it meant facing death, they were prepared. Elder 1, swiftly prepare the disciples and elders. We shall gather outside the mountain gate in 5 days, commanded Nangong Yao. Understood. Lu Yunjian nodded, reaching for a talisman to summon the various peaks. Just then, a figure entered slowly. The elders paused, turning in unison, ready to reprimand the intruder for daring to enter. But upon seeing the newcomer, they trembled and bowed, exclaiming, Sir. The visitor was, of course, Chen Xun. Seeing this, Nangong Yao was taken aback. Struggling to rise and pay his respects, Chen Xun extended his hand, gently pressing the individual back down from afar, and remarked, Given the current state, it is unnecessary. Nangong Yao offered a wry smile. Please forgive me, esteemed teacher. Chen Xun replied with a smile, It is of no consequence. Please, have a seat. Lu Yunjian brought a chair from the side, and placed it behind Chen Xun. Nodding slightly, Chen Xun settled down and inquired, I overheard your discussion regarding which demon sect you intend to target in 5 days. The group lowered their heads, pursing their lips. Esteemed teacher, the matter is as follows. Nangong Yao began to explain the situation, but Chen Xun interjected, I have a general understanding of the events, so there is no need to elaborate. Hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. How does the esteemed teacher know? They wondered. Oh, I see it must be that you spoke of it in my presence just now, Nangong Yao conceded quietly. Indeed, in 5 days, we shall direct our swords towards the Dian Demon sect. This grievance cannot go unavenged. Chen Xun cast a glance at the core elders, once 9 in number, now reduced to 8. Since Nangong Yao frequently brought these elders to the humble abode, Chen Xun was naturally familiar with them. Regarding the death of Jiang Bailu, Chen Xun felt little turmoil within. After all, he had witnessed far too many births and deaths. With a slight nod, he softly stated, In my opinion, there is no need for you to venture to that demon sect. The crowd was taken aback. Nangong Yao sat up slightly, his voice thick with emotion, Esteemed teacher, do you perceive the dire situation in Beixian? Are you suggesting that Nangong should prioritize the greater picture? Over 200 disciples of our sect have been abducted, and now the 3rd elder has perished. If Nangong continues to hesitate and second guess, it would be a disservice to our many disciples and elders, and it may even give rise to inner demons. We must confront the Dian Demon sect. I implore you not to deter Nangong. Chen Xun chuckled, saying, Why would I dissuade you? Please do not misunderstand my intent. I am suggesting that there is no need for you to seek out that demon sect. They will come to your Dao Tian sect on their own accord, and it should be soon. Nangong Yao and the elders exchanged glances, their expressions changing as realization dawned upon them. Previously, they had been blinded by rage and had not thought deeply. Now, with the esteemed teacher's words, clarity emerged. Observing their contemplation, Chen Xun yawned, slowly rising to his feet, and produced 2 medicinal pills from his palm, stating, I possess 2 pills that can aid in treating severe injuries. Their efficacy is passable, so I shall gift them to you. Very well. I feel somewhat fatigued and shall retire to rest. Nangong Yao, bewildered, accepted the pills and considered rising to see him off, but his injuries were too grave. So he abandoned the thought. Remembering Jiang Bailu, he swallowed his words and simply said, "Esteemed teacher, take care." The elders bowed, wishing to accompany Chen Xun. "Do not trouble yourselves." Chen Xun waved his hand dismissively, walking away with his hands clasped behind him, his figure becoming increasingly ethereal until it faded from view. The onlookers were left in shock, gazing at the scene that resembled an immortal's departure. After a long pause, they finally stirred, exclaiming, "We bid farewell to the esteemed teacher." While Nangong Yao remained composed, it was the elders who were profoundly shaken, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. Coughing lightly, Nangong Yao's sound brought the elders back to reality. In our perplexity, we are fortunate to have the gentleman's reminders. Reflecting upon it now, Ji Wucong's actions at the White Fox Ridge were intended to diminish the combat strength of our sect's higher echelons, promptly followed by a decisive strike against us. Even if Yusha was consumed by rage, he might have thought it best to seize the moment amidst the chaos in the North Xian, launching an offensive against our Daotian sect. Truly, Ji Wucong possesses remarkable audacity, Nangong Yao spoke in a low voice. The elders, upon hearing this, were filled with uncontrollable fury. "Sectmaster, did you not say that Ji Wucong and his 3 elders were gravely injured?" Lu Yunjian inquired with confusion. Nangong Yao pressed his lips together and replied, "Such an opportunity is one Ji Wucong would not wish to miss. It is likely he will ally with other demonic sections." The elders were instantly alarmed, their hearts taut with anxiety. Lu Yunjian recalled the gentleman's earlier words about urgency and, feeling a surge of anxiety, exclaimed, "Sectmaster, what shall we do next? Facing the Dayan demon sect is one matter. We can fight on our home ground without hesitation. However, if there are more than just the Dayan demon sect, our Daotian sect may struggle to withstand the onslaught." Nangong Yao, wary of overestimating their strength, decisively stated, "We must send word to the other righteous sects, requesting assistance." "Understood." Lu Yunjian responded with a bow, swiftly departing. Nangong Yao added, "Elder, also instruct the elders and disciples of each peak to prepare for battle." Lu Yunjian paused momentarily, acknowledged the command, and then left. In front of the gathered elders, Nangong Yao finally opened his palm, revealing the elixirs bestowed by Chen Xun. "Sectmaster, may I observe these elixirs?" Elder Jin Huashan earnestly requested. In his estimation, the elixirs given by the gentleman must be of exceptional quality, capable of significantly hastening the recovery of both the sect master and the second elder. As an alchemist, Jin Huashan was certainly unwilling to forego this opportunity. Upon receiving a nod from Nangong Yao, Jin Huashan promptly retrieved 2 elixirs for examination. The others remained silent, eager to hear Jin Huashan's evaluation of the elixirs bestowed by the gentleman. However, something was amiss. Jin Huashan raised the elixirs in his palm, inspecting them thoroughly, and frowned. These 2 elixirs not only lack the fragrance of any spiritual herbs, but they also bear no alchemical patterns. No matter how one looks at them, they appear to be the most ordinary of elixirs. Due to certain constraints, Jin Huashan had expressed himself quite delicately. Otherwise, he would have deemed these 2 elixirs utterly subpar. "Oh." Nangong Yao and the others were taken aback, struggling to believe that the gifts from the gentleman could be mere common items. Yet they recognized Jin Huashan's expertise in alchemy. "Since they are bestowed by the gentleman, our sect shall not accept them as inferior." Nangong Yao reclaimed the elixirs and added, "Even if they are common, they are still a token of the gentleman's goodwill." With that, Nangong Yao, assisted by the elders, sat up, crossed his legs, and placed one of the elixirs into his mouth. As he embraced the essence within, he was startled to discover that the elixir dissolved upon entry. While Nangong Yao was still in a state of astonishment, the power of the elixir began to permeate his limbs and bones, rapidly mending his injuries at an astonishing pace. Before the slowly astonished gazes of the elders, the pallor on Nangong Yao's face visibly transformed to a healthy hue. As he felt the miraculous effects within, his heart trembled with awe. An elixir of celestial origin. With a resounding pop, Nangong Yao pushed away the elder who was supporting him, abruptly rising to his feet. His fists clenched, his face a tableau of astonishment. The elders, taken aback, could only stare in disbelief. Hadn't the sect leader just struggled to turn over moments ago? How could he suddenly? "Sect leader, you. Chapter 49, Preparations for War. The boy from 3 years ago. Nangong Yao regained his composure, noticing the elders gazing at him in shock, and he couldn't help but wonder what was amiss. However, it soon dawned on him that his sudden transformation into a vibrant figure had startled the elders. Consequently, he opened his palm to reveal the solitary remaining pill. Exclaiming in awe, "This pill dissolves upon ingestion, requiring no refinement. It spreads through the limbs and bones, swiftly permeating the internal organs, healing all wounds, including some old injuries that had lingered within the sect. The efficacy of this pill is beyond anything ever heard or seen, rightfully deserving the title of elixir. Could it be that the esteemed master is a celestial being descended to our realm? As he concluded, Nangong Yao's heart trembled, the figure of his master growing ever more enigmatic. In the hall, the sound of a falling needle could be heard as the elders were left in a state of shock by Nangong Yao's words, swallowing hard. Does such a miraculous pill truly exist? They had witnessed the sect leader, gravely injured, transform from consuming the pill to standing up, vibrant and full of life, all within a mere 5 breaths. This terrifying and astonishing speed of recovery was beyond belief. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would have deemed it mere fantasy. It should be noted that Elder Jin Huashan had previously stated that for Nangong Yao and Lu Xianyin to recover, it would take several years, requiring daily doses of medicine. Yet now, observing the stunned expressions of those around him, Nangong Yao took a deep breath and chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned to administer the pill to the still unconscious Lu Xianyin. Wait, sect leader. Please stop. Suddenly, the elders hurriedly interjected. Nangong Yao paused, looking up at them. What is it? Sect leader, this pill is far too precious. You should keep it for contingency. Another elder urged. Indeed, sect leader, the second elder is fine. They all chimed in, believing the pill to be far too valuable to part with. If Lu Xianyin were conscious at this moment, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude to them. However, upon hearing their words, Nangong Yao shook his head resolutely, pressing the pill into Lu Xianyin's mouth, causing the elders' hearts to leap. A few elders rushed forward, attempting to pry open Lu Xianyin's mouth to retrieve the pill, only to find it had already dissolved. What are you all doing? Nangong Yao raised an eyebrow, his voice firm. The elders, somewhat embarrassed, could only sigh inwardly. Still lamenting the loss, Nangong Yao stated, even if the one lying here were not the second elder, but any one of you, I would unhesitatingly administer this pill. Upon hearing this, the elders felt a warmth in their hearts. They were not selfish, but rather believed it best for the sect leader to keep the pill for emergencies. Nangong Yao continued. Moreover, this was bestowed by the master, and it was originally intended for the second elder. How could you dare to keep it? The elders were taken aback, repeatedly expressing their reluctance to do so. At this moment, Lu Xianyin awoke, feeling a mix of shock and confusion in his eyes. Second elder, you finally awakened. We were terribly worried. The elders hurriedly surrounded him, their expressions filled with concern. Wait a moment, let me gather my thoughts. Lu Xianyin raised his hand, gazing at Nangong Yao, somewhat bewildered. Had he not been gravely injured? How was the sect master still present? Lu Xianyin even doubted whether he was dreaming. Fortunately, after the others explained, he learned that it was the immortal pill provided by the master that had saved him, which left him astonished. At the same time, a deep sorrow filled his heart. The third elder had indeed perished. Elders, please withdraw and attend to your respective duties. Ensuring we are fully prepared for the impending arrival of the demon sect, Nangong Yao gestured. Yes. The crowd dispersed. In the following 2 days, the atmosphere within the Daotian sect grew exceptionally tense. Throughout the entire sect, disciples hurriedly moved about. Some elders ventured to the resource vault to unlock hidden supplies, making them readily accessible. Numerous elders led groups of disciples out of the sect, setting up formations, illusionary, lethal, and trapping arrays across the vast expanse of several thousand miles surrounding the sect. This scene caused the usually carefree disciples of the miscellaneous peak to become deeply anxious, unable to concentrate on their tasks or cultivation. Although the specifics of the situation remained unclear, the signs hinted at impending conflict. The ringing of the Daotian bell 9 times just days prior was telling. This moment might very well signify a critical juncture for the sect's survival. At the miscellaneous peak's dining hall, it was midday when Chen Xun strolled in, carrying a tray to fetch his meal. Upon seeing Chen Xun, the disciples serving food greeted him warmly, as they were quite familiar with one another. Chen Xun nodded slightly, surveying the sparsely populated dining hall. There are so few disciples dining today. Are they not hungry? The serving disciple hesitated, then responded with a wry smile. It's not that they aren't hungry, but most can hardly eat. I presume you heard the 9 tolls of the bell a couple of days ago. It seems we are on the brink of a sect-wide battle, and in such circumstances, everyone is understandably anxious and unable to eat. Chen Xun chuckled. I see. However, there is no need for concern. Should a conflict arise, the miscellaneous disciples need not take action. Just remain at ease. Sighing, the serving disciple handed over the full tray of food, acknowledging the reason, but expressing hope that the sect would emerge unscathed. Here, your meal, he said. Thank you. Chen Xun replied, turning to find a seat. As he settled down, A disciple approached with a tray and sat beside him, grinning. Hey, Brother Chen. Do you still remember me? Chen Xun turned his head and replied, I do not. The disciple's face fell slightly. Brother Chen, it's me, Yu Zheng. 3 years ago, I came with you and Brother Zhaoting from Tianqing City. The disciple was one of the 4 youths who had come to the Daotian sect 3 years ago with Zhaoting and Shenhe. Chen Xun smiled and said, So it is you. How have you been? Yu Zheng waved his hand and sighed. Alas, Brother Chen, you may not know, but the other 3 have recently reached their limits and returned to Tianqing City. Chen Xun replied, It seems you are doing quite well, remaining in the sect. Yu Zheng shook his head, dejectedly. No, it has been 3 years, and I am still at the first level of qi refinement. If I do not break through this year, I too will have to leave the sect by year-end. Chen Xun nodded in silence. Yu Zheng set down his chopsticks, resting his chin on his hands. The once youthful boy had matured considerably in the past 3 years, and he lamented, I truly envy Brother Zhaoting. He established his foundation in 100 days, while I have yet to break through to the second level of qi refinement after 3 years. It must be said, the disparity between individuals is indeed vast. Suddenly, Yu Zheng smiled again. However, even if I leave the sect and return to the mundane world, I believe with my meager cultivation, I can still make a decent living. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Chen? Though life paths differ, each has its own way of living. In this regard, my mindset remains quite optimistic. Heh. Chen Xun chuckled. Indeed. Yu Zheng grinned widely and asked, What about you, Brother Chen? Do you intend to remain in the Daotian sect indefinitely? While residing in this blessed realm may extend a mortal's lifespan, do you not feel out of place among them? Do you not feel lonely? Given your relationship with Brother Zhaoting, with just a word from him, you could return to the mundane world and secure a high position, enjoying life with a few concubines. Just thinking about it makes me drool with envy. Chen Xun shook his head helplessly but replied with a smile, Strange as it may seem, your idea sounds appealing. Perhaps I should give it some thought. Chapter 50. Brother Chen, I will escort you out of the sect. At Daotian Peak, in the inner hall, Nangong Yao gathered with 8 core elders, each wearing a grim expression. Sectmaster, aside from the Tian Kuei sect and the Qingdao Pavilion, who are en route, we have received no replies from any other sects, Lu Yunjian stated solemnly. This is truly infuriating. Before Nangong Yao could respond, Lu Xianin angrily waved his sleeve. In these chaotic northern realms, with the demonic sect running rampant, do they not grasp the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold? Chu Ningchong remarked. Second elder, do not be angry. As far as I know, among the righteous sects nearby, only the Tian Kuei sect and the Qingdao Pavilion have disciples captured by the demonic sect. The others are temporarily at peace. Perhaps this is why they are unwilling to take the risk of coming here. Humph. It will inevitably be their turn soon. Lu Xianin retorted angrily. The other elders sighed, uncertain of what to say. After a moment of silence, Lu Yunjian spoke. Sect Master, the demonic sect is bound to arrive with great force. Should we not seek assistance from the Tianjian sect? Nangong Yao shook his head, saying, Our sect believes that if the Tianjian sect were aware of this situation, they would be willing to assist. However, the distance between us is great, they would not arrive in time. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjian had no choice but to relent. Sectmaster, we have set up numerous formations in our territory for the impending battle, with the support of the Tian Kuei sect and the Qingdao Pavilion. I believe the demonic sect will gain little, even with their overwhelming force, Chu Ningchong asserted firmly. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the essence of the matter. However, their ambitions extended far beyond merely defending against the demon sect. They sought to conquer the Dian demon sect and avenge the third elder. The current concern for their sect was not this, but rather the safety of disciples like Jing Yao, who remained in the clutches of Ji Wucang. They feared that the treacherous demon sect might use these disciples as hostages to exert pressure. Nangong Yao spoke with conviction. The elders' pupils contracted. Had the sect master not brought it up, they might have overlooked this crucial detail. Sect master, if the master were to intervene, the demon sect should pose little threat. Correct? Elder Wang Tianfu inquired cautiously. The air thickened with tension. Preposterous. Nangong Yao bellowed, then coldly continued. The master previously eradicated the ambushing demon cultivators of Yusha and generously bestowed 2 immortal pills to heal our sect and the second elder. Were it not for these pills, this battle would have been entirely one-sided. How dare you utter such words? You may lack shame, but our sect still possesses some dignity. Realizing his error, Tianfu quickly bowed. Please forgive me, sect master. His heart trembled. The other elders cleared their throats, remaining silent. Nangong Yao had intended to reprimand Wang Tianfu further, but suddenly recalled the recently deceased third elder, who had been even more indiscreet than Tianfu. Yet, when it mattered most, He had shown genuine devotion to the sect. Thus, Nangong Yao shook his head, refraining from further chastisement. 2 days later, the representatives from the Tian Kuei sect and the Qingdao Pavilion arrived at the Daotian sect. In the hierarchy of the northern Xin sects, both Tian Kuei and Qingdao were considered second tier. Each was led by their respective leaders, accompanied by 3 elders and hundreds of disciples, underscoring the significance of their visit. Nangong Yao personally welcomed the leaders of Tian Kuei and Qingdao. At Tianxian Peak, in the guest quarters of an elegant courtyard, the 3 men sat across from one another. Nangong Yao, the leader of Tian Kuei, Pang Nian, and the leader of Qingdao, Pui Dao. Pang Nian appeared frail and aged, his face riddled with wrinkles that danced with every smile, giving him a somewhat eerie appearance. Pui Dao, robust in his middle age, bore the loss of one eye. Yet the other glimmered with a fierce intent, embodying the spirit of a blade. You both must have had a taxing journey, Nangong Yao remarked as he poured wine for his guests. Pang Nian chuckled. There is no need for such formalities, sect master. However, I did not expect it to be just myself and Pavilion Master Pu attending. Is there no other support from your sect? Before he could finish, Nangong Yao sighed. Not at all. Our sect had previously sent messages to 10 other sects seeking assistance, but 8 of them have not responded. Pang Nian and Pui Dao exchanged understanding glances, choosing not to elaborate. Truth be told, had it not been for their own disciples being captured by the demon sect, they might have hesitated to lend their support. Even so, both leaders had pondered deeply before deciding to come, recognizing that the Daotian sect was indeed a first-tier sect, and they might unite to rescue their abducted disciples. Pui Dao spoke gravely. Sect Master, could you please elaborate on the circumstances surrounding these events? Certainly, Nangong Yao nodded, and then proceeded to recount the recent conflicts with the Dian Demon sect in detail. During this period, upon hearing about the incident at White Fox Ridge, both Pang Nian and Pui Dao felt a tremor in their hearts. Had the third elder of the Daotian sect perished? The loss of an elder is indeed a grave matter. We extend our condolences to sect leader Nangong. The two clasped their hands and sighed. When Jiang Bailu was mentioned, Nangong Yao pursed his lips, momentarily devoid of the inclination to discuss further. He then rose, stating, "You two may stay here for now. If you find it uncomfortable, feel free to wander about the sect. There are matters I must attend to before the arrival of the demon sect, so I shall take my leave." Pang Nian and Pui Dao stood up and clasped their hands. Safe travels, sect leader Nangong. After Nangong Yao departed, Pang Nian clenched his fists and said solemnly, "Pu Pavilion Master, after hearing sect leader Nangong's words, I cannot shake this unsettling feeling. I fear we may have unwittingly stepped into murky waters." Pui Dao's gaze flickered. "There is no need for excessive worry, sect Master Pang. Although the Dian Demon sect is formidable, the Daotian sect, as a first-rate sect, possesses its own profound heritage. The ultimate outcome of this conflict is still uncertain." The following day, above the territory of the Daotian sect, the previously serene sky darkened, suddenly crackling with thunder as a menacing mass of dark clouds drifted in from the horizon. Beneath the ominous clouds, countless demon vessels, adorned with blood-red banners, surged forth. At first glance, there were no fewer than 100. Each vessel was brimming with demonic cultivators at or above the Foundation establishment stage, each gazing with cold, bloodthirsty eyes. At the forefront were 10 massive lead ships, each representing a different demon sect, and now, there were precisely 10 such sects. On the ground below, tens of thousands of Qi refining stage demon cultivators, sent by these 10 sects, were either sprinting or leaping across the territory of the Daotian sect. In an instant, the area was engulfed in a tide of demonic energy, overwhelming and tumultuous, causing countless birds and beasts to panic and flee. At this moment, within the Daotian sect, all disciples and elders above the Foundation establishment stage took to the skies, gazing at the distant clouds and demonic energy, their hearts trembling with trepidation. The joint arrival of 10 demon sects was a sight never before witnessed in their cultivation journey. Zhao Ting felt his legs weaken and his heart race. This was his first opportunity to confront the demonic path, and the enemy presented such a formidable array. Soon, disciples from every peak caught sight of the distant spectacle, their expressions turning pale, as an overwhelming sense of dread and apprehension swept over them. The members of the Tian Kai sect and the Qingdao Pavilion turned ashen, instantly regretting their decision. 10 demon sects. This was truly a mistake to come. To assist the Daotian sect was tantamount to courting death. Yet now, it was far too late for regrets. "Sect leader, they are here," muttered Lu Yunjian. Nangong Yao, also intimidated by the imposing presence of the 10 demon sects, regained his composure and said gravely, "Once they enter the designated area, activate the formation we prepared in advance." "Understood." Lu Yunjian gritted his teeth in response. The overwhelming display of the demon sects had thrust the Daotian sect into a genuine struggle for survival. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Daotian sect was more tense than it had ever been. Zhao Ting snapped back to reality, as if recalling something, and suddenly soared towards the miscellaneous peak on his sword. At the west side of the miscellaneous peak's thatched cottage, Chen Xun was leaning on one hand, stroking his chin while gazing at the distant 10 demon sects, when Zhao Ting suddenly appeared in his line of sight. As Chen Xun observed Zhao Ting swiftly extend a hand towards him, urgency palpable in his voice, he exclaimed, "Brother Chen, I am aware of a secret passage on the back mountain that can lead you away from the demon sect and out of the Daotian sect. Quick, allow me to escort you out." In chapter 51, Chen Xun's temperament is revealed. Zhao Ting, believing Chen Xun to be paralyzed by fear from the approaching demon sect, urged, "Brother Chen, we must hurry." He moved to grasp Chen Xun's arm, only to be evaded by a slight sidestep from Chen Xun. "What do you mean by this? Brother Chen, if we do not leave now, it may be too late," Zhao Ting implored, his anxiety mounting. In that moment, he was so consumed by urgency that he failed to notice he was, after all, in the late stage of foundation establishment, and how easily Chen Xun had evaded him. "Are you not leaving?" Chen Xun inquired. Zhao Ting paused, then quietly responded, "I cannot leave. 3 years ago, during the sealing ceremony of the purple robes, I declared that in life I am a disciple of the sect, and in death, its spirit. As long as the sect does not abandon me, I will remain loyal in life and death. Over the past 3 years, the sect has invested countless resources in me. Now, in its time of peril, if I were to flee, I would despise myself." Chen Xun nodded. "But if you do not depart, you may face death. Are you not afraid?" "Of course. I fear death," Zhao Ting replied, his voice rising with emotion. "But I cannot abandon my post. Therefore, you must leave, Brother Chen. As a favor to our friendship, please visit my parents in Falu Town. Give them this token and reassure them that I am safe in the Daotian sect, and they need not worry." With that, Zhao Ting produced a jade pendant and pressed it into Chen Xun's hands. Reluctantly, Chen Xun accepted the pendant, saying, "Very well, I shall accompany you out of the sect. You truly leave me no choice." Zhao Ting's face lit up with joy. Chen Xun shook his head and, with Zhao Ting's assistance, mounted the sword. "Fear not, Brother Chen. My swordsmanship is quite proficient. Simply hold on to my sleeve." In the next moment, the flying sword whooshed towards the back mountain of the Daotian sect. Before long, they arrived at the back mountain. As Zhao Ting steadied the sword, he smiled. "Brother Chen, how does it feel to fly on a sword?" "Exciting, isn't it?" "Exciting," Chen Xun replied, though despite his words, Zhao Ting could detect no trace of exhilaration in his demeanor. Perplexed, Zhao Ting reasoned that perhaps Chen Xun had spent too long in the sect, and such experiences had ceased to amaze him. Clearing his throat, Zhao Ting approached a seemingly inconspicuous recess in the stone wall of the back mountain and pressed a mechanism. With a resounding rumble, the unremarkable stone wall parted, revealing a staircase lit by luminous stones that descended into darkness. This secret passage leads directly to a secluded forest outside the sect. "Brother Chen, if you continue down this path, you will reach that forest. Do you see the luminous stones on either side? Take a few. They will ensure your safety in the mundane world." Chen Xun smiled and clasped his hands together. "Then, until we meet again, Brother Zhao." Hearing this, Zhao Ting sighed inwardly. Recognizing that the threat from the demon sect was dire, and the possibility of their reunion was slim. Nevertheless, he returned the gesture, saying, "Until we meet again, Brother Chen." Chen Xun nodded, hands clasped behind his back, as he entered the passage, descending the stone steps into the depths below. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Ting pressed his lips together and moved to the side to activate a mechanism, causing the stone wall to slowly close, returning to its ordinary state. In the hidden passage, Chen Xun walked at a leisurely pace, his expression serene, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Since he was to walk, he would do so. Though Chen Xun had spent 3 years indulging at the Daotian sect, it was South Palace Yao and others who benefited more from him, whether through insights gained from his teachings or by his effortless extermination of various ambushing demonic cultivators, not to mention the 2 elixirs he had provided. By all accounts, it was the Daotian sect that owed him a debt. Only Zhao Ting caused Chen Xun a moment's hesitation. This young man, with his virtuous character, had treated Chen Xun exceptionally well as a disciple in purple robes over the past 3 years. Zhao Ting's benevolence was incomparable to that of South Palace Yao and his cohorts, who acted as they did out of awareness of Chen Xun's remarkable nature, while Zhao Ting remained entirely uninformed. Now, however, Zhao Ting was a disciple of the Daotian sect, bound to share in its fate. Thus, for Zhao Ting's sake, Chen Xun resolved to offer some assistance. He smiled. Yet his intention was not to annihilate all the encroaching demonic cultivators. Furthermore, aside from the ambushes set by the Dayan demon sect, he held no grudges against the other demonic sections. Although Chen Xun appeared as a strikingly handsome youth in his 20s, in truth, he was a creature of unfathomable age. Having lived for countless years, his temperament had long diverged from that of ordinary people. His perspective on matters was also fundamentally distinct. He was not driven by fervor to eradicate evil and uphold justice in a heroic fashion. To Chen Xun, everything existed for a reason, and there was no absolute distinction between good and evil. In the world, where there is darkness, there is also light. Where there is benevolence, there is malevolence. This is the path of balance. Just as day and night each possess their own merits, neither can be forsaken. No one desires eternal daylight, nor does anyone wish for perpetual night. In other words, many things in Chen Xun's eyes were rather mundane, hardly worthy of mention. Subsequently, Chen Xun shifted his form and returned to the thatched cottage. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Daotian sect, the 10 demonic sects had already besieged the area, leaving many elders and disciples of the Daotian sect trembling with fear. Shortly after the 10 demonic sects positioned themselves within a 1,000-mile radius of the Daotian sect, the Grand Elder Lu Yunjian bellowed, "Activate the formation." Instantly, the surrounding area burst into a dazzling display of vibrant lights. Countless chi refinement cultivators from the 10 demonic sects suddenly fell into the traps of the formation. Some became ensnared in confinement, unable to escape, while others, caught in the illusion formation, wore foolish grins, licking their lips and reaching out as if grasping at something elusive. Some were engulfed in a killing formation, their bodies ablaze, poisoned, or pierced by ice shards. In an instant, cries of anguish echoed throughout. Simultaneously, within the killing formation, myriad light swords surged forth, aimed at the numerous demonic ships in the sky, which were effortlessly deflected by the demonic sect leaders with a mere cold snort. Despite the heavy losses suffered by the chi refinement cultivators below, the expressions of the demonic sect leaders bore little anger. After all, the chi refinement cultivators were merely expendable pawns meant to bolster their ranks, while true combat strength resided in those at the foundation establishment stage and above. However, they had never anticipated that the Daotian sect would learn of their impending attack and preemptively set up numerous small formations. The members of the Daotian sect observed that while their formation had eradicated numerous chi refining demonic cultivators, it had inflicted no significant damage upon the practitioners hovering above. They bore no resentment, for the strength of their adversaries was overwhelming. Relying solely on these formations to inflict substantial losses upon the demon sect was akin to a fool's errand. In a swift moment, the 10 major demon sects had encroached upon the periphery of the Daotian sect, halting their advance as they beheld the subtle ripples emanating from the sacred mountain of the Daotian sect, indicating the immediate activation of their protective array. Nangongyao, do you truly believe that your sect's protective array can thwart the 10 demon sects? Do you have faith that we could not effortlessly dismantle it? Jir Ji Wutsong from the forefront of the demonic vessel. Behind him stood Ji Mengli, who had shared a drink with Chen Xun on a prior occasion. Chapter 52. A call for assistance. Outside the mountain gate, a menacing aura of demonic energy surged. The crowd gritted their teeth, but an air of uncertainty loomed. Sectmaster, how is it that Ji Wutsong and his 3 elders appear unscathed? Lu Xianin inquired, his pupils constricting. The elders, including Lu Yunjian, exchanged incredulous glances. Had it not been said that Ji Wutsong and his associates had suffered grave injuries? Yet now, they seemed robust and vigorous, bearing no traces of harm. The sect master and the second elder were bestowed with elixirs by the master. What then was the secret behind Ji Wutsong's apparent recovery? Nangong Yao's gaze flickered, his heart heavy with doubt. Initially, he believed that fighting on familiar ground would yield at least a 60% chance of victory, but now, with 10 sects converging and Ji Wutsong's injuries seemingly healed, the prospect of winning appeared grim. His confidence plummeted, shrinking from 60% to nearly a mere 10, leaving them with scarcely any chance for triumph, though the protective array remained. As the sect master, Nangong Yao could not display a hint of trepidation. He replied coolly, Ji Wutsong, your sect's abduction of righteous disciples to serve as blood slaves is a mortal enemy to all righteous sects of Beixian. You dare not hide, and yet audaciously approach our gates. Mortal enemy? Do you believe your so-called righteous sects are worthy of such a title? With a mere message, 9 sects would eagerly unite to come to our aid. And you, Nangong Yao? TSK, look. Only the Tian Kuei sect and the Qing Dao Pavilion, 2 second-rate sects, are willing to assist your Daotian sect. This is the cowardly disposition of your righteous sects, and you expect us to fear the demon sect? Ji Wucang retorted with ruthless derision. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes, rendered speechless, for Ji Wucang's words bore undeniable truth. Meanwhile, the Tiankui sect and the Qingdao Pavilion, who had come to their aid, exhibited visible unease. Pang Nian and Pui Dao had already harbored thoughts of retreat. Oh, by the way, Nangong Yao, allow me to present you with a delightful spectacle that I trust you will find most pleasing. Ji Wucang grinned, clapping his hands. In the next instant, a group of disciples, tightly bound, was brought forth from the demonic vessel, revealing that they were indeed disciples of the Tiankui sect and the Qingdao Pavilion. As the hundreds of emaciated disciples, their eyes hollow, beheld Pang Nian and Pui Dao, they were jolted to attention. Tears streaming down their faces as they cried out in fervent excitement, "Master! Pavilion Master!" A clamor erupted within the Daotian sect. The pupils of the members of the Tiangui sect and the Qingdao Pavilion contracted sharply. Pang Nian and Pui Dao clenched their fists tightly. To their astonishment, these were indeed disciples abducted by the demonic sect from within their ranks. At this moment, as Nangong Yao gazed upon these disciples and recalled the words of Ji Wucang, an ominous premonition settled within his heart. He had never anticipated that Ji Wucang had prepared so thoroughly. Could it be that everything was within his calculations? Indeed, Ji Wucang sneered and proclaimed, "Our sect can release these disciples, but we have one condition, that both your sects immediately depart from the Daotian sect. We shall not hinder your departure." A tremor of excitement coursed through Pang Nian and Pui Dao's hearts. Such fortuitous news. They had long contemplated retreating. Very well. The Tiangui sect is willing to withdraw. I implore you, Sect Master Ji, to honor your word and return our disciples. Pang Nian declared without hesitation. Ji Wucang smiled faintly. Naturally, our sect has always been true to its word. Pui Dao immediately added, Sect Master Ji, the Qingdao Pavilion is also willing to withdraw. The elders of the Daotian sect turned ashen, their expressions darkening. The disciples, too, were pale, astonished that the two sects who had come to their aid were so easily swayed by the words of the demonic sect. Ignoring the myriad gazes directed at them, Pang Nian and Pui Dao bowed slightly to the impassive Nangong Yao. Sect Master Nangong, permit me to speak a harsh truth that is nonetheless factual. Today, the demonic sect is overwhelmingly powerful, and the Daotian sect possesses little chance of victory. I do not wish to see my elders and disciples fall victim to needless sacrifice. I hope for your understanding. Please, open a corner of the great formation to allow our two sects to depart. Ha ha ha, Nangong Yao, does this bring you joy? You must be quite pleased now. Ji Wucang laughed heartily, and many sect masters and demonic cultivators aboard the demonic vessel joined in mockery. Ignoring their taunts, Nangong Yao fixed his gaze upon Pang Nian and Pui Dao, stating, If you two wish to leave, our sect shall not detain you. However, the demonic sect is notoriously cunning. Do you truly believe Ji Wucang's deceitful words? Pang Nian chuckled. Sect Master Nangong, you worry too much. We both possess our own discernments. What folly it would be to concern ourselves with deceit when remaining in the Daotian sect guarantees certain death. It is far better to take a risk for a glimmer of hope. Moreover, in front of so many witnesses, they surely would not dare to breach their word. Nangong Yao nodded, refraining from further comment, and said coolly, You may proceed. Let us go. Pang Nian and Pui Dao turned and gestured, leading their respective followers towards the exit. Nangong Yao produced the Great Formation's compass and opened a corner of the formation, allowing the Tiangui sect and Qingdao Pavilion to exit. Once outside the sect, Pang Nian and Pui Dao bowed to Ji Wucang, with Pang Nian saying, Sect Master Ji, I implore you to return our disciples. We shall depart and refrain from further involvement in this matter. Very well. Ji Wucang replied with a slight smile, waving his hand. Release them. On the demonic vessel, the bound disciples were unceremoniously cast down. Pang Nian and Pui Dao rejoiced, quickly channeling their spiritual energy to catch their disciples. Just then, Ji Wucang's fierce command rang out. Kill them swiftly. Do not give them a chance to self-destruct. Having learned from the bitter experience of the White Fox Ridge and the death of Jiang Bailu, Ji Wucang had become more astute this time. The expressions of Pang Nian and Pui Dao shifted dramatically. Sect Master Ji, you are being deceitful. Ji Wucang retorted with a cold smile. You expect the master of this demonic sect to uphold integrity? How naive. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended from the demonic vessel, shaking the very heavens and earth. Sect Master Nangong, quickly, deactivate the formation and allow us entry. We will not leave. We will not leave. Before Pang Nian could finish his plea, the forces of the Heavenly Puppet sect and the Azure Blade Pavilion were engulfed by an inexorable tide of dark sorcery. The air was filled with shrieks that abruptly ceased. Truly, It was a swift execution, offering neither resistance nor the opportunity for self-detonation. Witnessing the instant obliteration of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and Azure Blade Pavilion, the members of the Dao Tian sect trembled with fear. On the demonic vessel, Ji Mengli observed the scene, feeling a pang of compassion, yet reassured that they were merely cultivators, and thankfully, no ordinary mortals were caught in this maelstrom. Once the forces of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and Azure Blade Pavilion were annihilated, a profound silence enveloped both the interior and exterior of the Dao Tian sect. Ji Wucang proclaimed loudly, "Nangong Yao, dismantle the formation, or else I shall continue my performance." With that, he clapped his hands, and 240 disciples were forcefully brought forth. Among them was the purple-clad disciple Jing Yao and other inner and outer disciples. All the disciples appeared gaunt and dazed, as if their very will had been drained away, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. A wave of astonishment swept through the Dao Tian sect. The countenance of every individual shifted dramatically. Sister Jingyao, Brother Maliang. The disciples gasped in horror, their mouths covered in disbelief, engulfed by a profound indignation. Zhao Ting's pupils contracted as he gazed at the woman before the throng of disciples, his heart seething with fury. Previously, Sister Jing Yao had embodied grace in his eyes, yet now she had been reduced to a pitiable state, neither human nor ghost. Nangong Yao's breath quickened. He could no longer contain himself. Just as he had anticipated, Ji Wucang had resorted to using the disciples as leverage. He spoke in a deep voice, "Ji Wucang, what do you intend to do?" Ji Wucang chuckled ominously. "Our intentions are simple. Withdraw the formation, and we shall not harm them. However, should you refuse, for every breath that passes, I shall take the life of one disciple. It is that simple. Let us begin with this purple-clad disciple. You have 5 breaths to contemplate your decision. After 5 breaths, the countdown will commence." The cruelty of the situation lay bare before them, rendering the circumstances nearly insurmountable. What to do? What to do? Nangong Yao's face contorted with frantic changes, the weight of despair suffocating him. There was no possibility of dismantling the formation. Yet Zhang Bailu had just perished. If Sister Su Jingyao were to meet the same fate, Nangong Yao felt as though he could scarcely breathe. In the sect's long history, this was the first time they faced such a brutal predicament. 3 breaths, Ji Wucang taunted with a sinister grin. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted to pinpricks. As sect master, the elders and disciples exchanged glances, fully aware of the tumultuous emotions swirling within Nangong Yao at that moment. 4 breaths now, O sect master Nangong, Ji Wucang smiled faintly. At that moment, a demonic sect elder pressed a dagger against Su Jingyao's throat, ready to sever her head, without hesitation the moment the 5th breath elapsed. As the leader of the sect, Nangong Yao found himself gasping for breath under unprecedented pressure, his back drenched in sweat. His mind felt clouded, as if he were floating in the heavens, yet simultaneously crushed beneath a mountain, nearly incapacitated in thought. In this dire moment, an image surged uncontrollably in his mind, appearing as the sole lifeline that could extricate him from his inextricable dilemma. With a pallid complexion, Nangong Yao turned to face the direction of the servant peak, closed his eyes, and bowed deeply, trembling as he implored, "Forgive my audacity, esteemed sir. I beseech you to unravel this predicament." His words echoed throughout the Dao Tian sect, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. The disciples were bewildered, while the core elders felt a tightening in their hearts. At that moment, as Ji Wucang and his fellow members of the demon sect squinted suspiciously towards the servant peak, a tranquil voice resonated from that direction, reverberating through the realm. "Very well. I shall assist you." The instant the voice sounded, Zhao Ting was momentarily taken aback, while Ji Mengli aboard the demon vessel furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable familiarity in the voice. Chapter 53, Astonishment, Reversal of Fortune at the Servant Peak. All the servant disciples gazed in shock towards the western cottage, their pupils quivering in disbelief. How could they not recognize the voice that responded to their leader? Chen Xun. The esteemed sir referred to by the leader was none other than Chen Xun, the one responsible for sweeping the floors. Why? Was Chen Xun not an ordinary person? As the servant disciples struggled to comprehend this revelation, their long-standing impressions of Chen Xun began to crumble. It was akin to an ordinary friend, with whom one had shared countless days, suddenly transforming into a figure of imperial grandeur. Even the meal-serving disciples and others turned their gazes towards the western cottage, their hearts trembling. The amiable scholar, who was always willing to converse with anyone, began to blur in their memories, becoming enigmatic. Among the servants, only Qian Laifu, the steward, stood in stunned silence, though his heart was still shaken. Previously, the leader had referred to Chen Xun as senior, and now he was addressed as sir. The profound respect emanating from the leader was evident to all within the sect. At that moment, a figure clad in azure stepped forth from the servant peak, advancing towards the mountain gate. Sir, Nangong Yao and the core elders bowed in reverence. Sir, I am deeply ashamed, Nangong Yao said bitterly, though the suffocating tension in his heart eased upon receiving Chen Xun's response. With a calm demeanor, Chen Xun offered no words. Countless gazes fixated on the respect shown by Nangong Yao and the others, sending shivers down their spines. The appearance of Chen Xun sent waves of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Even those who had never interacted with him were left speechless. How could they fail to recognize that this was the very individual who had caused a ruckus during the purple robe ceremony 3 years prior? It was no wonder that the leader had hastily brushed aside the matter. It turned out he possessed such an extraordinary status, including the inner sect elder Shen He, who had once brought Chen Xun to the sect, as well as the outer disciples. All wore pale expressions, mouths agape, and eyes trembling in disbelief as they gazed upon Chen Xun. They felt as if their worldview had shattered, their minds incessantly murmuring in anxiety. How could this be? They recalled any prior offenses they may have committed. Previously, they had envied Chen Xun for his friendship with the purple-clad disciple Zhao Ting. But it now seemed that the envy should have been directed towards Zhao Ting instead. Brother Chen, Zhao Ting stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground, staring blankly at Chen Xun. Since the moment Chen Xun's voice echoed, Zhao Ting's gaze had been vacant. Memories from the past 3 years flooded his mind. Perhaps Zhao brother had taken things for granted. The immortal realm may not be as splendid as he had imagined. To me, Zhao brother is brimming with spiritual energy, suggesting he may indeed possess a spiritual root. Zhao Ting, you need not worry about your friend. Have you considered that he is no ordinary person? Brother Chen, what is it like to fly with a sword? Is it exhilarating? Indeed, exhilarating. The more he pondered, the paler Zhao Ting's complexion became, his eyes gradually focusing, yet his pupils trembled violently. Feeling as though the world was spinning, and everything around him was shrouded in mist. Nangong Yao and the other elders could not help but glance at Zhao Ting, and upon witnessing his condition, they sighed inwardly. Subsequently, Chu Ningchang gently supported Zhao Ting from afar, allowing him to regain his composure in silence. On the demonic vessel, Ji Mengli, after her initial shock, bit her lip while observing Chen Xun, her heart heavy with lamentation. She could not help but smile wryly, realizing that the brother she had crossed paths with in Lingfang had appeared today under such circumstances, and his status was remarkably elevated. She had sensed his exceptional nature before, but now it was undeniably evident, and he stood on the opposing side. Suddenly, Ji Mengli comprehended why every jar of earthly delicacies she wished to bestow upon him had required payment in spirit stones. Understanding the implication of his remark about not wanting to owe her anything, it dawned on her that from the very beginning, Chen Xun had seen through everything with clarity. At this moment, Ji Mengli felt unsettled, yet it was bearable. She presumed that in Chen Xun's heart, their connection was merely a fleeting encounter over drinks, hardly qualifying them even as friends. Who dares to approach? State your name, Ji Wutsong exclaimed, his eyes flickering as he spoke. The other leaders of the demonic sect and their disciples fixed their gazes upon Chen Xun, scrutinizing him intently. Nangong Yao and the elders' respect for this scholar in green robes did not go unnoticed, leaving them astonished. They had never anticipated that such a figure existed within the Daotian sect. Observing his appearance, he was someone they had never encountered in Beixin before, which prompted the usually cautious demonic cultivators to exercise even greater caution. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Xun replied with a serene smile. I am but a humble sweeper at the miscellaneous peak of the Daotian sect, not a figure of any significance. Hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others felt a mix of embarrassment and trepidation, fearing that the gentleman was admonishing them, and they were left wanting to clarify. Sir, we never intended for you to sweep. A sweeper at the miscellaneous peak? Ji Wutsong faltered, exchanging glances with the other leaders of the demonic sect. Ji Wutsong scrutinized Chen Xun's attire and remarked solemnly, by your garb, it appears you are not affiliated with the Daotian sect, are you? Nangu Yao and the others exchanged glances, puzzled by Ji Wutsong's ulterior motives. Chen Xun replied, indeed not. Excellent. In the next moment, Ji Wutsong clapped his hands and proclaimed loudly, how could the Daotian sect allow you, esteemed elder, to sweep the floors? Such a display of disrespect is truly unacceptable. Esteemed elder, I, Wutsong, the leader of the Dian demon sect, cordially invite you to visit my sect. We will ensure your every need is met with utmost comfort. All manner of beauties will be at your service. Please, I implore you to accompany me. At this declaration, the Daotian sect erupted in an uproar. Nangu Yao and the others were left dumbfounded. Ji Wutsong's audacity was astonishing. Nangu Yao, regaining his composure, coldly retorted, Ji Wucang, do not spout nonsense. As equal sects of the northern Xian, whatever your Dian Demon sect possesses, our Daotian sect possesses as well. It is merely a matter of your elder's choice. Ji Wucang sneered, huh? What choice? From the perspective of my sect, it is evident that your Daotian sect lacks sincerity. If sincerity were truly present, I cannot believe that the esteemed elder would still be sweeping floors. What do you mean by that? Nangu Yao exclaimed, indignant. How dare you force such a figure to sweep floors? Today, I shall not let the Daotian sect escape unscathed. My sect demands an explanation on behalf of the esteemed elder, and we shall eradicate your entire lineage. The atmosphere fell silent. With only Ji Wucang and Nangu Yao exchanging heated words, the situation shifting dramatically. True to his role as the leader of a demonic sect, Ji Wucang demonstrated cunning. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, and artfully turned the tide, speaking as if all his actions were for Chen Xun's benefit. Looking at Chen Xun, Ji Wucang clasped his hands together and earnestly said, Esteemed elder, the treatment you have received from the Daotian sect is truly despicable. How about I assist you in annihilating them? Fear not. You need not lift a finger. Simply observe as we handle everything. Chen Xun interjected. Chapter 54, The Might of a Sword. Nangu Yao felt a twinge of anxiety and cautioned, Esteemed elder, Ji Wucang is devious and treacherous. Do not be misled by his false sentiments. All he speaks is insincere flattery. Preposterous. Ji Wucang retorted angrily. Nangu Yao, you would do well not to slander my sect in front of the esteemed elder. I value integrity above all. Nangu Yao scoffed. You, Ji Wucang, value integrity? Then how do you explain your dealings with the Tiankai sect and the Qingdao pavilion? Ji Wucang cleared his throat and huffed. You know nothing. How could those scoundrels possibly compare to the esteemed elder? At that moment, Chen Xun declared, Let us cease this discourse. You hold no grievance against me, and thus, I shall not impose any difficulty upon you. Simply release the disciples of the Daotian sect and withdraw. With these words, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Nangu Yao and the elders felt a sense of regret at Chen Xun's statement, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. After all, the esteemed elder was not truly of the Daotian sect, and upon reflection, it was they who had benefited greatly from him over the years. There was no justification for him to assist in their extermination of these demonic sections. If he could save their disciples and expel the 10 demonic sects, preserving the Daotian sect this time would already be an immeasurable grace. Furthermore, it was evident from the nuances in Chen Xun's tone that he viewed both righteous and demonic paths with a semblance of equality, showing no favoritism. Outside the Daotian sect, the atmosphere among the demonic cultivators was tense, their gazes darkened with foreboding. Ji Wucang, suppressing his smile, spoke gravely. Senior, if you wish to preserve the Daotian sect, you may certainly do so, but I implore you to provide us with a compelling reason. Just as Chen Xun was about to respond, a momentary haze clouded his vision, and he inwardly lamented his misfortune, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. It had only been a short while, and once again, he found himself intoxicated. In the next instant, clarity began to fade from Chen Xun's eyes, replaced by a familiar manic grin at the corners of his mouth. Feeling the world spin around him, he seized the last vestiges of lucidity and grasped the hilt of the sword at his back, then drew it with a sudden flourish. He swung the blade toward the distance with reckless abandon. All present felt their pupils constrict in shock. Clang! In that instant, a piercing, resounding note of the sword echoed through the heavens and the earth, as Chen Xun unleashed his strike. The grand formation of the Daotian sect shattered with a thunderous roar. Everyone's eardrums were torn asunder by the deafening sword cry, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. With a single stroke, countless sword energies erupted from the wooden blade. The heavens shook, the earth trembled, as if the apocalypse had descended. The invisible sword Qi rampaged across hundreds of thousands of miles, leveling mountains and severing rivers. When the sword energy dissipated and the dust settled, what lay before the eyes of the onlookers was utter devastation. A terrifying chasm, unfathomable in depth, stretched from outside the Daotian sect into the distant horizon. As if it connected to another realm altogether, the world fell silent once more. Everyone stood in a stupor, gazing at the destruction wrought by a single sword strike, their souls trembling in fear. Such power in that strike was utterly appalling. With a series of thuds, the members of the Daotian sect found their legs weaken and collapsed to the ground, frantically swallowing their saliva. The 10 demonic sects had also succumbed, kneeling in submission, a wave of despair washing over them. Ji Wucang's face turned pale, his body trembling, as he quavered, As senior, we shall withdraw, we shall withdraw. Thank you for your mercy in not slaying us. At that moment, The hearts of the demonic cultivators were gripped by unparalleled terror. They had never experienced such fear in their lives. The might of that one strike. Simultaneously, amidst their dread and reverence for Chen Xun, there lingered a sense of gratitude. For they all understood that had Chen Xun truly desired their demise, with the supreme power of that strike, not one of them would have survived. When, indeed, had Bei Xian produced such a formidable sword cultivator? That strike, even a cultivator at the transformation stage or integration stage would not have been capable of such might. Could it be that this senior was a sword cultivator of the ascendant stage? The ascendant stage. That was the pinnacle of mortal realms, a terrifying prospect. Nangong Yao and the others were equally astonished. Witnessing their teacher's power for the first time was a heart-stopping experience. Their teacher was truly formidable. I'm so sleepy. I must return to sleep now, Chen Xun exclaimed, inserting the wooden sword back into its cloth sheath on his back before sprinting back to the servant peak, vanishing in an instant. The crowd was bewildered but quickly called out, "We bid farewell to you, senior." However, Nangong Yao and the others were familiar with this pattern, sighing inwardly as they noted their teacher seemed to have reverted to his former self. Nangong sect master, it is all a misunderstanding. Today, we shall return all disciples of your sect. Additionally, we deeply regret the death of your third elder, yet our sect also suffered the loss of our fourth elder. In truth, we have both incurred losses. Shall we not shake hands and make peace? We shall withdraw at once and refrain from encroaching upon the territory of your Dao Tian sect henceforth. Ji Wucang clasped his hands and spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing his words, the other leaders of the demonic sects dared not voice any dissent. In their eyes, Ji Wucang's method of handling the situation was beyond reproach. After all, there existed a formidable deity within the Daotian sect, and they would not dare harbor any malicious intent. Not only them, but it was likely that even the Tunshin demon sect would tremble in fear upon reporting this matter upwards. Nangong Yao's gaze flickered, yet he sighed inwardly, knowing that the incident involving the third elder would not be so easily forgotten. In due time, he would seek retribution. However, for now, they could only feign reconciliation, as it was the best outcome achievable, had it not been for their master's intervention to intimidate Ji Wucang and his companions. The Daotian sect would have faced dire consequences. Subsequently, Ji Wucang returned Su Jingyao and the other disciples to the Daotian sect. He bowed toward the Zhaoping and said, "Senior, the gates of the Dian demon sect shall always remain open for you. You are welcome to visit at any time, and I shall be overjoyed to listen to your teachings." With that, Ji Wucang took his leave. The 10 demonic sects departed without daring to look back, arriving with great fanfare, but leaving in a state of retreat. As the demonic cultivators vacated the premises, their eyes lingered on the chasm created by a single sword strike, still moved by the presence of such a powerful swordsman from Bei Xian. Fortunately, this venerable swordsman bore no ill will toward the demonic path and did not truly align with the righteous side. Otherwise, the Bei Xian demonic path would have been in grave peril. Before departing, Ji Mengli cast a complex glance at the Zhaoping of the Daotian sect. The demonic sects had left. Yet everyone within the Daotian sect remained rooted in place, feeling as though everything was unreal. It was as if they had just experienced a grand dream. Master, Brother Chun, Zhao Ting murmured in a daze. Chu Ningchang's heart skipped a beat, her eyes sharpening as she admonished, "Mind your manners." Zhao Ting trembled, lowering his head and biting his lip, unsure of what to say. The events of the day had profoundly impacted him. Due to Chen Xun's madness, he remained within the Daotian sect for another 3 years. In the first year, Chen Xun continued his daily routine at the Zhaoping, eating, drinking, sleeping, and sweeping. Any disciple who encountered Chen Xun would immediately bow in reverence, respectfully addressing him as senior. Although Chen Xun had become quite eccentric in the eyes of the disciples, he had transformed into an enigmatic figure, playing with the threads of fate. Nangong Yao and others frequently visited the Zhaoping to pay their respects to Chen Xun, leaving behind food and drink, and after spending some time in his company, they would respectfully take their leave. However, since that day, Zhao Ting had not sought out Chen Xun again. The disciples and elders within the sect seldom saw Zhao Ting, and it was later learned that he had entered closed-door cultivation. Meanwhile, the news of the 10 demonic sects withdrawing from the Daotian sect sent shockwaves through the Bei Xian cultivation world. Both righteous and demonic factions sought information from various sources, eager to uncover what had transpired at the Daotian sect that day. How could the 10 demonic sects have left so abruptly, returning empty-handed? Yet, despite their inquiries, information remained tightly sealed, and nothing could be uncovered. Thus, this incident became an enigma. Upon returning, Ji Wucang did not remain idle. He promptly reported the events at the Daotian sect to the Tunshin demon sect. Upon hearing the news, The Tongtian demon sect remained silent for a considerable time before issuing an order to temporarily suspend the abduction of righteous sect disciples for blood servitude. After receiving the command, Ji Wucang let out a sigh of relief, as this was to be expected. Although the sword cultivator from the Daotian sect did not disdain the demonic path, it was prudent to maintain a low profile at such a critical juncture. Thus, tranquility returned to the northern Xian cultivation world, and for a brief period, no reports of righteous sect disciples being abducted emerged. At the close of the first year, many disciples from the miscellaneous peak reached their limits and departed for the mundane world, including a youth named Yu Zheng, who ultimately failed to break through. He felt a sense of regret, yet simultaneously, he did not. Just before leaving, Yu Zheng stood at the foot of the mountain, lost in thought as he gazed towards the direction of the grass hut in the west for a long, long time. At the dawn of the second year, 3 unexpected visitors arrived at the Daotian sect, a middle-aged man, a woman, and an elder. The middle-aged man was Ji Wucang, the woman was Ji Mengli, and the elder leading them was the sect master of the Tongtian demon sect. As the elder approached, his complexion turned pale upon seeing the sword rift. Outside the mountain gate, the elder clasped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, "Sect Master Nangong, I am Yin Jueching of the Tongtian demon sect. I would trouble you to introduce me to that esteemed senior." The sudden voice outside the mountain gate sent a tremor through the Daotian sect. The Tongtian demon sect. They were indeed the true overlords of the northern Xian demonic path. In the northern Xian realm, if one were to single out a sect, it would likely be the Tianjian sect that could contend with them. At this moment, both disciples and elders alike understood precisely who the esteemed senior the demonic sect master wished to visit was. At the mountain gate, Nangong Yao and several core elders quickly arrived. Upon seeing the elder Yin Jueching in the center, their expressions subtly shifted, and they bowed in respect, saying, "We pay our respects to Sect Master Yin." Despite the numerous conflicts between the righteous and demonic paths, the other party's realm and status were evident, and basic etiquette could not be overlooked. Yin Jueching smiled slightly, saying, "Sect Master Nangong need not be overly courteous. My visit today is somewhat presumptuous, and I hope you will not take offense." Nangong Yao pursed his lips, replying, "I dare not." Beside them, Ji Wucang and Ji Mengli were not surprised by Nangong Yao's demeanor, for if they were to meet the leader of the righteous Tianjian sect, they too would show respect. As it pertained to cultivation realm and status, Yin Jueching chuckled and surveyed the many peaks of the Daotian sect, his gaze quickly settling on the miscellaneous peak. And he reiterated, "I would trouble Sect Master Nangong to take me to meet that esteemed senior." Nangong Yao did not immediately agree, but instead said, "Sect Master Yin, this matter is beyond our sect's authority. Please wait a moment while I inquire about the master's opinion." "Of course," Yin Jueching replied, "I shall wait here." Nangong Yao exchanged a glance with Elder Lu Yunji, indicating his intent, and then swiftly flew towards the miscellaneous peak. Shortly thereafter, he returned. Yin Jueching's eyes were filled with anticipation as he asked, "How was it? Is the esteemed senior willing to meet?" With an apologetic tone, Nangong Yao replied, "The master is still asleep, and I dare not disturb him." Asleep? Yin Jueching was taken aback. Meanwhile, Ji Wucang swiftly transmitted a message, "Sect Master Yin. Upon leaving a year ago, we discovered that Senior Chun has become rather unpredictable, unlike an ordinary cultivator." In a moment of clarity, Yin Jueching recalled the terrifying sword chasm outside the Daotian sect, and he immediately expressed his understanding. "After all, formidable individuals are rarely ordinary. It matters not. I am willing to wait here until the esteemed elder awakens." Yin Jueching nodded in agreement. Nangong Yao initially intended to invite Yin Jueching to wait in a guest residence, as it seemed inappropriate for such a prominent leader of a demonic sect to linger here, but he was met with a polite refusal from Yin Jueching. Respecting this, Nangong Yao did not press further and departed with the elders. Yin Jueching and the others arrived around noon and waited outside the mountain gate until evening. At long last, Nangong Yao returned with the news that the elder had awakened, prompting the trio to follow him to the miscellaneous peak. As they ascended to the halfway point, they proceeded toward a humble thatched cottage to the west. Along the way, their expressions shifted as they caught sight of the cottage from a distance. Ji Wucang, with a sardonic smile, remarked, having heard that the esteemed elder was merely sweeping the floor, "I did not expect the sect master of Nangong to accommodate the elder in such a dilapidated abode." "Haha." Nangong Yao hesitated, a hint of displeasure crossing his face, but chose to disregard the comment. What could he do if the elder preferred to dwell here? Soon enough, they arrived at the front of the cottage. Just then, Chen Xun emerged, yawning and stretching languidly at the door. "Esteemed elder." The four quickly bowed in respect. Chen Xun, grinning wildly, glanced at them before humming a cheerful tune and skipping away like a playful monkey. Nan Gongyao clapped his hands, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten? It is mealtime. The elder must be heading to the dining hall for dinner." "What? Dinner?" Yin Jueqing and his companions were taken aback. Does a venerable master of such caliber still require dinner? Nan Gongyao, feeling slightly awkward, managed a wry smile. "Elder Yin, you may not be aware, but the elder has resided in our Daotian sect for over 4 years, and he has scarcely missed a meal." Upon hearing this, Yin Jueqing and the others were taken aback. Without the practice of fasting, would not impurities accumulate, making cultivation arduous, if not stagnant? Yet, the elder's realm and strength defied conventional logic. At the dining hall, upon Chen Xun's arrival, the miscellaneous disciples who were having dinner were startled, abruptly setting down their utensils and standing in unison to greet him. "Esteemed elder." "Good evening." "What a bunch of lunatics," Chen Xun muttered, then dashed to the serving counter to collect his plate. To his surprise, one of the servers was not a disciple, but rather Qian Laifu, the steward. Ever since that incident a year ago, Qian Laifu had personally served meals in the dining hall every day. Naturally, Qian Laifu eagerly awaited Chen Xun's arrival to assist him with meals, while the other disciples were attended to by different servers. "Esteemed elder, you have arrived," Qian Laifu said with a sycophantic smile, swiftly taking the plate from Chen Xun's hands and expertly filling it to the brim before respectfully handing it back. Chen Xun accepted the plate and settled down to devour his meal. It is well known that Chen Xun possesses a tremendous appetite. Thus, Qian Laifu had thoughtfully arranged his seat closest to the serving area, allowing for easy access to additional food. As Chen Xun began to eat, the miscellaneous disciples cautiously took their seats, quietly consuming their meals, wary of making any noise that might provoke his displeasure. Qian Laifu stood there with a ladle in hand, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Xun's plate. The moment Chen Xun finished his meal, he would rush over to replenish his dish. At that moment, 4 figures entered the dining hall. One of the beautiful women captivated all the disciples, but soon their attention shifted to Nan Gongyao, causing them to rise in alarm, only to be halted by Nan Gongyao's gesture. "No need for such formalities. Continue with your meal." The disciples, hearts racing, cautiously took their seats once more. Qian Laifu's expression changed, and he hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Respected, esteemed sect leader." Nan Gongyao paid him no heed, and, accompanied by Yin Jueqing and the other 2, made his way toward Chen Xun. "More rice, more rice, more rice." At this moment, Chen Xun had finished his meal and called out in dissatisfaction, "Oh. Esteemed senior, I'm coming." Qian Laifu's heart trembled, ready to rush over, but was intercepted by Nan Gongyao. "Allow us to handle this." Nan Gongyao approached the serving station, took up the ladle, and respectfully served Chen Xun. Qian Laifu and the other servant disciples, watching this scene, were both astonished and moved. In the entire Daotian sect, only Elder Chen could compel the sect leader to serve him. Nangong sect leader, seeing that the elder enjoys the meal, "It must mean the cuisine at the servant peak is quite commendable. May the 3 of us join you for a meal?" Yin Jueqing inquired with a smile. Ji Wucang's expression shifted slightly. To partake in grains? However, he soon realized that Yin's sect leader intended to strengthen his relationship with Elder Chen. Despite the impurities that might hinder cultivation, indulging once in a while would not pose a significant issue. Nangong Yao replied with a smile, "Of course, that would be delightful. We shall all enjoy a meal together." Subsequently, Nangong Yao and Yin Jueqing each took a serving and seated themselves across from Chen Xun. The dining hall fell into silence, save for the sound of Chen Xun heartily consuming his meal. Qian Laifu and the disciples felt a tumultuous wave of emotions as they grasped that besides the sect leader, the elder at the table was none other than the leader of the devouring heaven demon sect, who had loudly visited earlier that noon. Chapter 56. Amusing Conversations. Ji Wucang's thoughts at the dining table. Nangong Yao and Yin Jueqing leisurely ate, each lost in their own thoughts. Chen Xun, oblivious and focused solely on his meal, had already devoured countless plates, leaving Yin Jueqing and the others astonished. How much could the elder possibly consume? With such a voracious appetite, could his meridians truly remain unblocked by impurities? Ji Mingli kept a watchful eye on Chen Xun, her gaze flickering. The Chen Xun before her felt utterly unfamiliar. His manic demeanor contrasted sharply with their previous encounter at Lingfang. How could a person exhibit such a stark transformation? After some contemplation, Ji Mingli swiftly dismissed her thoughts. Times have changed. She was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the man before her and dared not make any presumptions. Gradually, the dining hall emptied as the servant disciples finished their meals and hastily bowed before departing, unwilling to linger. In the end, the spacious dining hall was left with only Chen Xun and his companions, along with Qian Laifu, who remained kneeling nearby, reserved for serving. Yin Jueqing slowly set down his chopsticks, clasped his hands toward Chen Xun, and finally spoke respectfully. Esteemed elder, I am Yin Jueqing of the Devouring Heaven Demon Sect. I humbly come to pay my respects and seek your forgiveness for my impudence in visiting. As Yin Jueqing finally spoke, Ji Wucang and Ji Mengli set down their chopsticks. Cautiously glancing towards Chen Xun, Nangong Yao, however, continued to indulge in his meal, though his ears perked up. He recognized that Yin Jueqing's visit was undoubtedly more than a mere courtesy call. Nearby, the kneeling Qian Laifu, witnessing the utmost respect Yin Jueqing displayed towards Chen Xun, could not help but tremble with trepidation, feeling unworthy to overhear further. The Beishian Super Demon Sect and the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect were renowned throughout the realm, and to have the leader of one such sect show deference to Chen Xun was telling. It was clear that Chen Xun had risen to the pinnacle of the Beishian cultivation world. Qian Laifu considered himself merely a mid-stage qi refining practitioner, insignificant as dust. Each individual present loomed over him like the vast heavens. Chen Xun remained engrossed in his meal, seemingly indifferent. Observing this, Yin Jueqing felt a tinge of embarrassment but patiently awaited his turn. After a while, Chen Xun, having satisfied his hunger, let out a contented belch and turned to Yin Jueqing and the others with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What did you just call yourself, old man?" Ji Wucang and Ji Mengli swallowed hard. In all of Beishian, it was likely only Chen Xun who would dare address the sect leader so casually. Had it been anyone else, they would have been long silenced before uttering a word. Clearing his throat, Yin Jueqing replied, "Esteemed senior, I am Yin Jueqing of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect." Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with interest, leaning forward with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Wow, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect. How impressive." The room fell silent. Yin Jueqing managed a wry smile, feeling somewhat ashamed as he said, "Esteemed senior, you flatter us, in your eyes. The Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect is likely but a minor sect." Chen Xun's face flushed with excitement. "Old man, you're talking nonsense. If you can swallow the heavens, how can that not be extraordinary? That is incredibly impressive." With that, Chen Xun leaped up, spun around in place, and returned to his seat, urging, "Old man, tell me how you do it. Does your sect open a gaping abyss and just gobble up the heavens in one bite? Oh my, that is so cool." Yin Jueqing and the others stared at one another, bewildered. What sort of sect opens a chasm and swallows the heavens? Was this the kind of thing a rational person would say? Eventually, Yin Jueqing turned towards Nangong Yao. Sect Master Nangong, esteemed senior." Nangong Yao, suppressing a smile, maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "Yin sect leader, our esteemed guest's thoughts often wander into the fantastical. Perhaps there is a deeper meaning to his words, though we are unable to grasp it at this moment." "Very well," Yin Jueqing said, focusing back on Chen Xun. Even he, seasoned by numerous trials, felt a dryness in his throat and was at a loss for how to respond. Chen Xun, growing impatient, urged, "Come on, speak up. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf, old man?" Yin Jueqing quickly interjected, "Esteemed senior, the name Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect is merely a title. We certainly do not possess the ability to truly swallow the heavens. You've misunderstood." With a leap, Chen Xun bounded onto the dining table, towering over the bewildered assembly, and declared, "Impossible. You'd best speak truthfully, old man, or I shall become quite incensed, and the consequences will be dire." As he spoke, an almost imperceptible aura gradually emanated from Chen Xun. This ethereal presence sent a shiver down Yin Jueqing and Nangong Yao's spines, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. With a pallid complexion, Yin Jueqing hastily interjected, "Senior, please wait. You are indeed correct." He then suppressed his embarrassment and lowered his voice, admitting, "The Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect certainly possesses the ability to devour the heavens, senior." Upon finishing, he glanced anxiously towards the sky, fearful that a bolt of thunder might strike him down at that very moment. "Oh!" Chen Xun exclaimed with delight, crouching down in anticipation. "Then do describe the magnificent scene for me." Yin Jueqing looked at Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao, forcing a smile as he replied, "It is precisely as you described, senior. The sect opens its abyssal maw, and with a great gulp, it devours the heavens." To illustrate his point vividly, Yin Jueqing spread his arms wide. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun burst into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Impressive, impressive. Precisely, precisely. He. The others finally exhaled in relief. Yin Jueqing exchanged a glance with Nangong Yao, then took a deep breath, seizing the opportunity to inquire, "Senior, if a battle were to ensue between the righteous and demonic paths of Beishian, would you intervene?" Nangong Yao's expression shifted slightly. Chen Xun shook his head vigorously, muttering, "Why should I involve myself in such trivial matters? The world has its own developmental patterns. If I were to meddle, I would be overwhelmed. Old man, do you not agree? In Jueqing and Ji Wutsong exchanged glances, both visibly relieved, and then complimented. What you say, senior, is profoundly true. With a thud, Chen Xun leaped down from the dining table. All right, I must return to sleep now. You all should leave quickly and not disturb me. With that, he darted out of the dining hall like an arrow, disappearing from sight. Farewell, esteemed senior. The group hurriedly rose and bowed in farewell. Subsequently, Nangong Yao escorted In Jueqing and the others out of the sect. Sect Master In, Sect Master Ji. This is where I must bid you farewell, Nangong Yao said, offering a respectful bow before turning to leave. Sect Master Nangong, In Jueqing called out at that moment. Nangong Yao paused but did not turn around, replying, Does Sect Master In have further instructions? In Jueqing, cupping his hands towards the direction of the servant peak, continued. Since the senior resides within your Daotian sect, I wish to clarify that my demon sect will refrain from encroaching upon your territory to avoid disturbing him. However, I must make it clear that this consideration is solely based on the senior's reputation. Should Sect Master Nangong persist in obstructing our actions or aid other righteous sects, do not blame the magical artifacts for their recklessness should they inadvertently harm your disciples outside. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao gazed up at the darkening sky, remaining silent as he departed without looking back. Sect Master In, that Nangong Yao is quite ungrateful, Ji Wutsong remarked coldly. Yet, In Jueqing shook his head and sighed. There is nothing to be done. Although the senior does not target our demon path nor favors the righteous, the fact remains that he resides within the Daotian sect. While Daotian sect can be obstinate, I dare not disregard the senior's face. However, this outcome is already quite favorable. Since the senior does not interfere, we shall proceed with our actions, temporarily avoiding the Daotian sect for now. Ji Wutsong nodded thoughtfully, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the servant peak as his mind pondered. What means could enable the senior to relocate to his dying demon sect? If the senior were to move, then the heavenly sect would surely take action. Regrettably, the senior seemed rather indifferent to food and shelter. What about beauty? Would the senior be drawn to it? After much contemplation, Ji Wutsong found the task exceedingly challenging. Chapter 57. The Senior's Terrifying Might. In the second year, chaos erupted once more in the northern Xian region, as the demonic faction began a rampant abduction of righteous disciples. During this turmoil, numerous third-rate sects were annihilated, including 2 second-rate sects, namely the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Greenblade Pavilion. Previously, the likes of Pang Yin and Pui Dao had been slaughtered by the demonic faction within the realms of the Taotian sect, leaving the 2 sects severely weakened and unable to retaliate against the demon sect. Otherwise, as second-rate sects, they would not have been so easily vanquished. The righteous sects, sensing the ferocity of the demonic faction, were filled with dread and unable to endure the situation any longer. They finally sent a joint letter to the super sect of the righteous path, the Heavenly Sword Sect, seeking their intervention to stabilize the situation. The Heavenly Sword Sect readily agreed, seizing the opportunity to unify the righteous sects of northern Xian. In the past, many righteous sects would have resisted such a union. But in this urgent moment, they had no choice but to submit to the Heavenly Sword Sect. With the Heavenly Sword Sect's intervention, the arrogance of the demonic sects was temporarily curtailed. Yet this did not signify that the demons were intimidated. Rather, there was an unmistakable scent of brewing storm in the air, suggesting that the demonic faction was preparing for a fierce tempest. As the second year drew to a close, Zhao Ting had yet to be seen, rumored to still be in seclusion. Whether he was genuinely in solitude or merely avoiding Chen Xun remained unclear. In this tense juncture, In Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, father and daughter, surprisingly arrived at the Taotian sect to visit Chen Xun once again. This time, however, was different from their previous visit. Ji Wutsong brought along 20 stunningly beautiful women. Outside the mountain gate of the Taotian sect, In Jueqing stroked his beard while gazing towards the servant peak, chuckling. Indeed, as the senior predicted, the past 6 months of confrontation with the righteous path have proven fruitful. Ignoring them has been quite beneficial. Ji Wutsong smiled at his words, then glanced back at the group, puzzled. Master In, I fear our sect is in a precarious position. Can the senior truly be attracted to these beauties? To speak frankly, these 20 enchanting women had all been selected from the Dian Demon sect, each possessing exceptional beauty, aside from most being Foundation Establishment disciples. 2 among them were even inner-sect elders at the core formation stage. In an effort to delight Chen Xun, Ji Wutsong had indeed exerted considerable effort, filled with sincerity. Beside him, Ji Mengli pursed her lips, casting a glance at the group of female cultivators, seemingly lost in thought. You need not worry. Should the senior not take a liking to these female cultivators, it matters not. If the senior can perceive our intentions, that alone suffices, Yin Jueqing chuckled. Ji Wucang found his reasoning sound, and, turning back to the group of demon female cultivators, spoke sternly, when we stand before the senior. All of you must be on your best behavior. I shall inform you that the senior is a true dragon among men, a formidable figure who has transcended tribulations. Should any of you capture the senior's attention, it would be akin to ascending to the heavens. One could say that in the future, we shall all need to pay our respects. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 20 female cultivators widened in astonishment, their hearts gradually ablaze with excitement. Humph, Ji Wucang remarked nonchalantly. However, I must forewarn that should anyone lack discernment and incur the displeasure of our esteemed senior, I shall not hesitate to tear her apart on the spot. The female cultivators shuddered in response, hastily bowing. Yes, sect master. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao arrived at the mountain gate, wearing a forced smile that belied his discontent. After all, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang had returned. If other righteous sects were to witness this, would Dao Tian's sect not be unjustly accused of colluding with the demonic path? At that moment, he would find himself caught between two fires. Nangong Yao had contemplated detaining the two. Should any trouble arise with Yin Jueqing, the northern Xian demonic path would be left leaderless and thus pose little threat. Yet, regrettably, he lacked the confidence to keep the leader of the northern Xian demonic path. Moreover, Ji Wucang always accompanied Yin Jueqing, likely for this very reason, fearing that Nangong Yao might take drastic measures against her. Master Yin, Master Ji, you visited earlier this year, and yet here you are again at the year's end. Nangong Yao said with a strained smile. Yin Jueqing raised an eyebrow and replied, Is Sect Master Nangong unwelcome to this old man? Nangong Yao replied, What are you saying? Master Yin, naturally, we welcome you. He decided to drop the pretense, laying his cards on the table. Yin Jueqing chuckled, unfazed. I have come to pay my respects to the senior. Whether Sect Master Nangong welcomes me is of little consequence. With that, he proceeded into the mountain gate. Let us go. Ji Wucang waved her hand, leading Ji Mengli and the other female cultivators to follow suit. Observing this, Nangong Yao took a deep breath, intending to intervene, but ultimately relented. They had stated their purpose was to visit the senior, leaving him with no grounds to obstruct them. Frustrated, he swept his sleeve and followed behind. Nangong Yao's gaze fixated on the group of demonic female cultivators, his eyes flickering with suspicion regarding what schemes Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang were concocting this time. Come. Gather around, everyone. What are we now? In response to our esteemed senior, we are saplings. Ha, splendid. We shall grow into towering trees. Now, no moving or speaking, understood? At the west side of the miscellaneous peaks thatched cottage, Yin Jueqing and the others stood there, dumbfounded. Before them, Chen Xun sat with the 20 female cultivators squatting on the grass, each hugging their knees, utterly still. The female cultivators bowed their heads, their expressions peculiar. Yet they dared not utter a word. Among them, 2 inter-sect female elders cast desperate glances at Ji Wucang, only to receive a fierce glare in return. As if to say, do as the esteemed senior commands. I understand now, Yin Jueqing suddenly exclaimed. Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang exchanged bewildered glances at Yin Jueqing. What have you understood? Ha. Yin Jueqing chuckled, stroking his beard. This esteemed senior's actions embody the principles of merging with the heavens, transforming into a tree, and experiencing the natural laws of the Tao. Truly marvelous, truly marvelous. It is befitting of a senior. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others were inwardly astonished, finding his reasoning quite convincing. After all, Yin Jueqing, as the leader of the northern Xian demonic path, possessed a higher cultivation level and a more profound perspective on matters. I too shall join the esteemed senior in this endeavor. Perhaps I may gain some insight. Yin Jueqing spoke softly as he walked over, crouching down with his knees hugged. Remaining completely still, silently contemplating, I am but a sapling. Ji Wucang nodded, leading the awkward Ji Mengli to join him in this sacred posture. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Yao was taken aback, fearing that the profound insights might be grasped by Yin Jueqing and the others. He hurriedly followed suit, imitating their stance. Thus, the humble hut fell into silence. A group of individuals squatted there, transitioning from day to night, and then back from night to day. This posture persisted until the dawn of the 3rd year. During this time, only Chen Xun occasionally rose, unwavering in his routine to dine at the mess hall. Ultimately, he would take a watering can daily, humming a little tune as he sprinkled water over Yin Jueqing and the others, treating them as trees to nurture. Yin Jueqing and the others grew nearly numb, yet they dared not rise. Until one day, they sensed a faint loosening of their realms. and each individual's expression changed dramatically, their minds swirling with tumultuous waves. To embody a tree and commune with heaven and earth, this method of merging with nature, as imparted by their venerable predecessor, was indeed fearsome. Chapter 58. The cunning Ji Wucang and the shameless Nan Gongyao. In the third year, Yin Jueqing and his companions finally departed from the Daotian sect with a group of female cultivators. They believed that although the Venerable had not favored these women, they had nonetheless gained invaluable insights. At their level, any aspiration to break through a boundary would span decades, if not longer, yet under the Venerable's guidance. Mere months had brought significant progress. This was nothing short of a miraculous blessing. During this time, with Yin Jueqing, the demon realm's leader, absent, the demon faction remained unusually subdued. While this tranquility could be seen as a positive, it only heightened the tension among the righteous sects, who remained oblivious to the demon's true intentions, suspecting them of plotting something sinister. Suddenly, news broke that 2 leaders from the Tunshin demon sect and the Dian demon sect had been spotted emerging from the territory of the Daotian sect. This revelation ignited a torrent of suspicion and scorn. No wonder the demon faction had been so quiet recently. They had infiltrated your Daotian sect. In retrospect, it was finally clear why, years ago, the 10 demon sects, led by the Dian demon sect, had besieged the Daotian sect while it remained unscathed. This riddle had at last been unraveled. Damn it. Consequently, rumors of the Daotian sect colluding with the demon faction spread like wildfire throughout the northern Xian cultivation world. In an instant, the Daotian sect found itself in dire straits once more. As for Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang, they were well aware of the situation. Yet they chose to remain silent. Maintaining this silence was preferable. Should they clarify, the accusations of collusion with the demon faction would only become more convoluted. Both could only internally mourn for Nan Gongyao, pitying the unfortunate child. Truly, it was infuriating for the sect. Within the council of Daotian Peak, Nan Gongyao, incensed, hurled a teacup to the ground, his expression stormy. He had been elated, having felt his realm loosen after embodying a tree and comprehending the natural way, preparing to contemplate a breakthrough to the transformation stage. Yet, at this critical juncture, such a calamity occurred. Elder Lu Yunji and others wore somber expressions, uncertain of how to proceed. Why was the Daotian sect beset by such calamities? Only a few years had passed since the 10 major demon sects had invaded, and now they were entangled in accusations of collusion with the demons. Master, Lu Yunjian lamented, it has come to my attention that soon the Heavenly Sword sect will send envoys in conjunction with several righteous sects to demand accountability. What shall we do? We, the Daotian sect, are in no position to endure such turmoil. The protective formation of our sect was shattered by the Master's sword a few years ago, and we have yet to fully restore it. Nan Gongyao, typically composed, was now at the brink of exasperation, unable to contain his frustration. He gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "It is all due to that deceitful old man Yin, who insists on visiting the master time and again. I worried then that it would expose us to unwarranted scrutiny. And now look where we are. That old scoundrel is truly forcing our Daotian sect into a corner." The elders remained silent, fully aware of whom the master referred to as the deceitful old man, none other than Yin Jueqing, the leader of the northern Xian demon sect. Lu Yunjian pondered, "Master, if we simply clarify the situation, explaining that Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang came seeking the master, not us, it should suffice." Sighing heavily, Nan Gongyao replied, "Surely. I understand the reasoning. However, we need someone to vouch for us. How can we substantiate our position when that old rascal and Ji Wucang remain tight-lipped? We cannot expect the master to bear that burden, can we?" Yet, there was a crucial sentiment that Nan Gongyao refrained from voicing, given the master's current state. He could hardly provide proof. "Master," suddenly spoke the usually reticent ninth elder, Zhou Tong. Nan Gongyao was taken aback. "Do you have a solution in mind, ninth elder?" Zhou Tong hesitated, then suggested, "Master, if we cannot provide evidence, it may not even require the demon sects to act. Our Daotian sect could be unjustly destroyed by the righteous sections. Alternatively, we could abandon the light and covertly align with the demon sects instead." The council fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on Zhou Tong in disbelief. Lu Yunjian retorted angrily, "Ninth elder, do not speak such nonsense. We cultivate the righteous path. How could we ever turn to that cruel demon sect? Is that even a rational thought?" Zhou Tong, feeling awkward, responded, "Elder, please do not take offense. I merely propose that if we do not prepare in advance, we will sit idly by while our sect faces unjust destruction. We have a multitude of disciples and elders to consider." Lu Yunjian fell silent, his sleeve brushing against his side in contemplation. Nan Gongyao suddenly said, "The ninth elder has a point. If those righteous sects truly push us too far, perhaps we should consider aligning with the demon sections. The elders were taken aback. If Shou Tong's suggestion was one thing, the Master's apparent openness to it was another. Observing the shifting expressions of his fellow elders, Nan Gongyao waved his hand and stated, "The Master once said that righteousness and demonhood are mere labels. What defines them is not their name, but their actions. Our Dao Tian sect cannot allow the pursuit of a righteous name to lead our elders and disciples to unjust suffering." The elders sighed in unison, choosing not to argue further. It was indeed a bitter irony that just a few years prior, the third elder had perished at the hands of a demon sect, and now they were contemplating seeking assistance from such sections. Nan Gongyao's expression grew somber as he too reflected on this troubling reality. He found himself in a difficult position. As the leader, he had to temporarily set aside the grievances with the third elder for the sake of the safety of the elders and disciples of the sect. After some time, the righteous sects, led by the Heavenly Sword sect, approached the Dao Tian sect to prevent an invasion by the demonic path. The sects did not mobilize their entire forces, but instead sent a few elders and disciples. The Heavenly Sword sect was represented by merely one elder. Nevertheless, that was sufficient to pose a significant threat to the Dao Tian sect, which lacked protective formations. However, upon entering the territory of the Dao Tian sect, the righteous sects were left utterly astonished. The cause of their shock was the terrifying sword chasm on the ground. Even now, the lingering and formidable sword intent could be felt by all sects present. What was the origin of this fearsome strike? Originally intent on judging the Dao Tian sect, the righteous sects found their fervor dissipating in the presence of the sword chasm. Many thoughts raced through their minds. It was evident that the chasm had existed for quite some time, aligning perfectly with the retreat of the 10 demonic sects from a few years prior. Could it be that a master resided within the Dao Tian sect? Was it possible that this master had repelled the 10 demonic sects with a single strike? Furthermore, there were rumors of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang entering and exiting the Dao Tian sect territory. Could this also be related to the enigmatic master? Such speculation seemed highly plausible. Outside the mountain gate of the Dao Tian sect, the righteous sects hovered in the air, facing off against Nan Gongyao and others, the atmosphere solemn. Just as Nan Gongyao believed the elder from the Heavenly Sword sect was about to speak and commence their judgment, the elder instead clasped his fists and smiled, saying, "Sect Master Nangong, we have come as guests from afar. Are you truly going to deny us entry?" The unexpected demeanor of the other party left Nangong Yao taken aback, his gaze flickering, yet he refrained from responding immediately. Uncertain of the others' intentions, he pondered whether they could be so easily permitted entry. Lu Yunjian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Elderly, do you believe we, the Dao Tian sect, conspire with the demonic path and have come here specifically for judgment? In that case, how could we dare to let you in?" Elderly Zhao of the Heavenly Sword sect chuckled. "Oh, come now, do not feign ignorance." At his words, Nangong Yao and the others felt their pupils constrict. They had anticipated this. Fortunately, prior to this encounter, they had already coordinated with Ji Wucang to conceal some demonic sects within the Dao Tian sect territory. Should the righteous sects make any rash moves, the demonic sects would emerge to assist. Nangong Yao had previously arranged with Ji Wucang that, unless absolutely necessary, the hidden demonic sects must not be exposed. To ensure compliance, Nangong Yao even made Ji Wucang take an oath upon the heavens, to which Ji Wucang solemnly vowed that if he were to act recklessly, he would suffer 100 years of diminished lifespan. This assurance greatly relieved Nangong Yao, who was well aware that Ji Wucang's lifespan was already nearing its end. A century was sufficient to deter any thought of mischief. Li Zhao continued, "Continue your pretense." Just as Nangong Yao and the others clenched their fists, Li Zhao coldly remarked, "Enough with the charade. I did not expect that the Dao Tian sect harbored a master. Sect Master Nangong, as we are all righteous sects, is it not rather unkind of you to conceal this?" Nangong Yao and the others paused. It became clear that he was referring to the mysterious figure. They understood now. He must have connected the dots upon witnessing the sword chasm. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, as the situation seemed to be progressing favorably for the time being. Now that these individuals were aware of the master's existence, they would likely harbor some trepidation and refrain from reckless actions. Li Zhao remarked, "Master Nangong, it appears that there has indeed been some misunderstanding. Today, we shall not hold the Tiandao sect accountable, but I implore you to swiftly take us to meet that esteemed elder. The northern Xian demonic path is rampant, and with such profound cultivation. If we could persuade that elder to emerge from seclusion, it would undoubtedly bolster our righteous cause." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao, who had just relaxed, felt the tension in his heart tighten once more. With a stern expression, he waved his hand dismissively. "Do not entertain such thoughts. The master will not emerge to assist us. Li Zhao's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Nangong Yao. What do you mean? Do you intend to conceal that esteemed elder from us, preventing our meeting? At that moment, chaos erupted around them as the sounds of slaughter filled the air. The concealed demonic cultivators dismantled their formation, revealing themselves and launching a fierce assault upon the righteous sects. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with demonic energy. The righteous cultivators were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, incredulous that the demon sect had laid an ambush in advance. They cast distrustful and hateful glances toward Nangong Yao. Li Zhao's pupils constricted as he shouted, Nangong Yao, your Tiandao sect has indeed colluded with the demonic path. At that very moment, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian were left dumbfounded. Nangong Yao's complexion turned pale as he abruptly gazed into the distance at Ji Wucang. Sending a mental call, Ji Wucang, what are you doing? Ji Wucang was seen suffering from the backlash of the heavenly path's oath. Swaying unsteadily with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the crimson from his lips nonchalantly, Ji Wucang replied with a sinister smile, Have you forgotten that our sect was also enlightened by the elder at that tree? I am on the verge of a breakthrough. A mere century of life is inconsequential. If I can use this as leverage to force your Tiandao sect into the demonic path, it is well worth the price. Ha ha ha. As he finished, Ji Wucang threw back his head in laughter, fully embodying the audacious demeanor of a demonic path leader. Nangong Yao's pupils dilated in shock. With so many recent events, he had momentarily overlooked Ji Wucang's prior enlightenment. Damn it! Nangong Yao's gaze shifted rapidly, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He gritted his teeth and thought, You, Ji Wucang, are playing these games with our sect. Do not blame us for retaliating. It was you who initiated this. Thus, with a facade of astonishment, Nangong Yao proclaimed loudly, Who would have thought that the demonic sect would lay an ambush within the territory of my Tiandao sect? Elders, join me in eradicating these demonic cultivators. Ji Wucang's laughter abruptly ceased as his expression darkened. He cursed inwardly, appalled that Nangong Yao could become so shameless. Chapter 59. The Visit from the Master of the Heavenly Sword Sect Retreat. Ji Wucang decisively commanded, and upon realizing the situation was untenable, he swiftly led the demonic cultivators away. However, before departing, he bitterly remarked, Nangong Yao, you truly are without shame. After the demonic sect's departure, the righteous sects took stock of their numbers, relieved that this brief encounter had not resulted in significant casualties. Thankfully, the Tiandao sect had acted promptly, uniting forces to drive off the demonic sect. Master Nangong, we apologize. We have misjudged you, Li Zhao expressed with remorse. Nangong Yao waved his hand, solemnly stating, How could my Tiandao sect ever collude with the demonic path? Indeed, the others echoed, increasingly filled with shame. What a grave misunderstanding this has been. Fortunately, the Dao Tian sect has not colluded with the demonic path. Otherwise, had they united with those demonic sects, the fate of this group would have been dire. Li Zhao pondered, Master Nangong, I beseech you to allow us to meet that esteemed elder. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes and replied, Whether we meet or not is not for this sect to decide. Li Zhao pressed, Might I trouble you to inquire? Observing the situation, Nangong Yao turned and flew to the servant's peak, swiftly returning to the mountain gate. Elderly, esteemed guests, I have consulted the elder, and he has declined the meeting. When I asked, I found him deep in slumber, so I returned immediately. Nangong Yao was well aware that the elder detested being disturbed during his rest. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao and the others ceased their insistence and departed with regret. Li Zhao mused that perhaps he was unworthy and resolved to have the sect master come after returning. Once Li Zhao and his companions had left, the expressions of Nangong Yao and the elders darkened. Humph, Ji Wucang is indeed exceedingly cunning. Fortunately, the sect master adapted swiftly and defused this crisis, Lu Yunjian scolded. The elders nodded in agreement, still shaken. The invitation to the demonic path was initially a precaution. They had never anticipated such a turn of events, which nearly spiraled out of control. Isn't this the nature of demonic cultivators? Nangong Yao sighed, accustomed to the situation. In any case, our Dao Tian sect's collusion with the demonic path is, for now, temporarily resolved. At the end of the third year, as more righteous disciples fell prey to the demonic sects, the situation grew increasingly urgent. There could be no delay, with a command from the Tianjian sect. They allied with the northern Xian righteous sects and advanced towards the Tun Tian demon sect. The Tun Tian demon sect, having received word, had already summoned various demonic sects, including the Da Yin demon sect, in anticipation. When the two factions clashed, the heavens and earth darkened, resembling the end of days. This marked the first large-scale war among cultivators in northern Xian in many years, and such a conflict inevitably affected numerous mortal towns, resulting in significant casualties. In this battle, about 100,000 righteous cultivators perished, with countless others sustaining various degrees of injury. Among them, 10 nascent soul cultivators fell, and several hundred from the core formation stage, with those from the foundation establishment stage uncounted. In contrast, the demonic sects suffered a total of merely 20,000 casualties, with 3 nascent soul cultivators and just over 100 from the core formation stage lost. The disparity between the two sides was evident. The reasons for the righteous sect's defeat were not solely due to the Tun Tian demon sect's home field advantage. More critically, the righteous cultivators discovered that the conflict involved not only northern Xian cultivators, but that sects from the southern sky were secretly aiding the Tun Tian demon sect. Time flowed like sand, and the third year of Chen Xun's madness eventually came to a close. Outside the Dao Tian sect, 2 figures stood still. Sectmaster. That esteemed elder resides within the Dao Tian sect. Li Zhao spoke gravely, his pale complexion indicating he had sustained injuries during the war. The other figure was none other than the sect master of the Tianjian sect, a prominent figure of the northern Xian righteous path. Existing at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, Duan Songhai nodded gently, his gaze fixed on that sword chasm, lost in thought for a long while. Duan Songhai once believed that his swordsmanship was unparalleled throughout the northern Xian. However, the seemingly endless chasm of swords shattered his confidence in his martial prowess. The lingering sword aura above the chasm sent tremors through his heart, revealing the existence of such a formidable swordsman in northern Xian. Coming back to his senses, Duan Songhai exhaled a breath of frustration and remarked, "This defeat was unforeseen. Who could have anticipated that Yin Jueqing, who shares the same realm as our sect, would break through to the late stage of the transformation spirit? Who would have thought that the southern heavenly sect would covertly aid the swallowing sky demon sect? Our defeat, though regrettable, is not without merit, haha." Li Zhao remained silent, biting his lip. Duan Songhai continued, "If we could persuade this senior to emerge from seclusion, it might just stabilize the situation in northern Xian. Otherwise, if this continues, the northern Xian will surely fall under the dominion of the demonic path." Upon hearing this, Li Zhao raised an eyebrow and quietly replied, "Sect leader, it is said that Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang have already visited this senior at the Dao Tian sect. We newcomers may find it difficult." Li Zhao recalled that Nangong Yao had once confidently told him that the master would not extend his hand to assist. This might be attributed to the presence of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang. Duan Songhai fell silent for a moment before responding, "Regardless, we shall see when we meet." Meanwhile, Nangong Yao and the elders came out to greet them. "Honored to meet sect leader Duan. I apologize for not welcoming you properly," Nangong Yao said. A smile spread across Duan Songhai's face as he waved his hand. "There is no need for such formalities. It is our sect that arrived unannounced. Please do not take offense." Nangong Yao smiled. "Sect leader Duan is too kind. How could we take offense?" In the presence of Duan Songhai, Nangong Yao's demeanor was notably more courteous than when facing Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang, as they were both part of the righteous path. Duan Songhai nodded and got straight to the point. "Nangong, I will be frank. I have come to seek an audience with the senior, and I kindly ask for your introduction." Nangong Yao exchanged glances with the elders, as they had anticipated this request. With a gentle sigh, Nangong Yao said, "Sect leader Duan, I must mention beforehand that I hope you are prepared for the possibility of being declined." Duan Songhai glanced at Li Zhao before turning his gaze back to Nangong Yao. "Is this related to Yin Jueqing?" Nangong Yao shook his head. "No, it has nothing to do with anyone. That is simply the nature of the master." With a heavy heart, Duan Songhai replied, "I understand, yet I still wish to meet the senior." "Very well, sect leader Duan and elderly, please follow me." Thus, Nangong Yao and the elders led Duan Songhai and Li Zhao towards the miscellaneous peak. They halted midway up the mountain. "Please wait here, sect leader. I will go seek the master," Nangong Yao said before heading towards the grass hut in the west. From this detail, it was evident that Nangong Yao was indeed more courteous towards Duan Songhai than towards Yin Jueqing. Even when consulting Chen Xun, he first brought Duan Songhai directly to the miscellaneous peak to wait. Chapter 60. Brother Chen. Upon arriving at the grass hut, Nangong Yao found Chen Xun leisurely sipping wine. Observing Chen Xun's demeanor, Nangong Yao was taken aback. Could it be that the master was no longer mad? At present, due to the brevity of time, Nangong Yao has yet to discern the patterns between Chen Xun's madness and normalcy. However, given a little more time, perhaps 1 or 2 more occurrences, he is likely to uncover the regularities. "Sir, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect wishes to pay you a visit. Will you receive him?" Nangong Yao inquired with a respectful bow, his heart still uncertain of whether the Sir remained in a state of madness. Chen Xun lifted his wine cup, took a sip, and softly remarked, "Did you not escort him halfway up the mountain? Let him come for a visit." Startled, Nangong Yao realized that the Sir was no longer mad, and promptly responded, "Please forgive me, Sir. If you do not wish to meet him, I shall kindly request Sect Master Duan to leave. Regardless of whether he has been escorted halfway, there's no need for that inconvenience." Chen Xun replied with a smile. "Bring him to the cottage." "Understood." Nangong Yao bowed and withdrew. Moments later, Nangong Yao, accompanied by several core elders, brought Duan Songhai and Li Zhao to the cottage. "We have come to pay our respects, Sir." The elders, including Lu Yunjian, hastily bowed. Chen Xun waved his hand with a smile, saying, "No need for excessive formalities." The elders straightened slightly, their expressions filled with astonishment. Indeed, the Sir was an extraordinary individual. "Sir, this is Sect Master Duan and Elderly." Nangong Yao introduced with a bow. At this moment, Duan Songhai and Li Zhao gazed at the young man in a green robe before them, slightly agape, their expressions somewhat dazed. They had envisioned the sword-wielding elder as either a spirited, white-haired figure or a robust man in his prime. But they never anticipated that it would be a seemingly ordinary young scholar, albeit with a hint of elegance. I am Duan Songhai, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder," Duan Songhai said, regaining his composure and bowing. Li Zhao quickly followed suit, stating, "I am Li Zhao, the second elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder." Chen Xun scrutinized the two and candidly inquired, "What brings you here?" Taken aback, Duan Songhai and Li Zhao momentarily faltered, unprepared for Chen Xun's straightforwardness. Their carefully crafted compliments caught in their throats. Duan Songhai's mind raced, and he hastily said, "Songhai is also a swordsman, and since you possess profound swordsmanship, I have come to pay my respects to your esteemed prowess." Yes, indeed. Esteemed elder, we have come to admire your skills," Li Zhao echoed. Chen Xun nodded, smiling. "Admire? It seems you have finished your admiration. You may take your leave now." Panic surged in Duan Songhai and Li Zhao. Without hesitation, Duan Songhai, with a bitter expression, said, "Esteemed elder, the situation in Beixian is chaotic, and the demonic path is rampant. Now, with the assistance of the Southern Sky Sect, our righteous sects struggle to resist. We humbly seek your assistance. If you are willing to lend your hand, we would offer you 5 Earth-grade spirit veins, along with personnel to assist you in their extraction." 5 Earth-grade spirit veins. The expressions of Nangong Yao and the others turned to shock. They were aware that their own sect, the Dao Tian sect, possessed only 1 Earth-grade spirit vein, which had proven difficult to mine, yielding merely 20% after years of effort. If extracting spirit veins were simple, they would not have previously worried about resources. Chen Xun chuckled. What would I do with those spirit veins? This question left everyone momentarily speechless. Spirit veins were indeed precious commodities, especially Earth-grade ones. Who among the virtuous could ever have too many spirit stones? Duan Songhai wore a troubled expression. Chen Xun rose to his feet and spoke. "You may leave. I harbor no interest in the trivial disputes between the righteous and the demonic." Li Zhao, somewhat anxious, replied, "Senior, you may not be aware, but recently, during the conflict between the righteous and the demonic, numerous innocent townsfolk have suffered and lost their lives." Chen Xun interrupted. "I have already stated, you are free to go." Taking a deep breath, the straightforward Li Zhao was about to say more when he was pulled back by Duan Songhai, who warned him with a glance. With a sigh, he said, "Senior, we shall take our leave then." Chen Xun nodded. "Well then, we shall also take our leave," bowed Nangong Yao and the others. They displayed little emotion, entirely unsurprised by the outcome. However, Chen Xun instructed, "Nangong, stay." Nangong Yao quickly halted, gesturing for Lu Yunjian and the others to see Duan Songhai off, while he remained behind. "Sir," he bowed, awaiting Chen Xun's next words. He understood that Chen Xun had retained him for a specific purpose. Chen Xun gazed skyward for a long while before sighing softly. "Please convey a message to Yin Jueching for me. I shall not involve myself in the trivial matters between the righteous and demonic, but henceforth, do not let countless innocents suffer. Both righteous cultivators and demonic practitioners share a commonality. Each one of them originates from the common folk and should be protected." Nangong Yao was taken aback, understood. Chen Xun continued, "Upon your return, have Zhao Ting come to the miscellaneous peak to find me." "Yes." Just as Nangong Yao was about to depart, Chen Xun called him back. He handed over a pill, saying, "This pill is a gift for you. It may aid you during the impending tribulation of transformation." Nangong Yao was momentarily stunned, acutely aware of the formidable nature of the pill bestowed by his master. He accepted it with trembling hands, saying, "Thank you very much, sir." After a long pause, he asked, "Are you leaving, sir?" Chen Xun nodded slightly and smiled. "Indeed. I have spent 6 years in Daoxingzong. I should have departed 3 years ago. I cannot remain idle when I am clear-headed, as I relish wandering about." Upon receiving this answer, Nangong Yao felt a pang of loss and quietly asked, "When will you leave?" Having benefited immensely from his time with Chen Xun over the 6 years, he naturally wished to send him off with great ceremony. However, Chen Xun did not respond but smiled warmly. "When I wish to leave, I shall simply depart." "Senior Chen," came the voice of a disciple clad in purple. Bowing before him, it was Zhao Ting, whom he had not seen for 3 years. Chen Xun chuckled, teasing, "After 3 years, Zhao brother, your grace remains unchanged." Zhao Ting's heart fluttered, his face paling as he bowed, staring at his toes, and hurriedly said, "Senior Chen, you may simply call me Zhao Ting. In the past, I was unaware. The sect master, elders, and my master all address you with the utmost respect. Even the leader of the Northern Xian Demon Path bows to you." How could Zhao Ting dare to address him as brother again? Chen Xun smiled and rose, pulling the exceedingly reserved Zhao Ting down to sit beside him. "Zhao brother, I am not one for formality. I can relate to anyone as equals, so do not be so constrained. I still cherish the memories of the past." After sitting down, Zhao Ting cautiously poured wine for Chen Xun, his voice trembling as he said, "Your words are too kind, senior. I am but a mere purple-clad disciple, while you are like the vast sky to me. How could I not show respect? If my master finds out, I will surely be punished." Chen Xun's lips curled into a slight smile as he seized the wine jug from Zhao Ting's hands, personally pouring a drink for him. He softly remarked, "Once, I was merely an ordinary mortal afflicted by madness, while you, brother Zhao, are a distinguished disciple of the Daotian sect. There is no need for formalities between us." Zhao Ting slowly raised his head, gazing blankly at the smiling Chen Xun before him. The scene before him began to blur, and a smile finally emerged at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Brother Chen." Chapter 61. The Tribulation of the Southern Sky's Great Cultivation. After several rounds of drinking, Chen Xun retrieved the jade pendant and handed it back to Zhao Ting. "This pendant is for you." 3 years prior, when the 10 demonic sects attacked the Daotian sect, Zhao Ting had sought to escort Chen Xun out through a secret path from the back mountain, entrusting him with this jade pendant to deliver to his parents. It undoubtedly held special significance for Zhao Ting and his family. Zhao Ting received it with utmost respect, saying, "Thank you, esteemed senior." Chen Xun smiled at the words, though he seemed indifferent. In truth, aside from the initial address of Brother Chen, Zhao Ting's demeanor had shifted to one of utmost reverence, calling him esteemed senior. Once a substantial disparity in status emerges between individuals, a sense of estrangement is inevitable, which is only natural. Furthermore, the gap between them was as vast as the sky and the earth. Zhao Ting's master treated Chen Xun with the utmost respect. How could Zhao Ting maintain a sense of normalcy in their interactions? Such a feat was utterly impossible. Chen Xun and Zhao Ting continued to share drinks together, as if nothing had changed, akin to the past. Yet in reality, everything had transformed. "Zhao Ting, 6 years ago, in Tianqing City, you expressed a desire to transcend mortality, to cultivate immortality and explore the wonders of the celestial realm. What are your thoughts now?" Chen Xun inquired with a smile. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ting replied, "What you said back then, esteemed senior, rings true. The immortal realm is not as splendid as I once envisioned. Over the past 6 years, the sect has faced numerous challenges. Without your guidance, the Daotian sect might have ceased to exist." Chen Xun shook his head slightly. "In truth, you are fortunate. You have a place to belong." In these tumultuous years within Beixian, many wandering cultivators have found survival increasingly arduous. "Indeed, esteemed senior," Zhao Ting responded with a bow, then added with a smile, "In a few years, once Beixian stabilizes, I hope to return home to visit my parents. It is the first time in my life I have been away for such an extended period." Zhao Ting later realized the truth in every word spoken by the esteemed senior. Chen Xun swirled the wine in his cup and said, "Beixian will not stabilize in the near future. Your hopes may be dashed." Zhao Ting faltered, lowering his head. Chen Xun finished his drink in one gulp, rising to say, "It is getting late. You should attend to your duties." Zhao Ting quickly stood up, respectfully replying, "Yes, esteemed senior. I shall take my leave." After watching Zhao Ting depart, Chen Xun glanced at the darkening sky and made his way to the dining hall, contemplating a final meal before leaving. At the Tongtian Demon sect, as Yin Jueqing was engaged in discussions with the leaders of 2 southern sky sects, he suddenly felt warmth in his heart. He retrieved a communication talisman and, upon seeing it was a message from Ji Wutsong, chose to listen attentively to what Ji Wutsong had to convey. "Master Yin, Nangong Yao has just sent a message to our sect, requesting that we convey a message to you. Upon hearing the first sentence, Yin Jueqing's countenance darkened as he remarked, "What audacity Nangong Yao possesses." Yet, before he could finish his thought, Ji Wucong hastily interjected, "Nangong Yao is merely conveying a message from the senior." Yin Jueqing's expression shifted dramatically, and he smiled. "Oh, it is a message from the senior? Please, do tell." Simultaneously, a sense of unease began to stir within him. He wondered, could it be that the senior had changed their disposition and intended to intervene in the matters between the righteous and demonic paths of Beixian? Nearby, the two leaders of the Nantian forces exchanged glances, their eyes filled with suspicion. Are there experts within Beixian? Even Yin Jueqing refers to them as a senior? They were aware that Nangong Yao was the leader of a prominent righteous sect within Beixian. If the message was indeed relayed by Nangong Yao, did it not imply that the senior Yin Jueqing spoke of was closely aligned with the righteous path? The senior stated that he would not meddle in the trivialities of the righteous and demonic factions, but he cautioned that such conflicts should not result in the suffering of countless mortals, regardless of whether they were righteous cultivators or demonic practitioners. They all originated from the mortal realm and should thus be safeguarded. Ji Wucong's cautious voice resonated through the communication talisman. Upon hearing the initial part, Yin Jueqing exhaled in relief, yet as he absorbed the latter part, his heartbeat quickened. It was evident that the recent calamities resulting from the conflict between the righteous and demonic factions had reached the ears of the senior. Without hesitation, Yin Jueqing solemnly replied, "Understood." With that, he severed the connection. The two Nantian leaders stood up eagerly. "Master Yin, who is this senior?" Yin Jueqing pursed his lips and stated, "I cannot divulge any details regarding the senior. I hope you can understand." The two leaders exchanged glances, their expressions flickering with uncertainty. "Very well. We shall refrain from further inquiries about this so-called senior. However, as battles between the two factions will inevitably continue, resulting in the suffering of innocents. How can Master Yin so readily agree to such terms? What course of action shall we pursue henceforth?" One of them spoke sternly, the tone bordering on accusatory. Yin Jueqing closed his eyes and replied coolly, "We shall proceed as deemed appropriate. You should consider yourselves fortunate that the senior does not involve themselves in the disputes of Beixian's righteous and demonic paths. Otherwise, we would not even have the opportunity to act. Is it truly that exaggerated?" The two exchanged another glance, shock evident in their eyes. "You speak of the senior with such reverence, yet refuse to reveal their identity. Surely, you owe us a justification." "Indeed. We have traveled countless miles from Nantian to Beixian to assist you in unifying the North. You exhibit a lack of sincerity." Yin Jueqing furrowed his brow, irritation creeping into his voice. "Do not dress your words in such fine attire. You are well aware whether you intend to assist my sect or your own leader in Nantian. If you seek a justification, I can provide one. The senior is a transcendent being of the tribulation stage. Is that sufficient?" "What? A tribulation stage expert?" The faces of the two Nantian leaders shifted instantly. "What is the name of this transcendent being?" One of them pressed urgently. "In the mortal realm, there were only a handful of tribulation stage experts. Could it be that this one from Beixian was a hidden figure?" Yin Jueqing replied, "I cannot disclose that. All I can tell you is that the senior is not any tribulation stage expert you have ever heard of." A heavy silence enveloped the air. A deep voice proclaimed, "I shall make a trip to the southern heaven to seek counsel from that esteemed individual. You may continue to gather the blood slaves. As for the conflict with the righteous path, it shall be postponed for the time being. After all, the righteous path is currently severely weakened and cannot stir much turbulence." With that, the leader of the faction vanished in a flicker, revealing his formidable cultivation at the god transformation stage. "Humph, the lord of the shadow sect. Let us not dwell on whether the elder you speak of is truly a tribulation transcendent, but the figure from southern heaven is indeed a bona fide tribulation transcendent. It would be wise for you to weigh your options, should you provoke that individual. I fear your reign as the leader of the northern Xian demon path will be short-lived. I shall take my leave now." Another leader from southern heaven waved his sleeve and arrogantly departed from the hall. Sighing softly, Yin Jueqing turned his gaze toward the sky outside, lost in thought. Truth be told, he held a deep sense of gratitude for the elder. Without the elder's guidance, he couldn't fathom how many years it would have taken him to break through to the late god transformation stage. If the figure from southern heaven were to persist, he genuinely worried about a confrontation between that individual and the elder. The outcome was uncertain. However, from his previous encounters with the elder, the terrifying sword chasm, and the elder's transformation into a tree, Yin Jueqing believed that even the southern heaven figure would find little advantage against the elder. Chapter 62. Revisiting the small river. Things have changed 3 days later. On a clear morning, at the grass hut on the western side of the miscellaneous peak. Nangong Yao stood with several core elders. Notably, Nangong Yao appeared rather reticent. The master is not here. At this hour, I suppose he is in the dining hall. Lu Yunjian mused. The other elders nodded in agreement. The master has departed, Nangong Yao stated. The elders were taken aback. Ah, they murmured, momentarily stunned. Nangong Yao sighed. 3 days prior, the master informed our sect of his intention to leave, although he did not specify the exact time. Thus, I have come here for the past 2 days, yet I have not seen him. He must have quietly departed shortly after meeting Zhao Ting that day. Upon hearing this, the elders fell into a daze. The master had stayed in the sect for 6 years, and it was unexpected that he could leave so suddenly. However, this was in line with the master's character. He had never been one to linger. In a few days, our sect will commence preparations for the god transformation. I shall rely on all of you for protection during this process, Nangong Yao said, turning to leave. The elders were startled, surprised by the swiftness of the sect leader's progress towards god transformation, and hurriedly followed suit. It is only right for us to protect you, sect leader. Have you made adequate preparations for the tribulation? They queried. Thanks to the master's fortune, I am confident, Nangong Yao replied, pausing momentarily to take a deep breath. Seal off 100 feet around the grass hut. No one from the Daotian sect shall approach. Understood. On a wild path, a steed galloped forward. Upon its back lay a scholar in azure robes, leisurely perusing a wordless tome. The wind tousled the scholar's hair, lending an air of carefree elegance. This azure-robed scholar was none other than Chen Xun. As the steed galloped, the path narrowed further. Before long, a small town gradually came into view, becoming clearer by the moment. Moments later, they arrived at the town's entrance. Chen Xun glanced at the plaque above the town gate, smiled softly, and dismounted, leading his horse into the quaint little town. On the streets, many curious townsfolk regarded Chen Xun with intrigue. Some felt an odd familiarity with the young man in azure robes, yet dismissed it as mere illusion and continued on their way. At that moment, 3 constables passed by, and the middle-aged leader, upon spotting Chen Xun, initially thought nothing of it, assuming he was merely a traveler resting in the town. However, in the next instant, the middle-aged man abruptly halted, beckoning his 2 bewildered companions to hasten towards Chen Xun. Chen Xun, the middle-aged man stared incredulously. With a gentle smile, Chen Xun replied, I never imagined that after 6 years, Captain Ji would still remember me. The man before him was none other than the head constable, Ji Ba, who had summoned Chen Xun to the precinct 6 years ago in connection with the case of the Black Tiger. Compared to 6 years ago, however, Ji Ba now bore streaks of gray among his hair, his temples appearing as if touched by frost, and the lines around his eyes had deepened. A look of joy crossed Ji Ba's face as he grasped Chen Xun's hand. Ah, I knew you looked familiar. I can't believe you've returned to Xiao Town. Chen Xun replied, I merely passed through and thought I would come take a look. Ji Ba scrutinized Chen Xun, observing him from left to right, when suddenly a realization struck him. It's astonishing. 6 years have passed, and you have hardly changed at all. With a light-hearted chuckle, Chen Xun responded, For someone of my age, a mere 6 years should not bring about significant alterations. Yet you, Captain Ji, have certainly borne the weight of time. Your hair has grown increasingly silver. Indeed, Ji Ba conceded, not suspecting any ulterior motive. However, you are mistaken in one regard. 6 years is not a trivial span. Chen Xun paused momentarily, nodding gently. Yes, for an ordinary person, 6 years indeed felt substantial. Ji Ba then seemed to recall something, and sighed. Chen Xun, your timing is fortuitous. There have been considerable changes in the Old Li family over the years. The world has transformed. 3 years after you left, Li Yuan, that girl, became blind, reportedly inheriting it from her grandmother. Oddly enough, her parents had never displayed such traits, and the affliction manifested a generation later. Last year, Old Li passed away, and the town chief, feeling sympathy for Li Yuan's plight and her solitary condition, asked me to arrange a marriage for her. However, she has been utterly resistant. I have brought matchmakers day after day only to be turned away, which has caused me no small amount of distress. After a moment of silence, Chen Xun replied, Very well, Captain Ji, you may attend to your duties. I shall see what I can do. All right. I shall return to the precinct and inform the town chief of your return. He has mentioned you often over the years, Ji Ba said with a smile. Before departing with his 2 subordinates, Chen Xun stood in place for a while, lost in thought, before leading his horse toward the western edge of Xiao Town. Before a familiar courtyard, he paused, tethering his horse nearby, which impatiently stamped its hooves. Chen Xun approached and gently knocked on the courtyard door. After a moment, sounds of fumbling from within were heard, followed by a slightly flustered voice. Is that you, Uncle Ji? Outside, Chen Xun softly replied, It is Brother Chen. A silence enveloped the air. As footsteps echoed, in a hurried manner, it seemed something was knocked over. Soon, the courtyard gate before Chen Xun slowly opened, revealing a charming face. 6 years had passed, and Li Yuan was no longer the youthful girl she once was. She appeared much more mature. Especially her once large eyes now seemed to lack focus and vitality. Chen Xun, is that you? Li Yuan leaned against the gate and called out with a trembling voice. Chen Xun replied gently, yes? It is I. Inside the courtyard, Chen Xun held a cup of hot tea, standing there, surveying everything within. The bundle of dusty hemp rope and the rust-covered axe in the corner stood out conspicuously. Sensing something, Li Yuan softly said, Chen Gu, grandfather passed away last year. He lived for 69 years, which is considered a long life in Xiao Town. He had no regrets. Except for one. He missed you and wished to see you one last time. A sigh escaped Chen Xun's heart. He had intended to visit Xiao Town 3 years ago, but had not anticipated how fleeting his moments of clarity would be, how swiftly madness would come upon him. In this world, he prided himself on being in control of many things, yet he could not master himself. Turning to Li Yuan, he said, I just encountered Captain Ji. He mentioned wanting to arrange a marriage for you. Chen Gu. Li Yuan began, but Chen Xun interrupted, I know. You have always been considerate of others. It is not that you do not wish for it, but rather that you do not want to burden anyone. Am I right? Upon hearing this, tears glistened in the corners of Li Yuan's eyes as she nodded emphatically, choking out, yes. I can see nothing and can do nothing right. Chen Xun stepped forward, gently patting her head like a benevolent elder. Looking into her eyes, he smiled and asked, what wish do you hold? I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Li Yuan tilted her head, her once empty gaze now seemingly flickering with faint light. She replied, 20 miles east of Xiao Town. There is a sea of flowers. In the past, during spring, grandfather would sometimes take me there. It is spring now, and I am sure it is beautiful. Chen Gu, could you take me to see it? Chen Xun paused, pondering if this was truly her wish, and then replied, though the sea of flowers is beautiful, you cannot see it. A smile spread across Li Yuan's face as she said, even without sight, I know it must be breathtaking to be surrounded by the flowers. Chen Xun found himself momentarily distracted, then smiled, and said, very well, Chen Gu shall take you there. Chapter 63. The pouch of coin. Chen Xun led Li Yuan out of the courtyard and asked, how shall we get there? Li Yuan cheerfully replied, naturally. We shall ride horses. What? Can mere mortals fly? Chen Xun responded, it is not impossible. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment, forcing a smile. Chen Gu, you are joking, aren't you? Chen Xun replied with a grin, I assure you, I am not jesting. With that, he grasped Li Yuan's wrist and soared into the air, heading east toward Xiao Town. In that instant, Li Yuan gasped, her expression transforming into one of disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiba, who happened to be nearby, watched in shock as Chen Xun carried Li Yuan into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chen Xun is an immortal. An immortal. 20 miles east of Xiao Town, there lay a valley. In the valley, flowers bloom in abundance, a riot of colors, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds. The spring breeze sweeps through, causing the flora to sway gently, resembling an ocean of blossoms. Soon, a fleeting light descends, transforming into 2 figures amidst this floral sea. Chen Xun releases Li Yuan's wrist, clasping his hands behind his back, and steps forward, surveying the surroundings with a smile. The scenery is indeed splendid. Truly deserving of the tidal ocean of flowers. At this moment, Li Yuan lowers her head, her voice trembling. Chun, brother Chun is a celestial being. Chen Xun turns to her, softly replying, this is of little significance. What matters is that we have arrived at the sea of flowers. Li Yuan's body shudders, as if releasing all her burdens. She lifts her head, a smile reappearing on her face. Breathing in the floral scent, she opens her arms and exclaims, brother Chun, thank you. It has been so long since Yuan has been out. Today is the happiest day for her in 2 years. Chen Xun approaches Li Yuan and playfully asks, would you like to run freely in the flower sea, embraced by the warm spring breeze? Li Yuan freezes, hesitating. Chen Xun shakes his head. You need only express your desire, and brother Chen will assist you. Li Yuan's lips tremble as she whispers, I want to. Chen Xun nods slightly, gently brushing his hand before her eyes. At that moment, Li Yuan's eyes flutter, striving to open wider. The long-lost light begins to materialize, accompanied by her quickening heartbeat. In her hazy vision, a figure emerges, its features indistinct, with a shimmering ocean in the background. As her sight becomes clearer, the visage of the young man is finally discerned, revealing the radiant sea of flowers illuminated by the sun. Brother Chen, Yuan sees you. Li Yuan's eyes brighten, fixating on the young man, both strange and familiar, as if wishing to etch his face into her heart. Unbeknownst to her, joyful tears cascade down her cheeks. Chen Xun chuckles gently, extending his hand towards the sea of flowers. I imagine these past 2 years have held much pent-up emotion for you. Now is the time to release it. Li Yuan nods emphatically, disregarding her tears, and begins to run joyfully through the floral expanse with open arms. Chen Xun stands quietly, hands clasped behind his back, a warm smile gracing his face as he observes the flowers sea and listens to the laughter carried by the breeze. In the evening, Li Yuan prepares a lavish feast. Just as Chen Xun and Li Yuan are about to dine, a voice resonates from outside the courtyard. I, Jibuchang, humbly come to pay my respects to the celestial being. Upon receiving Chen Xun's signal, Li Yuan hurriedly opens the courtyard door to welcome Jibuchang, accompanied by the constable. Jiba. Upon seeing Li Yuan's restored sight, the two men are momentarily taken aback, but upon recalling Chen Xun's presence, they nod in acknowledgement, secretly marveling at the celestial being's capabilities in healing her affliction. It is worth noting that they had previously sought numerous physicians, all to no avail. Before long, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba enter the room, and upon seeing Chen Xun, they immediately bow in greeting. We pay our respects to the celestial being. Chen Xun, unfazed by their reverence, smiles and says, this evening's feast is bountiful. Let us sit together and share a drink. Ji Buchang, startled, hastily replies, I cannot. How could a humble man dare to share a seat with a celestial being? Chen Xun reassures him. I, Chen, do not concern myself with such formalities. There is no need for pretense. Casting a glance at Li Yuan, she instantly understood and hastily urged Ji Buchang and Ji Ba to take their seats. Once settled, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba appeared quite reserved, occasionally stealing furtive glances at Chen Xun, their hearts filled with unspoken admiration. A celestial being is truly a celestial being. Time has left no mark upon them. In contrast, they felt the weight of years. 6 years had passed, and Ji Buchang had aged considerably. He surmised that in a few more years, he would meet his end. Ji Buchang and Ji Ba exchanged a knowing look. Recalling the earlier Black Tiger case involving the 3 hunters who had perished in prison, they had once believed that supernatural forces were at play. Now, they finally comprehended the truth. It was not ghosts that haunted them, but the wrath of Chen Xun, a celestial being, leaving no room for survival. Regarding that unsolved case, they had come to understand it was orchestrated by Chen Xun, yet they buried this knowledge deep within, too apprehensive to speak of it. After a prolonged silence, Ji Buchang lowered his head and clasped his hands in reverence, stating, we were unaware of your celestial status earlier. Should we have shown any disrespect, we beseech your pardon. Chen Xun waved his hand dismissively. No matter, let us drink. Indeed, they replied. Thus, the trio began to indulge in their libations, while Li Yuan sat quietly beside them, focusing on her meal. After several rounds of drinks, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba, feeling the effects of intoxication, gradually relaxed. Li Yuan, now that your eyesight has improved, it is imperative that you marry soon, so that old Li may rest in peace. Ji Buchang chuckled. Li Yuan simply nodded in silence. Pushing her rice around, Ji Buchang glanced at Chen Xun and then earnestly added, rest assured, I will have Ji Ba find you the finest match. With your connection to Chen Xun, I shall ensure it is the best. Chen Xun smiled. Then it falls upon the town chief to ensure Yuan's future happiness. Ji Buchang hurriedly replied, you flatter me, esteemed one. It is my duty. Chen Xun nodded slightly before turning to Li Yuan. The town chief speaks wisely. You are no longer young and should marry soon, so that the late grandfather Li can rest easy, understand? Li Yuan's lips moved slightly as she lowered her head, replying, I understand, Brother Chen. After their meal, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba took their leave. Chen Xun stood in the courtyard, gazing at the night sky. Li Yuan approached and unexpectedly handed him a weathered purse. Chen Xun was taken aback. Brother Chen, do you not remember? This 100 gold was to be kept by grandfather for you. He never spent a single coin over the years, and before he passed, he urged me repeatedly to return it to you upon your return. Chen Xun's throat tightened momentarily, caught off guard. He had initially felt little emotion regarding old Li's death, but the sudden appearance of the purse stirred complex feelings within him. He took the purse, gripping it tightly in his hand. The following day, Chen Xun visited old Li's grave. Before the tombstone, he poured out 2 flasks of wine, one at the grave and the other for himself. He lingered for an entire day, remaining silent throughout. Only before his departure did he softly utter, Grandfather Li, I am leaving. Brother Chen, it's time to eat. In the small courtyard, Li Yuan dashed out of the kitchen, searching every nook and cranny but failing to find Chen Xun's figure. An ominous premonition arose within her, prompting her to glance around in haste. In the corner of the yard, she noticed that the hemp rope lay neatly arranged. and the axe had been polished to a smooth sheen, devoid of rust. The hemp rope and the axe rested silently there, while the one who had sharpened the blade was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 64. Entering the snowfield. Encountering unkindness outside the gate of Dao Tian sect stood Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang, facing Nangong Yao. Nangong sect master, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Yin Jueqing stated gravely. Nangong Yao frowned and replied directly. You have come too late, for the master departed without a word some days ago. What? Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang were taken aback. Seeing their reaction, Nangong Yao could not help but express his surprise, asking, Might I inquire what urgent matter you have? Yin Jueqing cast a deep glance at Nangong Yao and said somberly, Nangong sect master, it seems that Dao Tian sect is on the brink of a great calamity. Nangong Yao's expression shifted, for he understood that Yin Jueqing would not speak lightly. However, what could this calamity entail? Was it not merely a clash between righteous and demonic forces in the North Xian? Why then was there talk of great disaster for Dao Tian sect? After a moment of silence, Yin Jueqing sighed, For the sake of your esteemed self, I shall be forthright. The conflict between righteousness and evil in North Xian is not instigated by me, but rather arises from a tribulation-transcending cultivator from the South Heaven. Did you not, esteemed elder, ask me to convey to him your desire to avoid involving mortals? I would never dare to contravene that request. Yet it has inadvertently encroached upon the interests of that tribulation-transcending cultivator from the South Heaven. If I am not mistaken, he will soon arrive in North Xian to seek an explanation from you. And now you say the elder has already departed. Tell me, do you think the tribulation-transcending cultivator will spare Dao Tian sect? Boom. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted sharply, and his face paled instantly. What then shall we do? Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang exchanged a glance, both shaking their heads with compassion in their eyes. Truly, Dao Tian sect's fate seemed most unfortunate, a source of great pity. Yin Jueqing spoke with a firm voice. I do have two suggestions. Nangong Yao hastily replied. Please, sect master Yin, do share. At this moment, it seemed as though the distinction between righteousness and evil had blurred. Firstly, we must locate the elder. If he were here, the tribulation-transcending cultivator would gain little from us. As soon as Yin Jueqing finished speaking, Nangong Yao bitterly shook his head. Sect master Yin, you jest. The master is elusive and ethereal. Where can our sect possibly search for him? Understanding the improbability of this possibility, Yin Jueqing continued. Secondly, I propose that you, Nangong sect master, promptly journey to the ethereal snowfield north of North Xian to see if you can enlist the aid of the master of the Wuji Immortal Palace. If there is a tribulation-transcending cultivator in the South Heaven, surely there is one in North Xian as well. Although the ethereal snowfield does not strictly lie within North Xian's territory, it is marked as such on the map. The master of Wuji Immortal Palace? Nangong Yao quickly shook his head, struggling to respond. Sect master Yin, you must be jesting. How could a mere nascent soul practitioner like myself hope to summon such a formidable figure? Moreover, there was a truth that Nangong Yao found difficult to voice. He was on the brink of succumbing to the divine tribulation of transformation, leaving him with little time to venture to the ethereal snowfield. Then I shall leave it to your discretion, Nangong sect master. I shall take my leave now. Yin Jueqing shook his head, transforming into a black mist that swiftly vanished from sight. Ji Wucang mockingly gazed at Nangong Yao and remarked, Oh dear, Nangong Yao. What shall you do now? How tragic, ha ha ha. Upon seeing Nangong Yao's increasingly somber expression, he refrained from further antagonizing him and took flight, pursuing Yin Jueqing. Nangong Yao's eyes flickered with urgency as he summoned Lu Yunjian. Master, he quickly recounted the situation to Lu Yunjian, whose complexion turned ashen upon hearing the news. Elder, please journey to the mysterious snow plain and see if you can persuade the head of the Wuji Immortal Palace. My sect faces a thunderous calamity and cannot afford to be distracted. Lu Yunjian stared in disbelief. Master, how could I possibly summon the leader of the Wuji Immortal Palace? Even if I were to reach the snow plain, the chance of encountering him is uncertain. Nangong Yao sighed. At this juncture, we have no choice but to try. If all fails, it can only be said that our Dao Tian sect's fate has run its course. Lu Yunjian nodded solemnly. Indeed, the only asset our Dao Tian sect possesses is that earthly spiritual vein. If you manage to meet the leader of the Wuji Immortal Palace, convey our willingness to offer the spiritual vein. Nangong Yao spoke in a low tone. If a mere earthly spiritual vein proves insufficient, you may propose further. As long as they are willing to assist us in weathering this calamity, our Dao Tian sect is prepared to pledge allegiance to the Wuji Immortal Palace. We have 15 disciples in purple robes, 4 of whom possess heavenly spiritual roots and 11 with top-tier earthly spiritual roots. I refuse to believe that the Wuji Immortal Palace would not lend us their aid. Lu Yunjian's heart trembled. He understood the enormity of this impending disaster. The most terrifying challenge they had ever faced. The master was risking everything. Understood. The cold wind howled, and heavy snow fell from the sky. In the boundless expanse of the snowfield, a scholar clad in green advanced step by step. Amidst the wind and snow, Chen Xun produced a map, glanced at it, and smiled. The mysterious snow plain, splendid. After exploring here, I shall pay a visit to my adversary in the southern sky. Stowing away the map, he retrieved a flask of wine, drinking heartily as he walked, reveling in the moment. Suddenly, a distant wolf howl pierced through the howling wind. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xun had been surrounded by hundreds of white wolves. Each wolf was larger than a robust man, their crimson eyes fixated on him. These were no ordinary wolves, but wolf demons, each possessing cultivation of late-stage qi refinement, with the leading wolf king at mid-stage foundation establishment. As he observed the encroaching pack, Chen Xun stroked his stomach and remarked, "What a delightful coincidence." In the next instant, his wooden sword shot forth from behind, darting through the pack like a meteor, swiftly returning to its sheath. Ah, how fragrant! Chen Xun sat down to roast his catch, relishing the experience. After skillfully preparing one of the white wolves, he skewered it with his wooden sword and placed it over the fire. Remarkably, the wooden sword remained unscathed, despite the wolf meat nearing perfection over the flames. The wind howled fiercely nearby, yet an eerie calm enveloped a Tinjiang radius around Chen Xun, untouched by the swirling snow and gales. The snowy expanse is fraught with peril. During Chen Xun's barbecue, numerous demonic beasts were drawn by the enticing aroma. However, upon perceiving the multitude of white wolf carcasses strewn about, the creatures fled in terror. Oh, the meat is succulent, quite delightful. Chen Xun picked up a wooden sword, decisively biting into a piece of wolf meat, savoring it before taking a hearty swig from his wine flask. Refreshing indeed. Senior sister, look over there. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from nearby as a group of men and women clad in sect attire approached. The onlookers were astonished, staring at the scattered white wolf bodies. Before their gaze fell upon the leisurely youth relishing his meal and drink, their expressions gradually turning hostile. Chapter 65. A toast not taken. As Chen Xun indulged in roasted wolf meat, a group of sect disciples, numbering 15, approached with a rustle. Do you know that these numerous ice-white wolves you have slain are under our sect's care? The leading female disciple, Yang Qing, spoke coldly. The others glared at Chen Xun with palpable resentment, yet no one seemed to notice a peculiar phenomenon. The wind and snow had ceased upon their proximity to him. Chen Xun, surprised, took another bite of wolf meat and chewed thoughtfully. You claim ownership? He queried. Yang Qing nodded earnestly. Indeed. We are near my Wujixian palace, and all the beasts within a radius of several thousand miles are tended by us. After speaking, Yang Qing paused, expecting that invoking the name of Wujixian Palace would instill fear in the youth before her. To her astonishment, he exhibited no reaction, maintaining a demeanor of nonchalance. Chen Xun nodded. I see. Very well then, I am not one to seek trouble. Since they are your charges, state the amount of spirit stones required for compensation, and I shall oblige. As soon as he finished speaking, one disciple retorted angrily, compensate with spirit stones? No amount will suffice. Do you comprehend the value of the ice-white wolves? In this ethereal snowy expanse, each slain beast is a loss, and you have eradicated hundreds. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun paused in his eating, grinning as he replied, if no amount will suffice, then I shall forego compensation. Instead, I would like to request some from you. Yang Qing and the others were taken aback. Chen Xun, skewering the wolf meat on his wooden sword and holding it over the fire, continued, you see, when I was besieged by this pack of white wolves, I was filled with dread, nearly meeting my demise. Since the wolves are your responsibility, is it unreasonable to seek some spirit stones to soothe my still tense nerves? The expressions of Yang Qing and her companions darkened further. What audacity! You exhibit not a trace of fear. One disciple shouted. You must be from Beixian, for the ethereal snowy expanse is no place for you. Your predicament with the ice-white wolves is a consequence of your own recklessness. Indeed, you have the gall to demand compensation from us? You surely did not hear that we are disciples of Wujixian Palace. The disciples exchanged heated words. Chen Xun chuckled. You are quite overbearing. Let me inform you. Killing beasts in our Wujixian Palace's territory cannot simply be overlooked. A disciple coldly retorted. At that moment, Yang Qing's pupils slightly contracted as she suddenly sensed something amiss. Amidst the swirling snow and fierce winds surrounding them, an eerie tranquility enveloped the area. Chen Xun clapped his hands and rose to his feet, declaring, this cannot simply be overlooked. A derisive laughter erupted from the crowd, their disdain palpable. Enough of this, Yangqing interjected suddenly. The disciples felt a surge of joy, believing Yangqing was eager to avoid further trivial discourse. At that moment, Chen Xun unsheathed a wooden sword and secured it back into its cloth sheath on his back. Smiling as he spoke, I know not of the Wujixian Palace, but I am well aware that the mysterious snowfield is vast. It is evident to me that these white wolf beasts are indeed wild. Offering to compensate you with spirit stones is already a gesture of goodwill. It is truly foolish to reject a toast and instead demand a penalty. Yangqing's brow furrowed, while the disciples exchanged scornful glances, their expressions rife with contempt. What are they pretending? It seems the Wujixian Palace has been secluded in the mysterious snowfield for far too long. Who among the cultivators above the core formation stage does not recognize their illustrious reputation? This individual, capable of slaying so many white wolves, must certainly have heard of it. One wonders if he is merely a naive fool, or perhaps motivated by something else entirely. As for the white wolves, they may indeed be wild, but what of it? The entire mysterious snowfield belongs to the Wujixian Palace. At that moment, with a mere flick of his wrist, Chen Xun summoned the snow beneath them, transmuting it into crystalline ropes that slithered like serpents, swiftly binding Yangqing and the other disciples. As reality set in, panic ensued among them, and they struggled with all their might. Yet no matter the effort exerted, the icy ropes remained resolute, tightening further with their frantic attempts to escape. In an instant, Yangqing and the others were thrown into disarray. The disciples finally comprehended that the young man before them was a formidable force, a cultivator beyond the core formation stage, far beyond the capabilities of their own foundation establishment ranks. Even Yangqing, on the verge of breaking through to the core formation level, was rendered powerless. What do you intend to do? One disciple cried out in pain, bound tightly by the ropes. You truly possess the audacity to act against the Wujixian Palace here in the mysterious snowfield. Chen Xun replied with a calm smile. Where is your sect? At this, the crowd was taken aback, pondering the implications of his words. Did he truly dare to confront the Wujixian Palace? A glimmer of hope flickered among them, for they had initially perceived him as a mere fool, but now it seemed he indeed fit that description. Yangqing clenched her teeth, stating, Release us and depart. We shall pretend this incident never occurred. Chen Xun, perplexed, countered, Why should I leave? Yangqing hesitated, choosing not to elaborate further, although aware of his formidable prowess. He appeared oblivious to the true significance of the Wujixian Palace. Our sect lies in that direction. If you possess the ability, then go. Should you choose not to, I shall hold you in utter disdain. A disciple gestured forcefully towards a direction, raising his voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun fell silent, waving his hand to lead the group of disciples onward, traversing through the snowstorm with speed that defied belief, covering miles in mere moments. The ferocity of their pace caused the biting winds and snow to lash against their faces, cutting their skin and drawing blood, rendering them breathless. And their expressions shifted to one of dread. They were astonished by the overwhelming power of the young man. A sense of foreboding began to loom in their hearts. However, upon contemplating their elder, a cultivator of the harmonious body realm, and the palace master, a formidable figure who has transcended tribulations, she relaxed once more. In this expanse of land, the Wujixian Palace reigns supreme. This individual is merely courting death. Their time is short. The Wujixian Palace is situated atop a towering snow-capped mountain in the heart of the ethereal snowfields. Amidst the swirling snow, one can faintly discern the grand edifices at the summit. Whoosh! A multitude of figures swept through the air. It was Chen Xun accompanied by his 15 disciples. At such a terrifying speed, the disciples were already gravely injured, their features a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. Chen Xun stood suspended in the air, one hand resting behind his back, and with a smile said, Is this your sect? He then turned his head slightly. I shall grant you 10 breaths of time to summon your elders. The disciples, including Yangqing, gazed at the figure in green with trembling eyes. Already terrified by his calm demeanor, even at the gates of the Wujixian Palace, he remained unperturbed, devoid of even a hint of fear or trepidation. Elder, save me! One disciple suddenly cried out, their plea echoing in the snowy expanse. Chapter 66. I pity you. This cry reverberated through the heavens, startling the Wujixian Palace. Within, all activities halted as its inhabitants looked incredulously toward the sky outside the palace. At that moment, streams of light surged forth from the Wujixian Palace, converging upon Chen Xun and his companions. Some foundational cultivators soared through the air on swords, while others in the core formation realm floated effortlessly. Moreover, a few nascent soul cultivators observed intently, their eyes flashing with intensity. These nascent soul cultivators were merely the inner elders of the Wujixian Palace. In stark contrast, the inner elders of the Daotian sect were only at the core formation stage. The disparity was evident, as more and more streams of light emerged from the Wujixiang Palace. Those who beheld the 15 severely injured disciples behind Chen Xun felt a surge of anger. In the ethereal snowfields, who would dare to assault the disciples of the Wujixiang Palace? What was even more infuriating was this person's audacity to confront the palace alone. What arrogance! What reckless audacity! Behind Chen Xun, Yangqing and the other disciples, witnessing the increasing number of elders approaching, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The bitterness within them expanded infinitely. Are you not arrogant? Did you not dare to approach the Wujixiang Palace alone? What say you now? Chen Xun surveyed the disciples and elders of the Wujixiang Palace before him and said with a casual smile, "You are not worthy to summon your strongest to confront me." In an instant, the sky above the Wujixiang Palace fell into silence. Only the wind and snow swirled about. Who dares approach? A cold voice resonated from within a hall of the Wujixiang Palace. Report to the palace master. It appears a young cultivator has abducted our disciples and brought them here. Though the reason remains unclear, a core elder replied respectfully. At that moment, within the hall, a breathtaking woman veiled in silk sat upon the throne. Flanking her were 6 core elders, while in the center, bowed in submission, was the grand elder of the Daotian sect, Lu Yunjian. In an unceasing journey, whether by boat or through teleportation, they arrived at the boundless celestial palace. At this moment, Lu Yunjian was engulfed in astonishment, unable to fathom why anyone would dare to challenge the boundless celestial palace. Who could be so fearless? Palace master, do you require me to investigate? Inquired a core elder. Bowing respectfully, Qin Xingran replied nonchalantly, "No need. Let those below handle it. We shall continue our discussions regarding the Taoist Heaven sect." Understood, responded the core elder. From this exchange, it was evident that neither Qin Xingran, the palace master, nor the assembly of core elders deemed the events unfolding outside the palace worthy of their attention. Lu Yunjian, what you just stated, was it entirely truthful? Qin Xingran queried. Lu Yunjian hurriedly replied, in response to Palace Master Qin, every word is true. The sect master has declared that should you, Palace Master Qin, agree to assist the Taoist Heaven sect through this tribulation, we shall pledge our allegiance to the boundless celestial palace henceforth. Qin Xingran fell silent, her expression obscured beneath her veil. A perceptive core elder stepped forward and exclaimed, "Why does the sect master not come personally? Instead, he sends you an elder? Is this the sincerity of your Taoist Heaven sect? That young man, Nangong Yao, is merely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, yet he carries himself with such arrogance." Humph. Lu Yunjian's heart quivered, and he stammered, "It is a misunderstanding. I pay my respects to Palace Master Qin and the esteemed elders. The sect master indeed wished to come in person, but alas, he is unable to do so due to the impending divine lightning tribulation." Upon hearing this, the core elder's expressions softened somewhat. If that were the case, it was somewhat understandable. Qin Xingran spoke, "Lu Yunjian, I am willing to travel to Beixian and assist your Taoist Heaven sect in overcoming this tribulation." Lu Yunjian was overjoyed and prepared to express his gratitude, but Qin Xingran raised her hand, signaling him to pause. "Do not be hasty. In addition to your sect's allegiance, I have another condition. 2 of your disciples possessing heavenly spiritual roots must enter the boundless celestial palace and remain as disciples of our palace for eternity." Lu Yunjian's complexion shifted, and he opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Disciples with heavenly spiritual roots were exceedingly rare. The Taoist Heaven sect had only 4 in all these years. How could they? Qin Xingran offered no further elaboration, knowing that the Taoist Heaven sect would have to weigh the gravity of their situation between the potential loss of 2 heavenly spiritual root disciples and their impending doom. Furthermore, joining the boundless celestial palace would, quite frankly, be a fortuitous opportunity for those 2 disciples. It was now up to the Taoist Heaven sect to recognize this. Lu Yunjian managed a forced smile, saying, "Very well. There is no issue. Having 2 heavenly spiritual root disciples enter the Taoist Heaven sect would indeed be a stroke of fortune for them, and I would not dare to oppose." At that moment, a core elder's expression drastically changed. "Palace master, the young cultivator outside has already slain one of our nascent soul elders and 2 foundation establishment disciples." "What?" The assembly shuddered. Even Qin Xingran slowly rose, her gaze turning icy as she looked towards the palace entrance. Outside the boundless celestial palace, an ever-growing throng of celestial cultivators gathered, their numbers swelling to over 10,000, yet a profound silence enveloped the scene. The disciples and elders stared in pallor at the figure in blue robes ahead of them. Just moments prior, they had merely shouted warnings, and without a moment's hesitation. This individual had instantaneously killed one of their inner sect's nascent soul elders and 2 Foundation establishment enforcers, and it had been an instantaneous execution. Behind Chen Xun, Yangqing and the others trembled in disbelief, gazing at the figure in green, rendered silent after witnessing the slaughter. Chen Xun surveyed the scene and chuckled softly. What is the matter? Have you all turned mute? Where has that earlier bravado gone? The atmosphere grew still, countless eyes averted. Before the arrival of the upper echelons of the Wuji Xian Palace, none dared utter a word, fearful of the scythe of death descending upon them. Noticing their silence, Chen Xun expressed mild disappointment. Your higher-ups at the Wuji Xian Palace certainly carry themselves with great pretension, making me wait. Very well. Let it be known, should they tarry another breath, I shall take a life. As soon as he uttered these words, an invisible sword energy surged forth from an unknown source. Whoosh! Yet another golden core period steward was cleaved in 2 at the crown of his head. Plummeting from the sky, Su, the steward. The elder disciples stirred restlessly, terror-stricken as they beheld this scene. Yet, no one dared step forward. Over 10,000 cultivators of the Wuji Xian Palace stood paralyzed by the lone green-clad swordsman. With each passing moment, more disciples and elders fell victim to the sword energy. Severed in half, perishing. An overwhelming sense of oppression engulfed the hearts of the crowd, their faces drained of color. Even in the frigid air, they were drenched in cold sweat. It had been many years since the Wuji Xian Palace had witnessed such a horrifying event. Though fear gripped their hearts, thoughts of the imminent arrival of core elders and even the palace master instilled a fierce resolve in their gazes. Halt! Who dares to run amok in the Wuji Xian Palace? At that moment, a thunderous shout from a core elder resonated, followed by the appearance of 7 figures. It was none other than Palace Master Chen Xun and 6 core elders. You have come a step too late. Another breath has passed. Chen Xun remarked with a light chuckle, and yet another disciple was slain by the invisible sword energy, dying before the very eyes of the Wuji Xian Palace's upper echelon. Palace Master, elders. The multitude of cultivators felt a sudden relief at the sight of Chen Xun and the core elders, bowing deeply in sorrow, truly frightened by the unfolding chaos. Behind Chen Xun, Yangqing and the other disciples wept aloud, utterly astonished that a random cultivator encountered on the snowy plains could be such a ruthless individual, daring to unleash slaughter within the Wuji Xian Palace. Palace Master, save us! Yangqing and the others implored in panic. They could not bear to remain even a moment longer near the green-clad swordsman. It was too terrifying. You are quite impressive. Chen Xun fixated on Chen Xun, speaking coolly. The core elders were equally incensed, their chests heaving. Even upon their arrival, this individual dared to claim another life before them. It had been years since the Wuji Xian Palace had experienced such an affront, a veritable disgrace. Not to mention the unprecedented losses of the fallen elders, stewards, and disciples. Chen Xun smiled. Now that you are here, allow me to inquire, how does your sect educate its disciples, that such a group of unruly, unreasonable individuals could emerge? Chen Xun's gaze sharpened. How I educate the disciples of my palace is not for you to judge. Perhaps you have been too lenient in your own management? Chen Xun nodded. Do you not wish to know the full story? Chen Xun. I possess neither the leisure nor the desire to delve into the discord between you and the disciples of my palace. Nor do I wish to contest any so-called principles. I simply recognize that my Wuji Xian Palace embodies the principle itself. The elders and disciples present felt a surge of fervor. Indeed, this is their Wuji Xian Palace. Yangqing and the others, no longer in a state of panic, gazed upon Chen Xun with a mixture of pity and animosity. It was time for him to pay the price. Chen Xun chuckled. At last, I comprehend why your sect's disciples are so arrogant. It seems the upper beam is crooked, leading the lower beams astray. Chen Xun. Bind him and take him to the icy caverns of the back mountain. 2 core elders, upon receiving the command, stepped forth. Their gazes icy as they fixed them upon Chen Xun. One elder remarked, I am aware you may be a cultivator of the integration stage. Such prowess can dominate the northern Su region, yet you seem to have grown accustomed to your elevated position, underestimating our Wuji Xian Palace. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun fell silent for a moment before replying. What a pity. Chen Xun's eyes flickered as she inquired. Are you lamenting for yourself? No. Chen Xun replied with a smile, shaking his head. I lament for you. I have offered you opportunities, after all. The path of immortality is fraught with difficulties, and cultivation is no easy endeavor. With that, Chen Xun slowly reached for the hilt of his sword at his back. Just then, Lu Yunjian emerged from the hall, and, upon witnessing the scene, his pupils constricted, and his complexion turned ashen. Sir, Chapter 67, Sword Qi Rampant. Annihilation of the Immortal Palace, sir. Sir. Lu Yunjian transformed into a streak of light, swiftly ascending into the air, his expression one of immense urgency. Sir, could there be a misunderstanding? Chen Xun and the core elders looked on in surprise. They had not anticipated that the Dao Tian sect was acquainted with this individual. Clearly, this Dao Tian sect could not be relied upon. Lu Yunjian, this person has slain several elders and disciples of our Wujixian palace. I had not expected you to be familiar with him. Therefore, our prior discussions are rendered void, a core elder stated coldly. Lu Yunjian, undeterred by the words, declared, since I have encountered the Sir, let it be void. Regardless, I shall stand by the Sir's side, believing that even if the sect leader were present, he would not hesitate to ally with the Sir. Yet, in that moment, Lu Yunjian's urgency stemmed from genuine concern for Chen Xun. It was not a doubt of Chen Xun's strength, but rather the overwhelming numbers on the territory of Wujixian Palace, where, alongside the powerful palace master, numerous elders of the integration stage awaited. They were a formidable force. Even if the Sir were exceedingly strong, he might still struggle against such overwhelming odds. Sir, please retreat behind me. Before Lu Yunjian could voice further thoughts, Chen Xun interrupted him. Lu Yunjian's heart trembled, though anxious. He dared not defy the command and quietly stepped aside. At that moment, Chen Xun observed Chen Xun's hand gripping the sword, unfazed. She spoke nonchalantly. I have cultivated for over 2,000 years, at the mid-stage of tribulation, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the mortal realm. In another 1,000 years, I may very well ascend. What is there to lament? You, as a cultivator, are indeed presumptuous. Your demise will be of no consequence. What a statement indeed. Chen Xun chuckled softly and suddenly drew his sword. Clang! The instant the sword was unsheathed, its resonance echoed through heaven and earth. The swirling snowstorms of the ethereal snowy plains seemed to momentarily come to a standstill. Chen Xun initially dismissed the situation. Yet at the very moment Chen Xun unsheathed his sword, her expression transformed in an instant, her mind going blank. Instinctively, Chen Xun sought to channel her spiritual energy to unleash the tribulation pressure in retaliation, but under the overwhelming sword intent, such thoughts were rendered impossible. No, senior. In a flash, the invisible sword aura swept past Chen Xun's form. Along with her veil, her body was cleaved in two. Every vestige of life within her ruthlessly extinguished by the terrifying sword energy. The two halves of Chen Xun's face froze, reflecting her desperate pleas and terror in life. In the next moment, her fragmented body was obliterated by the sword energy, vanishing into nothingness. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, as if in the blink of an eye. The master of the Wujixian palace, a great cultivator undergoing tribulation, had perished, and all this occurred merely due to Chen Xun drawing his sword. Outside the Wujixian palace, the atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. All present turned pale, their souls trembling, as if the sky had collapsed. It was too swift, unbelievably swift. They even grasped the gravity of what had transpired to their exalted master. Lu Yunji's pupils quivered, his throat dry as he swallowed hard, overwhelmed by an unprecedented parched sensation. Lu Yunji's peripheral vision trembled as he glanced towards the figure in green beside him, nearly gasping for breath. So powerful, the master is astonishingly powerful. The extent of his strength transcended the boundaries of the mortal realm. Was he truly a cultivator of this world? The master, coming back to their senses. The elders and disciples of the Wujixian palace were engulfed in sorrow, yet at that moment, they found themselves devoid of the courage to even cry out in grief. The disciples, such as Yang Qing, who were bound, expressed boundless terror, their bodies trembling, warmth spreading below. Indeed, they had been frightened to the point of losing control. Unparalleled regret surged within them, but it was all too late. Chen Xun turned his head and queried, "Do you believe your master deserved his fate?" Yang Qing and the others felt their hair stand on end, their spirits ensnared in a trance, hastily replying, "He deserved it. The master deserved it." Chen Xun chuckled, truly worthless. With that, he waved his sleeve, reducing Yang Qing and the others to nothingness, as if they had never graced this world. This unimaginable scene once again terrified the members of the Wujixian palace, prompting everyone to kneel in midair, fervently bowing their heads in supplication. "Senior, spare us. Senior, please have mercy. We realize our mistakes. We truly understand. Senior, have mercy." The sight of countless cultivators from such a prestigious sect as the Wujixian palace desperately pleading before a single figure in green was utterly explosive. "Leave." Chen Xun turned and strode forward into the void. Lu Yunji regained his wits and hurriedly followed, his heart racing as he experienced a sensation he had never felt before. As Chen Xun moved further away, it seemed as if all the elders and disciples had their strength drained, some even losing their balance and plummeting down. They knelt there, dazed and disbelieving, unable to comprehend that their master had perished just like that, as if in a dream. Yet, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. The only solace was that the vast majority of them still lived. However, at that moment, as Chen Xun wandered further away, he suddenly turned around. His gaze calm and profound. He gently raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing towards the direction of the Wajixian palace. Suddenly, a faint glow illuminated his fingertips, flickering like a firefly. In the next instant, a brilliant sword light erupted from his fingertips. In a heartbeat, the surging sword energy soared into the sky, slicing through the vast expanse, directly aimed at the Wajixian palace. Where the sword energy passed, it stirred up boundless snow and wind, tearing apart the very fabric of space with a crackling sound. The sword energy was formless, while the snow and wind were tangible. The heavens and earth were manifest. To the eyes of Lu Yunjian and the others at the Wajixian palace, it was as though the apocalypse had arrived. No. Whoosh. Boom. The terrifying sword energy, like a tsunami, overwhelmed the entire Wajixian palace. In an instant, the magnificent Wajixian palace was reduced to dust. Countless elders and disciples, filled with despair and terror, were annihilated in the relentless sword energy, vanishing into nothingness. Even the towering snow-capped mountains that housed the Wajixian palace collapsed simultaneously, obliterated into flat land. Boom. The heavens trembled and the earth shook. As countless beasts fled in all directions across the ethereal snowy plains, their anguished cries resounding. It was not until a while later that all commotion subsided. Chen Xun slowly lowered his fingers, resting them behind his back, coolly observing the scene before him. Beside him, Lu Yunjian stood frozen, gazing at the dissipated Wajixian palace. Witnessing the indescribable destruction wrought, his jaw clenched tightly, knees weak, his mind muddled, nearly fainting. Chen Xun cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yunjian and asked, "What is the matter with you? Are you well?" Lu Yunjian jolted, kneeling down, trembling as he stammered, "I am well, sir." Chen Xun regarded him with suspicion. "Seeing your apparent connection with the Wajixian palace, you wouldn't be seeking to demand an explanation from me on their behalf, would you?" Lu Yunjian's scalp prickled. His eyes bulged in shock as he exclaimed, "Sir, you misunderstand. How could I dare? Moreover, I have no ties to the Wajixian palace. I have long harbored grievances against them. Now that they have been destroyed by you, it is truly divine retribution. I am overjoyed." Chen Xun stroked his chin and nodded. "Very well, I shall believe you this once. Had you spoken more slowly just now, I would have eradicated you entirely." Lu Yunjian rolled his eyes, finally losing his composure, and fainted, plummeting towards the ground. Chen Xun chuckled and waved his sleeve, catching him midair. Otherwise, Lu Yunjian would have met a gruesome end. After all, he was a nascent soul. Should he be reduced to a pulp, it would surely become a tale for the ages, bringing laughter for millennia to come. Chapter 68. The many treasures. Chen Xun disdain's crackling sounds echoed from a low-lying area of the snowy plain, where a campfire blazed. Chen Xun warmed a pot of wine, leaning against it, drinking while perusing an unread book. The obliteration of the Wajixian palace stirred not a single emotion within him. The rise and fall of all things, good and evil, lay within a mere thought for Chen Xun. If he felt pleased, it was well, but more often than not, he would simply dismiss it with a smile. However, if his mood soured, then so be it. Destruction was merely routine, having traversed the sands of time. His inner self had long since grown indifferent, his hands stained with the blood of countless corpses. Beside him, Lu Yunjian lay flat, eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, as if haunted by some terrifying dream. Suddenly, Lu Yunjian sat up abruptly, gasping for breath, appearing utterly disoriented. As he quickly regained his composure, he noticed the campfire and Chen Xun. Startled, he hurriedly rose to pay his respects. "Greetings, master." Chen Xun, without a glance in his direction, softly replied, "The weather is frigid. Since you are awake, you should have a drink to warm yourself." "Yes," Lu Yunjian responded with reverence, quietly taking a seat, pouring himself a cup of warm wine, and began to drink. Although, as a nascent soul cultivator, he was not daunted by the cold. He felt compelled to heed his master's words. After finishing a cup, he fell silent, occasionally glancing at Chen Xun. Haunted by the memory of the destruction of the Wajixian palace, still feeling a sense of horror and surrealism. "Master," Lu Yunjian ventured, "are you truly an immortal?" Chen Xun paused momentarily, then jested, "I am hardly an immortal. Rather, it is you who, in the mundane world, are hailed as immortals and seem to embrace the title with delight." Lu Yunjian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Feeling utterly ashamed, he replied, "We are but half-hearted cultivators, unworthy of such a title. It is merely the ignorance of mortals that leads them to believe anyone who can fly must be an immortal." Chen Xun smiled, remaining silent. After a brief cough, Lu Yunjian took another sip, emboldened by the wine. He remarked, "Master, your strength is truly formidable. To be candid, I previously struggled to comprehend your indifference towards the matters of the Northern Xian sects, but now I fully understand. For someone of your stature, observing the conflict between the righteous and demonic factions must seem akin to watching a child's play, hardly worth your concern." To Lu Yunjian, it appeared that in the eyes of his master, the battle between the Northern Xian sects was no more significant than two ants squabbling. What merit was there in intervening? Unless, of course, one of those ants foolishly provoked him, in which case he would effortlessly crush it underfoot, much like the recently obliterated Wajixian palace. Chen Xun regarded Lu Yunjian with an appraising glance, yet replied, "You are correct, though not entirely." Lu Yunjian immediately perked up, listening attentively. But Chen Xun chose not to elaborate further. Lu Yunjian, feeling hesitant to inquire further, cautiously broached the subject. "Master, will you accompany me back to the Daotian sect? Given the recent destruction of the Wajixian palace, the impending arrival of the formidable South Heaven tribulation would spell doom for the Daotian sect." However, if his master chose not to go, Lu Yunjian knew he would have to devise another plan upon his return. After a moment of silence, Chen Xun said, "I understand your concern. Irrespective of the circumstances, that person is after me, and I cannot allow you to be implicated." Lu Yunjian was first elated, then astonished, struggling to comprehend how his master possessed such profound insight. After all, he had said nothing. Truly, a master is an immortal. Chen Xun then shifted the conversation, continuing, "However, I shall not return with you. I possess a formation plate that will ensure the safety of your Daotian sect." With that, he produced a dusty formation plate from seemingly nowhere and tossed it over. Lu Yunjian hurriedly caught it, treasuring it as if it were a precious gem, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." Lu Yunjian understood well that anything produced by his master was bound to be of exceptional quality. Chen Xun nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "This formation plate only has two core pieces. We must use them sparingly. To be honest, employing it against that South Sky cultivator seems a bit extravagant. But it matters little, as I found it and have no real use for it otherwise." Time had passed too long, and he had forgotten precisely where he had acquired it. Such things, which appeared to him as mere refuse, were actually quite plentiful in his possession, varied and numerous. Chen Xun chose not to elaborate further to Lu Yunjian. After all, one could hardly state that once activated, even an immortal would find it impossible to breach this formation. To take it a step further, that South Sky cultivator might consider himself fortunate indeed. Who would have thought a tribulation-transcending cultivator could be thwarted by such a formation? "Master, I understand." Lu Yunjian solemnly stored the formation plate away. He grasped the implication of the master's words, that the formation could only be utilized twice. Chen Xun chuckled. "Since that person seeks to trouble me, you shall properly berate him within the formation." "Yes," Lu Yunjian promptly replied. "Additionally, inform him that I will soon visit South Sky. I shall afford him the opportunity to settle matters face to face." Chen Xun spoke softly. This way, when the tribulation-transcending cultivator realized he could not penetrate the Daotian sect, he would likely withdraw. Understood. Lu Yunjian clearly grasped Chen Xun's deeper meaning and felt increasingly grateful. He also indirectly learned that the master would be in South Sky for a while. Unavoidably, Lu Yunjian felt a twinge of pity for that tribulation-transcending cultivator. Why provoke the master of all people? Previously, Lu Yunjian might have considered the tribulation-transcending cultivator a threat to Chen Xun, but after his experience at the Wuji Immortal Palace, he understood that, in the eyes of the master, a tribulation-transcending cultivator was nothing of consequence. With the master's character, it was unlikely he would intentionally seek out the cultivator. Rather, it would be a matter of chance, leading to the cultivator's demise. "Do you have any other matters?" Chen Xun asked calmly. Lu Yunjian quickly shook his head. "No, master. Nothing further." Chen Xun continued. "Since there is nothing else, you may take your leave." "Must I see you off?" "Ah, no. Master, I shall take my leave then." "Please take care," Lu Yunjian exclaimed, realizing he could not afford to delay any longer. He stood, bowed respectfully, and withdrew 10 paces before turning to fly away. After Lu Yunjian departed, Chen Xun put away the wordless book, returning it to his bosom, and then retrieved a pile of items that resembled a small mountain. The Qiankuan Tower, the indestructible sutra, the binding immortal rope, the endless alchemical furnace, the primordial blue lotus, a sapling of the world tree, the Hunyuan heavy armor, the soul summoning banner, the 10,000 spells cannon, the celestial cloud boots, the 5 elemental spirit pearls, and so forth. Sighing, he pondered. These trinkets are of no use to keep, yet discarding them feels wasteful. Chen Xun felt a tad vexed, shook his head, and after a thorough examination, he stored them all away again. Despite his disdain for these items, any single one of them, in any setting, could incite a storm of bloodshed. And yet, Chen Xun possessed many such treasures. Among this array of valuables, the one that garnered Chen Xun's fondness most was indeed the wordless book. Indeed, it was the wordless book. Even the wooden sword had to take a back seat. Whether in moments of madness or in states of composure, Chen Xun often found solace in the enigmatic wordless book. It was not that he sought to learn anything in particular. Rather, it was the sheer allure and visual splendor that captivated him. To the average observer, the wordless book appeared devoid of any record, utterly empty. Yet, for Chen Xun, it concealed profound mysteries. In essence, it offered insights into the universe and the myriad phenomena within it, serving as a gateway to understanding fate, causality, and the very laws governing existence. At that moment, the wooden sword behind him quivered slightly. Chen Xun raised an eyebrow and remarked casually, "All right, I suppose you are somewhat acceptable." The wooden sword replied. Chapter 69, The Spirit World Demon Emperor. In the subsequent fortnight, Chen Xun traversed much of the ethereal snowfield. This snowfield, perpetually blanketed in snow, seemed to have been deliberately chosen as the site for the immortal palace of Wuji, reigning supreme over this realm. However, with the demise of the immortal palace, the snowfield appeared to have lost its uniqueness. Suddenly, amidst the swirling snow, Chen Xun paused, for before him emerged a wall of air, 10 zhang away. He approached, thoughtfully stroking his chin, and then gently prodded it with a finger. With a crack, the wall of air shattered, creating an opening large enough for a single person to pass through. Despite his ease in doing so, the wall's hardness would likely leave an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator merely gaping in astonishment. It was likely that the immortal palace, having occupied the ethereal snowfield for an extended period, was aware of the wall's existence but had found no means to breach it. Perhaps the palace master, being at the mid-tribulation stage, lacked the requisite power. But upon advancing to the late tribulation stage, he would undoubtedly attempt to dismantle this barrier. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Xun stepped through. The moment he crossed the threshold, the scenery transformed dramatically. No longer surrounded by the snowfield, he found himself enveloped in a pitch-black and silent void. Peering downward, he discerned nothing beneath him, only an unfathomable abyss. At long last, someone has managed to enter this realm. My wait has not been in vain. A voice echoed as a figure clad in golden armor materialized slowly, exuding an air of inscrutable profundity. Chen Xun regarded the golden figure with a hint of surprise, feeling a flicker of familiarity that eluded his memory. To have gained entry here, you must have reached the pinnacle of cultivation in the mortal realm. Excellent, indeed. Goodness, sir. The golden figure exclaimed, its demeanor shifting dramatically upon recognizing Chen Xun. Chen Xun narrowed his eyes. The figure, having shed its earlier imposing stance, darted before him in a flash, adopting a sycophantic tone. Sir, it is I? I am Chen Xun. Have you forgotten me? As it spoke, it removed its mask, revealing a fuzzy yet mischievous countenance. Chen Xun furrowed his brow, taking a moment before recalling. A smile broke across his face. Ah, so it is you, you mischievous monkey. Chen Xun chuckled, scratching its head in excitement. Chen Xun replied with a wry smile. I never imagined you would leave a trace of your soul in the mortal realm. If I am not mistaken, this is yet another of your cunning ploys. Despite Chen Xun's seemingly harmless demeanor, it was crucial to remember that it was, in truth, a demon emperor from the spirit realm. With a somewhat awkward smile, Chen Xun realized that he could not deceive the discerning eyes of his master. Upon encountering Chen Xun, he felt a mixture of joy and resignation, the latter stemming from the collapse of his possession plan. Previously, he had erected a barrier in the mortal realm to filter potential candidates. Anyone capable of breaching it would meet his criteria for possession. Chen Xun was, of course, not dead. His true form resided in the spiritual realm. His remnant soul sought to seize a suitable external incarnation. Generally speaking, achieving the pinnacle of cultivation in the resource-scarce mortal realm attests to one's innate talent and perseverance. Most cultivators who ascend from the mortal realm manage to thrive in the spiritual realm. If he could develop an exceptional external incarnation in the mortal realm and then survive the tribulation to ascend to the spiritual realm, that being would undoubtedly become Chen Xun's right-hand ally in the future. Surely, his master would not hold it against him? Noticing Chen Xun's silence as he merely gazed at him, Chen Xun felt a twinge of apprehension. Chen Xun softly replied, Why would I blame you? The fate of others is of no concern to me. Chen Xun immediately chuckled, saying, Master, you remain unchanged. Just as you were before, so you are now. Suddenly, Chen Xun remarked, there happens to be a tribulation stage cultivator opposed to me, one at the pinnacle of the mid-tribulation phase, perilously close to the late phase. How would that body suit you? Chen Xun gasped in shock. What? Is there truly someone daring enough to oppose you, master? That tribulation cultivator must be courting death. Stunned, Chen Xun was acutely aware of his master's immense abilities and could only conclude that the tribulation cultivator possessed audacity. Chen Xun shook his head in resignation, chuckling. You speak as if there are few who oppose me. My face bears no inscription warning others to stay away. Indeed, master speaks the truth. Chen Xun complimented with a smile, adding, it is wonderful to see you in such a clear state. You departed so quietly before, and I missed you greatly. Who would have thought you would come to the mortal realm? Truly remarkable that you can traverse the barriers and celestial laws between realms with such ease. Clearly, Chen Xun was aware of Chen Xun's transitions between madness and clarity, yet he was oblivious to the deeper nuances of this phenomenon. Moreover, he perceived these fluctuations as a mere manifestation of a grand game played by a powerful figure. Upon hearing Chen Xun mention this, Chen Xun sighed internally. Recalling that he had been clear for over a month now, uncertain of when he might suddenly plunge back into madness. He had grown accustomed to it. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall now collect your remnant soul. Once I have dealt with that tribulation cultivator, I will release you. With that, Chen Xun waved his sleeve, and Chen Xun's remnant soul vanished from sight. Chen Xun held a certain fondness for this mischievous spirit, and, given their prior connection, was more than willing to lend a helping hand. Daotian sect. Inner cabinet. Nangong Yao and the elders furrowed their brows, occasionally lamenting. Master, Yunjian has returned. Just then, Lu Yunjian entered the inner cabinet, weary but resolute. The crowd erupted in joy, quickly surrounding him. Nangong Yao exclaimed, Elder, you have finally returned. It is rumored that the formidable figure from the southern heavens has reached the swallowing heaven demon sect and will soon arrive at our Daotian sect. Suddenly, Nangong Yao exclaimed, Wait, why have you returned alone? Did the Lord of Qin not accompany you to Daotian sect? The elders, too, noticed the gravity of the situation, their faces turning pale. Lu Yunjian swallowed hard and replied, Sect Master, Lord Qin has been slain by the Master, and the Wajixian palace has also been annihilated by him. What? The crowd fell into stunned silence. Nangong Yao could no longer maintain his composure. He rushed forward and grasped Lu Yunjian's collar, incredulously demanding, What did you say? Repeat that. Lu Yunjian trembled as he spoke. The Wajixian palace is no more. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted sharply as he slowly released Lu Yunjian's collar, stumbling back as if he might collapse. The elders gasped, their minds swirling with disbelief. The ethereal Wajixian palace had been destroyed? The master is truly formidable. If this revelation had not come from the lips of the esteemed elder Lu Yunjian, they would have found it utterly implausible, as if caught in a dream. How could the Wajixian palace have provoked the master? It is over. With the Wajixian palace's fall, how shall our Daotian sect survive this calamity? Nangong Yao muttered vacantly. Lu Yunjian chuckled, producing a formation plate, and proclaimed loudly, Sect Master, do not panic. This formation plate was bestowed by the master. He stated that it will suffice to fend off the approaching tribulation. Boom. The crowd erupted in joy. The light returned to Nangong Yao's eyes as he snatched the formation plate, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure, exclaiming, Wonderful, truly marvelous. Humph. The Wajixian palace brought this upon themselves for provoking the master, and they deserve their fate. Nangong Yao turned to Lu Yunjian, his expression filled with concern. Yunjian, the master has not been harmed, has he? Lu Yunjian assured, the master has not suffered so much as a single hair. In that moment, he recounted. The master merely unsheathed his sword, and Qin Ran was cleaved in twain. As I followed the master outside, he suddenly turned, extending his fingers toward the Wajixian palace. The suffocating sword aura surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the palace. It was truly an apocalyptic sight. Can you believe it? In but a few breaths, the Wajixian palace was reduced to powder. Indeed, reduced to powder. Even the towering snow-capped mountains were leveled to the ground. Within the cabinet, Lu Yunjian illustrated the master's actions with his fingers as he spoke, leaving Nangong Yao and the others utterly astonished. From Lu Yunjian's brief account, they could almost perceive the terrifying scene that had unfolded. The master had effortlessly slain the mid-tribulation Qin Ran and then swiftly obliterated the Wajixian palace. Who in this world could achieve such feats? The master is truly terrifying. Lu Xian marveled. The master's cultivation is boundless. I dare assert that he is certainly not of this mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others looked at Lu Xian as if he were a fool. Did it require such a statement? At this critical juncture, Even a fool would recognize that the master is a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Lu Xinyin, noticing their gazes, couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Nangong Yao picked up the formation plate and surveyed it, remarking, "When our sect first encountered you on that mountain peak, I felt your extraordinary demeanor. I had not anticipated that your divine abilities would surpass our sect's expectations. It is indeed a great fortune for the Daotian sect to have such an ethereal being reside among us for 6 years." The elders nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with reverence and respect. Seeing Nangong Yao examining the formation plate, Lu Yunjian interjected, "By the way, sect master, the esteemed one mentioned that there are still 2 formation cores remaining. Each use diminishes their number. Additionally, he suggested that when the tribulation transcender arrives, we should vocally chastise him within the formation. He also instructed us to inform the transcender about his subsequent journey to the southern heaven." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others contemplated the information, committing it firmly to memory. However, the notion of chastising the transcender ignited a spark of excitement among them. The idea of verbally berating a tribulation transcender was simply exhilarating. Previously, they would not have dared to entertain such thoughts, but with the esteemed one's decree, they felt emboldened to proceed without fear. 10 days later, 5 figures arrived outside the Daotian sect. In Jueqing, Ji Wucong, and 3 other cultivators from the southern heaven were among them. Notably, 2 of them had previously exchanged heated words with In Jueqing. The figure at the center was a fierce-looking dwarf. It was evident that this dwarf was the tribulation transcender who had come from the southern heaven. The dwarf, named Hao Gao, boasted a peak mid-tribulation cultivation, surpassing even the recently fallen Qin Qingran from the Wijixian palace, making him a formidable figure in the southern heaven. At that moment, Hao Gao's gaze fixated on the sword ravine, flickering slightly as he sensed its sharpness, which caused him to feel a tinge of seriousness. Before his arrival, Hao Gao was aware that his opponents were also tribulation phase cultivators, and it was not surprising for one to wield such a sword. Naturally cautious by nature, he preferred to avoid conflict with tribulation phase sword cultivators unless absolutely necessary. However, the other party had audaciously intervened, claiming not to harm mortals. Nonsense. His plan to incite a battle between the righteous and the demonic required not only the blood of cultivators, but also a significant amount of mortal vitality. Thus, he had no choice but to come. Should the other party refuse to recognize his authority, Hao Gao would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. In Jueqing and Ji Wucong exchanged glances, both silently lamenting. They wondered if the Daotian sect had summoned reinforcements. Otherwise, they might face annihilation today. Their concern was not solely for the Daotian sect, but also stemmed from the fact that, after all, their esteemed predecessor had resided there for 6 years. "Friends, I trust you are already aware of my arrival. I am now at the Daotian sect. Come forth and meet me soon." Hao Gao's indifferent voice resonated through the air as he gazed upon the Daotian sect. In contrast, the sect remained eerily quiet, devoid of any commotion. Nangong Yao had already instructed the elders to inform all peaks that, regardless of what transpired, all elders and disciples should continue with their tasks, remaining occupied until it was time to emerge and unleash their verbal onslaught. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao and the elders, including Lu Yunjian, soared into the air. Observing the 5 individuals outside the sect, they quickly focused their attention on the dwarf, their eyes glimmering with realization. Surely, this was the tribulation transcender who had come from the southern heaven. To speak candidly, despite the array bestowed by the master, facing the tribulation of great cultivation, it is disingenuous to claim one is not anxious. Nangong Yao, however, feigned ignorance of the situation, turning his gaze towards In Jueqing and inquired, "Master In, who are these esteemed individuals?" At this remark, the expressions of Hao Gao and his companions turned icy. In Jueqing cleared his throat and introduced Nangong Yao. "This is the esteemed Hao Gao from the southern sky, a great practitioner facing tribulation." Angrily, he added, "You should pay your respects promptly." Having previously informed Nangong Yao, In Jueqing was determined not to display any weakness in front of Hao Gao and his group. Feigning astonishment, Nangong Yao refrained from bowing, directing his attention towards Hao Gao. "May I inquire what brings you to our Daotian sect?" Hao Gao, concealing a smirk within, had already placed Daotian sect on his kill list, and replied nonchalantly, "I have come to meet the friend who wielded this sword. Is he currently within your sect?" Nangong Yao chuckled bitterly. "Regrettably, esteemed one, you have arrived too late. He departed a month ago." Upon hearing this, Hao Gao felt an overwhelming wave of relief wash over him, his concerns dissipating entirely. It appeared that the individual had learned of his arrival and made a hasty exit. Oh well, regardless, that person was a sword cultivator in the tribulation phase. Difficult to eliminate. If he fled, so be it. Now, he could proceed with his plans in the northern Xian region. However, this Daotian sect, humph. It must not be spared. Hao Gao then declared, I have taken a disliking to your Daotian sect, and intend to obliterate your entire clan today. Do you have any objections? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang became increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao and the others, after a momentary stiffening of their expressions, exchanged incredulous glances, bursting into laughter amidst the bewilderment of Hao Gao and his companions. Ha ha ha, you wretched dwarf. You have truly amused this elder. You dare to threaten the annihilation of my Daotian sect? Have you looked in a mirror to see your own worth? Lu Yunjian, following Chen Xun's previous instructions, was the first to mock. Lu Xianyin squatted down, looking at the elders while asking with a grin, Do I appear dwarf-like to you? The elders shook their heads in unison. Not at all. You standing is already taller than that dwarf. Indeed, how could you possibly resemble one? At that moment, outside Daotian's sect, the expressions of Yin Jueqing and his three companions were as grim as the darkest clouds. Only Hao Gao's countenance darkened to an extreme. Never had anyone dared to mock his stature, yet today he was ridiculed by a few insignificant beings from the northern Xian. If not for the limitations of his cultivation method, would he ever have been a dwarf? These wretches deserve to perish. Ha ha, esteemed elders. It appears our dwarf is growing anxious, his eyes reddening. Nangong Yao laughed. The fifth elder, Jin Wang Tianfu, slapped his thigh in laughter. You have truly made this elder laugh. Is this truly a cultivator in the tribulation phase? With such temperament? Not even my spirit dog reacts when I scold it. The ninth elder, Zhou Tong, also found it difficult to contain his laughter, deriding, And you call yourself Hao Gao? If you ask me, your name should be Hao Short. Ha ha ha. The ninth elder is indeed clever. Nangong Yao and the others erupted into hearty laughter. Aya, I shall make your lives a living hell, you wretched insects. Hao Gao bellowed in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage as he broke through his composure. Boom. A torrent of tribulation phase pressure erupted from his being. Sweeping across the heavens and the earth, Hao Gao extended his diminutive palm, filled with indignation, aiming to strike the Daotian sect into oblivion. However, at that moment, a radiant column of crimson gold light surged forth from the Daotian sect, soaring into the heavens. Within the space, numerous Buddhist statues and countless incantations abruptly manifested, swirling rapidly around the Daotian sect, illuminating the world with golden brilliance. Namo Satisukavati. The rapid thumping of wooden fish and the solemn sounds of Buddhist chants reverberated through the cosmos like a death knell, echoing across the entire northern Xian. Countless souls, sensing the profound disturbance, gazed in awe towards the Daotian sect. Simultaneously, everyone within the sect looked up, awestruck by this astonishing spectacle. Not only they, but even Nangong Yao and others stood dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that the seemingly mundane array plate bestowed by the master would unleash such terrifying commotion. This was utterly beyond exaggeration. Chapter 71. The Celestial Umbrella of Treasures, wounded during tribulation. Namo Hala Dana Duayui. The resonating Buddhist sounds caused a throbbing in the head, inducing unbearable pain and anxiety. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang's pupils constricted to pinpoints, gazing in disbelief at the resplendent Buddhist light surrounding the Daotian sect. What kind of sorcery was this? Observing what appeared to be a formation, they marveled at how such an unfathomable array could have originated from the Daotian sect. Meanwhile, Hao Gao's expression grew grave, his eyes flickering with incredulity. Boom. In the next moment, Hao Gao's hand had reached the Daotian sect. Under ordinary circumstances, this strike, infused with tribulation pressure, would suffice to obliterate the sect into fragments. Yet, as his palm struck the Buddhist light, it vanished into silence, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Yao and the others, who had initially felt a twinge of anxiety, suddenly relaxed, their faces flushed with exhilaration. Indeed, what the master produces is nothing short of exquisite. This grand formation was terrifying. Its defensive capabilities fully justified the dazzling light and commotion it generated. A strike from a mid-tribulation cultivator was effortlessly neutralized by the formation, which remained utterly unyielding. Within the sect, Zhao Ting and countless disciples stood agape, overwhelmed with astonishment. At this moment, Hao Gao fixed his gaze intently upon the ethereal Buddhist figures and incantations in the air, his words escaping in a low growl through clenched teeth. Impossible. Such a formidable array could not possibly exist in the mortal realm, let alone within the Daotian sect. Hao Gao suddenly turned his gaze towards Nangong Yao within the formation, demanding, How does your mere Daotian sect possess such a defensive array? Behind him, the other two South Sky cultivators had already fallen into a stupor. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, after their initial shock, began to harbor a vague suspicion in their hearts, a figure in blue flashing through their minds. Could this formation be? If their conjecture held true, the terror associated with the elder in their minds would surge exponentially. After all, this formation was unprecedented, capable of effortlessly blocking a peak mid-tribulation strike, which was profoundly alarming. At that moment, a statue of Buddha with closed eyes slowly raised its hand in the sky, aiming to return Hao Gao's earlier strike. The fluctuations seem identical, the intensity comparable. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can discern that this assault is significantly more potent than the one delivered by Hao Gao. Hao Gao's pupils narrowed in disbelief. Is it truly possible for such a formation to exist in this world? Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, among others, turned pale, panic-stricken, urgently calling out, "Senior Hao, if this palm imbued with tribulation-level pressure strikes, we shall surely meet our demise." Nangong Yao and the others were equally astonished and elated, marveling at their master's prowess. The air thrummed with energy as the palms surged forth with incredible speed. Hao Gao inhaled deeply, his expression grave. Just moments ago, consumed by rage, he had unleashed nearly 80% of his strength in an attempt to reduce Daotian's sect to ruins. Now he found himself compelled to defend against his own offensive, a source of immense frustration. Most crucially, Hao Gao sensed that this palm, compared to his initial strike, had been augmented considerably. It was akin to facing an onslaught of 99% of his own might. Fury ignited within him. Hao Gao bellowed in anger, refusing to underestimate the situation. He then opened his palm, and a paper umbrella shimmered into existence, grasped firmly in his hand. The surface of the umbrella was adorned with intricate, peculiar patterns. Unmistakably a remarkable treasure. The others, upon seeing the paper umbrella, felt a tremor of recognition. They knew it to be Hao Gao's renowned artifact, the Heavenly Net Umbrella. This umbrella, capable of both offense and defense, was rumored to have allowed Hao Gao to single-handedly confront two late-stage tribulation cultivators without faltering. Hao Gao fixed his gaze upon the descending palm, frantically channeling spiritual energy into the umbrella, his lips moving in incantation, before suddenly thrusting the Heavenly Net Umbrella forward. Exclaiming, "Heavenly Net Umbrella, open!" With a sharp sound, the umbrella unfurled, wisps of spiritual essence ascending as it began to spin rapidly, expanding in Hao Gao's grasp. In the blink of an eye, the Heavenly Net Umbrella grew to a diameter of 100 zhong, casting an imposing shadow. This spectacle filled Nangong Yao and the others with trepidation. They silently acknowledged the extraordinary nature of the tribulation cultivator, recognizing that even this artifact instilled in them a sense of helplessness. Had it not been for the array plate bestowed by their master, Daotian's sect would undoubtedly face annihilation this time. Boom. Amidst numerous trembling gazes, the palm struck the Heavenly Net Umbrella. The space seemed to momentarily freeze. Then came a resounding crash. Boom. The umbrella's surface caved inward, faint cracks appearing. Hao Gao's face paled as he desperately flickered backward, retreating a full 1,000 zhong before finally halting. As the palm's might dissipated, the Heavenly Net Umbrella returned to its original size. Kneeling on one knee, Hao Gao coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Well done," exclaimed Nangong Yao and the others, snapping back to their senses in delight. Yin Jueqing and the others rushed over to assist Hao Gao, though no words were exchanged. The rhythmic sound of the wooden fish echoed continuously. The celestial Buddhist chants swirled around, the statue of Buddha solemn and majestic, all eyes closed in meditation, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Hao Gao. He gazed upwards, breathless and weary, a notion of retreat taking root in his heart. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a domineering formation. How could such an array possibly exist in the mortal realm? To think that Daotian's sect would possess such an extraordinary fortune. How infuriating. Daotian's sect. I will not let this matter rest. Hao Gao decisively decided to retreat. With such a bizarre and overpowering formation guarding it, Daotian's sect could not penetrate. If he continued the assault, he felt he would perish. Truly perish. The members of Nangong Yao rejoiced upon seeing their opponents retreat. "Senior Hao, there is a message from the master that I must convey to you." Nangong Yao recalled something and spoke hastily. Hao Gao paused but did not respond, waiting for him to continue. Nangong Yao smiled and said, "The master has stated that you need not search for him in Beixian. He will come to Nantan himself." Upon hearing this, Hao Gao's fists slowly clenched, and he departed with Yin Jueqing and the others. "Haha, the master is truly formidable," Lu Yunjian exclaimed joyfully. The others nodded in agreement, filled with admiration. "Sect master, when shall we withdraw the formation?" Lu Xining inquired. Nangong Yao pondered for a moment and replied, There is no rush. We shall wait until the core of the formation is entirely consumed. Did the master not say that each use diminishes its power? Since we have used it this time, we shall exhaust that core completely, and moreover, we do not believe that Hao Gao has truly left. Hearing this, the elders felt a chill in their hearts and nodded in unison. Just as Nangong Yao had articulated, Hao Gao had indeed not genuinely departed. Rather, he was concealed within the territory of Dao Tian's sect, watching intently in the direction of the sect. It was not until several days later, when he saw the celestial Buddhist light still shining resplendently without any signs of fading, that he reluctantly withdrew. Hao Gao did not immediately leave Beixian. Instead, he temporarily took refuge in the Tongtian demon sect to heal his wounds. Chapter 72. What price must that madman pay? In the vast spiritual realm, within the boundless Buddhist domain, a magnificent treasure hall resonated with the sound of bells, accompanied by the distant echo of a slow wooden fish drum. Buddha, the whereabouts of the Vajra Buddha plate have been discovered. A barefoot monk approached the treasure hall. Humbly bowing with hands clasped, he spoke reverently. The wooden fish drum within the hall paused momentarily before resuming, followed by a voice imbued with compassion for the world. From which realm? The monk lowered his head and replied, the mortal realm. The wooden fish's sound finally ceased, and a voice filled with mirth rang out. In days of yore, during the great war with the Tao domain, the Vajra Buddha plate was inadvertently lost and picked up by a passing madman, who subsequently vanished from sight, eluding all efforts to locate him. Now, the Vajra Buddha plate has found its way to the mortal realm, but that madman is no ordinary person. The monk fell silent. To successfully abscond with the Vajra Buddha plate from their boundless Buddhist domain, one must indeed possess extraordinary capabilities. The monk said, Buddha, now that the Vajra Buddha plate has been sensed, it seems it has been utilized with a core in the mortal realm. Such wastefulness is lamentable. Shall we dispatch someone to retrieve it? The hall remained silent for a long while before responding. No, since only one core remains for the Vajra Buddha plate. It is not worth sending someone to the mortal realm. Let it be. However, let this debt be noted, for that madman shall ultimately pay a price. As you wish. The monk replied. Yet, he was puzzled. Could it be that the Vajra Buddha plate was indeed taken to the mortal realm by that madman? If so, that madman was indeed remarkably capable. After all, traversing from the spiritual realm to the mortal realm entails a considerable cost. A moment's carelessness may invite the wrath of the heavenly laws governing the mortal realm. The second matter perplexing the monk is why such a place in the mortal realm would possess a treasure as formidable as the Vajra Buddha disc. Is it perhaps employed to counter some formidable adversary? Yet, what kind of formidable adversary could exist in the mortal realm? If the monk were to learn that the Vajra Buddha disc was utilized to fend off a cultivator in the tribulation transcendent stage, he would undoubtedly find it difficult to maintain his composure, likely lamenting the waste of such a precious artifact with great fervor. Hao Gao, having spent several days recuperating from his injuries, prepared to depart from the North Xian region. After all, he had numerous enemies in the South Tian, and being caught off guard would not bode well. Senior Hao, shall we continue in the North Xian? Yin Jueqing inquired pensively. Hao Gao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly regained his composure, fixing his gaze upon Yin Jueqing with a cold demeanor. Of course, we shall continue. I require blood, ample blood. If the blood of righteous cultivators is insufficient, then I shall take the blood of you demonic cultivators. Should that still prove inadequate, I will resort to the blood of mortals. If you fail to meet this requirement, you shall be the first to perish at my hands. Yin Jueqing felt a chill run through him, but dared not exhibit any dissatisfaction, reluctantly assuring him, rest assured, Senior Hao. Hao Gao then smiled with satisfaction, patting Yin Jueqing on the shoulder. Devote yourself wholeheartedly to the tasks I have entrusted to you. Once you succeed, I shall bestow upon you great rewards. Yin Jueqing feigned surprise and respectfully replied, Thank you, Senior Hao. Hao Gao nodded before vanishing in a flash. Only then did Yin Jueqing allow his smile to gradually fade, his gaze flickering rapidly in the direction of Hao Gao's departure. Rewards? Thus far, despite all he had accomplished, he had received not a single benefit. How laughable. In contrast, Senior Chun had aided him in breaking through to the mid-stage of the transformation of spirit, all without requiring anything from him, save for a modest request to avoid harming a multitude of mortals. Yin Jueqing had no intention of continuing to assist Hao Gao. However, the presence of the two spies Hao Gao had left behind to oversee him weighed on his mind. After some contemplation, he resolved to devise a scheme to imprison those two South Tian cultivators. Yet, killing them was not an option, for doing so would extinguish their soul lamps far away in the South Tian. As for the eventual discovery of this matter by Hao Gao, such an outcome was inconceivable. Hao Gao would certainly be dealt with by Senior Chun in the South Tian. Yin Jueqing was shrewd enough not to disclose to Hao Gao that the terrifying formation of the Dao Tian sect might very well be a gift from Senior Chun. Truth be told, had Hao Gao treated Yin Jueqing with a modicum of kindness, he might have hinted at this matter to warn him against crossing paths with Senior Chun, thereby jeopardizing his own path to immortality. Facing an immensely powerful elder would spell the end of Hao Gao's own aspirations. Yin Jueqing chuckled coldly to himself, pondering for a moment before sending a message to Ji Wucong and the other leaders of the demon sect to discuss the plan for imprisonment. In the ensuing days, the two South Tian cultivators found themselves ensnared within the confines of the Tun Tian demon sect, with no path to the heavens above or the earth below, rendering them incapable of contacting the outside world. Yin Jueqing promptly ordered the release of all righteous cultivators who had been captured. This left the righteous sects in astonishment. Initially perplexed by the motives of the demonic sects, suspecting some hidden conspiracy, it was not until Yin Jueqing personally met with Duan Songhai, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, to discuss the matter that clarity emerged. Consequently, the North Xian region fell into a temporary tranquility, with the righteous and demonic sects maintaining a precarious peace, though the usual minor skirmishes persisted. During this time, the mysterious sound of Buddhist chants resonating across North Xian had circulated widely. When the sects learned that the Daotian sect had employed a mysterious grand formation to thwart the tribulation of the formidable Hao Gao and injure him, it caused quite a stir. However, before the dust could settle, an even more shocking revelation emerged, sending ripples throughout the North Xian cultivation community. The Wuji Immortal Palace in the mysterious snow plains had inexplicably been destroyed. Most cultivators were unaware of the events leading to this calamity. Only those like Yin Jueqing, Ji Wucong, and Duan Songhai, who had interacted with the enigmatic Qingyi, felt a creeping sense of dread and suspicion. If anyone possessed the strength to annihilate the Wuji Immortal Palace, it could only be the profoundly mysterious swordsmanship elder residing in the Daotian sect. Once stability returned to North Xian, figures such as Nangong Yao and Yin Jueqing clandestinely ventured toward the south sky, not for any ulterior motive, but to witness firsthand the fate of Hao Gao, the formidable tribulation survivor. Having missed the chance to witness the destruction of the Wuji Immortal Palace by the esteemed Chun, they hoped to behold the downfall of Hao Gao, perhaps gaining profound insights in the process. Setting aside the prospect of enlightenment, witnessing a tribulation fall was itself a grand visual spectacle. When Nangong Yao expressed his intent to travel, Elder Lu Yunjian advised against it, saying, Sect Master, you have only recently attained the transformation stage. It would be wiser to solidify your foundation within the sect rather than journey to the south sky. Nangong Yao replied, No. If our sect can observe the master slaying Hao Gao, it would surely yield insights. Lu Yunjian chuckled, Sect Master, the master strikes with such swiftness, to put it bluntly. You may glean little from it. Nangong Yao retorted, You have grown quite bold to speak thus to me. I must go, even if I gain no insights. Witnessing the fall of a tribulation survivor would be eye-opening. It's not just me. I suspect Duan Songhai and Yin Jueqing will also attend. Do not hinder me further. Your first-hand experience of the Master's destruction of the Immortal Palace surely colors your perspective. Lu Yunjian conceded, Very well, I shall head to the south sky. You keep watch over the sect. In the mortal realm, there existed North Xian, South Sky, East Qian, and West Sea. The cultivation realms of South Sky and East Qian were nearly equal in overall strength, while the West Sea remained shrouded in mystery. Among these, North Xian was slightly at a disadvantage in terms of overall power, which was precisely why Hao Gao chose to initiate his schemes there. At this moment, on the border of South Sky, a shadowy figure crossed into its territory. The figure, a serene young scholar, was none other than Chen Xun, who had emerged from the mysterious snow plains. It had been over a month since he last encountered the sacred sage and received the remnants of their soul. In other words, Chen Xun had been clear-headed for nearly 2.5 months. Here, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The blossoms reflected his solitary figure, and the spring wind caressed his smiling face, creating a picturesque scene. Chen Xun chuckled softly, plucking a peach blossom to inhale its fragrance, before leisurely strolling away, his figure clad in green soon transforming into a distant speck, disappearing amidst the spring scenery. Chapter 73. The Market of Yin City. Rome's pork stall. Yin City, located in the eastern part of the southern sky, boasts considerable renown among the countless cities in the region. It is famous for being nestled beside the towering and fiery Yin mountain range. The city is home to hundreds of thousands, with mortals constituting 99% of the population, while the remainder are cultivators. Most of the cultivators visiting Yin City possess fire attribute spiritual roots, drawn here by the allure of the Ji Yin mountain range. At this moment, the sky was dotted with groups of luminous lights darting between Yin City and the Ji Yin mountains. The mortals of Yin City occasionally glanced skyward, accustomed to such sights, yet harboring feelings of envy and reverence within their hearts. Half a year later, at the vegetable market on East Main Street in Yin City, a middle-aged couple busied themselves at a pork stall, chopping bones, skinning, and cleaning. On a low stool behind the stall sat a young man clad in tattered green, wearing a pink apron stained with blood, soundly asleep. The apron was adorned with charming lace, reading pork roam. How's the pork selling these days? Any price increase? A customer approached the stall, eyeing the hanging and displayed pork with a smile. Upon the arrival of the customer, the middle-aged couple promptly halted their tasks, picking up their knives to greet him. "Ha ha, no price increase, still 8 copper coins per pound," the middle-aged man replied with a hearty laugh. He was Rong Fu, the owner of this meat stall, of average height, sporting a full beard, yet exuding no hint of ferocity. The woman, Su Yingying, retained her charm, and her name, alongside her subtly noble demeanor, suggested she was not of the same ilk as Rong Fu. Yet, in reality, they were a married couple. "All right, then give me 2 pounds of that one. Cut it like this. It looks quite good with a mix of fat and lean." The customer pointed to a piece of pork on the stall. "Sure thing," Rong Fu exclaimed, swiftly slicing the meat to meet the customer's request. He picked up the nearby scale, ready to weigh it, but was playfully halted by the customer. "All right, no need to weigh it. In this East Main Street market, who doesn't know that Pork Rong is a master at cutting meat? You always get the measurement spot on." Rong Fu chuckled but still weighed the meat, showing the customer. "Indeed, it is exactly 2 pounds, quite precise." The customer, witnessing this, praised Rong Fu's skill generously. Subsequently, Rong Fu retrieved a thin piece of twine from the side, tying the pork before handing it to the customer. The customer accepted it, paying 16 copper coins. The customer, initially prepared to leave with his pork, caught sight of the young man lazily sleeping behind the stall. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "I have long felt uncomfortable and wanted to express my thoughts. Every time I come to buy meat, you, as the owner, are busy, while this young worker here is comfortably napping. I say he should be sent away. Isn't that a waste of money?" Rong Fu exchanged a glance with his wife, shook his head, and chuckled. "You have misunderstood this young man, Chen Xun. Though he appears to be sleeping now, he is the one who pushes the cart to fetch pigs every day before dawn. You know, Chen Xun's mind is a bit unbalanced. When it comes to managing the business, it is still us, the couple, who handle it." "Oh, I see." The customer nodded in realization, astonished. "This young man can actually haul pigs?" Rong Fu laughed heartily. "Do not be fooled by Chen Xun's seemingly frail appearance. He possesses considerable strength and can sprint with a cart full of pigs." After casting a surprised glance at Chen Xun, the customer bid farewell and departed. Once the customer left, Rong Fu and his wife turned to Chen Xun, sharing a smile, both feeling quite satisfied with him. Despite his eccentricities and mental irregularities, he was undeniably superior to the previous idle worker they had employed. In the afternoon, after selling all the pork at their stall, Rong Fu and his wife began to tidy up, preparing to close for the day. Chen Xun, wake up. Time to pack up." While Su Yingying organized the stall, Rong Fu approached and shook Chen Xun awake, chuckling at the drool at the corner of his mouth, feeling both amused and helpless. Chen Xun gradually awakened, wiped the drool from his mouth, and his eyes brightened with excitement. With a manic grin, he dashed out of the market without even removing his frilly pink apron, disappearing in a flash amidst the familiar gazes of passers-by. Su Yingying stifled a laugh, saying to Fu, "What do you think is going on in Chen Xun's mind every day?" Rong Fu scratched his head, unsure, but simply smiled foolishly. Why bother with what he thinks? At least he seems happy every day, doesn't he? To be honest, I envy Chen Xun's carefree spirit. As he spoke, Rong Fu's smile faded, and he gazed blankly at Su Yingying, sighing inwardly. Noticing Rong Fu's expression, Su Yingying asked, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Rong Fu replied with a renewed smile. "My dear, Chen Xun is probably waiting for dinner at home. We should head back." For months ago, Chen Xun arrived in this scorching city. Initially, he was in good spirits, having enjoyed a clear mind for over 4 months. However, to his dismay, within half a day of arriving in the scorching city, his mental state deteriorated once more. Chen Xun became unhinged again. After a month of wandering in the city, he made little impact, as the vastness of the city with its hundreds of thousands of residents was unlike his hometown of Sha Town. During this time, he grew increasingly disheveled, resembling a beggar. Although he did not actively beg, others, seeing his pitiable state, offered him some coins, which made little difference. By chance, Rongfu encountered Chen Xun while transporting pigs back to the market. At that moment, as Rongfu traversed a rather uneven and secluded stretch of road, the wheels of his cart became ensnared. The situation was particularly arduous, as he was transporting 2 pigs. In desperation, Rongfu sought assistance and fortuitously spotted Chen Xun, who was squatting by the roadside with an eccentric grin. Without hesitation, Rongfu approached him for help. To his astonishment, Chen Xun merely crouched down, effortlessly lifting the cart laden with pigs. Indeed, he lifted it. Rongfu stood there, utterly dumbfounded, silently marveling at the remarkable strength of this seemingly frail scholar. Once the predicament was resolved, Rongfu expressed his gratitude to Chen Xun and attempted to offer him some money as a token of appreciation. However, Chen Xun declined to accept, fixated instead on Rongfu with an enigmatic smile. This unsettled Rongfu, who began to suspect that Chen Xun might not be entirely sane. Nevertheless, he insisted on pressing a few coins into Chen Xun's hand before hastily departing, as he had pigs to slaughter and time was of the essence. In the ensuing days, Rongfu encountered Chen Xun several more times while transporting pigs. He often saw Chen Xun disheveled and squatting at an unremarkable street corner, engrossed in a blank book. Eventually, Rongfu discerned that Chen Xun was likely a homeless madman, belonging to the ranks of the destitute. Moved by compassion, Rongfu contemplated hiring Chen Xun as a laborer to assist with his pig hauling. After all, the impressive strength Chen Xun displayed had not gone unnoticed. Rongfu had recently dismissed a lazy worker and thought that Chen Xun would be a fitting replacement. He inquired if Chen Xun would be willing to work for him, offering food, lodging, and a monthly salary in exchange for his labor. Chen Xun's eyes lit up with excitement, and he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Hauling pigs sounds splendid. I relish hauling pigs." Oh yes. Thus, Chen Xun became a laborer in Yinqing, residing with Rongfu. Chapter 74. The Pig Hauling Laborer. Chen Xun Rongfu's home was situated on the eastern edge of Yinqing, where rows of old buildings with small courtyards sprawled densely. The open space in front bustled with townsfolk. Some sat at tables enjoying drinks and conversation, others strolled with their children, and some robust men bathed openly with buckets of water under the sun. Compared to the bustling market, this area exuded a quieter, more vibrant atmosphere of daily life. The residents here enjoyed a relatively moderate standard of living within Yinqing. In contrast, the western part of the city was home to slums, where many people were crammed into a single room, living in hardship and belonging to the lower strata of society. Given that Rongfu's pork business thrived, he could afford to live in this vicinity, albeit in a rented space. Despite the dilapidated appearance of the buildings, purchasing property here would entail a significant financial commitment. In a place like Yinqing, owning a home is a daunting challenge. Many toil their entire lives without ever acquiring a dwelling to call their own. At that moment, Chen Xun returned, arms outstretched and joyfully running, capturing the attention of many townsfolk. Upon recognizing him, they smiled, not in the least surprised by his exuberance. The residents of this area have become quite familiar with Chen Xun, recognizing him as the young worker hired by the pork vendor, Rong Jia. Recently, for the locals, Chen Xun has become a unique source of joy and amusement. "Chen Xun, has Rong not returned yet? Why not come over to my house for a meal?" Someone remarked with a friendly smile as they observed him. Upon hearing the mention of food, Chen Xun's eyes sparkled, and he dashed towards the person's home. Just as the host was about to usher him inside, Rongfu and Su Yingying returned with their cart. Noticing this scene, Rongfu hurried over to pull Chen Xun back, saying with a hint of resignation, "Dinyo, we won't trouble you. Dinner will be ready at our place shortly." Rongfu was well aware of Chen Xun's voracious appetite. Although Dinyo appeared cheerful now, he would surely be taken aback by Chen Xun's consumption later. "Suit yourself. After all, our meals can't compare to the offerings at Rongjia." "I doubt Chen Xun would find it to his liking," Dinyo retorted, gesturing dismissively. Rongfu shot him a glare. "Hey, watch what you say." As he spoke, he handed a piece of pork to Dinyo and led Chen Xun back home. Dinyo grinned, holding the piece of pork aloft for those watching, but the onlookers were unimpressed. "What is the big deal? It's just a piece of pork. Who hasn't received pork from Rongjia before?" They were all aware of Rongjia's generosity, having received pork themselves at one time or another, which contributed to Rongfu's good reputation in the neighborhood. As for Chen Xun, the young worker, the community harbored a fondness for him. Rongfu, being a pork vendor, had prepared several pork dishes for dinner, which explained why Dinyo had previously claimed that Rongfu's meals were exceptional, often featuring meat. Chen Xun devoured 10 bowls of rice before reluctantly leaving the dinner table, as the dishes had run out. He was not inclined to eat plain rice alone. Rongfu and Su Yingying watched as Chen Xun swayed away, struggling to swallow their astonishment. To be frank, even after a month of living with them, They had yet to acclimate to Chen Xun's extraordinary appetite. How can he eat so much? Even more astonishingly, he doesn't gain a pound. Rongfu mused with a wry smile. Nevertheless, he didn't mind Chen Xun's hearty appetite at all. This was simply because Chen Xun was worth it. A stark contrast to the previous slothful worker. In the past, Rongfu would struggle to pull 2 pigs, which was exhausting. Yet, Chen Xun could manage 4 pigs in one trip. To Rongfu and his wife, this was nothing short of remarkable. Fu. It's been a month since Chen Xun started working. You should settle his wages, Su Yingying suggested while tidying up the dinner table. All right. Rongfu nodded and picked up his pipe, preparing to head to the courtyard. Hey, Su Yingying swatted Rongfu's hand, admonishing him. Can't you smoke a little less? Rongfu froze, offering an awkward smile before putting the pipe down and stepping outside. As Rongfu arrived at the small courtyard, he was taken aback to find Chen Xun performing a handstand. After a moment of surprise, he approached and exclaimed, I never imagined you possessed such a skill. No wonder you are so strong. It appears you have trained. However, a sense of perplexity filled Rongfu's mind, for he found Chen Xun to be an enigma. Despite his scholarly demeanor, he was, paradoxically, a martial artist. Ha ha ha. Chen Xun merely laughed madly in response. With a sigh, Rongfu noticed that Chen Xun was still donning that pink apron, and he shook his head. He crouched down and kindly helped him remove it, saying, Chen Xun, you have been working for Uncle Fu for a month now, and I am quite pleased with your efforts. Here, this is your pay for last month. As he spoke, Rongfu retrieved several silver coins and placed them directly into Chen Xun's pocket. Make sure you don't spit it out after just eating. Seeing Chen Xun's focused demeanor, Rongfu chuckled softly and went to grab a wooden bucket and towel to take a shower. The next day, even before dawn broke, Chen Xun emerged from his small room, hastily donned the pink apron, and set off with his cart, rumbling along the path. Inside the house, hearing the commotion, Rongfu and Su Yingying awoke. They exchanged glances filled with both pride and wry amusement. The pride stemmed from Chen Xun's remarkable diligence, as he adhered to this schedule without fail. The wry amusement arose from the realization that Chen Xun's industriousness made them appear lethargic by comparison. Consequently, they both abandoned their beds and swiftly prepared their tools. Anticipating Chen Xun's return with pigs to be butchered, they were well aware of his impressive efficiency. Meanwhile, on the somewhat dimly lit streets of Yen City, Chen Xun dashed forward with his cart. Many early risers were startled by the sight, retreating to the sides of the road in astonishment as they beheld the figure racing away with the cart. Goodness, is he out of his mind? Due to Yen City's large population, Chen Xun had only been transporting pigs for a month, and aside from those in Rongfu's vicinity, few had come to recognize him. Although some had seen him before. Astonishing, isn't it? It's not my first time witnessing this. That fellow is formidable, remarked a passerby. What is so formidable about it? He's just hauling a rickety cart. He's a bit eccentric, running around before dawn without fear of colliding with someone. If he's unlucky enough to hit a cultivator, he wouldn't even know how he met his end. It may not seem impressive now, but just wait until he returns with 4 pigs at this breakneck speed. What? I refuse to believe it. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. We'll have our breakfast here and wait. He'll return the same way. At the pig farm, Chen Xun arrived at the entrance with his cart. At that moment, the area was deserted, with only Chen Xun's solitary figure visible. When Rongfu used to personally haul the pigs, there would already be numerous competitors with their carts by this time. However, due to Chen Xun's early rising and swift pace, he consistently arrived first, leaving the other pig haulers and workers to arrive tardily, resulting in many never having seen Chen Xun at all. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Xun stepped forward, turned sideways, and forcefully slammed his shoulder against the door, his eyes burning with fervor. With a creak, an old man opened the door, his bleary eyes struggling to focus. Without even seeing who had arrived, he instinctively mumbled, "Is that you, Chen Xun? You rascal, arriving so early every day? The pigs in the garden haven't even woken up yet, and you already want to drag them off to slaughter. What a sin." Chapter 75. I dare say, the elder is not in Yen City. Chen Xun stood with his hands on his hips, chin raised, radiating pride. The old man shook his head helplessly and opened the garden gate, allowing Chen Xun to pull the cart inside. Upon entering the garden, Chen Xun leaped into the pig pen, effortlessly lifting the still sleeping pigs onto the cart one by one. The old man watched in astonishment, secretly acknowledging Chen Xun's innate strength. If it were any other pig handler or laborer, they would require assistance from others in the garden to load the pigs onto the vehicle. Seeing that Chen Xun had swiftly loaded all 4 pigs onto the cart, the old man remarked, "Chen Xun, you appear so slender, yet how do you possess such strength? In my lifetime of observing pig farms, You are the strongest pig handler I have ever encountered. Chen Xun chuckled, ignoring the old man, and rumbled away with the cart. The cart was equipped with sturdy railings, so there was no fear of the pigs falling off. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xun had exited the pig farm and was racing down the road with the cart. The path from the pig farm was rugged and uneven, and the jarring motion finally roused the 4 pigs from their slumber. They scrambled to their feet, grunting anxiously. Silence. Chen Xun suddenly turned his head. His features twisted in a fierce expression as he shouted. The pigs immediately laid back down, trembling in fear. Hee hee hee. Chen Xun laughed maniacally as he sped away, his legs leaving afterimages. At this moment, the light of dawn had brightened slightly, casting a pale glow on the horizon. Boom, boom, boom. On the street, many citizens felt as if a blur had raced past them, stirring up a gust of wind. They turned to look, their mouths agape in disbelief. Uft. At a nearby breakfast stall, someone spat out the soup they had just sipped, staring in shock at the direction where the figure and cart had vanished, exclaiming, "What the heck? Ha ha, do you believe it now? That guy can run like the wind while pulling 4 pigs. What strength. Indeed, indeed. That's incredible. With such might. Why isn't he making a fortune? Why drag pigs around for such meager earnings? Who does this pig handler work for, anyway? Oh, it seems to be from the pork shop at East Street Market. I believe I saw him there when I went to buy meat earlier." Meanwhile, Chen Xun had already delivered the pigs to Rongfu's house. Some neighbors had risen early, preparing to head to the market, and greeted Chen Xun with smiles as he returned with the pigs. Rongfu and Su Yingying heard the commotion and hurried out to help Chen Xun push the cart into the yard. "Chen Xun, you should take a break for a moment. Leave the rest to Uncle Fu," Rongfu said cheerfully as he picked up the slaughtering knife. Su Yingying handed Chen Xun a cup of tea before joining Rongfu to assist with the slaughter. Seeing the knife, the 4 pigs squealed in terror. But under the swift actions of Rongfu and his companion, their lives quickly came to an end. Rongfu and Su Yingying meticulously placed 4 pigs onto the prepared roasting racks to remove their hair, and with practiced skill, they swiftly dismembered and deboned the animals. During this process, Su Yingying's subtle air of a noble lady starkly contrasted with the act of slaughtering. Once completed, they loaded the dismembered pig heads, ears, ribs, large cuts of meat, and trotters onto a cart. Subsequently, the couple called Chen Xun to join them for breakfast. Chen Xun took the lead in pulling the cart while Rongfu and Su Yingying pushed from behind, making their way to the vegetable market on East Street. Thus began another day of selling pork, a routine that Chen Xun had been engaged in for over a month, while Rongfu and his wife had been doing so for countless years. Upon reaching their stall at the market, they arranged the pork and ribs, hung the trotters, and commenced business. Chen Xun stifled a yawn, settled into his usual spot behind the stall, and succumbed to sleep amidst the bustling sounds of the market. Rongfu and Su Yingying exchanged smiles and began to attend to arriving customers. "Pork roam, I'd like a pound of pork." "Sure thing." "Say, pork roam, you have no children. Why toil endlessly for so much money?" Rongfu paused, then chuckled. "At present, there are no children, but one must prepare, right? Tuition fees in Yinqing are quite exorbitant." In a luxurious restaurant in Yinqing, at a window seat on the 5th floor, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang sat across from each other, sipping wine. "Having been in Nantan for half a year, I have yet to hear a whisper of news regarding our esteemed predecessor. Truly, they seem to drift like a wisp of smoke, utterly elusive," Yin Jueqing remarked, gazing at the bustling mortals below. Ji Wucang took a sip of his drink and replied with a smile, "Such a carefree figure as our predecessor is likely residing in some picturesque valley, making it improbable for us to find them easily." Yin Jueqing chuckled softly and mused. "In these past 6 months, Hao Gao has been relentlessly searching for Senior Chen. Due to the absence of any news, he has come to believe that Senior Chen is afraid." "Umph." Ji Wucang's expression turned slightly frosty as he teased. "How could our esteemed predecessor fear that dwarf? When our predecessor reveals themselves, it will surely be the end for that dwarf. After all, even the Wujixian palace was vanquished by our predecessor." Though this had yet to be confirmed, both Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang felt it was highly plausible. Moreover, the terrifying formation of Daotian's sect still shimmered with an aura of boundless power. Each of these monumental events bore a connection to their predecessor. It was rumored that recently, Hao Gao had commanded various sects throughout Nantan to issue bounty notices for Senior Chen. Anyone who could provide a lead would be generously rewarded. It was likely that, in due course, such bounty notices would reach Yinqing. Yin Jueqing pursed his lips, noting, "It is evident that after the incident with Beixian and the scorn he received from Daotian's sect, Hao Gao's anger has yet to subside. The term dwarf seems to have struck a chord deep within him." Ji Wucang inquired with curiosity, "Zhongzhuyin, it appears that the dwarf has never encountered our predecessor. How then could he issue a bounty?" Upon hearing this, Yin Jueqing's face turned awkward, and he spoke with a hint of shame. Previously, when Hao Gao came to Beixian to trouble our esteemed elder, he sought my counsel regarding some matters about you. I had no choice but to provide him with basic information, including your name, a few physical characteristics, and the fact that you resided in Daotian's sect. Do not regard me with disdain. You must understand that I was nearly slain by Hao Gao in that moment. Moreover, I had already learned from Nangang Yao that you had departed from Daotian's sect, which gave me a sense of relief to speak with Hao Gao. As he concluded, Yin Jueqing's eyes were filled with resentment, yet tinged with helplessness. The master of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect had been threatened with death by Hao Gao on multiple occasions. Yet he was acutely aware that this world ultimately spoke the language of power. Ji Wucang nodded in understanding and then remarked, Sect Master Yin, I wager that with the esteemed elder not present in Yen City, we should proceed to the next location in our search. Yin Jueqing gazed through the window in the direction of the extreme flame mountains and stated solemnly, there is no rush. Our pursuit of the esteemed elder is one reason for being here. Another is that our sect specializes in fire attribute spiritual roots. The extreme flame mountains are renowned and said to be a paradise for those of the fire attribute, so we shall linger for a while. I intend to visit the extreme flame mountains to see if I can attain any fortuitous encounters. Very well, Ji Wucang acquiesced. Recognizing that he had recently broken through to the transformation stage and needed time to stabilize his foundation, Ji Wucang suddenly inquired, Sect Master Yin, do you think it is possible that the esteemed elder might be in the Qianlong Forbidden Land? Yin Jueqing paused, contemplating the possibility, but acknowledged that if the elder were indeed in the Qianlong Forbidden Land, they would not dare to venture there. The Qianlong Forbidden Land lies south of the southern sky and is known as the most perilous forbidden zone in the mortal realm. It is rumored that those who enter, particularly those undergoing tribulation, rarely return. Chapter 76. It seems I have spotted the esteemed elder. A day swiftly passed, and dinner time approached. Rongfu's stall was thriving, with only a few remnants left from the 4 pigs he had sold, yielding a substantial profit. As usual, the couple tidied up their stall and exchanged smiles before going to awaken Chen Xun to return home. This child can truly sleep, Su Yingying remarked with a wry smile. Chen Xun, wake up, Rongfu called, shaking Chen Xun while glancing at Su Yingying with a grin. This lad was up early, ran back and forth, especially after bringing back 4 pigs. Of course, he is exhausted. I remember the last time I brought back 2 pigs, I was nearly dead from fatigue. Su Yingying thought to herself, acknowledging Chen Xun's resilience. She couldn't help but gaze at him, lost in thought. If she and Dafeng were to have a child, they would likely be around 20, nearly the same age as Chen Xun. Chen Xun has awakened. Shall we head back, Yingzi? Rongfu said, pulling the drowsy Chen Xun up, suddenly noticing Su Yingying's gaze. After a moment of surprise, he called softly, yes, let us go home. Su Yingying snapped back to reality and quickly replied with a smile. All right, let's return home. Rongfu tightened his grip on Chen Xun's hand slightly, forcing a smile. Yes. Home it is. On the way back, Chen Xun joyfully led the way, merrily pulling the cart, his spirits high. Rongfu and Su Yingying followed closely behind, their gazes fixed on Chen Xun's silhouette, exchanging few words. Yet, Rongfu occasionally cast sidelong glances at Su Yingying, noticing the expression in her eyes, which stirred something within him. Thus, the trio traversed the bustling street, gradually fading from view. At that moment, on the 5th floor of a nearby tavern, Ji Wucang gazed suspiciously at the receding figures of Chen Xun and the Rong couple. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, Ji Wucang couldn't shake the uncanny resemblance of the individual pulling a cart to that of his esteemed predecessor. Furrowing his brow, he was about to pursue them for a closer look when suddenly, Yin Jueqing entered, carrying 2 jugs of wine. Wucang, come, join me for a drink, he beckoned. Ji Wucang halted, casting aside the unrealistic notions swirling in his mind. Surely, that figure merely bore a passing resemblance to his predecessor. It was inconceivable that such a prominent figure would be hauling a rickety cart through the mundane market, especially accompanied by what appeared to be a middle-aged couple, resembling a family of 3. After all, this was not the first time such a situation had arisen in the past 6 months. What's wrong? Yin Jueqing inquired, noticing Ji Wucang's unease. Hesitating for a moment, Ji Wucang finally replied, Sect Leader Yin, I just saw a figure that somewhat resembled our predecessor. What? Yin Jueqing raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, where? Let us hurry and investigate. Although there had been similar misunderstandings before, what if it were indeed true? Ji Wucang paused, quickly nodded, and pointed in a direction. The next moment, the 2 vanished from the room. In a flash, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang appeared at the street corner, scanning the surroundings. But there was no sign of the 3 individuals Ji Wucang had mentioned. Yin Jueqing immediately closed his eyes, unleashing his divine sense, expansive as it swept across the vicinity. The diners, the card players, the brawlers, the strollers, and even the intimate exchanges occurring within the brothels and residences were all vividly perceived by Injueching. Ji Wucang, too, extended his divine sense, yet his brows furrowed tighter as he found nothing, reluctantly opening his eyes. Sigh, he murmured. Moments later, Injueching also opened his eyes, rubbing his temples, and sighed, nothing found. Upon hearing this, Ji Wucang felt a twinge of disappointment, yet suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. He raised a finger in excitement, exclaiming, "Aha! Sect leader Yin, it makes perfect sense that we found nothing. If that truly was our predecessor, it would be entirely normal for our divine senses to fail to locate him." Injueching paused, surprise dawning on his face as he exclaimed, "Indeed." With this thought, their hearts raced. Could it be that they had genuinely encountered their predecessor? Sect leader, if they merely walked past the street where our tavern is located today, we should stake out the same spot tomorrow afternoon at the same time. Perhaps we will behold him once more. The truth of whether that person is indeed our predecessor will be revealed, Ji Wucang urged. Although the notion of their predecessor hauling a cart seemed absurd, a recollection surfaced. Back at Daotian sect, their esteemed senior occasionally displayed thoughts and behaviors that deviated from the norm. Perhaps this was indeed their predecessor wandering through the mundane world. Injueching, filled with delight, patted Ji Wucang on the shoulder and praised, "Well done, Wucang. You are quite clever." Ahem. Ji Wucang cleared his throat, hands behind his back, and replied, "It's acceptable." Injueching's expression turned cold, and with a swift kick, he sent the pretentious Ji Wucang stumbling. "Stop showing off. At dinner to Fu. You should drink less." Su Yingying, noticing Rongfu continuously indulging in alcohol, frowned with concern. Rongfu, his face flushed, waved his hand and laughed. "Ah, I'm just feeling merry today. Let me enjoy a few more cups, right, Chen Xun?" Meanwhile, Chen Xun, with cheeks puffed up, was engrossed in his meal, the speed of his chopsticks creating a blur, completely ignoring Rongfu. Su Yingying could only shake her head and said, "I'll allow you 3 more cups. But no more after that." "Sounds good." After dinner, Su Yingying busied herself with cleaning the table and washing the dishes. Chen Xun squatted in the yard, holding a twig and gleefully drawing circles in the dirt. At that moment, Rongfu staggered over, sat beside Chen Xun, glanced at the circles on the ground, and, feeling a bit loopy, asked with a silly grin, "What are you drawing, Chen Xun?" Chen Xun remained silent, solely focused on his circular artwork. "If Uncle Rong had a child, he would be about your age by now." Rongfu observed Chen Xun, chuckling, but as his vision blurred, the world began to spin. He patted Chen Xun's shoulder and suddenly lowered his head, choking back tears. "Uncle Rong, you truly are a terrible person." Hearing the commotion, Chen Xun paused his drawing, turned his head curiously towards Rongfu, then reached out to pat Rongfu's head, laughing maniacally. Adults shouldn't cry, you know. Rongfu was momentarily stunned, which only made him sob even harder. Chen Xun stood up and shouted towards the house. "He is crying. The adult is crying." "Who is crying?" Su Yingying's voice rang out, followed by the sound of her hurried footsteps. Rongfu's weeping ceased abruptly as he hastily wiped away his tears and stood up, trying to compose his expression. Just then, Su Yingying stepped outside, casting a scrutinizing glance at Chen Xun and Rongfu, and asked suspiciously, "Chen Xun, who is crying?" Chen Xun, grinning foolishly, pointed at Rongfu. Rongfu, startled, blushed, and jumped up, shouting, "Don't say that." With that, he grabbed a slipper and stumbled after Chen Xun. Chen Xun laughed maniacally and darted away. Thus, Rongfu and Chen Xun began a playful chase around the small courtyard, with Chen Xun occasionally glancing back to make a silly face. If Injueching and Ji Wucang were to witness this scene, they would surely think they were hallucinating, their eyes sparkling in disbelief. "Do you realize whom you are chasing? That is none other than the esteemed Chen, who brought the infinite celestial palace to its knees." Su Yingying, observing this, looked deeply at Rongfu, sighed inwardly, and returned to the dishes. At that moment, Chen Xun made a swift retreat. Meanwhile, the drunken Rongfu continued to run circles in the yard, still clutching the slipper, unaware of what he was pursuing. Chen Xun stood nearby, hands on his hips, unable to contain his laughter, drooling slightly from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 77. Truly an esteemed senior. It's impossible to pull a pig in this lifetime. The following day, Chen Xun rose early, as usual, hauling a cart with a rumble towards the pig farm. After waiting for the pig to return and allowing the Rongfu couple to finish their tasks, they all enjoyed breakfast together before heading to the East Street vegetable market with a cart. Another day of selling pork commenced. The Rongfu couple busied themselves as usual, while Chen Xun leaned back, indulging in slumber. The day slipped away swiftly. By afternoon, The Rongfu couple roused Chen Xun, and they made their way home with the cart. Still traversing the same street, they approached the familiar tavern. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the tavern, at the window, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang stood, their gazes fixed intently on the bustling crowd below. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged from the distance, drawing closer into view. It was Chen Xun, pulling the cart, followed closely by the Rongfu couple. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang's pupils constricted, their chests heaving with excitement, as boundless joy surged within. Senior. It truly is the senior. They exchanged a glance filled with exhilaration. Nodding in agreement, they swiftly descended, cautiously trailing from a distance. Ji Wucang cast a glance at the cart and the pork it carried, frowning slightly. How could the senior be engaged in such mundane labor? This is hardly befitting of one of their stature, not to mention the senior. Even the lowest disciples in the cultivation world would never return to the mundane realm to perform such filthy tasks. Yin Jueqing gazed at Chen Xun's back with reverence, remarking, "What of it? Did not the senior once reside on the disciple peak of Daotian's sect? And did they not sweep the floors daily? The senior is unlike us, reveling in the world of mortals, immersing themselves in the human experience. Did we not also endure the trials of the mortal realm during our transformation?" Ji Wucang nodded, finding great sense in the words, and his gaze towards the figure in blue became increasingly filled with respect. With this thought, Ji Wucang felt a twinge of shame, saying, "If I were to descend into the mundane and engage in the work of carting pigs, I could hardly bear the humiliation, yet the senior remains true to their character." Yin Jueqing shook his head and chuckled. "Do not say that. I, too, could not undertake such labor. Once one reaches a certain status, it becomes exceedingly difficult to humble oneself. One is the leader of the northern Xian demon path, and the other the master of a prominent demon sect. How could they deign to pull a cart of pigs? It is an impossibility in this lifetime." After a brief tea break, Chen Xun and the Rongfu couple returned to their abode. Su Yinging hurriedly began preparing a meal, while Rongfu seized the opportunity to sharpen a set of pig slaughtering knives outside. Chen Xun, on the other hand, was engaged in playful antics with a group of children. A throng of youngsters trailed behind him, and he appeared to be the leader of their merry band. Some parents, concerned about their children running too fast and falling, chased after them with brooms, playfully swatting at their backsides. Brother, my father is hitting my bottom," one child cried, startled and teary-eyed. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun chuckled and swiftly turned around, spreading his arms to block the parents. The children, seeing this, followed suit, pulling faces and giggling cheerfully. The parents, witnessing the scene, were exasperated and shot Chen Xun a glare before departing with their brooms in hand. Only then did the children erupt into hearty laughter. Rongfu, while sharpening his knife, observed the scene before him with a helpless shake of his head, yet a smile remained perpetually on his face. Ever since the arrival of that young lad, Chen Xun, the atmosphere in their vicinity had undeniably grown much livelier. Meanwhile, around a nearby corner, 2 heads, one high and the other low, peered furtively. Those 2 were, of course, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang, who had stealthily followed behind. Witnessing such a harmonious tableau, they were momentarily taken aback, filled with a profound sense of nostalgia. Having traversed the path of immortality for many years, looking back now evoked a myriad of emotions. Such a serene scene had been absent from their lives since the moment they embarked on their cultivation journey. With reddened eyes, Ji Wucang spoke tremulously, "In my childhood, I too played the game of old hawk grabs chicks. I still remember how my father would shield me behind him, his silhouette akin to a great mountain, instilling a sense of security. Yet, I can no longer recall his visage. It feels as though I can never return to that time." Yin Jueqing pressed his lips together in silence, gently stroking Ji Wucang's head in a gesture of comfort, his own eyes reflecting a deep sense of regret and reminiscence. He too had sacrificed so much along the way. They continued to watch until Rongfu called Chen Xun back for dinner, at which point the 2 regained their senses, casting a lingering glance at Rongfu's home before returning to the tavern. In their room at the tavern, after a few rounds of drinks, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang remained sullen, exchanging few words. Although encountering an elder today should have been a source of great joy, the sights and sounds they had experienced left them unable to find happiness, their thoughts ensnared in memories. They began to ponder whether their journey had been right or wrong. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, they had seldom returned home, and they were now unaware of when their parents had passed away, having missed their funerals. When they finally returned, they found themselves staring blankly at their parents' graves, grappling with the weight of everything they had forsaken. Was it truly the right path? Suddenly, both emitted a muffled groan, their faces paling as they exchanged a glance filled with trepidation. This was not good. Their minds were unstable. The demons of the heart had arisen. Yin Jueqing immediately pushed the table aside, and he and Ji Wucang placed their hands firmly on each other's shoulders, commencing their cultivation techniques to salvage the situation. Yet, their complexions grew increasingly ghastly, even blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. At that moment, a scholar clad in a pink apron materialized out of thin air, chuckling mischievously. As Chen Xun appeared, the condition of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang dramatically improved. The insidious heart demons vanished completely, as if frightened away. They gasped for air, and upon seeing Chen Xun, the two hurriedly bowed, respectfully exclaiming, "We greet you, esteemed elder." Both Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang understood well that had the elder not arrived in time, the consequences of the heart demon's invasion would have been dire. "Thank you for saving us, esteemed elder," they earnestly expressed, bowing in gratitude. As for why the elder had come to this place, they were not surprised, having followed him. They knew that with his capabilities, he would undoubtedly have sensed their presence. Chen Xun crouched down, shaking his head playfully as he looked at them, laughing heartily. Do you haul pigs? Let's go, let's go. We love hauling pigs." Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at grain. Longing for the days when I embodied a tree in the Daotian sect, could it be that this act of pulling pigs is also a profound art? Are the esteemed predecessors about to bestow upon them more fortune? Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang immediately became exceedingly excited and exhilarated. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xun let out a sinister laugh, and his figure vanished. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang then sat down abruptly, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, and simultaneously forced a wry smile, exclaiming their relief at the presence of their esteemed elder. Chapter 78. The trio of pig pullers the following afternoon. After a day of toil, the Rongfu couple and Chen Xun returned home as usual. However, upon their arrival, they noticed many neighbors casting furtive glances in their direction. Startled, the Rongfu couple looked over to find an elderly man and a middle-aged gentleman standing at their doorstep. The opulent attire of the two men suggested they were not of ordinary status. Particularly, the subtle air of authority emanating from them caused the Rongfu couple's hearts to tighten with apprehension. They wondered if they had inadvertently offended a powerful figure during this period, for they had only been engaged in selling pork daily. Hurriedly, the Rongfu couple approached, while Chen Xun dashed off to play with the children. "Esteemed sirs, may we inquire what brings you here?" Rongfu and Su Yingying bowed, their voices trembling. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang quickly extended their hands to assist the Rongfu couple in standing. After a glance at the frolicking Chen Xun, Ji Wucang spoke with a smile. We have long admired the Rong family's pork stall. We are but humble individuals with considerable strength, here to seek employment in pig pulling." Before their visit, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang had thoroughly acquainted themselves with the Rongfu couple's livelihood. The once nervous Rongfu couple was left dumbfounded. Pulling pigs? Regaining their composure, Rongfu's face turned pale as he forced a smile. "Esteemed sirs, please do not jest with us." Su Yingying's heart raced, feeling quite flustered. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang paused, exchanging glances, puzzled by how they could appear to be joking. Suddenly, they noticed each other's lavish clothing, and their hearts sank, realizing their oversight in changing attire, dressed so extravagantly. It was only natural for others to assume they were jesting. "How careless of you! How could this be overlooked?" Yin Jueqing transmitted his displeasure. Ji Wucang felt a pang of regret, responding innocently, "Master Yin, I was merely inquiring about the esteemed elder's pork stall. I hardly considered such details." Yin Jueqing retorted through thought, "You shall speak for yourself from here on. This is the fortune granted by our elder. If we fail to secure the pig-pulling position at Rong's today, I will hold you accountable." With a disdainful pout, Ji Wucang soon donned a smile and turned to Rongfu, saying, "Boss Rong, we are not jesting. We sincerely wish to assist you in pig pulling. We hope you will acquiesce. Also, do refrain from addressing us as esteemed sirs." The Rongfu couple still believed the two were kidding. Rongfu awkwardly replied, "Esteemed sirs, the thing is, we have already hired help and have no intention of employing anyone further. As it stands, Chen Xun alone pulls 4 pigs daily, and often we do not sell out. Hiring more help would only lead to significant losses. Aside from the arrangements for food, lodging, and monthly wages, the sheer volume of pigs they were expected to transport daily was simply unmanageable. The unsold pigs would inevitably spoil, leading to insufferable losses." Ji Wucang, having some understanding of the pig trade, found himself at a loss for words. He had never before stooped to such humble negotiations with mere mortals. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Boss Rong, we shall forego our wages and accommodation. All we desire is the opportunity to haul pigs." Yin Jueqing eagerly concurred, "Indeed." Rongfu and Su Yingying were left bewildered, staring at the two elegantly attired individuals before them. Could they possibly be deranged? Yet, they did not appear so. Or were they merely toying with them? It was not unheard of for the affluent to indulge in the amusement of mocking the less fortunate. Rong Fu, hesitant to speak further, managed a wry smile and gently suggested, "Esteemed sirs, we truly have no need for additional pig haulers. Chen Xun alone struggles to sell the 4 pigs he brings in daily. Any more would be excessive. We hope you might reconsider." Ji Wutsong swiftly interjected. "Then we shall share the task of transporting 4 pigs with the previous worker. Surely, he must tire from handling that many alone." Rong Fu was left speechless. However, it became clear to him and Su Yingying that these two genuinely wished to engage in pig hauling. Was there such exhilaration in this task? Were the peculiar tastes of the wealthy in Yen City truly so unique? Enough of this and that. How about this? As long as we can haul pigs, we shall pay you, Ji Wutsong proposed, already reaching for his purse. Rong Fu hurriedly interjected, "No need. Allow us to grant you the opportunity to haul." Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong exchanged glances of delight. Their desire to haul pigs was finally realized. "Then, Boss Rong, we shall arrive early tomorrow morning. Oh, and by the way, we are quite fond of the pink aprons worn by the previous worker. Please ensure we are provided with those as well. As for the pig cart, there's no need to prepare one for us. We are strong enough to carry a pig each." After making their requests, Yin Jueqing cautiously glanced at Chen Xun before discreetly departing. Rong Fu and his wife stood dumbfounded, watching the retreating figures, still in disbelief over the absurdity of the encounter. They could not fathom why they had been chosen for such an outrageous situation when countless pig stalls existed in Yen City. The following morning, before dawn's light graced the sky, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong arrived early, having wisely changed from their opulent attire into worn hemp clothing. With a creak, they heard a noise and quickly turned to see Chen Xun emerge. "Greetings, esteemed senior," they whispered respectfully, as if they were thieves. Soon, they heard more footsteps, prompting them to straighten up. It was Rong Fu, who, upon seeing Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, paused in surprise, not expecting their arrival. He quickly retreated and returned with 2 pink aprons in hand. "Here, esteemed sirs, are the aprons you requested, to keep you clean," Rong Fu offered, suddenly noticing their attire, causing him to pause once more in astonishment. Yesterday, adorned in opulence, today it seems a deliberate choice to avoid soiling fine garments. Whatever task one undertakes, one ought to dress appropriately. Even in the guise of experiencing life, there remains an air of sophistication. Gratitude exchanged, the two hastily donned pink aprons. Yet the sight of an elderly man and a middle-aged fellow clad in such pastel hues was undeniably peculiar. At that moment, Chen Xun erupted into laughter, seizing the cart and departing with a thunderous clatter. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, witnessing this, disregarded the bewildered Rong Fu, pivoting to dash after him with remarkable agility. Rong Fu swallowed hard, bemused. The middle-aged man was robust, yet the old man was surprisingly spry. How astonishing! On the street, the sound of the cart echoed as Chen Xun sprinted ahead, flanked by Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, their expressions grave, arms pumping rhythmically as they dashed forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Early risers recoiled in alarm, retreating to the sides of the road. "There goes that young man hauling pigs again. Oh, but this time, he is accompanied by 2 others," exclaimed a bystander, astonished by the elderly man's swift pace. Before long, the trio returned from the pig farm, racing back with fervor, sparks flying in their wake. Chen Xun's cart bore 2 pigs, while the other 2 were hoisted onto the shoulders of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong. They sped away, swiftly vanishing around a corner, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. Simultaneously, for cultivators in a nearby loft took note of this spectacle, their expressions shifting as they processed the scene. While the seemingly eccentric youth pulling the cart eluded their scrutiny, the old man and middle-aged man exhibited subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy. Were they cultivators? Cultivators hauling pigs? This was utterly absurd, a sight never before witnessed. What could possibly compel cultivators to engage in such menial tasks? There must be an undisclosed secret at play. Let us investigate further. As Chen Xun and his companions approached Rong Fu's abode, their pace diminished. At that moment, 4 figures darted forth, obstructing their path. These were the same cultivators who had pursued them from the loft. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong narrowed their eyes, discerning that these 4 were merely at the foundational level of cultivation. Impressive, yet audacious for such fledglings to dare interfere with their path. Chen Xun, seemingly oblivious, continued to pull the cart through the midst of them. The 4 cultivators, their gazes sharpening, prepared to impede Chen Xun's advance. Ji Wutsong's demeanor shifted, his voice cool and commanding. "You 4 insignificant insects must be tired of living to dare obstruct a senior's way." As he spoke, An aura of formidable spiritual energy began to emanate. Boom. The expressions of the four cultivators transformed drastically, their faces paling in an instant. Although they were unaware of the precise realm of the middle-aged man before them, it was evident that his cultivation far surpassed their own. At the very least, he must be at the core formation stage, or even an ancient being of the nascent soul. Bang, 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 bang. The four cultivators suddenly buckled at their knees, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, filled with immense regret. Who could have anticipated that the one-herding swine possessed such formidable prowess? Had they known, they would have never dared to approach for a mere inquiry. Esteemed senior, we mean no offense. We were merely curious about your swine herding, stammered one of the cultivators. Esteemed senior, we are disciples of the Baihua sect, and we did not intend to intrude, another added. Regrettably, the four cultivators were oblivious to the identity of the figure they faced. Had they encountered someone like Nangong Yao or Duan Songhai, they might have had a chance to survive. But Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong were notorious fiends. Upon hearing their words, Ji Wucong grinned sinisterly and declared, "Our sect does not concern itself with your origins. If you harbor covetous thoughts and dare to obstruct our path, take heed in your next life." With that, the expressions of the four cultivators drastically changed, and they cried out in terror, "Run!" Humph! Ji Wucong chuckled coldly, and, with a swift flick of his sleeve, turned the four Foundation establishment cultivators into a mist of blood, their screams silenced before they could even escape. In Ji Wucong's eyes, four mere Foundation establishment practitioners were no different from slaughtering pigs or dogs. In the path of cultivation, the disparity in realms only grows wider with each advancement, especially when the difference spans several great stages. Victory cannot be achieved through sheer numbers. Baihua sect? At that moment, Yin Jueqing murmured, "With these four insignificant beings dead, the Baihua sect will undoubtedly come to Yin City for an investigation. It seems their existence is no longer necessary." Wucong, after carrying the pig to Boss Rong's residence, make a trip to eradicate that so-called Baihua sect, lest they send more pests to bother our esteemed senior. Ji Wucong nodded. Indeed, it need not be mentioned by Sect Master Yin. I already had that intention. Their dialogue was remarkably calm, yet their intentions were resolute and ruthless, truly befitting the leaders of a demonic sect. Subsequently, the two carried the pig to Rong Fu's small courtyard, leaving Rong Fu and Su Yingying utterly astonished. How astounding! After so many years in Yin City, where nearly every household sells pork using carts, this is the first time I have witnessed someone carry it back directly. Such strength. The middle-aged man is impressive, but why does that old man possess such vigor as well? You both have worked hard. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. Su Yingying hastily brought over 2 cups of tea. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong accepted the tea, yet their peripheral gaze fell upon Chen Xun, who squatted nearby. And they dared not take a seat. What a jest! With an esteemed senior present, how could they presume to sit? Su Yingying, not pondering much further, quickly joined Rong Fu to handle the 4 pigs, as time was indeed of the essence. "And how shall I address you both?" Rong Fu asked, smiling as he processed the pork. Through this pig-herding experience, Rong Fu felt considerably closer to Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong, for it was evident that their intentions were genuine. Yin Jueqing, Ji Wucong. They introduced themselves. Rong Fu and Su Yingying paused in their actions, choosing silence as the fleeting sense of camaraderie dissipated swiftly. In their eyes, those 2 names bore an air of intimidation, sounding decidedly untrustworthy. They appeared to be influential figures merely indulging in life's experiences, necessitating careful attention in the future. "Boss Rong, we shall take our leave for now and return early tomorrow to collect the pigs," Yin Jueqing remarked, casting a subtle yet respectful glance at Chen Xun before departing with Ji Wucong. Take care, Rong Fu quickly replied. Once Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong had distanced themselves, the couple let out a sigh of concern. Since the previous day, they had felt utterly bewildered. Fortunately, they had not sensed any malicious intent from the 2 men from the outset. Reflecting on this, Rong Fu continued to prepare the pork while addressing Chen Xun with utmost seriousness. "Chen Xun, those 2 are certainly not ordinary individuals. When collecting pigs in the future, be sure to show them respect. Otherwise, misfortune may befall us." Chen Xun appeared oblivious, exclaiming, "I'm hungry. All right. Rong Fu, seeing that Chen Xun was unresponsive, hastily added, "Yingzi, please let Chen Xun have breakfast first." Meanwhile, as Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong made their way back to the tavern, dawn had broken. They suddenly noticed numerous passers-by regarding them with peculiar glances, whispering amongst themselves as they walked away. Those fragmented remarks were not lost on the ears of the 2 men. "Hey, look at that big man and the old man, wearing pink aprons. Could they be some sort of perverts?" One passerby speculated. It's possible. It's barely dawn. Perhaps they've just returned from some clandestine affair. Another chimed in. What? An affair? That old man looks far too aged for such perversion. A third voice protested. Well, there is indeed a certain strangeness about them. But some people simply have peculiar tastes. Still, I'm curious about the dynamics. Who plays the dominant role, the middle-aged man or the old man? One questioned. It must be the old man. Otherwise, if the middle-aged man were in charge, with his robust stature, the old man would hardly stand a chance. At that moment, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, their expressions darkening to a terrifying degree, as though they had ingested 1,000 dead flies. What are you insignificant insects saying? Speak again if you dare. Ji Wucang spun around, his face contorted with fury, though Ji Wucang refrained from using his spiritual power. As the leader of the Dian demon sect, he carried an inherent fierceness and aura that sent a shiver down the spines of those nearby, prompting them to flee in fear. Observing this, Ji Wucang snorted, glaring at the retreating figures, as dark energy began to swirl around his hand. Enough, Yin Jueqing interjected, grasping Ji Wucang's hand with a warning gaze. Ji Wucang immediately felt a shiver run through him, comprehending Yin Jueqing's intent. Yet, he felt a sense of frustration brewing within. As esteemed leaders of the North Xian demon sect, it was disheartening to be so slandered by mere mortals. Had they not been in Yin City, Ji Wucang would have entertained the thought of uprooting the entire city in his wrath. Yin Jueqing could only offer consolation, stating that these mortals did not mean any harm. Look at our attire this early in the morning. It is no wonder they misinterpret things, he sighed. Ji Wucang's expression softened slightly as he shook his head. Meanwhile, Yin Jueqing's gesture of holding Ji Wucang's hand further convinced many bystanders of an illicit connection between the two. Realizing the stares upon them, Yin Jueqing hesitated, quickly releasing his grip, and with Ji Wucang's countenance darkening, they hurriedly entered a tavern, almost as if fleeing. A stir arose among the onlookers, their glances exchanged. As the atmosphere grew tense, the elderly man and the middle-aged figure entered the tavern with remarkable speed. Were they truly that eager? Chapter 80. The bounty in Yin City. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang arrived punctually at the doorstep of Rongfu's residence each day before dawn, awaiting Chen Xun to embark on their pig-catching endeavors. Time slipped by, and half a month had passed. During this interval, Ji Wucang made a trip to the Bihua Pavilion, where he indeed encountered individuals investigating the place. He swiftly dealt with them and subsequently annihilated the entire pavilion. Within the Bihua Pavilion, the highest realm reached merely the mid-stage of foundation establishment, rendering it a relatively insignificant force in the entirety of the southern sky. Faced with Ji Wucang, a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, they possessed no means of resistance. Hence, it is common for sects to advise their disciples to remain vigilant while venturing outside. Numerous instances exist of careless individuals provoking powerful figures, only to suffer dire consequences. Recently, the number of cultivators arriving in Yin City has surged compared to previous times, with streaks of light frequently traversing the skies above. A bounty notice quietly circulated within and beyond Yin City. Naturally, it primarily circulated among cultivators. Ordinary mortals glanced at the notice only to shake their heads and depart. Although shocked, they dared not involve themselves in the affairs of cultivators, regardless of the enormous bounty promised for reliable information about the individual in question, with rewards ranging from spiritual stones and rare treasures for cultivators to gold coins, or even official positions for mortals. Moreover, the contents of the bounty notice were not lost on the people of Yin City, who were left astounded. It appeared that numerous sects from the southern sky had united to hunt down a particular cultivator. Typically, even a single cultivator would deter the populace, who only dared to observe from a distance. What more, a coalition of so many sects. It was said that these were the major sects of the southern sky. The people of Yin City could hardly fathom the catastrophic misdeeds committed by the cultivator named Chen Xun, which warranted such severe repercussions. Nevertheless, the bounty notice also hinted that this Chen Xun was no ordinary individual. After all, being targeted by such a multitude of sects could not be a trivial matter. Outside Yin City, two middle-aged men clad in plain robes stood gazing up at the bounty notice affixed to the city wall, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. They had not anticipated that Hao Gao's bounty would reach Yin City. Those who dare to trouble Mr. Sun shall undoubtedly meet a grim fate. These two were none other than Nangong Yao, the leader of the Daotian sect, and Duan Songhai, the leader of the Tianjin sect. They had been in the southern sky for over half a year, wandering and eventually arriving at Yin City. However, Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai had no intention of entering. They did not believe that Chen Xun was present within. After traversing countless cities and regions over the past 6 months, Not a whisper of news concerning Chen Xun had reached their ears. "Let us depart," said Duan Songhai. Nangguang Yao nodded in agreement. Just as they were preparing to leave, they overheard the conversation of a group of sword-wielding cultivators soaring past them. "Have you heard? The Blue Fire Pavilion has been annihilated. Such a tragedy." "Indeed, I have heard. The Blue Fire Pavilion has been rooted in the extreme Flame Mountain range for many years, with several core formation cultivators stationed there. Who could have imagined such an outcome? It is said that the entire area has been reduced to ruins, enveloped in demonic energy. It must have been the work of demonic cultivators. Some have speculated, based on the residual aura at the scene, that the Annihilator was a transformation stage demon cultivator. Transformation stage true monarchs are truly terrifying. Could it be that the demon cultivator responsible for the Blue Fire Pavilion's demise is the one named Chen Xun on the bounty list? Alas, the world has become too chaotic. We should keep a low profile to avoid implicating our sect. Indeed, as the two cultivators continued their conversation, they flew into the Flame City. Upon hearing the details of their discourse, Nangguang Yao and Duan Songhai halted their steps, hesitating to depart. Several key phrases echoed in their minds: demonic cultivators, transformation stage, extermination. Nangguang Yao, filled with suspicion, remarked, "Duan's sect leader, I cannot shake this inexplicable feeling." Duan Songhai, sensing a premonition, replied thoughtfully, "Speak your mind." Nangguang Yao continued, "I have a persistent sense that the destruction of the Blue Fire Pavilion must be the handiwork of the treacherous Yin and Ji Wucang." Duan Songhai, unfazed, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share this intuition," Nangguang's sect leader. With this thought, they exchanged a peculiar glance at the Flame City, deciding momentarily to delay their departure. At the Rongfu household, during dinner, Rongfu remarked, "Lately, the number of cultivators in Flame City has surged. I have heard that a bounty has been issued for a certain cultivator, causing quite a stir among us common folk. I've been too busy with business, but I will find time to investigate this bounty and see what it entails." Chen Xun, engrossed in his meal, had rice smeared all over his face, resembling a famished soul. Su Yingying interjected, "It's probably nothing serious. We should simply avoid provoking those cultivators." Rongfu shook his head. "This isn't merely a matter of provoking or not. You know all too well that there have been conflicts among cultivators in Flame City before. When two cultivators battle, their spells wreak havoc, endangering countless innocent lives in the vicinity. In the end, the authorities reported that 150 lives were lost, including children. The number of injured is beyond counting. 150 families shattered. Many children were left orphaned, struggling to survive in slums, competing with stray dogs for scraps." He continued with indignation, "It's infuriating that the instigators faced no repercussions. They are cultivators, elevated above us mere mortals, whom we cannot challenge. But those who suffered, the innocent children, what of them? The authorities remain indifferent, offering no support whatsoever." Su Yingying quickly placed her hand over Rongfu's mouth, cautioning, "Dafu, you've had too much to drink." As Rongfu took a deep breath to calm himself, he turned to the side where Chen Xun was indulging in his meal and said, "Chen Xun, there is no need to gather pigs tomorrow. We shall take a day off and visit a certain place." "Sounds good," Chen Xun casually responded before resuming his meal. After dinner, Chen Xun ventured outside to play with the children. In the narrow courtyard, Rongfu and Su Yingying sat facing each other. Before them lay a rusted iron box, filled to the brim with copper and silver coins. "Those children must be missing you," Su Yingying remarked softly, observing Rongfu as he focused on counting the money. Upon hearing her words, a simple smile spread across Rongfu's face as he counted, saying, "Lately, with Chen Xun around, the pork business has been flourishing. It seems I ought to increase his monthly pay. Tomorrow, let us visit the children and buy them more food, contributing to the household. I cherish the moments when they gather around me, calling me Uncle Rong with such joy." Having sold pork for many years, Rongfu allocated nearly all his earnings to support homeless children in the slums, keeping only a modest amount for his own household. His kind-hearted nature rendered him a quintessential good person, quietly giving for years without even the neighbors in the community being aware of his charitable deeds. As if struck by a thought, Rongfu's hand hesitated mid-count. After much deliberation, he finally spoke, his voice trembling. "Yingzi, I owe you an apology. You defied your family's objections to marry me, a rough man from humble beginnings, and yet I have not." Su Yingying smiled gently, placing her hand over his. "Dafu, have these words lingered in your heart for too long? I understand your feelings, but please know that I married you solely for who you are. Everything else is inconsequential. What I treasure most is your kindness and sincerity. I love you, and as long as I am with you, nothing else matters. Even if it meant begging on the streets alongside you, I would find joy in that." Rongfu was momentarily taken aback, holding Su Yingying's hand. his eyes glistening with emotion as he smiled. Thank you. Thank you. The next morning, before dawn, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong arrived, only to be informed by Rongfu that there would be no pig gathering today. Reluctantly, they acquiesced, but chose not to leave, waiting until Rongfu and Su Yingying finished their breakfast and emerged with a cloth bag. Upon seeing them, Rongfu inquired, you two have not departed yet? Hee hee. Ji Wutsong respectfully glanced at Chen Xun before replying, Boss Rong, may I ask where you intend to go today? Might we accompany you? Yin Jueqing promptly nodded in agreement. They exchanged glances, not so much wishing to tag along as they were concerned about their senior's safety, wary of any unforeseen trouble that might arise. This was an opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty and should not be missed. Rongfu glanced at Su Yingying, hesitating for a moment. Oh, Boss Rong, let us not linger. Allow us to join you, Ji Wutsong urged eagerly. Very well, then. Please, esteemed guests, feel free to accompany us. Boss Rong, we are all on the same side here. So please refrain from calling us adults as it feels rather distant, doesn't it? If you continue to address us that way, I might just lose my temper. Very well then. Thus, Chen Xun and his companions made their way towards the western part of Yin City, where the slums were located. Along the way, Chen Xun, with his disheveled hair and wielding a wooden sword, swung it about wildly while laughing maniacally, drawing curious glances from many onlookers. Rongfu and Su Yingying felt a touch of embarrassment, but it was manageable. Rongfu glanced apologetically at Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, saying, My dear friends, please bear with Chen Xun. His mind is rather unconventional. Although Rongfu was aware that these two had been dealing with Chen Xun for over half a month and understood his situation, he still feared that their current predicament might cause them discomfort. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, who had been focused almost entirely on Chen Xun, were terrified and shook their heads vigorously, like rattling drums. Not at all. Boss Rong, Chen Gong is perfectly fine. Indeed, Chen Gong is quite well. I see nothing amiss. Rongfu was taken aback. Perfectly fine. He glanced at Chen Xun's erratic demeanor and exchanged a bewildered look with Su Yingying. Surely, it couldn't be that he was perfectly fine? Soon, they arrived at a market and purchased a variety of food and daily necessities. The couple couldn't carry so much, so Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong assisted with the load. For them, this was a novel experience after so many years. As they ventured further west in Yin City, the roads deteriorated, becoming increasingly rough, with some paths muddy and the air gradually tainted by an unpleasant odor. The stench was a nauseating blend of decay and human waste, quite pungent. Chen Xun seemed unfazed, laughing as if oblivious to everything around him. In contrast, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong could no longer suppress their grimaces and discreetly channeled their spiritual energy to block the offensive smell. After a while, they finally reached the slums. The sight before them was one of utter disarray and filth. Tattered, faded tents were haphazardly scattered across the landscape, stretching as far as the eye could see. Numerous individuals and children moved about, most with lifeless eyes. The arrival of Chen Xun and his companions piqued the curiosity of many. Friends, the odor inside will be even more intense. Perhaps you should wait here? Rongfu suggested to Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong. Ji Wutsong immediately waved his hand. Boss Rong, it's nothing to us. Truth be told, it's rather fragrant. Yin Jueqing shot a glance at Ji Wutsong, as if to say, if it's so trivial, why not disperse the energy blocking your nose? What are you saying? Fragrant? Rongfu and his wife pursed their lips, exchanging a glance with Ji Wutsong before quickly averting their eyes, wondering silently if there was something amiss with his sense of smell. Well, if you insist with that. They all ventured into the slums, with Rongfu and his wife cautiously surveying their surroundings, wary of potential thieves lurking about. Having encountered similar situations in the past, I am relieved that this time it has unfolded safely. Unbeknownst to many, there were those who coveted the scene. Yet they were deterred by a fierce gaze from Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, rendering them motionless. It was only after the crowd had dispersed that three gaunt youths, clad in tattered garments, emerged from the shadows, expressing their discontent. Why didn't we act earlier? Those individuals were laden with bags, surely worth a fortune. I even spotted delectable pies. Move? Did you not see the old man and that middle-aged man's eyes? They were as terrifying as wolves. Never mind. I actually know that man. He is the owner of Rongji Pig Stall, who brings delicious food each year to aid the children. He is a good person. Even without those two, I had no desire to rob him. Alas, I am so hungry. At that moment, Chen Xun returned. The three youths were startled, instantly becoming wary and ready to flee at the slightest hint of trouble. Hee hee. Chen Xun gazed at them, stroking his chin with a perplexing grin. The sight made the youths pause, realizing that the individual before them might not be entirely sane. Hey, what do you intend to do? Just so you know, The three of us are not afraid of you. One of the youths feigned bravado. Oh, I'm so scared. Chen Xun clutched his chest, feigning terror. The three youths were taken aback and, not wishing to engage with what they perceived as madness, turned to leave. Hey, you have hands and feet. Why not seek honest work? Chen Xun remarked, shaking his head. The trio halted, exchanging glances before turning back to him. The youth in the middle spoke solemnly. We, the denizens of the slums, are the lowest of the low in Yin City. We are not permitted to be seen during the day, and should we be discovered, the authorities will imprison us for disturbing the city's aesthetics. We can only venture out at night to beg for food. Thus, Chen Xun was fortunate. Before he had gone to Rongfu's to pull pigs, he had not been discovered. Otherwise, he too might have been imprisoned as a slum dweller. Oh no, it is the Lord of Yin City who is fortunate. Thankfully, Chen Xun was promptly hired by Rongfu as a pig handler. Otherwise, the Lord's residence might face ruin. Can we leave now? We truly had no intention of robbing you, the youth said. Hee. Suddenly, Chen Xun reached into his pocket and produced several silver coins, offering them as he grinned foolishly. This is my pay from last month's work. Take it and buy something delicious. The three stared dumbfounded at the coins being offered by the seemingly madman, swallowing hard. Realizing the opportunity, the middle youth snatched the coins from Chen Xun's hand and shouted, "Run!" The trio turned and fled. Chen Xun, still smiling, paid no mind and turned to depart. Yet, at that moment, the three fleeing youths gradually came to a halt, turning back to gaze at Chen Xun's retreating figure in a daze. The youth who had taken the coins hesitated, then returned, leaving behind one silver coin while shoving the others back into Chen Xun's hand, trembling as he spoke. Sir. We only need a little, you keep the rest. Thank you. You are like Boss Rong, a good person. Hee. Chen Xun smiled, tucking the silver coin into his pocket before swiftly running away. The three youths, watching as Chen Xun gradually vanished from sight, returned to reality, their hearts brimming with mixed emotions as they gazed at the silver coin. Brother, that eccentric young man must be working at Boss Rong's place. Indeed, he earns his keep through hard labor, and his mental state appears somewhat unstable. We shouldn't lose our conscience over a mere silver coin. It is indeed a substantial amount. We are truly grateful to him. Chapter 82. The Thoughts of Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai. Uncle Rong. Uncle Rong, have some pie? Uncle Rong, Aunt Sue. We miss you so much. Haha. Uncle Rong and Aunt Sue miss you as well. Inside a tattered tent, the Rong couple was surrounded by a group of frail children, their smiles uncontainable. Outside the tent, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong stood, peering through the curtain and momentarily lost in thought. Two cold-blooded cultivators found themselves experiencing an indescribable sensation for the first time after years of cultivation. Yin Jueqing remarked, Boss Rong is indeed a good man. Ji Wutsong silently nodded. While he would not engage in such acts, he refrained from passing judgment on those who did. Yin Jueqing stroked his beard and chuckled, at last. I comprehend why my predecessor advised me not to harm a multitude of mortals during my time in Beixian. Now, I realize that individuals like Boss Rong are perhaps not as rare among mortals as one might think. Hey, what are you two doing here? At that moment, Chen Xun suddenly appeared behind Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, startling them. They quickly turned and bowed. Senior. Chen Xun cast a glance at the two before cheerfully entering the foul-smelling tent. Senior, it's very dirty and smelly inside, Ji Wutsong exclaimed. But Chen Xun had already disappeared within. We should go in too, Yin Jueqing insisted. Ji Wutsong grimaced. Master Yin, it is exceedingly filthy and odorous in there. Yin Jueqing retorted, you've already endured the stench of pigs. What does it matter? Besides, can you claim to be more esteemed than a senior? Speak again, and I shall force you to leave. At these words, Ji Wutsong felt a shiver run through him and reluctantly followed Yin Jueqing into the tent. Inside, Chen Xun had already mingled with the children, initially apprehensive at the arrival of two new figures. The children soon felt reassured after Rongfu's introduction and began to play with the bewildered Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong. Rongfu and his wife were taken aback, ready to intervene, but Ji Wutsong shot them a reassuring glance. Thus, the esteemed leaders of the Tunshan demon sect and the Dian demon sect found themselves playing with these children from the slums. At first, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong felt a bit uneasy, yet as they engaged further, the purity of the children's hearts began to warm them, and smiles involuntarily spread across their faces. Had this scene been witnessed by the elders and disciples within their sects, they would surely be left dumbfounded, as if the sky had fallen. Brother, have some pie. A little girl offered a half-eaten pastry to Chen Xun, who grinned widely and, without hesitation, took a bite, chuckling with delight. Observing this scene, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong's gazes towards Chen Xun grew increasingly complex, filled with a newfound respect from the depths of their hearts. Esteemed seniors, they are indeed unlike any cultivators previously encountered. They are entirely distinct. During this time, Jueqing and the others learned from the Rongfu couple that the parents of these children had nearly all perished in the aftermath of the battle between cultivators. They were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding. The earlier conflict between the righteous and demonic factions in Beixian had undoubtedly affected many townsfolk, leading to the suffering of countless children. At the break of dawn the following day, before the sun had risen, Chen Xun emerged to begin another day of pig herding. "Greetings, sir." At that moment, Jueqing, clad in a pink apron, was already waiting. Their time together had profoundly affected them, prompting a subtle shift in how they addressed Chen Xun, from senior to sir. Chen Xun, indifferent to their presence, began to pull his cart with a rumble. Jueqing promptly followed suit. On the streets, the trio dashed past, stirring up clouds of dust, which elicited scornful remarks from passers-by. Meanwhile, at a nearby tavern, Nangong Yao spewed his tea in astonishment as he watched the retreating figures of Chen Xun and his companions. "Sir, and the other two are actually Jueqing and Ji Wucang." By a curious twist of fate, Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai were also staying at the tavern where Jueqing resided, as it was the most reputable establishment in Yinqing, favored by many cultivators. "Master Duan, I have spotted the sir," Nangong Yao transmitted hastily before vanishing in pursuit of Chen Xun. Startled, Duan Sanhai also disappeared, following Nangong Yao's trail. At the pig farm, Chen Xun emerged, pulling two still sleepy pigs. Jueqing and the other, each bearing a bewildered pig, closely trailed behind him. The trio swiftly vanished from sight. Moments later, Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai emerged from the nearby bushes, staring blankly in the direction Chen Xun had gone. "Am I hallucinating? The one herding pigs is a senior? And the other two are Jueqing and Ji Wucang." Duan Sanhai swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his thoughts. This sensation was akin to a remarkably familiar individual suddenly exposing themselves in front of him. The sight of that pink apron had left a profound visual impact on both Duan Sanhai and Nangong Yao. While the eccentricities of the senior were somewhat known, the presence of Jueqing and Ji Wucang in such a state was utterly bewildering. "Now I understand," Nangong Yao suddenly declared. Duan Sanhai looked on in curiosity, awaiting further explanation. Previously, when at the sect, I, along with Jueqing and others, followed the sir in the transformation into trees, gaining significant insights. Now that the sir is herding pigs, it must also be a form of cultivation. Naturally, Jueqing and the others would not wish to miss this opportunity. Such a revelation, Duan Sanhai exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder Jueqing has taken the lead and advanced to the late stage of the transformation realm. Now it all makes sense. At this moment, Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai exchanged a glance, and an idea instantly formed in their minds. They promptly darted in the direction where Chen Xun had departed. "Boss Rong, we shall return tomorrow." They bid farewell to Rong Fu's family and made their way toward the tavern. This time, they had learned their lesson. They swiftly removed the pink aprons to avoid being labeled as peculiar. "Who? Step forward." Suddenly, Jueqing sensed something amiss, turning to the dark corner and bellowing. Ji Wucang was equally startled. Could it be that someone had been tailing them? The fact that he had not sensed it initially suggested that the pursuer's cultivation level was formidable. A moment of silence enveloped the air. From the shadows emerged Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai, both smiling as they clasped their hands in greeting. "Ah, Sect Master Sect Master Ji," they said. Jueqing was momentarily taken aback, his pupils slightly constricting. "Nangong Yao? Duan Sanhai? What a small world this is. How could they possibly meet here? We have seen everything," Nangong Yao declared nonchalantly. Jueqing furrowed his brow. "What did you see?" Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai exchanged a knowing glance and replied in unison. "We also wish to recruit pigs." Jueqing and Ji Wucang's expressions darkened slightly, inwardly cursing. Damn it. These two old foxes seemed to have recognized the powerful technique of recruiting pigs. Ji Wucang retorted coldly, "If you wish to recruit pigs, then go ahead. There are countless stalls selling pigs in Yin City. Can we really stop you?" Nangong Yao cleared his throat and added, "We also wish to follow the master in recruiting pigs." Jueqing, displeased, waved his sleeve dismissively. "We inquired of the master before coming to recruit pigs. If you want to recruit pigs, go ask the master. What use is it to speak to us?" "Humph, lunatics." With that, Jueqing and Ji Wucang lifted their chins and disdainfully walked away. They certainly did not believe that Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai could follow them in recruiting pigs, as Boss Rong's establishment truly did not need more people. Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai watched the two depart, sneering slightly. What are they so proud of? They then glanced at Rong Fu's family, and hastily approached. In the small courtyard of Rong Fu's home, Chen Xun was enjoying his breakfast while the Rong couple busied themselves with preparing pork. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The Rong couple exchanged puzzled looks. Could it be Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang returning? Rong Fu wiped his hands and approached the door, only to be momentarily stunned upon seeing the two unfamiliar middle-aged men outside. Moreover, they exuded an extraordinary air, suggesting they were either affluent or noble. For some inexplicable reason, Rong Fu felt a foreboding sense of unease and cautiously inquired, "Are you two here to recruit pigs?" Hiss. Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai exchanged shocked glances, then cautiously peered into the courtyard at the dining Chen Xun. Truly, the master had everything under control. With a serious expression, Duan Songhai declared, "Yes. We wish to come here to recruit pigs." Nangong Yao hastily exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. As long as we can assist in transporting the pigs, there is no need for you to provide us with food or accommodation, nor even pay us a monthly wage. We would be willing to pay you for the privilege." Rong Fu was momentarily stunned. Su Yingying, who was handling the pork behind him, became distracted by his words and nearly cut her own hand with the slaughtering knife. Their rhetoric was almost identical. Chapter 83. Those who come to transport pigs are not ordinary folk, however. I must confess, we already have 3 workers for pig transportation, and 4 pigs daily suffice, Rong Fu began, but Nangong Yao interrupted, waving his hand. "No matter, we can each carry a pig. It will be just right." Rong Fu stuttered, but, Chen Xun. "This matter we can manage ourselves. I implore you not to refuse further. We are willing to pay for the transport of the pigs," Duan Songhai interjected, reaching for his money. No. If you wish to transport them, please do so. Just come as you please," Rong Fu exclaimed in shock, hastily stopping them. Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai were pleased. "What shall I call you, esteemed boss?" Rong Fu. "Very well, I am Nangong Yao, and this is Duan Songhai. Rong boss, we shall come tomorrow morning to transport the pigs. I kindly request that you prepare those pink aprons for us." After finishing their conversation, Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai glanced respectfully at Chen Xun in the courtyard before departing swiftly. Rong Fu remained rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. "Dafu, what on earth is this?" Su Yingying approached, her brow deeply furrowed. "This world is truly absurd. Why would wealthy individuals wish to transport pigs? And they choose our Rongji. They require no provisions, no wages, and even wish to pay for the transportation. It's simply outrageous." Rong Fu couldn't help but scratch his bloodied head, chuckling bitterly. "I cannot comprehend this. In my half a lifetime, I have never encountered such a string of bizarre events." Those two, one named Nangong Yao and the other Duan Songhai, their names certainly do not sound like those of ordinary people. They are on par with Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang. Su Yingying's gaze flickered, and she murmured softly, "Dafu." From their demeanor, they hardly seem like mortals. Unlike the simple-minded Rong Fu, Su Yingying pondered deeply through the various details. At her words, Rong Fu was startled, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Cultivators?" Su Yingying nodded, a hint of bitterness in her expression. "Yes, you must have considered this possibility as well, though perhaps you are reluctant to accept it. Their presence exudes an aura far from that of mere mortals. Moreover, their strength is remarkable. The path to the pig farm is not short. Yet they manage to carry pigs all the way back. Their strength is extraordinary, wouldn't you agree?" Rong Fu swallowed hard, but carrying pigs is something martial artists can do as well. By your logic, Chen Xun also possesses great strength. Is he a cultivator, too? Su Yingying chuckled helplessly. Chen Xun is certainly not a cultivator. While he is strong, he has always used a cart for transporting pigs, unlike those two who bear them directly. Furthermore, given Chen Xun's temperament, he cannot possibly be a cultivator. Rong Fu shook his head. "No, I still cannot believe it. Why would cultivators come to transport pigs? What could they possibly gain from it?" Though he voiced his disbelief, his complexion visibly paled. Su Yingying sighed, expressing her uncertainty about others' intentions, remarking that they were merely ordinary mortals living off the trade of pigs. Of course, she was only speculating and urged not to worry excessively. To put it differently, even if they were cultivators, they had never exhibited any malice towards them. Rong Fu furrowed his brow and nodded slightly. Subsequently, the two of them, lost in thought, finished processing the pork. After sharing a modest breakfast, they loaded the meat onto the cart, which Chen Xun drove towards the market on East Street. At the Lord's mansion of Flame City, the steward bowed and reported, "My lord, there seem to be some leads regarding the cultivator on the bounty notice." "Ah, the lord." Wang Heng, who was sipping tea, suddenly spat it out in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. "What did you say?" The steward reiterated. "It appears there are some clues about the cultivator on the bounty notice." Wang Heng abruptly stood up, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. his expression a tumult of joy, fear, and anxiety, wavering in uncertainty. The cultivator, wanted by numerous sects, was actually in his flame city? After a moment's contemplation, instead of immediately inquiring about the specifics, Wang Heng solemnly asked, "Steward, do you think we should report this matter?" Although he governed all of Flame City, he was, after all, merely a mortal. To be honest, the bounty's reward was tempting. Yet, the thought of a cultivator pursued by so many sects filled him with trepidation. The current situation felt like a dichotomy of heaven and hell. Of course, there was another option: to remain indifferent, to turn a blind eye, and maintain the status quo. The steward remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "In my humble opinion, my lord, it would be wise to refrain from involving yourself in this matter. Although the reward is substantial, it resembles traversing a narrow bridge over a precipice. A moment's carelessness could lead to an irreversible downfall. If the formidable individual on the bounty were to discover that it was you who reported the information, the consequences would be dire." The steward's words were rather tactful. To put it plainly, a cultivator who was so heavily pursued must be extraordinarily formidable. If they came knocking, a mere gesture could obliterate the lord's mansion. Wang Heng's chest heaved as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He recognized that the steward had always been his advisor. Therefore, he decided to heed his counsel. Acknowledging that some matters were beyond his control, the steward nodded with satisfaction, saying, "In that case, it seems you have no intention of inquiring about the whereabouts of the cultivator on the bounty?" Wang Heng suppressed his curiosity and shook his head. "No need to inquire. As long as I remain uninformed, I shall know nothing, and you shall keep this matter to yourself." The steward bowed. "As you wish." According to reports, a pig handler at the Rongji pig stall in the East Street Market closely resembled the description on the bounty notice. His name was Chen Xun, dressed in blue, carrying a wooden sword, and exuding the air of a scholar, all of which matched. The only discrepancy was that this Chen Xun was deemed a madman. Whether he was indeed the cultivator listed on the bounty remained to be debated. After all, in the steward's view, what kind of cultivator would stoop to herding pigs? However, he speculated that this might very well be a method of concealment on the part of the individual. However, it is contradictory that if one intends to conceal their identity, why not also alter their name and attire? This perplexity caused the old steward considerable distress, leading him to abandon his thoughts on the matter, choosing instead to let it be. Often, feigning ignorance is the wisest course for self-preservation. The enmities of cultivators are not to be meddled with by mortals. Just as the old steward was about to exit, Wang Heng suddenly spoke. "Steward, deal with the one who reported this news." Accompanying his words was a gesture of slitting his throat. The old steward nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. The moment that person reported this information, I shall have him eliminated, and I will instruct that the Lord's mansion take no further action regarding the bounty notice." Wang Heng paused, casting a satisfied glance at the old steward. With such a steward present, one could feel secure. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sight of the old steward's cunning demeanor sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 84. The alarm of the Rongfu couple, escaping Yin City under cover of night. The afternoon marked the end of yet another day of selling pork. Rongfu instructed Su Yingying to escort Chen Xun home first, while he himself intended to inspect the bounty notice. Remembering the children in the slums, Rongfu felt compelled to check on them, fearing that should cultivators engage in conflict, numerous innocent civilians might be affected. In Yin City, at a location designated for bounty notices, a crowd surged, with layers upon layers of onlookers. Most were cultivators, intently examining the contents of the bounty notice, while mortals stood at a distance, hesitant to approach too closely. The sight of the monetary rewards on the notice ignited avarice in many, their breaths heavy with anticipation. Rongfu, too, swallowed hard, mustering a bit of courage to inch closer until he could clearly discern the text of the bounty notice, at which point he halted and scrutinized it earnestly. Bounty notice. Name: Chen Xun. Identity: Northern Xian cultivator. Physical description: dressed in blue garments, carrying a wooden sword. Any individual who can provide a general whereabouts of this cultivator will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones and 2 purple star treasure flowers. Mortals will receive 1,000 gold coins and a noble title. Bounty duration: none. Task risk: the target possesses formidable cultivation. Caution is imperative. This bounty has been drafted by the first-rate sects of the Southern Sky. Any cultivator with information about the target may report to the Jiang sect, Batian Pavilion, Miaoying Valley, among others. Mortals may report directly to the local Lord's mansion, fearing that cultivators might learn of Chen Xun's strength post-transcendence and thus refrain from reporting. Hao Gao did not specify Chen Xun's exact cultivation level on the bounty notice, merely indicating it as formidable. Upon finishing the bounty notice, Rongfu's pupils constricted. his gaze fixated on the two lines detailing the name and physical description. Chen Xun, dressed in blue garments, carrying a wooden sword? Impossible, how could this be? Rongfu whispered to himself in a daze. At the Rongfu residence, during dinner, Rongfu sat silently drinking, his hand holding the wine cup trembling slightly. Stealing glances at the engrossed Chen Xun, only to quickly avert his gaze. Ever since he returned from viewing the bounty notice, his heart had been in a state of incessant turmoil. "Defu, why are you so quiet today?" Su Yingying noticed Rongfu's unusual demeanor and inquired with curiosity. It was well known that during dinner, Rongfu was usually quite the chatterbox, his laughter and conversation flowing freely. Rongfu Qiang chuckled softly. "No, it's nothing." Su Yingying furrowed her brow, but refrained from inquiring further. After dinner, Chen Xun ventured outside to play with the children. It was then that Rongfu hastily made his way to the kitchen, where he found Su Yingying washing the dishes, hesitating as he contemplated speaking. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Su Yingying inquired while scrubbing a plate. "Defu, why are you acting so strangely today?" "Yingzi, I went to check the bounty notice this afternoon." Rongfu's complexion turned pale as he spoke. Despite having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, there was no trace of color or intoxication on his face. Su Yingying sensed the tremor in his voice and was taken aback. Hastily ceasing her dishwashing, she asked, "What about the bounty notice?" Rongfu stammered. "The cultivator listed on the bounty notice is named Chen Xun, described as wearing a green garment and carrying a wooden sword." Crash! The dish Su Yingying was holding slipped from her grasp and shattered in the sink. She quickly approached Rongfu, her face paling, and exclaimed, "You mean?" Rongfu cautiously glanced outside and nodded slowly, his voice trembling. "Although I wish to deny it, everything matches, his name, his attire, especially that distinctive wooden sword." "Yingzi, what are we to do?" Su Yingying's pupils constricted, and as she listened to the sounds of Chen Xun playing joyfully with the children outside, disbelief washed over her. "Look at Chen Xun. How could this possibly be anything but a coincidence?" Rongfu's jaw tightened as he replied, "But this is too much of a coincidence. How often does the world present such serendipity? Moreover, Yingzi, you mentioned yesterday that those who came to collect the pigs were cultivators. I was skeptical at the time, but now it all adds up. They must be. Those four are undoubtedly targeting Master Chen, hoping to claim the exorbitant bounty. They have likely reported back to their sects. Their continued presence here, collecting pigs, is merely to keep an eye on Master Chen. He is in grave danger." At that moment, Rongfu was wholly consumed with concern for Chen Xun's safety. To him, it was unfathomable that someone as kind-hearted as Chen Xun would be associated with such a bounty. Everything seemed to be directed against him. Su Yingying, now somewhat convinced, recognized the stark reality before them, stammering, "Then, Defu, what do you plan to do? We are merely mortals. If we involve ourselves, our lives may be in peril." Thus far, both Rongfu and Su Yingying had managed to remain remarkably composed, for they had been attuned to the developments of recent times and had prepared themselves mentally. Rongfu stuttered, "We do not know why Master Chen would be in this situation. His mind seems clouded, and he has been collecting pigs daily, though Yin City is vast. It is only a matter of time before he is discovered, especially with those for already focusing on him. You are always more astute than I. Do you have any ideas? I will follow your lead." Su Yingying gazed down at the ground for a long while before tremblingly uttering, "Defu, considering our current predicament, even if we dismiss Chen Xun, Master Chen will be of no use to us. Those four cultivators will not let us escape. In my opinion, while they are still unaware that we have discovered their intentions, we should seize the opportunity while they are relaxed and depart under the cover of night. Taking Master Chen with us, we must flee as far as possible." Rongfu hurriedly nodded. "Indeed, let us pack our belongings at once." Yes, in truth, Rongfu and his wife could easily abandon Chen Xun and flee on their own. But the kindness Chen Xun had shown during their time together made it impossible for them to harden their hearts against him. They felt that with the bounty notices for Chen Xun plastered throughout Yin City, leaving him behind would lead to dire consequences. Even cultivators could not stand against overwhelming odds. That night, Rongfu, with a trembling voice, said, "Chen, Master Chen, allow me to wrap this around you." He brought forth a scarf, encompassing Chen Xun's neck along with his wooden sword. To be cautious, Rongfu also draped a pink apron over Chen Xun to conceal his blue attire. In response, Chen Xun merely laughed madly, finding the situation amusing. Once everything was prepared, the couple hoisted their belongings and, under the cloak of night while the townsfolk were asleep, departed from Yin City with Chen Xun. They passed through the city gates, which were heavily guarded, yet managed to slip through without a hitch. The following morning, at the entrance of Rongfu's home, Yin Jueqing, Ji Wucong, Nangang Yao, and Duan Songhai stood in the wind, disheveled. They looked at the open courtyard gate and the empty, silent yard, their expressions bewildered. What is happening? Where is everyone? Chapter 85. Sir, Wutsang hasn't he done anything? The four exchanged glances, and then a chill ran through them as they quickly entered Rongfu's home. They soon observed numerous signs of hasty packing. Yin Jueqing frowned and remarked, the Rong couple must have moved, and they did so overnight. The others nodded, affirming that the traces indeed indicated a move had taken place. Ji Wutsang questioned, Master Yin, but everything seemed fine. Why would the Rong couple choose to relocate? Humph. Yin Jueqing scoffed, casting a glance at Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai, and said in a low voice, that is a question for you to answer. Nangong Yao's expression changed slightly. Duan Songhai retorted, Master Yin, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that our sect and Master Nangong forced the Rong couple to leave? Yin Jueqing derisively replied, is that not the case? We were contentedly sharing our time at Rongfu's home, and yet you chose to intervene. Now, look what has happened. You have frightened them into moving. Rest assured, our master will surely teach you a lesson. You what? Did I speak incorrectly? Yin Jueqing, do not slander us unjustly, attempting to shift the blame onto our sect and Master Nangong. The truth remains, does it not? I advise Sect Master Duan to remain calm. While I may not be able to kill you, I can certainly inflict severe injury upon you, he warned, a smirk gracing his lips. Yin Jueqing, you are truly a brute. My mother has long since passed on, and yet you harbor such vile thoughts. By all means, pursue your desires. You, Yin Jueqing, and Duan Songhai began to exchange sharp words, pointing fingers at each other. Masters Yin and Duan, please, let us not quarrel just yet. I possess a differing opinion. At that moment, Ji Wutsang frowned deeply and remarked, I sense that Boss Rong and his companions are not merely relocating, but rather departing from Yanqing. What? The group was taken aback. Ji Wutsang spoke with conviction, it is likely due to the bounty notice. Perhaps Boss Rong realized that the gentleman is the one mentioned in that notice, and hastily took him away. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three changed, finding his reasoning quite plausible. After all, they had all seen the bounty notice. The name Chen Xun was listed, clad in green attire and wielding a wooden sword. It would not take a fool for Boss Rong and his wife to immediately associate him with the gentleman. Furthermore, given the couple's benevolent nature and the gentleman's demeanor in their eyes, they would undoubtedly not abandon him. Let us proceed. In the next moment, the four of them exchanged glances and vanished in a flicker. To be cautious, they even inquired with the guards at the city gate, who confirmed that a middle-aged couple had indeed left the city last night, accompanied by a peculiar young man. It was evident that this was Boss Rong and the gentleman. Outside Yanqing, Boss Rong and the others cannot have gone far. Allow me to use my spiritual sense to locate them, Yin Jueqing declared, closing his eyes as he expanded his formidable spiritual awareness in all directions. However, he quickly reopened his eyes, exclaiming in resignation, no, I nearly forgot. Boss Rong and his wife are with the gentleman, protected by him, rendering our senses ineffective. Ji Wutsang paused, nodding in understanding. The first time they encountered the gentleman in Yanqing, they had attempted to perceive him with their spiritual awareness and gleaned nothing. Let us split up and search, Yin Jueqing suggested before darting off in one direction. The remaining three, Nangong Yao included, promptly followed suit. On a wide mountain path, a horse pulled a cart, driven by Rongfu, while Chen Xun sat in the back with Su Yingying. The cart was strewn with grass and was typically used by Chen Xun to transport pigs. The horse had been purchased by Rongfu the previous night and was tied to the front of the cart, effectively forming a makeshift carriage. Despite having run through the night, they had only covered a distance of 60 miles from Yanqing. Defu, the horse has been running all night. We ought to stop and let it graze and drink some water, especially since we are now a bit of a distance from Yanqing, Su Yingying suggested, noticing the horse's noticeably reduced speed. All right, Rongfu nodded, guiding the horse to the side of the path before dismounting to offer the horse some water from a flask. Chun, Master Chun, would you care for some water? Su Yingying inquired from the cart. Chen Xun shook his head, engrossed in the wordless book before him, mumbling, no, I am not thirsty, I am hungry, I wish to eat. Su Yingying forced a smile, and then retrieved several pastries, handing them over, given our current circumstances. Please do not find them lacking, master. Upon encountering a pie, Chen Xun swiftly stowed away the wordless book and, like a flash of lightning, seized the pie, burying his head in it. Rongfu approached, witnessing this scene, and exchanged a knowing smile with Su Yingying. To be honest, even now, they could not discern any semblance of a cultivator in Chen Xun. Were it not for the remarkable resemblance to the bounty notice, they would scarcely believe it. Su Yingying, having sat for a prolonged period, grew weary and dismounted the cart to stretch her limbs. Rongfu sighed, Yingzi, where shall we go next? Su Yingying leaned against the cart, shaking her head, indicating her uncertainty. She had never anticipated a day when they would find themselves so displaced. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yingying remarked, Dafu, although our understanding of cultivators is limited, based on your account, the sects that have issued the bounty for Chen Xun are all top-tier factions within the realm of cultivation. If they are indeed of such caliber, it is likely beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. I believe there may be bounties in other towns as well. Rong Fu's heart trembled at this realization. Did it mean that he and his wife were doomed? Just as the couple found themselves in despair, a streak of light flashed from the heavens, arriving before their cart in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, startling Rong Fu and his wife, who instinctively bowed in fear, exclaiming, "Spare us. Immortal, spare us." They believed that their flight had been discovered and that a cultivator from Yen City, coveting the bounty, had come for them. Ji Wucong, feeling exasperated, hurried to assist them, saying, Boss Rong, Madam, it is I, Ji Wucong. I have finally located you. Come back to Yen City with me. However, upon hearing this, Rong Fu and his wife looked up, turned pale, and fainted. Ji Wucong, flustered, turned to Chen Xun, his face ashen. Sir, you witnessed it. I have done nothing. Ji Wucong was puzzled. Was he truly that fearsome? Why did Rong Fu and his wife react so dreadfully? Chen Xun swallowed the last bite of pie before glancing at Ji Wucong, cackling, dry as a bone, realizing the misunderstanding. Ji Wucong hurriedly retrieved a flask of wine from his storage ring and respectfully offered it. Chen Xun accepted it, tilted his head back, and gulped it down, then burped, covering his face with the wordless book, and promptly fell asleep. Ji Wucong, pursing his lips, helped Rong Fu and his wife onto the cart, and then took a seat at the front, taking the reins to guide the horse back to Yen City. Giddy up. It was Ji Wucong's first experience driving a horse, a novel adventure indeed. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Yin Jueqing and the others. I have located the Sir, and we are returning to Yen City. Chapter 86, A Colossal Misunderstanding. In Yen City, at the Rong residence. In the evening, within the small courtyard, Chen Xun rambled incoherently, while Yin Jueqing and the others knelt before him, listening attentively with utmost respect. Among them, Duan Songhai had interacted with Chen Xun the least, yet after their encounter, he was profoundly shaken. He mused, truly, he is the great cultivator who decimated the Wajixian palace. Everything he had seen, heard, and experienced was indeed remarkable. In Duan Songhai's perspective, the master may appear to be mad, yet beneath this seemingly deranged exterior lies unparalleled wisdom. Duan Songhai, who once prided himself on being the foremost sword cultivator in the north, now realizes that the master is the radiant moon. While he himself is merely a flickering firefly, he humbly inquires of the master, what insights do you possess regarding the path of the sword? With a blend of sincerity and anticipation, Duan Songhai bows his head. At this moment, Yin Jueqing and the others felt a twinge of annoyance. How audacious, Duan Songhai! You, who have engaged the least with the master, dare to approach him seeking knowledge of the sword. Yin Jueqing's voice rang out with a warning. The master will impart wisdom if he wishes, but do not press him, lest I be compelled to strike you. Chen Xun chuckled wickedly, shaking his head. So, you wish to learn? Duan Songhai nodded vigorously, eager to absorb the teachings of the sword, his lifelong obsession. But I shall not teach you. How does that make you feel? Chen Xun laughed heartily, his body trembling with mirth, embodying a chaotic dance. Duan Songhai faltered, his face flushing with embarrassment as he admitted. I have been rash. Indeed, Yin Jueqing's words held truth. It was unwise to approach the master with such haste. At this moment, Yin Jueqing and Nangong Yao felt a wave of relief wash over them. That was close. We almost allowed this shameless Duan Songhai to learn genuine skills from the master. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, the Rongfu couple slowly awakened. Upon seeing the familiar ceiling, a sense of despair washed over them. It's over. We've been forcibly brought back. Rongfu's eyes glazed over as tears streamed down his cheeks. Yingzi, what shall we do? Su Yingying stared blankly at the ceiling, tears cascading down her face. I don't know, Dafu. The couple had never felt life so dreary, devoid of any color. Outside, they could hear faint sounds, indicating that the four individuals were closely monitoring them. It seemed that having learned from previous encounters, the four were now cautious. This time, escape would be nearly impossible. What a calamity. I wonder how Master Chen is faring. Yingzi, shall we confront them? After all, we are destined to perish. Rongfu spoke in despair. Su Yingying nodded yes. We shall die together. Resolute, Rongfu slowly sat up, carefully donned his shoes, and retrieved a box from under the bed. As he opened the box, it revealed a collection of gleaming butcher knives. A remarkable find. Rongfu truly is a butcher, hiding a set of sharpened knives, he mused. Taking one for himself and passing another to Su Yingying, who trembled as she accepted it. Though they knew that opposing cultivators would be futile, they resolved that if they were to meet their end, it would be with valor. With a deep breath, Rongfu gripped the knife tightly, his chest heaving, his eyes reddening. Then, exchanging a determined glance, they raised their knives and charged into the small courtyard. In the midst of chaos, the couple Rongfu charged at the four bewildered cultivators with a gleaming butcher's knife, leaving them momentarily stunned and unable to react. By the time they gathered their wits, the couple was already upon them, the knife descending with a chilling glint. In a sudden rush of clarity, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang quickly grasped the descending blade, their hands steady amidst the turmoil. The sight left Rongfu in utter despair. Cultivators were indeed formidable, effortlessly catching the blade with bare hands, as if quenching their thirst. Ji Wucang, perplexed, inquired, "Rong, what are you doing?" To which Yin Jueqing, with a wry smile, added, "Yes, Rong, if we have wronged you in any way, we can apologize. There's no need to resort to violence." The couple's determination was palpable, and it was clear they had an unwavering spirit, even as fear flickered in their hands and legs. At last, the four cultivators comprehended the gravity of the situation, realizing why Rongfu had sought to flee Yin City. What a grave misunderstanding. They would never stoop to such treachery. With a glance at Chen Xun, a sense of panic arose within them. "Rong, I see you are a decent person. I have respected you in the past, yet you cast aspersions upon us," Yin Jueqing exclaimed. Ji Wucang nodded fervently. "Indeed. We acknowledge our identities as cultivators, but we are not what you presume." Nan Gongyao and Duan Songhai could only stare, still in shock. Rongfu paused, and after a moment, he lowered the knife, his expression filled with unease and relief. "Ahem, esteemed cultivators, it seems this has been a misunderstanding. Please, do not take it to heart," Rongfu stammered. While Su Yingying hastily echoed his sentiments. Though fear still lingered, they recognized that the four before them bore no ill intentions. Otherwise, one swift strike would have spelled their doom. No, Rong and Madame Rong, we understand your good intentions. It was merely a mix-up. As the saying goes, people can be good or bad, and cultivators too can embody righteousness or wickedness. We assure you, we are of the benevolent kind, so please rest assured." Ji Wucang gestured dismissively. "Indeed, we are righteous cultivators," Yin Jueqing chimed in with a smile. Hearing this, Nan Gongyao and Duan Songhai exchanged skeptical glances. In these times, even the faces of demons could be exceedingly brazen. With a sigh of relief, Rongfu collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. As long as the esteemed cultivators are not here to apprehend Master Chen, that is all that matters. As Yin Jueqing and the others inhaled sharply, they cast a furtive glance at Chen Xun, who was engrossed in his reading, their hearts pounding with trepidation. "Oh, Rongfu, please spare us the trouble. How could we dare to apprehend the esteemed master? We are not yet ready to meet our end." Su Yingying ventured cautiously. "If the four esteemed cultivators are not here to capture Master Chen, then what brings you to our humble pig stall? For adept cultivators engaging in the pig trade, surely there must be a reason? Is it truly solely for the sake of pigs? Or could it be that, even now, these four are merely weaving tales to buy time?" Seeing that the Rong couple remained wary, Yin Jueqing felt a mix of relief and resignation. "Rest assured, we are indeed here solely for the pigs, with no ulterior motives. If you remain unconvinced, we can even swear an oath before the heavens, can we not, esteemed colleagues?" Ji Wucang chimed in. "Indeed, I have harbored a fondness for pigs since my youth, even as a cultivator. I find it unsettling to go a day without tending to them." Duan Songhai added, "Quite right. Engaging in the noble pursuit of pig tending is indeed a grand endeavor. And should we find tranquility in this task, it would undoubtedly benefit our cultivation. We have even been willing to pay for the privilege of tending to pigs in the past." Nan Gongyao remarked. "Unlike them, I have an intrinsic connection to pigs. Being born under the sign of the pig myself, my affinity with them is akin to that of cherished friends." At this, Yin Jueqing and the others stared at Nan Gongyao in disbelief. "Wait, you cherish pigs as friends? How could you engage in such activities? Have you no shame? Even if one must lie, could one not at least make it believable?" Realizing his faux pas, Nan Gongyao awkwardly chuckled. "Ah, that was not my intention. Nonetheless, the misunderstanding has been thoroughly resolved." The Rong couple, now convinced that the four were not malevolent, felt a sense of relief. "I am famished," Chen Xun exclaimed. Having set aside his wordless tone, the four cultivators were startled and quickly turned to the Rong couple, urging, "Rong boss, is it not time for dinner?" Rongfu glanced at the sky. "Ah, it is indeed time for a meal. Esteemed cultivators, would you care to dine at our humble abode?" The four eagerly nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to engage further with the master. They had previously hesitated to overstay their welcome, but now that they were invited, they could not decline. Though they practiced dietary abstinence, sharing a meal with the master was a matter of no concern. Thus, the four decided to stay for the time being while the Roan couple prepared dinner. Before long, the meal was ready. Due to the number of guests, they moved the table to the small courtyard. Initially hesitant to take a seat, the Roan couple was gently urged down by Jueqing and the others. After a few drinks, their apprehension eased. Rongfu, in a slightly intoxicated state, proclaimed, "Esteemed cultivators, I am but a mere mortal. To share a drink with you today is a lifetime's blessing." The four cultivators exchanged amused glances, thinking it was indeed a stroke of luck to dine with the master. Nevertheless, they recognized that as leaders of the top sects of Beixian, Rongfu was indeed fortunate to share a meal with them. Rongfu continued, slightly tipsy. "Master Chen finds himself in perilous circumstances. Should any unforeseen events arise, I humbly beseech you for esteemed cultivators to lend your assistance. I would be eternally grateful." As he spoke, Rongfu rose from his seat and, with a thud, knelt before Jueqing and the others. Su Yingying, witnessing this, promptly followed suit, kneeling with a face full of supplication. The four were momentarily taken aback, hastily channeling their spiritual power to lift the couple. "You are being too humble, Boss Rong," they remarked. Simultaneously, they cast a glance at Chen Xun, who was engrossed in his work, and silently lamented how deeply Boss Rong valued loyalty, undoubtedly noted by the master. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for him. The next day, at the break of dawn, the four donned pink aprons and awaited at the entrance of Rongfu's home. The previous night, they had assured the couple that they could continue selling pork with peace of mind, for there was no need to fret about other matters. Unless the elite sects of the southern celestial region united in force, even they might struggle to cope. Given that the overall strength of the southern celestial cultivation realm surpassed their own in the north, setting aside the mid-stage tribulation cultivator, there were indeed beings at the combined stage among the prominent sects of the south. However, in the eyes of Jueqing and the others, such concerns were trivial. With the master's presence, the petite southern celestial realm posed no significant threat. Creak. The courtyard door swung open. Chen Xun emerged, eyes closed, shaking his head. "Master." The group hurriedly bowed in respect. Chen Xun, proudly lifting his chin, cracked open his eyes slightly to regard the four. Their hearts trembled, uncertain of what was unfolding. And they knelt once more. In the next moment, Chen Xun grinned and extended his hand. In his palm lay four dark, mud-like pills that resembled elixirs. "These are the concoctions I rolled from the roadside mud yesterday. Would you care to partake? Roadside mud concoctions? Can these be consumed?" They were momentarily taken aback. Just as the others were lost in confusion, Nangong Yao suddenly exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. Nangong wishes to eat. He loves mud pills the most." With that, he gleefully accepted one from Chen Xun's hand, treating it like a treasured prize. Nangong Yao was well aware that these were far from mere mud pills. They were undoubtedly celestial elixirs. Previously, when he and the second elder had sustained grave injuries at Daotian's sect, the master had similarly bestowed upon them two pills that were nearly identical to these. The three others, puzzled for a moment, quickly discerned the truth from Nangong Yao's expression and hurriedly reached out as Chen Xun prepared to withdraw. "Master, we love them too," they clamored. With a manic laugh, Chen Xun seized a cart beside him and thundered away. The group, having no time to examine the pills in their hands, quickly tucked them away and sprinted to catch up. On the streets, Chen Xun dashed forward with the cart, while Jueqing and the others flailed their arms in pursuit. This scene left many onlookers utterly astonished, marveling at how the pig-pulling entourage had grown. From one individual to three, and now to five. What were these pig-pullers truly up to? Every morning, before the dawn breaks, the clamor is unbearable. I am determined to report this to the authorities. It infuriates me. Just 2 mornings ago, while I was savoring my porridge, a herd of pig haulers rushed by, kicking up dust that settled right into my bowl. Enough is enough. Others have already lodged complaints, but it seems to have vanished without a trace. What is this? Is the government not concerned? In my opinion, it's not that they don't care. Rather, they are simply too afraid to act. Oh, what do you mean by that? I cannot tell if you genuinely fail to notice or if you are merely feigning ignorance. Look closely at that young man pulling the cart. He is clad in blue and carries a wooden sword. Doesn't he bear a striking resemblance to the one depicted in the wanted poster? Well, do not panic. It is likely just a case of similar attire. He cannot possibly be the notorious figure from the poster. What kind of villain would stoop to hauling pigs? Certainly. The authorities hesitate to intervene, as they fear the consequences. In that case, why don't those cultivators in the city report this? TSK, you think too simplistically. The city of Yen is vast, and they must encounter the situation first. Besides, these pig haulers operate before dawn, a time when cultivators are scarce. Nonetheless, they will inevitably cross paths eventually. In any case, it is best for us common folk to refrain from getting involved in such matters. That makes sense. Meanwhile, Chen Xun and his companions have arrived at the pig farm. These days, Chen Xun need not even call out. Jueqing strides forward and knocks heavily on the door, shouting, "Open up. We're here to haul pigs." Creak. The door to the pig farm slowly opens. An old man peeks out, his eyes half closed. Upon seeing Chen Xun and his 5 companions, his eyes widen in surprise. Rubbing his head, he mumbles, "Goodness, Chen Xun, your pig hauling team has grown? You've got 4 pigs, yet there are 5 of you. Isn't that a bit much? What has Rongfu lost his mind over? Can he really afford to pay so many pig haulers when he can't even sell 4 pigs in a day? Is he simply trying to waste money?" Jueqing, expressionless, replies, "Take us to the pig pen." The old man curls his lip, glancing at Jueqing, and says pitifully, "Old friend, you seem to be of an age nearing the grave. I never expected you to still be doing this laborious work of hauling pigs. What a hard lot you have. Alas, it seems your children are ungrateful." At this, Ji Wutsong and the others smirk, looking at Jueqing's dark visage, unable to suppress their laughter. Jueqing, slightly agitated, seizes the old man's collar, lifting him up like a chick, and exclaims indignantly, "Who are you calling near the grave? Who? Say it again." The old man, startled by his sudden elevation, looks down in confusion, realizing his feet are off the ground. Frightened by Jueqing's strength, he quickly replies, No, calm down, old friend." Jueqing, realizing their teacher is present, is taken aback and hastily sets the old man down, gently patting his head as he says softly, "Good. Now take us to the pig pen." All right. The old man, feeling a chill run down his spine, quickly distances himself from Jueqing and turns to lead them inside. A moment later, the sound of rumbling fills the air. Chen Xun is pulling the cart, while Jueqing and the others each carry a pig. Standing awkwardly on the cart, gazing at Chen Xun's hurried silhouette, feeling both embarrassed and bewildered. They hadn't intended for things to turn out this way, but their teacher insisted. They did not come to drive the pigs, yet now they find themselves being pulled along with the swine. I cannot comprehend the underlying meaning. Ahem. Could it be that the gentleman has mistaken us for pigs? It seems so. Might there be a deeper significance to the gentleman's actions? Is he attempting to convey that we are as foolish as pigs? Or is it simply that he has an insatiable penchant for driving pigs? Perhaps I have come to an understanding. Suddenly, Jueqing solemnly transmitted his thoughts. The other 3 swiftly turned their attention to him, eager to inquire what he had deduced. Jueqing closed his eyes, gently stroking the pig upon his shoulder, and remarked, "It is likely that the gentleman wishes for us to experience the imminent taste of death, akin to this pig, which is soon to be led to slaughter. Alternatively, he may be prompting us to maintain a vigilant heart, reminding us not to be like these pigs, blissfully oblivious as we are dragged to our demise, unaware of how we met our end." Hiss. Nangong Yao and the others gasped in astonishment as they gazed at Jueqing. How profoundly insightful. Truly, Jueqing's realm of understanding surpasses theirs, with a vision and wisdom that is considerably higher. Thus, all 4 closed their eyes, attentively immersing themselves in the sensation of being pulled along with the pigs, utterly focused. Ahead, Chen Xun turned his head, shaking it with a bemused smile as he glanced at the 4 individuals and their pigs, chuckling wickedly. What lunacy. Chapter 88. Handcrafted clay pills, terrifying efficacy. Upon hearing the commotion, the Rongfu couple came to the courtyard to greet them. Upon seeing Chen Xun returning with the 4 individuals and their pigs, they were left dumbfounded. Yet, they dared not inquire further and proceeded to unload the pigs for processing. They also mentioned that breakfast was prepared, inviting Chen Xun and Jueqing's party to partake. Chen Xun's eyes gleamed with fervor as he rushed to eat. However, Jueqing and the others repeatedly waved their hands, insisting they had already eaten. In truth, they could not indulge any further. An occasional meal posed no issue, but excessive consumption would prove detrimental to their cultivation. They subsequently took their leave. Once the 4 had departed, the Rongfu couple sighed, finally daring to express their thoughts. Those 4 celestial beings claimed to have come to drive pigs, yet they stood on the cart with the swine. They could not fathom their intentions, only knowing that this significantly increased Chen Xun's workload. Rongfu sighed, his eyes reflecting helplessness. Su Yingying observed Chen Xun, who was merrily indulging in breakfast, shaking her head with a sigh. Perhaps they found the appearance of Chen Xun to be quite deceptive. The Rongfu couple still could not grasp why someone who appeared so benevolent, yet mentally unbalanced had been placed under a bounty. On the way back to the tavern, Jueqing produced the clay pill, casting a sidelong glance at Nangong Yao. He said, "Master Nangong, when the gentleman previously bestowed this clay pill upon us, You exhibited the greatest excitement, as if you had found a treasured gem. I remember it vividly. Pray tell, was your reaction to spare the gentleman's feelings? Or was it for some other reason? Ji Wucang and Duan Songhai also took out their respective clay pills, their expressions filled with skepticism, no matter how they scrutinized it. It was indeed a handcrafted clay pill. What else could it possibly be? Especially since the gentleman explicitly stated that it was crafted from mud found by the roadside. He would never deceive us. Nangong Yao chuckled softly, recalling something, casting a glance at Ji Wucang, his eyes harboring a flicker of hatred. The enmity with the third elder lingered in his mind, a debt he had yet to repay, one that belonged solely to him and Ji Wucang. He then spoke candidly. Previously, both our sect and the second elder suffered grave injuries. It was thanks to the miraculous elixir, strikingly similar to this clay pill you bestowed upon us, that after consumption, we found our wounds healed instantaneously without the need for refinement. Upon hearing this, Ji Wucang's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Nangong Yao. He comprehended the implications of his words. No wonder, when they had allied with the other 9 demonic sects to confront the Daotian sect, Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin appeared so invigorated. It all made sense. At that time, he and the 3 elders had barely managed to conceal their injuries, relying on precious medicine to maintain appearances. Even now, the wounds from the Yuan Ying's self-detonation had not completely healed. It was precisely due to this that he had nearly perished during the tribulation of the transformation god, facing imminent doom. Ji Wucang finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Meanwhile, Yin Jueqing and Duan Songhai were taken aback by his revelation, fully captivated by Nangong Yao's words, staring incredulously at the clay pill in their hands. Instant healing without refinement? Was this true? Could this seemingly ordinary clay pill be a life-saving elixir? Indeed, the gift from their master could not possibly be of mundane quality. Nangong Yao surveyed the group and remarked, however, this sect does not claim that this pill possesses healing properties. Our master has not specified its effects, which remain unknown. I happen to be injured. Ji Wucang suddenly interjected. Isn't the efficacy of the elixir best tested? The group was struck by this notion, deeming it feasible. Upon returning to the tavern, Ji Wucang sat cross-legged before the 3, unhesitatingly placing the clay pill into his mouth. Though the effects of the master's gift were still a mystery, he was certain it would not bring them harm. As Ji Wucang consumed the pill, Yin Jueqing and the others held their breath, watching intently. Suddenly, Ji Wucang's eyes widened in disbelief as he sprang to his feet. I have reached the late stage of transformation god. What? Yin Jueqing and the others were left utterly bewildered. He had just sat down, consumed the clay pill, and within mere moments had declared himself to be at the late stage of transformation god? Was this even plausible? Yin Jueqing frowned and urged, Wucang, be serious. This is not the time for jesting. Ji Wucang, brimming with exhilaration, sensed their skepticism and unleashed some of his aura. As they perceived Ji Wucang's newfound realm, their jaws dropped in shock, nearly hitting the floor. By the heavens, he truly is at the late stage of transformation god. Yin Jueqing, himself at that same level, felt the unmistakable resonance of Ji Wucang's aura, the only difference being its instability. Ji Wucang clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. An elixir, a true elixir. If I wished to cultivate to the late stage of transformation god, under optimal circumstances, it would take me at least a millennium. Yet, after consuming the elixir bestowed by our master, I have achieved this in an instant. As he spoke, his words became increasingly disjointed with fervor, his spirit nearly frenzied. In recent years, during my time in Beixian, I was merely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, with the transformation stage seeming an elusive dream. However, fortunate enough to follow my esteemed master, I transformed into a tree and broke through to the transformation stage. A mere few years later, I was graciously bestowed an elixir by my master, propelling my realm to the late transformation stage. Astonishingly, even my injuries were completely healed. It is beyond imagination. Truly a remarkable fortune. Ji Wucang trembled with excitement, bowing deeply in the direction of Rongfu's residence, repeatedly murmuring his gratitude. Yin Jueqing and the others were momentarily dazed, and after a while, they cautiously grasped the clay pill, realizing that the treasure granted by their master was of such extraordinary caliber. They had initially thought the master's previous remarks were jest. How could such a divine elixir possibly be crafted from mere clay? It must have been refined from various heavenly materials and precious herbs, utilizing intricate and exquisite alchemical techniques. For their master, it was undoubtedly a precious possession. Given the master's immense regard for them, they were compelled to go through fire and water for him, willing to lay down their lives. Unbeknownst to them, it was indeed a simple clay ball that Chen Xun had casually fashioned. with a sense of envy. Nangong Yao witnessed Ji Wucang's ascension to the late transformation stage and quickly consumed the clay pill. Instantly, a peculiar earthy flavor, reminiscent of a slight odor, spread through his mouth. Mere moments later, he exuded the aura of the late transformation stage, astonishing everyone present. What had once been a daunting breakthrough now felt as effortless as sipping water. Who said the path to immortality was fraught with challenges? As long as one followed the master, the journey to transcendence was remarkably smooth. After witnessing the miraculous efficacy of the elixir, Yin Jueqing and Duan Songhai grew anxious but refrained from partaking. Their circumstances were different. Should they consume it now, it would inevitably attract the tribulation of the integration stage. Moreover, the integration stage tribulation was terrifying, and they were far from adequately prepared. To be candid, neither Yin Jueqing nor Duan Songhai had ever envisioned themselves reaching the integration stage. Without their master's elixir, they would likely meet their demise. I understand now, Yin Jueqing murmured. The master must be aware that the first-rate sects from the southern sky will inevitably come to Yin City. To him, those individuals are no more than ants. At that time, the master will need to focus on raising pigs. He won't have time to deal with them. The master bestows the elixir to empower us, enabling us to fend off those intruders. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning quite sound. Yin Jueqing quickly added, Wucang, Nangong sect master. You should stay with the master and tend to the pigs. If any unwise souls come, let you two handle them for now. Duan sect master and I must prepare diligently for a period. We will then venture to the Jian mountain range to face the tribulation and break through. Remember to ask the master for our leave. Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang nodded in assent. Subsequently, Yin Jueqing and Duan Songhai exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting tension and anticipation, before swiftly vanishing from sight. Once they departed, only Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang remained in the room. They exchanged a glance, snorted in unison, and turned their heads away. With Yin Jueqing and Duan Songhai present, they had refrained from showing any discord, but now, with only the two of them left, their underlying disharmony became glaringly evident. Ji Wucang, currently accompanying the master and transporting pigs, felt powerless in this situation, yet declared coldly, rest assured, there will undoubtedly be a life-and-death battle between us in the future. Nangong Yao retorted icily. Ji Wucang, casting a disdainful glance, replied with a smirk, you, Nangong Yao, are at the late stage of the transformation realm, yet I am equally matched. I shall not fear you. What a trivial matter. With that, Ji Wucang waved his sleeve and hummed a tune as he exited the room. Chapter 89. Chen Xun is in Yin City. For the next 2 months, Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang diligently followed Chen Xun in his pig transportation endeavors. They observed that, as time passed, more and more cultivators began to covertly observe their activities alongside the master. The influx of cultivators to Yin City had increased, casting a solemn atmosphere over the entire city. The townsfolk no longer dared to raise their voices, hurrying about their business with cautious steps. It seemed that everyone could sense an impending significant event in Yin City. Early in the morning at the Rongfu residence, Chen Xun and his companions returned with the pigs. The Rongfu couple hurried to assist in unloading them. Although they harbored doubts about the disappearance of Yin Jueqing and Duan Songhai over the past 2 months, they did not dare to inquire further. After setting down the cart, Chen Xun rushed inside to have breakfast. Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang took their leave. The number of cultivators in Yin City is increasing. It appears our master's whereabouts have been exposed, Nangong Yao remarked solemnly. Hee, Ji Wucang replied with a nonchalant smile, showing no concern. Our master transports pigs uniquely each day, making it quite easy for discerning individuals to take notice. Even now, many eyes are likely upon us, Nangong Yao suggested. To prevent these individuals from disturbing the master and the Rong family, we should reside closer to him. I noticed there are vacant houses for rent in the vicinity of the Rong family. We could acquire 2 of them, though they may be modest. Our master has endured such conditions for an extended period. Why should we not do the same? After a moment's hesitation, Ji Wucang nodded in agreement. Once their housing arrangements were settled, the two could not help but discuss Yin Jueqing and Duan Songhai. I wonder when the Yin sect master and Duan sect master will undergo their tribulations. It has been 2 months without any news. Indeed, they had just finished speaking when their expressions brightened. They received a message from Yin Jueqing and Duan Songhai. The message indicated that they were already in the extreme flame mountain range, fully prepared with the necessary treasures, elixirs, and formations for their tribulation. They were now summoning the two to assist in protecting them during this crucial moment. After a brief contemplation, Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang promptly returned to the Rongfu residence, where they communicated with Chen Xun, still having breakfast, to request a leave of absence. They then bid farewell to Rongfu before immediately departing Yin City for the extreme Flame Mountain Range. Simultaneously, at a mountain peak situated 10,000 miles from Yin City, the leaders of 5 prestigious sects, including Zhuyang Sect, Batian Pavilion, and Miaoying Valley, convened. "Everyone, we have received word that Chen Xun is indeed in Yin City," spoke a commanding man with a rugged visage, the master of Batian Pavilion, Luo Wanjun, a cultivator at the late stage of the transformation realm. The other 4 included Yang Ling, the master of Zhuyang Sect, Ji Chunfeng, the master of Miaoying Valley, Qi Mei, the master of Yuan Sect, and Qing Tung from the Green Jiao Sect. Though these 4 individuals may not possess the cultivation level of Luo Wanjun, they are nonetheless at least cultivators of the transformation stage. In contrast, Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong, being leaders of first-rate sects, fall considerably short. Were it not for the fortuitous gift bestowed by Chen Xun, both Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong would still be at the pinnacle of the late Yuaning stage. As for Yin Jueqing and Duan Songhai, they are the masters of the esteemed sects of Beixian, whose prior cultivation was merely on par with the leaders of the first-rate sects of Nantian. Naturally, Nantian boasts 2 transcendent sects. One is the Xuanxing Palace, and the other is the Blood Fiend Demon Sect. The leader of the Blood Fiend Demon Sect is none other than the formidable Tribulation Crossing cultivator, Hao Gao. His realm surpasses that of the former master of the illusory Snow Plains Wuji Immortal Palace. Thus, it becomes evident that the overall level of cultivators in the Beixian realm is significantly inferior to that of Nantian. Oh, Yin City? Is that the city adjacent to the extreme Flame Mountain Range? It is surprising that a Beixian cultivator would hide there. Could it be that they possess a fire attribute spiritual root? Exclaimed Yang Ling, the master of the Zhuyang Sect. He was somewhat familiar with Yin City, having visited it as a fire attribute cultivator in the past. The other 3 leaders nodded thoughtfully, having heard of the peculiar Yin City. Now that the Beixian cultivator has been located, what are your thoughts? Luo Wanjun casually surveyed the group, seemingly inquiring. Hee, what thoughts could we have? Since we have located him, our mission is accomplished, and we shall naturally report to the Blood Fiend Demon Sect, replied Qing Tung, the master of the Green Jiao Sect. With a smile, the others nodded in agreement, though their gazes flickered slightly. Luo Wanjun noticed this and smiled knowingly, saying, "In your opinion, why would the Blood Fiend Demon Sect offer a high bounty for that Beixian cultivator?" The group fell silent, as they had no insight into the matter. Nevertheless, aside from the Wuji Immortal Palace in the illusory snow plain to the north, what other formidable cultivators could there be in Beixian? The Beixian cultivator named Chen Xun is evidently not affiliated with the Wuji Immortal Palace. Yet he is being sought after with a high bounty by the Blood Fiend Demon Sect. There is but one possibility. He must possess a treasure of great value. Perhaps even a treasure coveted by the Blood Fiend Demon Sect itself. At this thought, the group felt a tremor in their hearts. What does Luo Wanjun intend? Does he harbor designs on seizing the treasure from the tiger's mouth? In Nantian, the Blood Fiend Demon Sect holds absolute power. Any ill intentions towards them could invite catastrophic consequences. Observing the peculiar expressions of the group, Luo Wanjun stated calmly, "To be candid, the recent actions of the Blood Fiend Demon Sect regarding that Beixian cultivator have not escaped the notice of Xuanxing Palace, another super sect." Upon hearing this, the group was once again shaken, though not surprised. After all, a super sect like Xuanxing Palace is well aware of every movement in Nantian, which is quite normal. But what does Luo Wanjun mean by this? He continued, "The Beixian cultivator undoubtedly possesses a treasure, and the Blood Fiend Demon Sect's aim is that very treasure. Therefore, why not join forces to capture the Beixian cultivator and claim the treasure for ourselves?" A treasure that could provoke such a response from the Blood Fiend Demon Sect is certainly not ordinary. As the words fell, Yang Ling and the others abruptly rose, their pupils contracting as they gazed at Luo Wanjun. "Master Luo, do you dare covet what the Blood Fiend Demon Sect has set its sights upon? Have you lost your mind?" Yang Ling exclaimed in disbelief. The others trembled with unease. After all, it was the Blood Fiend Demon Sect. Not to mention the numerous elders at the integration stage within the sect. Their leader, Hao Gao, was a formidable figure at the peak of the mid-transcendent stage. Was Luo Wanjun truly so bold as to voice such reckless words? Realistically speaking, a mere handful of elders from the Blood Fiend Demon Sect could easily crush their esteemed sections. Suddenly, Luo Wanjun threw back his head and let out a hearty laugh before adopting a serious demeanor. "Have you all forgotten the mystical heart pavilion I mentioned earlier? Who do you think bestowed such courage upon me?" The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, their hearts rife with speculation, though still filled with trepidation. This was tantamount to courting death. "Master Luo, while the mystical heart pavilion may be at odds with the Blood Fiend Demon Sect, that is a conflict between 2 colossal sections. We must tread carefully lest we ignite a fire that consumes us. Ji Chunfang sighed heavily.